a crowd, you're in my head. In my dreams you chase. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting for you, babe. It's easy come, it's easy go. Back when we're together, back when we're together. You know that I can't let you go. We should stay together, we should stay together. It's alright if you call me. It's the summer, we were 18. It's easy come, it's easy go. We should be together, never say never. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting. If you want me, I'll be waiting. You're the one that's still debating. If you want this, yeah. Woo! It's a late night. I think about your face and your bright eyes, and now you're not with me. It's a sad sight. I wish I was your light. I wish I was your light. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well, loving you well. It's your t-shirt, the way you walk into a room makes my heart hurt. I never felt alone until this best curse. I wish I was your light, I wish I was your light. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well, loving you well, loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well, loving you well. Count to 10 and I'ma let you go. Maybe you surprise me, you never know. I can be forgiven, I can give you loving. Baby, make the gamble and I'll let you know. You talk, honey, I'll make you sing, baby. You keep your secrets, but I'll break it down, break it down. 'Cause I've been there, baby, betrayed by every lover. I know the game, you're all the same. You think you're winning, baby. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me, playing it cool. I know you're nervous, honey. You think you're special, don't you? So many came before you. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me. Let me tell you where it starts and ends. Creeping your way in, but you don't know who I am. I'll get you believing I learned from the best. I came here to tell you you can save your breath. You talk, honey, I'll make you sing, baby. You keep your secrets, but I'll break it down, break it down. 'Cause I've been there, baby, betrayed by every lover. I know the game, you're all the same. You think you're winning, baby. Don't be a fool, don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me, playing it cool, playing it cool. I know you're nervous, honey. You think you're special, don't you? So many came before you. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me. You ain't never fool me. You won't never wake me. You will never fool me. You ain't never fool me. You won't never wake me. I know you're nervous, honey. You think you're special, don't you? So many came before you. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing. Don't be a fool. No, 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 don't be a fool. Don't be a fool. No, 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 don't be a fool. Don't be a fool. No, 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 don't be a fool. Don't be a fool. No, 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 don't be a fool. What about if you open up? When are you gonna tell all about you? All about you, I wanna know. Come on and tell what you want. Where are your fantasies? No, you wanna be with me. I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. Oh, I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. What about if you talk to me? And in the secrecy, what's behind that little smile that you're giving me? Oh yeah. Come on and tell what you want. Where are your fantasies? No, you wanna be with me. I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. Oh, I gotta treasure. Been longing for someone to call my treasure. Measure, no one in this world could ever measure. Oh, back in time with you. Always going back in time with you. Always on the run. I see pleasure in your eyes. Treasure in the skies. Rain and diamonds from the skies. I see pleasure in your eyes. Precious, you're the only one, you are my precious. Luscious, there's no other word I can describe you. Back in time with you. Always going back in time with you. Always on the run. I see pleasure in your eyes. Treasure in the skies. Rain and diamonds from the skies. I see pleasure in your eyes. I see clearly now. I'd swim 1,000 seas. I see pleasure in you. I hope you see pleasure in me. I see pleasure in your eyes. You're a treasure in disguise. Rain and diamonds from the sky. I see pleasure in your eyes. Hey, I'm gonna get you there. Speed like wind without a storm. So come and get it while it's fresh, while it's warm, yeah. The water in the storm, beneath the purple tree. It's the same that fills my soul with eternal energy. But it sets me free. Lights from down the way, leads the fools astray. So now there is more for us today, yeah, yeah. The water in the soul, beneath the purple tree. It's the same that fills my soul with eternal energy. But it sets me free. Come, let's go every morning. 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 Hey, yeah. Woo. Oh, yeah. Hey. The water in the soul, beneath the purple tree. It's the same that fills my soul with eternal energy. When you're faced by its shadow, the sea locks me out. And now I'm free, yeah. Hey! The water in the soul, beneath the purple tree. It's the same that fills my soul with eternal energy. But it sets me free. together, gonna walk that mile. Just me and my sisters, make it all worthwhile. Gonna come together, gonna walk that mile. Just me and my sisters, make it all worthwhile. Gonna come together, gonna walk that mile. I need your love every day. I think about you night and day. I want you, babe, I feel for you. I'm fine when I look at you. I need your love every day. I need your love, hear me when I say I need your love every day. Come on, give me your love, give me your love. Baby, baby, when I'm here with you, you know I'm fine, you know I'm crazy about you. Oh, baby, you know that my love is true. You know I'm fine when I look at you. I need your love every day. I need your love, hear me when I say I need your love every day. Come on, give me your love, give me your love.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby? In any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right wear and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
ESL 1 Birmingham is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
I'm on my way to day 2 of ESL 1 Birmingham. I'm so glad you could join me. It was a tight day yesterday. Lots of draws, but there's lots to separate here. These teams are ready. I've spoken to some of them last night. They can't wait to get in there and start playing Dota. I can't either. I'm almost going to be late. Shiva is going to kill me. She's going to absolutely kill me. This'll do, driver. Thank you very much. I better get going. I'll see you guys later.
Don't you worry, Pyrian Flax made it here on time, and so did you, because you are joining us for the very start of day 2 of the group stages here at ESL 1 Birmingham. Today is going to be another fantastic day of Dota 2. And we are going to see maybe some ties broken and maybe some teams getting ahead of the pack, as that is what we need in order to get only the top squads playing in front of a live crowd in just a couple of days. As I said, day 2, let's get started. And I'm joined by some top tier lads here on my left. I've got Kezu, I got T-Gov, I got Fogs. Good morning, everyone. T, how you doing?
Doing great. I just realized that we are perfect like Wi-Fi signal. Look at the thing. The height. It's perfect.
That's true.
It's beautiful.
Perfect sig.
It's great. No, we're on point. No, oh no, don't ruin it, Shiva. Come on. Oh, come on. Please.
Come on.
No.
The energy.
This is fine. The camera is totally aligned. I'm ready for this.
Yes. I don't know. It's a good day.
Here.
We're practicing the leg muscles here this morning. I hope that the gamers all practice their own their finger muscles, because I think yesterday showed that the level of play is quite high coming into Birmingham. As I think Fog, we had some good Dota play today. Yesterday, are you happy with the style of Dota that we saw?
Yeah, very aggressive. I mean, I thought my first 2 games that I casted, I was like, oh god, what's happened? Me and Owen had like 9 kills or something. It was 30 minutes in. I was like, oh god, what is going on? Everything's really slowing down. I'm worried about this. Then the next series was 2 kills a minute. So I think it's already looking really nice. And we have a lot of variety of picks. I feel like people are actually exploring a little bit more than I expected them to. It's only day 1, but I saw a lot of cool stuff, so.
Yeah, a lot of cool stuff. We're going to see a lot of cool stuff. And the reason why all this cool stuff is coming into light right now is because there's a lot to play for. A lot of dollars to play for. Let's take a quick look at our prize pool that we got going on here. Everyone is a winner, though. I just want to point that out. Even if you bum out of the tournament, you won't leave empty-handed. Some of your costs will be covered, as you can see. Still $25,000 if you come 11th, 12th. But, of course, it's first place that is the most coveted. $300,000 up for grabs. But that is not all, because as we mentioned yesterday, Kezu, I mean, the prize money is nice, but the points.
Yeah, it's everyone just wants to get to Riyadh, right? I feel like it's the new kind of pinnacle of the year that everyone's playing for, that everyone needs to kind of get to, because it is what everyone cares about. So yeah, it is all the points on the line, and many teams still, they need to grab their points. They have to do it here.
They really have to do it here. There are more and more points up for grabs as the year goes on. But as you can see, ESL Birmingham is the second to last stop for getting those EPT points to get yourself high up the leaderboard, because making it to Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup is, I mean, that's the goal. That is where you want to be. Now, I know statistically speaking, there's like less of a % chance that BetBoom and Extreme don't make it, but they also want to get some extra points on board as well. So far, it's looking pretty good for the top, but there's a lot of teams there, T, that would that would like to get some extra, because qualifiers would be scary.
Yeah, and to say it again, you've got teams like Shopify, you've got Talon as well, Tundra, they're on that kind of... So Talon wasn't even on there. They weren't even in the top, how was it?
They don't 16, have, they have 0
16,
points.
18, yeah.
Yeah, they're off the chart. And this is the only tournament they have. And we said it yesterday, but it's like, after the games yesterday, it's like, all right, it's looking pretty good. But for them to feel good and get like auto-invite, the only thing we can talk about is them like winning it. And, you know, SEA winning tournaments doesn't really go hand in hand nowadays, or for some time, for years maybe. Have they won a tournament?
It's been a while.
I'm looking at you, historical.
I remember the major in MDL Chengdu, where I think TNC won it. So
okay, we're going back some time, but
that was before COVID, so a long time ago.
Exactly. So we have to break some stuff down for them to get the points they really need.
Yes, and we can look at what points they have right now, because I want to talk about the group stage standings. Now, this is day 2, so we had a lot of games yesterday. We had 3 streams going on at the same time, so a lot of matches, so it's okay if you didn't catch all of them. But what you should be aware of is how the teams are doing. I think yesterday, Kezu, we had every single series bar 1 being a tie.
Yeah, like everything until the very, very last game of the entire day ended up being a draw. G2IG, honestly, they're doing better than I thought. I always have high expectations for this team, but I feel like they always flop at every tournament that I see them go to. Of course, it is only the first day, but honestly, it's the second day and you're halfway through the group stage. Usually you have like 18, maybe 16 teams, but here you only have 12. You're done after like 2.5 to 3 days of playing, so you gotta step it up today if you wanna go on.
I've heard they came with a lot of preparation to this tournament.
Yeah.
That's like the rumor that's coming around from it also. So far, looks like it's working for them, and they have their own strategy, a little bit of different picks, the Weaver and whatnot, so it's definitely interesting to see. I like seeing it.
It's working out. It's working out. Let's take a look at Group B as well, as there were less ties that time around. That group round. I will say,
like if you flip this group, I feel like it would make more sense pre-tournament.
Well, we said the same thing for the other. That's what we said last time when we finished up.
Yeah.
Just swap both of the groups, and it looks like what we would expect coming into this tournament.
Yeah,
right?
but guys, Extreme was supposed to be winning. They won last tournament. What happened?
They lost, didn't they?
That's true.
It's on the screen.
Yeah. Thank you.
They had some. I don't know. They had some interesting games though. Like the game that I was doing from OG, it's just like Ame. That some of these deaths, like, he knows it too. Like very far away from his team and stuff like that. So it's just very uncharacteristic of them. Maybe they'll bring it back today, probably. But either way, that was not what I'd expected. I mean, we just saw. Honestly, Seb won the game. With just some Fiend's Grip, and it wasn't even on the Pango. They picked this Bane for Pango. I don't even think he Fiend's Gripped him once.
Yeah,
he just went for Ame.
This one too, like, is it like the type of fact? I feel like sometimes people will play Soul for up and you're like, wow, this guy gets so much farm every game, because they don't get called out on it. You know, people don't actually try to tell them, they're like, oh, his team's behind him. Here, look at this.
He's
like,
so far ahead of his team.
Yeah.
And they just, like, I was casting, so I remember it's like they had like windows where it's like, oh, Bruce Split was down, BKB's down, and then he gets caught far in front. And it's, there was a lot of situations where it felt like it happened. But I'm glad to see a lot of comebacks. I think that's the thing that I saw the most yesterday was 12K swings.
Yeah.
Right? 15K swings.
It just feels like we're seeing like multiple ideas coming into day one. Like in some teams, we're going for like no real team fight, going for the pickoffs, going for the skirmish and like the kills. Other teams are looking for only the scaling. And I think in day two, the teams that maybe didn't do so well, we're going to see that shift. And at least with OG's lineup, like I'm enjoying how refreshing it is to see a Bane kind of come back into the meta. Like we don't see Bane too often because you need to be able to play the entire map. You don't want to play up against Deathball lineups. You don't want to play against anything momentum based, and you want to choose. So it's like, I'm hoping in day two, we see kind of the respect towards kind of the wider map stuff happening rather than the only brute force, because there's so many ways to play the game right now. And day one, I think we saw at least 2 or 3 big ways to do it.
Yeah, we definitely saw the proof in the pudding there. We can take a look at the schedule for today as well, because as said, 3 streams going on at the same time. Let's take you through it. So we got the Ember stream going on, as you can see. If you want to watch OG play some more, they have it on a tear. They'll play on this stream at the very last series of the day. But Kezu, based on all the series you see here, which one would your must-watch be?
I don't. It's something about Heroic and OG. I feel like they've both exceeded my expectations. So I just need to see how they fare up also against each other. Because I don't like OG when they play against favorites, they just destroy them. But then when they play against quote-unquote worse teams, I don't know what happens to them. It's like maybe they need this fire before this series.
They play into their opponents, right? We've used that phrase before in other tournaments, right? Certain teams, they play against the caliber of their opponents. So the good teams, they play great, and the okay teams, they play okay, right? It's OG.
Fair point.
Yeah, that definitely can be a thing. It also is a risky thing. So maybe OG will be different this time around. We'll see when they go up against Heroic later today on the Ember stream. On the Storm stream, we got another 4 series coming your way. Fogged, which one in particular draws your eyes?
We have the 2 teams that hate playing in the morning playing the first game.
Yeah.
We have Shopify versus Liquid. I have to choose it, honestly. It's just because we've heard them all say so many times, oh God, we're first game. So that one's probably in the excitement just between that. But and gameplay and stuff like that, I mean, it's Spirit versus XG has got to also be another pretty big choice because Spirit has not been looking to their usual standard, and now XG, something happened yesterday. So now I'm like, okay, maybe both these 2 teams have something to prove today.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we heard Nightfall say yesterday that he feels he was asked for if there was a dark horse this tournament, and he said that people are counting Team Spirit out a little bit, but that people should still be worried about them because they are still very strong. So I want to see that, and of course we have a lot of games going on this stream as well, and I mean. Obviously, we're still looking at OG versus Gaming because Gaming is a little bit underperforming and OG is overperforming. But I want to forget about that match for a little bit. I think, T, would you not say Falcons versus Liquid? Or would you go elsewhere? But I don't want to put words in your mouth.
I'm handing it to you, but
I feel like you have.
I mean...
Yes, Falcons Liquid for like the highest form of everything, but I think if you want to go for the fear of the UK fan base that's going to be coming to the playoffs, Gaming and Extreme. Because beforehand in the other stream, we've got Extreme versus Spirit. If they lose, now suddenly they're looking at maybe bottom 2 in the group, not getting to playoffs. These are some fan favorite teams. And then you throw in Gaming as well. They have a wave of fans in the UK as well. Imagine if they start losing some series. The final series they lose again to Extreme. Extreme now claws himself out of the bottom 2. Gaming potentially getting eliminated. Just going to upset about 12 British fans next week.
Well, that's okay, because the British fans can adopt Talon, who I hope is going to make it through. And then we're seeing Talon versus BetBoom in the first series of the day, and two voices that you'll be hearing alongside that are Gareth and Lacoste, who should be around here somewhere as well. Hey guys, how you doing?
All good, all
Hello.
good. I think
They're matching.
Oh yeah, we are. We've got the matching
matching.
red. Yeah, beautiful stuff. I mean, you are right, Shiva. We adopt the underdog, right? We always find that one team where we can ride them all the way through the playoffs. And Talon here, prime example of that. They did so well against Liquid yesterday. I'm kind of rooting for them myself, to be honest.
Biased caster. I gotta be honest. G2XIG, managed by legendary Jack Chen. I mean, he's been grinding. This man, he can do a lot of things at the same time. Very impressed whenever you talk to him. He's always, talking about Dota. This guy dreams Dota, and very glad that his team is doing well one more time. They have their ups and downs, but
He played 10 games yesterday, didn't he?
he did.
He's on the grind.
Shut up! You're gonna get him fired.
I think, Gareth, you might also need to hold Lacoste's hand a little bit, because yesterday when we talked to you guys, he said that he was thinking that BetBoom was going to do really well.
Yeah.
And they're like the only team that, other than XG, but in Group A, they're the only team that kind of didn't. So what do you have to say for yourself there, Lacoste? What went wrong with your boys?
That's true.
With my boys, BetBoom.
Yeah.
I was holding his hand. I was really focused on it. I couldn't hear a word you were saying, Shiver. BetBoom, it's kind of difficult. This team, I think it's not. It's again legendary Jack Chen. He managed the team. They tried to use a couple of tricks to get themselves a little bit of advantage. Got punished. Some penalty draft for them. But yeah, I still believe that they can make a comeback.
All right. Well, we're gonna see you today. Thank you so much, and we'll talk to you again later. Good luck with the good luck with the cast.
Bye.
Bye. They are a team that knows how to come back. Generally, BetBoom and Talon will be, of course, the place to show it. But at the same time, Talon tied every series. We know the previous tournament, they tied every series. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get started with our first series of the day. BetBoom versus Talon. And we are going to learn a little bit more first about Talon. Yeah?
Talon, an experienced org in the Southeast Asian Dota scene, is back with a fresh coat of paint. And by fresh coat of paint, I mean an entirely new roster. Their new roster is built from the ground up by scooping up players from 5 completely different teams. Akashi from Polaris, Chuan from Alliance, WS from Boom, Jokam from Army Geniuses, lastly, Ponyo from IG Vitality. Unfortunately, Talon are off to a rocky start, as they've as of yet only played qualifiers to various events, only managing to qualify to, drumroll please.
They've done it! They've won the Birmingham qualifiers. They are going to be going over to the UK.
Yeah, you guessed it. It's this event, ESL 1 Birmingham. Will this new Talon be able to uphold the high status achieved by their previous roster, being undoubtedly the best team in Southeast Asia? That remains to be seen. But one thing is for sure, they will be hungry for victory.
They are so hungry for that victory, as we mentioned, and as you hear time and time again, this is the only event they qualified for, and the region itself is very competitive, where different teams make it to the events that people are trying to qualify for, and Talon making it to this one means that they have a chance to potentially get rid of qualifiers, because if you win this event, you get so many points on the board, you have a chance of getting just directly invited to things, and that just allows your team to just pivot forward, because literally, Kezu, I think getting points and getting invited, it just makes you a better team, because you get so much more chances to play against, again, better teams as well.
Yeah, no, and I think what they've shown yesterday, like, they can do it. Their team fighting was very good. They went 1-1, I think, against both Shopify and was it Liquid? Like, they were really good in the stuff they were doing. And again, we need to say that they have young players, a mix of like some older players. I feel like they have a good recipe, as long as like the pressure doesn't get to them. So if Pilai Die, being an older coach, having experience, like helping out, I think they have what it takes if it comes together in their gameplay.
Yeah, this is where I kind of wish it was like a best of 3, because like the fact that they've won a game 1, they've won a game 2 in separate series. Like, I kind of know what they have in the in the ability to go to a game 3. Like, what happens when they get there? Do they have enough depth? Because like I think they're showing us some really insanely good drafts with like some big team fight, this and that. they don't really play too aggressive early on where other teams are doing it, but it's like, what happens in that game 3 when you actually need to try and clinch out the series? Like, they can't just get draws the entire time.
Yeah, I think you guys summed it up pretty well, actually. Overall,
Got him.
They've been playing a lot more games than I expected, to be honest. I've been kind of MIA for a bit, so I didn't get to watch everything overall, but I looked and I was like, wait, they have like 400 games on some of these players with this new roster, right? Or 200-something games. It's actually pretty ridiculous how much they've played in just a span of a couple months. So lots of experience gained. And I think when you get to these type of lands, like you said, this is what you want. You get the most experience. You get to talk to teams, spread ideas, and I think that's going to help them a lot here.
Yeah, they made it to Elite League, of course, so they didn't do too well. And they weren't with their full rosters, so... but when I say they didn't do too well, they did go the distance every series, so we did see those game 3s, which did not go their way, but at the same time, it wasn't their full roster. We don't know what would have happened if they are, and I think that might have been the perfect practice for ESL 1 Birmingham, for them to actually pivot into victories all around. But again, it's still 2-game series here. We'll see how they do against BetBoom here this morning. They have never faced each other, so even though both of them were at Elite League, they dodged each other in those group stages, even though both just didn't end up doing all too well there. We're going to talk a little bit more about their mid laner, though, because if we're talking about Talon, we talk about inexperienced players, but there's one guy that is anything but T-Gov. We got Chuan here. He's playing from the mid lane. He is their veteran at 28 years old, and it helps to have a veteran in the game for them.
Yeah, especially with experience from multiple regions, right? He had a short stint across in Europe with Alliance, so being able to take away different ideas, I think, you know, SEA as a region's always kind of had that. Where's the kind of the captaining? Where's the level that matches maybe Western Europe to some degree? So being able to kind of dip your toe into this meta for a little bit, even if you didn't have the greatest success. Again, you know, Alliance, they didn't really win anything with that roster, but it still was going to be able to take away stuff and bring it back. And of course, you know, it's 50-50 so far. They only qualified to one event, which is Birmingham. So far, they've drawn against 2 good teams, and it's like early day group stage, but again, it's very good to have this type of player on your team.
I think also something else that should help them a lot is that the heroes I see him play are the ones that he can drive the game forward. You know, he's not playing the sniper, TA, you guys like just make space for me. He's like the DK,
Playmaker.
the DP. He will make the calls. He's the Pango. Come to me, let's do this, open up the map. So, you know, his younger players, they can just treat it like a pub. You know, that's what Seb always says before the games. Guys, treat this game like it's your pub game. You're playing for 30 MMR. Just move on, be easy.
I love when I see these type of teams start getting formed up and everything. You see like a 10-year difference, right? Because then you have super old ideas that still work in some situations. Some have fallen off, and the new guys can kind of bring you back up to speed sometimes if you don't know every little tiny craziness. So yeah, you've got these 18-year-old grinders. Not to say Chuan isn't a grinder by any means anymore.
He's like the grindiest.
It's harder. It's still hard to compete with some of these, you know, 18 to 24-year-olds to play as much as they do. They're playing like 10, 16, 20 games a day.
Yeah, that's why I'm here. I'm not doing that anymore. The 20 pops a day, those days are over.
Well, those days are not over for Chuan. He is keeping up for sure. Let's see how he's keeping up with Pyrian.
I'm Talon, and I'd like to ask you first of all, you and I have something in common. You're the old man of the team, dare I say it. At 28, you've been to 7 tournaments. You've got all these young lads who are kind of new. How do you help them out? What kind of things do they have problems with that you can help them with?
In this team, that I can just share my past experience with them. Like, they are really willing to learn. They like listen whatever I will share with them, and we like give each other good feedback. Like, we help each other to improve. They give me like their new ideas also. So we are helping each other out in a way. Yeah.
So you're learning something from them, and they're learning something from you.
Yeah. Well, we learn from each other. Yeah.
That's fantastic. All right, but be honest with me. I work with a lot of young people, and they annoy me a lot of the time. What are the things that these young lads do that you're just like, can you guys stop?
Maybe they will do something like unnecessary. Like my offlaner, like example, he will just, before the game starts, he will just lock like 6 of his items, like just for fun, you know. He will just like random thing, like distract people actually. He might distract his own teammate actually sometimes.
And what are you guys looking forward to in this game against BetBoom? Obviously, they're going to need a win because they haven't started the way they want. Are you expecting them to come out all guns blazing?
I think they will just reset from compared to day 1 for sure. But we are well prepared too. Like I hope that we can show up 100%. And respect the opponent as well. Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. Well, best of luck, and thanks for taking the time to talk to us. Back to you guys.
Seems like a good dynamic there in Talon, learning from each other, always very valuable, and good that he is able to take. So sometimes players get really on edge when you say like, "Oh, you're the old man in the squad," but he's like taking it with a smile. It's like, yeah, you know, I'm teaching them the ropes. They learn something from me. It works both ways. It's a very healthy relationship. It feels inside the team T.
Yeah, I think my one thing for them as a team, luckily for us, we get to see all the teams kind of play right in front. They are the loudest. They have the most energy, and I think sometimes we've seen teams who do well don't have that energy. They're just methodical. They're cold. They're just, they're just playing the game perfectly. So being able to harness that energy and use it in the correct way, sometimes your next play might get a little bit too chaotic because you kind of, oh God, why am I TP? All this type of stuff. And maybe that could happen a little bit with Talon because they don't have that single figure who is like the pillar of the team. It's kind of like a very nice kind of friend group, right? And I think that might be, again, it's very kind of surface level stuff, but it could be one concern with how far they can truly go, just because they are so happy, excitable, and energetic, and that isn't really the meta nowadays for how teams kind of talk to each other in a game.
That's why you got your rock in the mid lane, the old guy, which is very untraditional. I feel like you usually see the older guy go to the support and the young guys take the core role. So I feel like this is a bit of a non-traditional approach by these guys. It's kind of cool.
I also like what he mentioned, that it's like it goes both ways. Like he's giving them something, but they're also giving stuff back to him. Dota is evolving like every week, every day. So if you're not taking it in from the 18-year-olds who are playing every day, talking to the other 16-year-old friends who also play 20 games a day, if you're not doing that, you're gonna fall flat somewhere. But it's good that they have a good recipe. I like it.
You can't be stubborn in Dota nowadays.
Yeah,
like, this isn't as simple as like if you're the captain, everything goes your way. Like this is not the way. Like everyone has to have an opinion. Everyone needs to be able to present an idea or philosophy to the game. And then the best teams in the world, they bring all the 5-6 ideas together and they go, no, this is our Dota. And it's just very good hearing that the team is already in that kind of like approach to the game. It isn't just, oh, we're going to play, Palaidao's game or Chuan's game. It's just, no, it's their game together.
Yeah, let's focus our attention on their opponents this morning. BetBoom didn't have the best day yesterday. They went 1-3. They were able to take a game off of Falcons in their opening series, but then after that, they kind of fell flat against G2IG. They also have a mix of young and experienced, with actually the only one who's the old guy is Toronto Tokyo at 26. Everybody else is like between 20 and 22. So excluding the coach, of course, don't count those. But a fairly young squad, and luckily for them, overall, I'd say Fogged fairly resilient. They do know how to come back after losses, because they've had to do that quite frequently.
Yeah, and they have, honestly, these guys have massive hero pools. I think they play literally everything under the sun, and I think we'll see them do... I feel like we'll see a lot of teams finding their own identities and doing their own drafts, but I feel like when I was looking at all the drafts yesterday, when I saw theirs, I was like, whoa, theirs looked very different from what kind of everybody else's approach was. They had like Shadow Demon Monkey King and stuff like that. And even Miero, I know Enigma's one of his favorite heroes and stuff like that, but the way that they're slotting it in, they're playing to their heroes rather than fully adapting to, I feel like, to everybody else, which is a bit interesting to me.
I feel like today they might do a small switch up. I think the Gyro Sniper, even though they did win, that's the one game they did win.
Is the one game.
Like, they were far behind in that game. And I'm not... Like, I feel like of course those drafts can work, but I think your draft should make it as easy as possible for you to win the game. Dota is like already so hard and complex that I feel like your heroes should work more nicely together. It is only day one, so maybe some switch-ups today.
Yeah, I can see them looking at teams like Falcons and Liquid and how they want to maybe kind of emulate their play, though, because when you look at these recent drafts, there's not this like natural point of, oh, if it gets to 50 minutes, you're already online. It looks like they're trying to go for like little pairings from the lanes that will break open the map. They're not afraid to make those TP moves at minute 8, minute 9, use that twin gate. What we see Falcons, what we see Liquid doing a lot. Teams like G2IG or Extreme or Talon, they don't make any of these moves to the same speed. And I think at least yesterday we saw BetBoom, they were trying to do what Falcons and Liquid do, but they were just slower. They were missing it by 10 seconds. They were gyro TPing into a twin gate when the guy had already died to then die as well. So it's like they're trying to be as high pace as others, but they're just kind of in that middle ground where they're not fast enough to do the good moves like we see Falcons and Liquid do, and they're not playing in the style of the other team. So they're kind of in this kind of like crossroads right now where they really want to lie. And I think day 2 is where we'll see them settle and kind of try and ride out the rest of the group.
But where will they settle? Will they continue to emulate, and with the risk that they will fall short, or you hope that they find their own style in it?
I think I just want them to clean up what they were doing on day 1 and continue down the Falcons and Liquid route, because I think that's probably the trajectory of Birmingham and the meta that we'll see. Also, OG has been doing it as well to great success against Extreme, so I think that's probably the path to what the meta will be at Birmingham, and I think BetBoom, they're on the right track. It just wasn't polished enough to actually win out some of these more important games yesterday.
What I will say, though, is that this team generally does better when you see smiles all around. This is definitely an emotional team, I will almost say, and they thrive on the banter and the fun, and they have some fun within the game as well, as our U.S. Air Force Wisdom Rune will show you. GPK is the player that during Elite League has the most the average highest amount of tips per game. And I think Kazu, coming that from the mid lane, there's a little bit of attitude that comes with that as well. I mean, is that, do you see this as a positive stat or a negative stat?
Everything with Dota is a balance. I think he's maybe tipped slightly above where he should be, but it comes from confidence and cockiness, which generally is a good thing. Maybe he has to find the balance a bit there, because I also don't think this is the only stat that they will top. If I remember like Nightfall from like 2 years ago, you can dig up a stat where he had like 8,000 pings in some pub game he played with me. Like the guy's a maniac. He has toned it down, so he's found the balance. So GPK, you're up next, bro.
The thing is that these tips, though, is it like, are we saying, are they ally tips, like enemy tips? Like, there's so much more meaning to this, where like, this could actually be like a wholesome thing. He's like, he's the most team-building player. He's like, you know what? I love you, Toronto, Tokyo. You play a great support. 2.29 tips per game just for him.
If there's anything I know about GPK and Nightfall, these guys are the most talkative players in pubs.
Yeah.
So
this guy's ally tipping is still halfway toxic. I'm telling you right now. He's like, haha, nice play, like to save when he like dives in and dies.
For the sake of the show, Kazu, I was trying to make him look nice a little bit. But I'm sorry. All right, they're pieces of shit. You want the?
I do think that these two, though, like, if the experiences that I've had in games with them and the games that I've watched in pubs, especially with them, these two are like the guys that control the game. They talk a lot and they tell you what to do, how to play around the map and stuff like that. So it probably does transition a bit into the real games, I'd imagine.
I would imagine so, and I also would imagine that it is important to not change your style too much from what you basically practice in your pubs, right? So
tip as well.
Yeah, just keep on tipping. Although that does mean that you can't use your tips too much in your pubs, because if you run out of pub tips, you run out of tips altogether.
I think they replenish in lobbies.
They replenish in lobbies like every time, or do they only replenish if you had some left to begin with?
Kazu, you're probably the last one that's been in a lobby.
I think they replenish every new series. Like if you play a scrim, every game is different. If you play a BO3, you might be using all your tips in game 1, if I'm not mistaken.
Post-game interview question. If Ted, we already know what to ask the players.
If he uses all his tips in a pub.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, good.
They're back.
Well, that's good.
Straight back on the menu.
Yep.
No, glad we got that sorted out.
Very important, of course.
Very important.
Very important
Let's, well, they're up against Talon. I don't think Talon will be triggered at all by tips, by the way. These are
they'll play with it.
Yeah, exactly. And I think they would actually be fueled by it. They come from SCA Dota 2 servers. That's
I want the adaptation where BetBoom tips a Talon player, and then I want every single person on Talon to tip that player as well. So then it's like, Toronto Tokyo tips WS, and then every single person's like, tip WS, and there's just a sea of tips on him. Yeah, I can see that.
I think these two teams, they might just have a lot of fun going up against each other that way. We'll see, though. Gameplay is right around the corner. As you can see in your bottom right, the timer has just ticked down. We are moments away from the draft, so I want to talk Dota 2 because we mentioned it yesterday already, or sorry, this morning already as well, Fogg. You said they played so many different heroes, so many different styles on BetBoom, and that I personally don't know what to expect for this upcoming series. What are you expecting to see here? What do you feel worked yesterday that definitely will show?
I think they'll probably take some information from yesterday that we're looking at. It's like this Zeus and stuff like that. Like these heroes are clearly at the top of the meter. So I think maybe we'll have some adaptation over picks because they can play all these heroes. But besides that, I think it's just what T was saying, is just clean things up a little bit, be a little bit faster with your movements, with your rotations, because usually they're pretty spot on with those. It's just been these last, we only have like one day, of course.
Yeah. Sure.
But
there were a lot of games, right?
Yeah.
For me, Gyrocopter. BetBoom, they've now done it twice so far, where they've tried to force Gyrocopter in the first phase. One game, it felt like they were on a timer, like, please, we want to get to the Gyrocopter timing, please don't win the game in 35 minutes, and then they win, right? And then the other game, they just lost. Sure, it was a very long game as well, but I think this Gyrocopter, it puts so much pressure on getting to the mid to late game, where the early, it just feels so awkward that maybe they put that to the side for now. Yeah. On the flip side, they could just keep going because they believe in the hero, but I think that hero just, it makes your game have to last so long for it to feel like a good hero.
I'm kind of with you. I would prefer if they would kind of sway away from this gyro. I feel like Nightfall works better on heroes that like can take over the game more, but in like a way where it's more like flowy. Like some phases Void morphling, like he has good farm, he can go to a fight with a Chrono, go back, but also you keep the scaling. Like you're saying with the Gyro, I feel like the hero's just more open and more volatile to just being completely countered in the draft.
Maybe, I mean, for them, not so much, but maybe it's because it can be flexed. I don't think I've seen them do it too much. They pretty much strictly play. I'm seeing the Razor ban already, too, so I'm just like, are they setting up for this pick already?
Yeah.
It's potential.
For sure. I think it's just nice when, at least, let's say when we look at Skidder, picking like a DK, going for the early blink, like there's carries that think forwards, and there's carries that always think backwards up until such a later point. And I think right now, the teams that I'm enjoying seeing more at Birmingham are the carries that have just flexibility in their playstyle that aren't just kind of scripted. Gyro's just a very scripted hero.
I think
Strong once he gets there. But
like, I think also the carries that Gyro does well in his lane, but what I saw a lot from Falcons when they have carries are the ones that do well in lane, but they can not only defend their tower, but also maybe move, like some Lifestealer, DK. When you take away this tempo from the enemy offlaner, like a lot of Dota is not just your tempo, but how much you can actually slow down the enemies. And I feel like that's what the best teams do better than anyone else. They don't just worry about what they will do, but how it directly affects like the enemy draft and the enemy heroes.
Yeah, like how do you react when there's 4 heroes in mid lane, right? At like minute 7. Like you just don't deal with that. And then if you TP incorrectly, now your kind of entire map state's just ruined, your overlapping farm. So that's why
a lot of time. Sorry.
No, please, it's important, yeah. They're already a minute deep and first pick Coddle.
Okay. That is different, as we said already, like completely different than what they did. Sure, they like the Coddle, but opening up with it, I think this is because it's a flex.
Yeah,
like, although we don't see it played pretty much on support ever,
but
Save plays it, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's kind of cool, and I think this hero, I think you've talked about it a ton, Kezu, is this potential shard has crazy benefits in a lot of games to power up, and them banning the Kunkka is the only reason that I'm thinking it's still likely a mid, but yeah, still flexible.
It definitely makes it more open. So, I mean, at least for them, I like it because the only time I see them play the Coddle support is when they have Storm for GPK mid. They're really good at this combo, so very high chance that Talon are either already preparing or that they will ban it out. Because, yeah, they're one of the better Coddle teams for sure.
I think as soon as you put the Coddle into the 4 position, you want to have an offlaner that has some type of spam or just enabling Coddle to pressure the carry. And then once you enter the mid game, your mid laner has to also utilize the chakra. Like some Pango, some Storm, some Leshrac, like any of these heroes that have a need for mana or just their cooldowns to be reduced. But if they keep that in mind, then I wouldn't be opposed for Coddle going into the 4-0. If they kind of ignore that, then yeah, slap it mid, you've already banned Kunkka. The reason why Kunkka is very good is because you have the X mark, you contain Keeper Light, don't allow him to just run away with high move speed. So yeah, it will be interesting to see where they flex it, but I kind of like the idea of 4 Coddle more.
Same.
At the moment, I know.
I don't know why I'm like already thinking like some like Coddle Slaughter just because I saw so much Slaughter yesterday, and I feel like it's one of the better, it's a really good pairing for offlane, which is not really the traditional pairings you see with the Chakra as much anymore. But I mean, that's jumping the gun by a massive amount, of course. Got to see his matchups and stuff. So
well, for now they're taking their time on these bans. They go for the Luna and the Sven. Does that tell us anything more about where they want to go with this?
Trying to think. Seems like perhaps more generic bans for like melee offlaners, which are generally the ones you want to go for with a Coddle, but doesn't really scream to me for a specific hero.
No, not just.
Miro is also fairly open. I think it's one of the nicer things that they did get from the roster swap, which of course now isn't as new anymore, where they swapped out Pure for Miro. Like he's just he can play kind of anything. If he has to take over the game, he can. If he has to take more of a backseat, he can do that too.
Now let's focus a little bit on Talon, because their Tiny is as open as can be as well, I feel. So it doesn't really tell us that much either. So I guess that's why BetBoom does have to go for maybe generic bans on their end as well.
Yep.
Talon also picked
arguably
anyway. Oh, they did ban Storm. Yeah, Talon did actually pick the worst hero of day 1. Again, day 1 stats are kind of a little bit, whimsical, but 10 games played, 30% win rate on Tiny.
Oy.
Yeah.
I still think the hero's very good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll give it another day.
Yeah, I'll give it day 2. We'll
another. It's comfort, it's flex, right? We still seen a lot of mid, especially like Noob. Sure, he's not here, but he plays it a ton in the mid lane. Repositioning is always going to be an element that I feel like is going to be strong in Dota. So,
I mean, you probably want to pick your 5 here if you're Talon. I don't know if there's like any, like you see one Coddle. I don't know if there's anything crazy that like screams at you. I think anything generic that is a good laner and gives follow-up damage into a potential Tiny combo later would be cool. But overall, heroes you would like to have against Coddle, whether he's a 4 or a mid, are heroes that can find him around the map. I don't mind this at all.
That's interesting.
The Rise of Oracle.
Yeah, he is getting popular.
Yeah.
So in Elite League, it was like picked 9 times. so which was not a lot, but it had an over 50% win rate, like 6%. So far in Birmingham in day 1, it's been picked, I think, 4 or 5 times. So it's already getting to be quite a popular position 5 pick so far in the tournament.
I honestly really like it for Kaddle just for the Dispel. Get rid of Solarbind and some Spirit Vessel if it's a mid lane, let's say, right? Like it's actually pretty massive, blocking the damage burst as well as just a W. I feel like that's actually a pretty amazing pick, so you maybe don't want to put that in a mid lane.
The quality of life change for Oracle where your edict doesn't stop the right click, right? It's not your W. It's like the fact that you don't get disarmed now. It's like, okay, it feels so good. You don't have to think about using it. Just throw it down. And another save position for here that he's been playing in his pubs. So Coddle mid, Mortar 4. Flexibility between both heroes is very high right now.
Very interesting.
Well, if the Coddle does go mid, because I fully agree, like, Oracle just kind of owns Coddle. Like
it ruins your whole game,
it's like if the plays aren't over in like 1 or 2 seconds, Oracle will always dispel, heal you through and whatnot. So if you're BetBoom and you're gonna put the Coddle mid, I need them to amplify and build on top of this Coddle. Like there need to be other heroes that go in and jump in, whether it's some offlane Lycan type hero or a carry that will join every fight, Weavers, Clockwork.
Some vision. I want
is nice.
Someone like I like the Lycan because like Wolf and I just wanted someone that gives you the Oracle, let you know where he is, so then you can actually do your stuff.
Yeah,
this is a strong lane. Clock Muerta, if that is the duo.
I mean, the clock pick keeps everything open now because the clock can enable Muerta carry, but if Muerta now suddenly has to go 4 and the Coddle goes mid, now it doesn't break your draft because this pick isn't forcing anything. And yeah, going back to your point about vision, super important, and you're going to have multiple ways to catch this Oracle, be it through the clock, and I think Coddle against Oracle, as long as you get an Orchid in your build, you can also threaten him as well. Like, utilize the vision, go for an Orchid build. If you find Oracle at the start of the fight, then yeah, you're pretty good. As long as your offlaner also enables you with that initiation. You can't just have Clock do everything in this game.
No, definitely not.
Talon are picking some really day 1 low win rate heroes. I think Mag never won a game yesterday either.
Yeah, Mag didn't look... I saw one OG game with Mag. It looked okay. And the other ones, I think it just didn't do anything.
Yeah.
But it's just overall, I would say pretty good. Having something that can get on the call and maybe bring him in later is nice. Also say team fighting with Oracle Mag is pretty cool together. Like you save someone, you can turn it around with an RP.
Repositioning versus Muerta is also nice. Muerta is pretty immobile. If you do get repositioned, it's usually pretty hard for your team to try to save. Last hero that is dominating, and I don't think anybody didn't expect that because the hero was dominating before, and he's got an Oracle, so that's pretty nice.
And there's the switch up with BetBoom.
There's the switch. Okay, cool.
So yeah. And now allowing the Morphling to play into Talon. So I think with Talon, but pre-Leshrac, I was a little bit worried about how they even play post-laning phase. Like, other than making some Oracle tiny move, there's not some natural, let's go kill in the enemy jungle, let's go make these big moves. It's just kind of farm. Leshrac can somewhat do that, but still nowadays it's like a Kaya or a Bloodstone, a BKB, like a lot of farm. And that's with BetBoom. They just go for like a Morphling. Now we'll scale more than you. We can get some Scardy time to deal with your healing. We'll be able to... we're not afraid of losing towers early on.
No. And they don't have any form of natural silence or anything. Yeah, they've got Disable, but this Morphling, he looks like he has a pretty good setup. And he doesn't know what his carry that he's playing against him yet, so we'll see what he'll be able to like morph into, but he doesn't even need to because he's got a Magnus, so he can turn into Magnus, empower himself, and it's pretty ridiculous how much it actually
really like both these picks from both teams. I think Lesh is very good against the BetBoom draft so far. Like Coddle needs he takes a lot of time to deal damage. You also have a Oracle with you who's gonna protect you, so that's good. I would also say Morphling, you guys touch on a pretty free game. If you're scared of getting RP'd, you can build the shard, you're still gonna be fine. I would say if you're BetBoom, you probably need to ban a hero like maybe Faceless Void, unless you think you can abuse the lane like giga hard against Oracle Void.
Doesn't BetBoom need to ban like anti-mage here? Like if Talon gets some like last pick anti-mage,
that looks pretty good.
Yeah. I think they need to think ahead about, okay, what do we want, and then I guess ban accordingly. There is definitely going to be a few heroes that are going to be scary for them.
It's a pick your poison situation in that case.
Enigma.
Enigma's the last one that gets removed. And we are still looking for an offlaner for BetBoom, right? I guess we don't really know. We could also just be looking for...
I think offlane makes the most sense.
Offlane makes the most sense. Yeah.
As much as there's some nice counters to Coddle, I think, or mid Coddle, I like the idea of just throwing it mid, set the pace. You go to a clock lane, you get a kill. You go to a Muerta lane, there's going to be kills. Even if there's Dispel to Solarbind, the items that you have will be super annoying. And, okay, they ban out a Monkey King.
Interesting.
I feel like it's not perfect, but something tells me that I know the hero died off a little bit. Okay, I would not have mentioned Lycan.
You did earlier.
I did earlier.
It's another scout mechanic versus Oracle, and I mean, Oracle absolutely hates playing versus.
Yeah, I like the idea of how they're building their draft. I feel like this is how you can make first pick HODL work in most situations, is that you build tempo on top of it. Think Morph Clock, they should do well top. Toronto Tokyo can go through the gate, go bottom, you all collapse on this Lycan lane. HODL can come early as well. So, and also I feel like most of the heroes that Talon do want here are probably slower melee carries. So Lycan makes those a little annoyed already by just seeing his face here.
In Talon, they need their carries to be able to contribute to early fights. Because Magnus naturally wants to kind of farm a couple items. He can help out, but he's kind of control. Leshrac does some damage, but he also wants some items. And if you're carry, sure, if he wants to scale too much, there's going to be such a discrepancy in how they can bring numbers early on compared to BetBoom, one Helmet Dom timing or Overlord, Manta or Morphling, kinda, like they're going to keep fighting you. They're going to keep running at you. So I think this Talon carry pick is a little bit scary.
Is it just Slark? I'm like trying to think of the options that are really left, but
You need to lane into a Lycan to delay his timings, but also
be a good
game.
matchup versus Morphling.
Yep.
Maybe it's not Slark. I don't know.
Well, they got still half a minute left, so they have some time to think about this one.
Because AM no longer looks nearly as good because this Lycan is just going to eat you, but...
I feel like AM Void are too greedy. I'm looking for this melee hero that lanes fine into Lycan and then just gives you like a little bit of oomph in the mid game. It doesn't have to be crazy.
We said,
Meepo! That one I would never have guessed that.
Now, the real guess is, does he have the chicken set?
He better. No, yeah, if he doesn't, then we can pause.
Why did they pick it?
Buy it.
Oh, wow, that is interesting. Meepo sometimes can be a little weird versus the Muerta. That's what I've seen. The silences can be pretty obnoxious for the hero, but...
You got Blinding Light, you've got the Cogs of Clockwork, you've got the silence from the Muerta. Like, there's a lot of like repositioning from Morphling. It's a very nice pick in regards to Talon being able to set some pace, right? Like, once these early items come into play, they'll be able to dictate a little bit, but I'm just worried that the lanes from BetBoom are very punchy. Like, Clockwork can secure a lot of lanes, Muerta can secure a lot of lanes.
Yeah.
Does Lycan really die in this lane as well? Like, does he not just naturally just get his way to Helm of Dawn?
Yeah. I think they both just freeform. I kind of like the Talon's draft on picture, like just by seeing it, but the problem is when I see BetBoom, I think if they lane normally, like just okay, they don't even have to do some world-class stuff, and then they rotate together where Clock goes bottom and they break open the game, like opening the bottom tower minute 7, 8, and playing through the Coddle and the early tempo, I'm not sure if Talon can actually fight back around like the 15, 16 minute mark. So I'm scared for Talon in this first game.
I just like that both drafts have that ability that at 20 minutes, if they've played just slightly better than their opponent, they can just take over the entire game and break the map, right? Well, you've got some Meepo who can destroy stuff, you've got Lycan who can destroy, like, it's really on the laning phase and who can just like get that little bit of advantage compared to other drafts where you're like, oh, this team has to win by 20 and this team has to win by 4. Like, this is just going to be who can accelerate their game to be online the quickest.
And how much can you enable this Lash, I think, because he's going to be the driving force to allow Meepo to have a game. You have Oracle to do it also. I think it's all going to be about positioning to keep this Lash buffed up, get a good early start. Otherwise, I think things could be quite weird and map could shrink very quickly versus Lycan.
We did say in regards to Chuan that he is the driving force and that is his comfortable position. So with that in mind, we're describing their ideal game plan, right? Meepo and Muerta, by the way, are both first-timers. Just in case anybody was wondering, no, we did not see those before here in Birmingham, so it will be the debut of them. And I'm really excited to see how this is going to play out, and I'm sure our commentary duo is as well. Let's head over to Gareth and Lacoste.
Thank you, Shiva. Yeah, I love it when at the end of the draft you see the players have the happy claps. Yes, we're going to play Meepo. Yes, I've got a fun hero to come into this one. And T there saying potential for both sides to have map-breaking moments where Meepo, Lycan, and Lesh can get out there, push towers, and cause problems for their opponents. What's your read, Lacoste, on these two drafts?
I'm heavily disappointed in Meepo for not having the chicken set. I thought that was going to be the only reason why they picked the hero. This one looks okay, but it's not the Bok one. So, yeah, looking at both of these drafts, definitely didn't expect Meepo. I think their draft looked really good on Talon before Meepo pick. I think they had a couple of different options they could have gone with, but it is what it is. We are now playing with Meepo. Mega Meepo has been nerfed in the C patch. Diggs The max HP restore has been reduced from 35% to 25%, and Mega Meepo stats gain also from other Meepos from 50% to 40%. So not as strong as it was before. One of the reasons why we don't see the hero as much. Also, the big one is the disperser change, but I think they wanted to have a hero that can punch back early on. I haven't seen this lane. It's going to be a lot of root against Lycan. One of the reasons why they banned out Monkey King, some of these like bad matchups in the lane. It's Miero's classic hero, but I'm leaning towards BetBoom. I think their minute 20, 25 is going to be super strong because Keeper of the Light from the mid lane comes online super fast with the Spirit Vessel Boots of Travel build. You can TP on your summoned units from Lycan, so that's going to be good, having a little bit of global presence. Clockwork with the hook shot. He's going to be their only stun, basically. Nice. So he needs to be active. Like, he needs to be setting things up for his own team.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it previously. I think Whitemon, a good example of those kind of moves, right, where a Clockwork on his own can start and dominate a team fight with the perfect move and opening. We'll keep our eyes out on Toronto Tokyo for that one, for sure. Yeah, definitely an interesting one. Meepo, like you say, has been nerfed a bit. No longer able to be picked in the middle of the draft, as we saw, Gaming Gladiators grab it for ace quite often back in the day. Now he's back where he belongs in that last pick, almost gotcha situation in the draft. We'll find out if it is a gotcha pick here, if they can pull out some nifty little plays as Talon, as we get ourselves properly into game one of this best of two. Start out with Chuen versus GPK, Lesh against Kotl. We were expecting, when we saw that Kotl pick, to get a Zeus or a Sniper or something, because that farm trading has been very popular.
Yeah.
Opting to go for the Tiny first here to give them maybe that mid-game, catch and turnaround potential. But does this mean GPK is going to have a good time, Lesh have a bad time? What's the deal?
They have two really good heroes to get on top of GPK. You have Tiny, you have Magnus. Both of these heroes love to pick up early Blink Dagger, and then if you reposition Kotl, he's going to be a lot of damage. He's going to be the sustain as well with those heals coming out. So, yeah, I expect some of the early rotation to come out and try to kill Keeper of the Light, especially the one coming out from Tiny. 5-6 minutes into the game, we see these like 6, sometimes 7 heroes in the mid lane with TP rotations coming from the offlaners. So we could potentially see, he was the one guy who got the most tips so far in the tournament, and this is the guy you want to tilt.
Does he deserve it? Kezu's saying he's getting it more than average, more than maybe he deserves.
It's just the way GPK is. Like everybody knows his weakness. Try to tilt him as early as possible. But this guy has become so much better in terms of just like he's one of the best mid laners in the world. Jokam.
Oh, the toss back into Skewer, into Creep Wave. A lot of damage onto Toronto Tokyo. WS and Jokam probably just have this one. Great play. Really showing off the duo of displacement tools in that top
lane. Tier 1
lane.
tower to your own Tier 1 tower, or the other way around.
Great.
Like, this is only level 1 with the abilities that they have. Level 1 Skewer, level 1 Toss. I don't know if he was expecting that. Tiny usually don't pick up Toss. He doesn't pick up Toss at level 2, but yeah.
1-0-1 build usually, yeah.
I think it's better here. I mean, just not because you want to displace him as much, but you also want to toss away Clockwork, so battery assault will be negated. So good start for Talon.
Yeah, I mean, toss people out of cogs, skewering the Morphling under tower now as well. I mean, Jokam and WS, have they got this under tower with the damage on Nightfall? The clicks are coming. He's going to TP with the strength morph up. Now, this situation, right, we were talking before the game started about this kind of classic lane matchup nowadays, Morphling against Magnus, where you get a few levels up and Morphling just 1v1s and wins the lane. So these moves are really important for Talon.
Absolutely. I don't think he lost too much because 2 waves are pushing in, so maybe lost one of the CS. If they can kill him, that could be pretty big. So he would not be able to have a TP, but Nightfall, it's Morphling. It's always looking like he's gonna die, but the hero never dies, as we said multiple times. The only time Morphling dies is when he decides to die, pretty much.
It's his choice. No other way around it. I mean, Shiva was saying, BetBoom, maybe a kind of emotional team, you're talking about GPK maybe getting tilted. Is this something here where Nightfall's getting tossed around, his lane isn't perfect? Is that going to get under his skin a bit?
No, they have 4 heroes that they can buy time with. I think Nightfall's going to have a pretty free reign in terms of like farming between 10 and 15 minutes. They have 4 heroes to keep them busy with.
Everyone else goes and makes action happen.
Pretty much. A little limited on stuns, as we said. but you can pick up Centaur with Lycan. So that's going to solve some of the issues.
Right now, yeah, I'm assuming Lycan going to go for the Helm of the Overlord build.
Yeah, that's just classic. Miro loves to play these heroes, these zoo heroes.
Oh, here we go again. Oh, yeah. Toss back into Skewer. Shockwave damage with a blood grenade on him. They get the kill this time. Nightfall down, and top lane, I mean, decisively won by Talon with these real slick moves.
Ooh, Nightfall boarding Tiny Airlines 2 times in a row, with Magnus being a co-pilot.
Not sure the destination was where he wanted to go. Landing under that Radiant Tier 1. And he'll get back to lane. Looks like his courier was sat there waiting to deliver items as well. But yeah, great start for the Magnus and the Tiny up here, getting involved in some kills, even though the CS looks a little lacking on the Magnus. Mitigating the losses there with the kills and the aggression that they're bringing into that top lane. And of course here, as we said, Kotl in this mid lane loves to push out the wave, then come back to stack and farm some of these camps. So Jokam just going to come here, place an Observer Ward, get rid of a bit of vision, and maybe block the camps at the same time.
GPK knows there is Observer Ward, but he's putting the pressure. You can see both supports playing around the mid lane. We said 5-6 minute mark. They are playing with the Catapult Edict. Only 1 point in it.
He got the courier as well, eh?
All right, Toronto Tokyo needs to get there. Use Rocket to scout things out. A bit of a different build from Leshrac from what we see. Like usually you want to max out that Edict so you have ability to kill the towers quickly. With those 2 rotations with the Catapult, maybe they could put slightly more pressure, but he's opted to go for more like harassment build, which is not that great against Keeper of the Light anyway, because you might get 1 potential kill, because he's also does have a point in stun, so definitely wanted to go for it. Toronto Tokyo now lurking around the mid lane.
Trying to get on top of this Tren Lesh. And Jokam is here, might be able to help out. Currently, Tren stuck in the cogs. They'll toss the Kotl back into him. Tren dead. Akachi joining in, though, as Save arrives into this mid lane. Throws down the calling. Meepo, quite tanky and resilient, going to get himself away, and so will the Tiny with that swift TP home. And BetBoom this time bringing the aggression mid with their supports.
Talon wanted to do the same move. We saw BetBoom yesterday lacking. Oh, good. Nice. Dead shot coming out from Save.
With that Illuminate, just how much damage Kotl can do just 6.5 minutes in, blasting through the Oracle from like 80% down to 10.
You need 1 spell to set things up for Kotl. If he doesn't have Solar Bind available, ooh, this is a big move. Miro, he can't really get out of this one.
Meepo with the body blocks there as well. So he was rooted, stunned, killed off with the magic damage. Leshrac leaving that mid lane just to get a bit of a move down bottom. Currently pretty dead even, no net worth lead to speak of, no real kill lead either. Everyone trading blows, trading farm. Save. Oh!
He denied
it. Oh man. The plays in this game already, man, with the toss back to the skewers, the tree toss to kill couriers, the denial of the wisdom runes. Goodness gracious me. What happened to the other one? Ah, WS got it.
Ooh, denying your own wisdom rune, that never feels good. Especially because you have Clockwork, you have Muerta. These heroes, they need level 6. And now we can see the power of Keeper of the Light pretty much can bring you down from 100 to 0. And now Panyo playing the mid lane. This is going to be the big one. Removing, dispelling all these abilities from Keeper of the Light, the Spirit Vessel, Solar Bind. He's going to be the big protection for Leshrac, so he can run in.
And then protection from the Illuminate with Fate's Edict as well, right?
Yeah.
And that Oracle pick was pretty good. It's nice to see him rising in popularity. You know, seeing Insania played a bunch. Obviously had XG grab it a couple of times as well. Jokam just going to walk it off as Toronto Tokyo forced to take the Arcane Rune there, right next to the Kotl. But this is that thing, right? We're talking about all this noise and action happening mid and bottom lane, and that's left Nightfall isolated up top, which is where he wants to be. Morbid Mask, plenty of stats, going to farm away up there, pretty much alone against the Magnus. You know, where WS is bottom of the last hits in terms of core heroes. Net worth-wise, same story. And Morphling, he's not that far ahead. 3,600 for Nightfall. I was expecting him to be a little bit further up the board there.
Yeah, he died 1 time. They also gave away 2 kills to Magnus. He got that first blood money. So going straight into Blink Dagger after finishing off his double Wraith Band, going into Power Treads. So sometimes we see Echo Saber if they feel like they need to farm slightly more, and then they buy these team fighty items. Miero, level 6. Helm available.
Good deep observer there, I think, from Save. Did spot 2 members of Talon coming in. Yeah, probably a good idea. That's the 3 of them actually arriving here. Ponyo, Chuen, and Akashi, all scouted by that obs right there. And of course, you've got the added vision from the Wolves. Kind of wondering if BetBoom want to match this, though. They've got 3 heroes bottom already, and yeah, here comes the TP from the Kotl. He's got Spirit Vessel just delivered, so perfect timing here for BetBoom to actually come and fight into the Meepo, push him back with a dead shot, illuminate, and then magic damage
onto both.
Burst him down pretty quickly. Now, Talon, what do? Just gotta run, right? This big bad wolf is hunting your Oracle. He's not level 6 yet. No false promise. Chuen gonna TP you home there, gets away from it. But you've lost your Meepo and your Oracle. BetBoom, the tempo picking up quickly here.
They need to bring numbers. They need to have Magnus, who is level 7, only saving a point for now. But yeah, Keeper of the Light, one of the reasons why this hero is so popular and mostly played from the mid lane, because he comes online so quickly, providing you with insane amount of damage, insane amount of heal. We've seen the Illuminate in the previous fight, dealing, what, 1600 damage, pretty much. And also, he naturally builds into Spirit Vessel, which is going to be great against the healing from Oracle if it doesn't get dispelled, Bloodstone from Leshrac, so yeah, counters already 2 heroes immediately. Chuen now farming the big stacks in the triangle, while Jokam, he's trying to get some farm, trying to get anything he can, get closer to his Blink Dagger.
Yeah, always vitally important for these position 4 Tinies. Get that little bit of lane time. Have a bit of safety to farm to your Blink. But now you've got that vacuum down in the bottom right-hand corner. Completely empty lane for Miero and Save to push into with the catapult wave. Albert going to help out Tank, and no real concerted effort from Talon to defend this. They're just going to let it fall.
It's so difficult to push against Keeper of the Light. This bottom tower will fall. BetBoom. Miero will finish it off, and it's very important that you have a good start on Lycan. We'll almost take over the top of the network, getting closer to GPK. Ultimate Orb, ever since we changed it, it's so costly. It's almost 3,000 gold to buy it.
It really is. So, I was talking about this earlier, we've seen it plenty. I don't know if something's changed, but Morphling against Magnus, when the supports move out, well, hang on a second, come back to it, because Toronto Tokyo's just gone in. Straight onto Ponyo to blow up the Oracle. Now Chuen, maybe in trouble, does have the backup of Akashi and WS arriving. Meepo is going to ensnare and poof back. As BetBoom will get Shockwave skewered, Clockwork dragged and RP'd. Very close to the Lesh here to get taken down. Quite a lot expended there to kill the Clockwork off, but trading position 5s. Jokam does get found in that jungle. GPK making the connection in there.
My god, what is this damage?
It's incredible. Tiny just disappearing. Dead shot. Killed off. GPK with another pickup as the Meepo trying to catch up to Save.
From 100 to 0.
Shockwave skewer back up to the high ground into the waiting arms of Chuen and Ponyo here to take him down.
That was such a beautiful executed combo from BetBoom. Killing Tiny from 100 to 0, double Illuminate, dead shot into Illuminate with the Spirit Vessel on top of him, reducing his magic resistance. Keeper of the Light is just an insane hero right now. We're still yet to see power of Meepo. He did die once. Akashi.
Top of the net worth. Closing in on 7k, so what was it? Diffusal Blade into, yeah, the Ags queued up now for him. But yeah, I wanted to come back to this Morphling. So time and time again, we saw Morphling against Magnus. The supports leave, and Morphling just spams Adaptive Strike over and over again. Magnus can't get last hits. So the kills and the pressure here on the Morphling has like forced Nightfall to jungle, and then...
Yeah, it allowed Magnus to get some extra farm, also having safety bubble, extra regeneration, but he's been stacking some for himself, farming the lane when it pushes to the tower. Sometimes the matchup can be really difficult for Mag.
Yeah. WS doing very well for himself. Now we've got level 6 on Ponyo, so Oracle has that false promise. Jokam closing in on that Blink Dagger. He's like halfway towards it. Would love another couple of good connections with like a smoke gank along with this Leshrac. You know, a couple of kills here would get him, inch him a little bit closer to it. And BetBoom looks like they're gonna come back and maybe stack up some Ancients, just build things up for Nightfall. Give him as much room as possible. They've already taken that, you know, bottom tier 1, bottom jungle, kind of dangerous for Talon to play into. So mid lane, the natural portion of the map for everyone to play into right now.
If Talon can get a skewer back on GPK, I think they win the fight.
They still Illuminate.
It's going to be most of their damage. They're
They have RP.
Setting things up for potential 2-3-man RP. And this shows that he does have a Blink Dagger, so they will play the fight slightly different.
Straight in. Toronto Tokyo sees the man, knows his target. Ponyo forced to false promise himself. And here comes the Wolf with the big black dragon charging to the back to cancel WS and his Blink Dagger. So no Blink initiation as they illuminate
again.
Blowing up the Tiny. Sliced down by Nightfall. And he'll waveform in to take out Ponyo as well.
If they're not the ones who are initiating the sustain, these heroes are not that easily killed on side of BetBoom. You have Lycan with 2,000 HP, 14 minutes, Helm of the Dominator, Helm of the Overlord, sorry. So Dragon is definitely not going to die and they can keep the distance. We talked about the importance of Toronto Tokyo having a good game because he's pretty much the only initiator and vision game that they have. So I feel like it's going to be a very difficult game for Ponyo to get anything done. Was forced to use ulti on himself. You're playing against Lycan, Clockwork, scouting tools. You have also Keeper of the Light who can like easily just blast you if you're not careful enough. So yeah, not an easy game by any means. Still yet to see things coming out from Meepo. Akashi continues to farm up. Mega Meepo just 600 gold away.
And that was the thing, right? I think it was T, definitely one of the panel members talking about this kind of 15 to 20 minute timing, right? Where BetBoom have their helm, they've got the pressure with the Kotl. Difficult to push into them as, you know, mid-tier 1 on the Dire side is pretty damn healthy still. Whereas, you know, BetBoom across the map, across the river getting stuff done. And it's just this Talon ability to maybe wait for a few more minutes to get into that Meepo and Leshrac timing for themselves and then feel a bit more comfortable.
They don't have the answer for this Ancient Black Dragon.
No. And it stopped the Magnus from doing anything in that last fight. Miera just put the Dragon on the Magnus. You're like, you can't blink, you can't do anything. You wanted to blink RP. And also just watching BetBoom's formation in that fight as well. Everyone was spread.
Yeah.
There wasn't even a chance for a 2-man RP, never mind a 3 or 4.
They need to find Kotl. He's doing way too much damage. Can we see the damage that have been dealt by heroes? I feel like GPK has more damage than whole Talon team combined.
You think it's that? Oh,
well, close.
Yeah, maybe not all combined, but yeah, not massively far away. WS going back to that Echo Saber now. Tiny 700 off the blink still. In an alternate universe, right? You think if that fight goes well for Talon, that is blink for Tiny. That's their next move, you know, the building blocks. They do start to get placed down.
They are even giving him Empower to try to farm up faster his Blink Dagger. And interesting build coming out from him, putting more points in toss, which I really like, because they understand that they need to reposition this Keeper of the Light. They need to kill him, otherwise they're going to lose the fight.
Nice ward coverage from BetBoom as well. Like Dire Ward in bottom jungle, they've got ward watching top rune spot, and they've just scanned the smoke from Talon. BetBoom know exactly what's going up, and yet again, it's just this Kotl effect where he's defended his mid tower for freaking 20 minutes. Radiant want desperately to kill that mid tower so they have access to the rest of the map. And BetBoom is sat there with 4 heroes, you know, twiddling their thumbs. Where are they? They're going to come and push or what?
Yeah, Kotl of the Light doing a very good job stopping those pushes.
Now maybe a wraparound. Well, hang on.
I don't think this is going to work.
WS, he's RP'd the Morphling, but he's got backup right here, right now. They take down Joker in the blink of an eye, and the Magnus in trouble as well, but the hookshot misses. Chwen is sliced down by the Lycan, and Ponyo in some serious trouble too. The Cogs will trap the Magnus on the left. WS focused down by Toronto Tokyo and Miero. Well, they get a double kill on him as Nightfall take down Ponyo's Oracle.
All right, lads, what the hell was that? I mean, he starts with an RP, then Rainbow TPs come through, but they're not fast enough. Like, you need to have some kind of a follow-up stun coming out from Leshrac, coming out from Tiny, and they're going to use this opportunity. They have Vlad's, because Helm of the Overlord is not built from Vlad's anymore, so Nightfall picking it up. They understand. I'm going to see that again. You can see on the minimap that there is not a single hero behind Magnus.
And all of BetBoom are right there. I guess Talon is not expecting BetBoom to be in that position in particular. Exactly where they were trying to make the jump, but they connect with Nightfall, they defend their carry, and a perfect turnaround from them after that. Yeah, attempted initiation, maybe a little desperate from WS to get things going. This game's starting to slip away from them. And you've been saying it, we've yet to see the real impact, the conversion of net worth into impact from the Meepo. And
there it is, Cursed. Well, that's the impact. Be almost the most farm hero in the game. Die, big profit.
High ground ward. protecting their own triangle. And just the warding here from BetBoom is just insane.
It's been on
right?
point.
That's great. And Trent, he's having some struggles too. Top 3 net worth, all red, 11k apiece. Distribution of net worth, beautifully. Aesthetic there from BetBoom. No, Akashi. No, you can't join the club up at the top there with 11,000. What are you doing?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Still waiting to see what Talon have up their sleeve. You know, they've got the tools. It's about execution. They've just not been able to connect with anything meaningful yet.
GPK finding perfect neutral items. Whispers of the Dread right now as a level 2 neutral item.
Did he need more magic damage?
He did not. He had Fairy's Trinket. That's also fine if you don't find anything better. But yeah, Whisper of the Dread. What an item for spellcasters.
Incredible.
AC completed 19 minutes.
What? And they're going in. Oh, first point of contact's the Magnus. He'll skewer the clock back in towards his team, but look at Nightfall arrive. 3-man RP, but where's the follow-through? The Splitter's stunned, but WS is dead, and it looks like BetBoom here. More than enough sustain and damage to get through this team fight easily. Akashi's being hunted and hounded by the Wolf, and that looks like it might be it, honestly. 5-17. BetBoom cruising now, 20 minutes in. Panel was talking about this window, and BetBoom have absolutely crushed it.
Oh, they need to be the ones getting the first jump. They need to reposition them, otherwise they're not going to be winning the fights. When was the last time BetBoom lost the hero? When was the last time they lost the core hero in this game? Because GPK does have 0 deaths. There was 1 death from Yarrow, like 6-7 minutes into the game. Yeah. Nightfall died 5 minutes into the game, so...
13 minutes Akashi killed save. So that was 7-8 minutes ago? Something like that? Yeah, I mean, all the green dots on the graph is just like they killed an Observer Ward. Yeah, they killed a Courier. There's very few hero kills there, of course, with only 5 up on the board for Talon. Oh, now we've got Aghanim Scepter on a Clockwork as well.
21 minutes.
Hell yeah.
Aghanim's on your position 5. Nightfall will finish off the Kanda in 1k, so... Oracle's gonna have even a harder time. He got blown up in the previous fight, couldn't do anything. Might die to 1 adaptive strike.
Now, is this where we start talking about the Team Spirit effect? The tiny Magnus base defense, skewer back into Fountain?
Yeah, the only thing you need to have is heroes being alive on your side. So that's the problem. This is the problem that Talon has been facing in the last couple of fights.
Everybody just dies. Yeah, I mean, you can't have your Oracle or your Magnus as that first point of contact. If they are initiated on, the fight's over, pretty much.
Dota Tokyo is very selfless. He goes in. It's like hook shot. I'll try to set things up, try to disrupt them, cancel the Blink Dagger on Tiny and Magnus, and you guys clean up. Oracle just doesn't have the game. Like, he's playing into this overwhelming damage.
He's playing into a
easily
Lycan.
Bursted, playing into Lycan. So
very difficult.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
And even as the game goes on, you're looking at save. Very similar to Hoodwink in this scaling ability, right? Arcanes into Gleipnir. Already has the Rod of Atos and moving quickly into that Maelstrom.
BBD, he's dealing some serious damage.
Oh, yeah?
Vlad's AC Aura, Feral Impulse.
He's a large fella.
He really is. Speaking of large fella, we still haven't seen Mega Meepo being used.
That's true. I still feel like, Talon, they've got a couple of fights in them. They could pull out some magic like we saw in that laning stage, right? Tosses into skewers. They could definitely execute.
They don't have any tier 2 towers left, so yeah, Siege of the High Ground is not going to be as easy, but if they take a fight, if they win a fight near the base, that's 2 sides for BetBoom.
And Nightfall's becoming absolutely monstrous now at this point. Vlad's Manta, Aegis. I think his Kanda
is being delivered, yeah.
It got killed on the Courier, but it is being delivered now. And massive items for BetBoom all across the board. It's Toronto Tokyo. Does get taken down by the Twin Gate, down bottom by Chuen and Ponyo. A kill's a kill.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Not sure what else it gets them. Maybe a little bit of space on this map to play bottom lane. BetBoom have the Lycan in the vicinity, but the rest of them starting to swing into mid. And I know I've been harping on about this, but mid-tier 1's still alive, hey? And Dire mid-tier 1 still at, what, half HP? 40%?
GPK has been...
He's been playing Koppel.
Very annoying. Yeah. Pretty much, that's what Coddle does. Octarine core available, going into Yule Scepter next. They want to get out of trouble. Great against Meepo. Now switching things up, going for Hex. So still deciding what is necessary. Also, Nightfall picked up Shard of his own. Very interesting. He does not want to get bursted, does not want to get stunned by Magnus, and brought down from 100 to 0.
Yeah, makes sense. Well, Akashi doing the classic desperate move, farming this outer ring on the opposing side of the map. Just try and gather up what little farm is out there, the scraps at the bottom of the barrel. BetBoom, they are potentially looking for this killing blow. Smoke breaks, hookshot used right in on top of the Magnus. Perfect connection here, and the Oracle's right next to him. The two heroes that we were just talking about that cannot be initiated on are initiated upon. WS going to get skewered around by the Nightfall Magnus. Morphling back into normal mode, and Tier 3 in trouble. Oracle has buyback, Magnus does not. So a 5 versus 3 right now, and yeah, you just got to cut waves. Xuen and Akashi going to try and push out mid and top. Delay, delay, delay as much as possible, but you see how quickly the buildings fall. Miero and Nightfall just shred through them easily.
Yeah, exactly what we said. You lose 1-2 heroes, you're gonna lose 2 sides pretty much. Magnus is gone for 20 seconds, doesn't have buyback. This overwhelming damage from BetBoom. Vlad's AC, heals coming out. You have one more fight for Talon. Like, you need to get something done.
10 seconds for Magnus. I'm gonna wait for him. And BetBoom not overcommitting. Very deliberate with their move. Go top, take Tier 3 mid, back into triangle. I probably want to de-ward this area, because right now there's a Radiant Observer ward that sees BetBoom. That's as good a chance as you're going to get as Talon with a smoke gank. Nightfall is open. Blink RP, WS starts it off. He's shifting though, and his tanky Morphling is such a difficult bruiser to bring down. Hook shot forward, Toronto Tokyo going to defend his Morph for the Cogs to trap him inside. Illuminate comes across, and Talon, well, they're lacking damage. It looks like they might kill the Clockwork off. Still alive as 5 though, as BetBoom getting tossed around now. Miero sent back in towards them. Meepo unleashing the damage along with Xuen. 2 supports are gone. Talon getting the job done. Nightfall waveform into the TP, trying to shift to survive it. He gets away. Ponyo taken out by GPK, and Miero sprinting away from here.
That was a nice read. That Observer Ward caught the glimpse of them. Immediately, they get the smoke, RP onto Morphling, but with that shard, he's going to be able to shift, but still repositioning tools. That's why we always say there's always a potential comeback that can come out from these spells. Not too bad of a fight for Talon, but this time around, Miero will have another shapeshift available, and that's exactly what Talon needs. They need to get that jump. Like, they need to be the aggressor. They need to be able to lock onto a target and try to kill it. And this time around, also, there wasn't Leshrac on top of Morphling immediately, so next fight might be slightly different.
Yeah. Definitely not all doom and gloom for Talon, just mostly doom and gloom. 2 minutes till Roshan. Maybe another place to fight. Again, with displacement tools, with big team fight ultis, you want to be fighting in these choke points and using terrain to your advantage. A smoke will come out from Talon right now to set up for it. As we're currently looking at nighttime Rosh, 2.5 minutes until day. So top left corner is going to be a real big place to battle for both these teams. Hold the high ground, get some observer wards down. Guard the twin gates in the pit.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Bottom lane's being shoved pretty hard though. So I guess with Meepo, you've got an easier way to like shove out that bottom lane, get back into action, join your team. But Talon have always got to maintain the waves as BetBoom. They arrive into that top left corner. The jump onto Toronto Tokyo. Jokam with the stuns, but oh my god, the Tiny just disappears to an adaptive strike. Now Xwen's in trouble. Meepo is in, the Yule's up, and the Bloodstone going. Gives Xwen a bit of time here, but WS, the Magnus, is being focused. He's not able to get any real move. Has an RP, has to use it on Miero. Maybe now with the Meepo on the Lesh, they can turn around onto Miero. Lycan in trouble and snared and netted up. Toronto Tokyo cogs up onto WS, and Xwen misses the stun, but they've got the damage, plenty of it, to take down the Clockwork now. And Nightfall, oh, the Meepo, he digs underground. He's saving himself, buying with a time into Mega Meepo. Over the silence, you called it, the calling out of the Muerta. Takes down the Meepo, doesn't allow that final little fella to join his friends. And Talon on the run now. No Meepo for 40 seconds.
Oh, he's slowing them down with those rockets, but seems like they're not gonna chase. Another okay fight for Talon, showing that they're still not out, even though they do have a 15k gold deficit, and Roshan spawns immediately. Perfect timing for BetBoom. These heals from GPK have been owning the fights, prolonging the team fights.
Now it's Roshan for them.
Yeah. I don't know if they can deal with Aegis plus cheese, and we can see the healing done.
Morphling's a bit cheaty with the healing.
Yeah, Morphling, I don't know. That doesn't count, but yeah, you can see Keeper of the Light, 11,000, same amount as Oracle.
Meepo done 10k healing with his ransack, I guess. That's quite a lot. Keep himself all topped up. And now we're in a situation where we had, like you say, had a couple of good moves from Talon into wards, into Roche Pit. You know, prime positions for them to play into with their smokes. But now, when you're stuck in your base, you are fully relying on these blink skewer tossbacks into tier 4s and into Fountain.
Save, as you mentioned, he's going to start to scale. Having Nemesis Curse, finished off Gleipnir, and Dragonlance being delivered, so he's going to pack a punch. The calling can be very annoying for Meepo. These silences, Deadshot as well, keeping them inside. It's time to go. I don't know if they want to commit straight and just siege the high ground, because that could be a bit of a comeback from Talon, because we've seen that so many times. We've seen BetBoom struggling throughout the Elite League, having like this 20k gold lead, going for the last set of barracks multiple times throughout the tournament and failing to get the dubs. But this time, they don't have Terror Blade, so that's good.
Oh, yes. Well, it's like, you know, BetBoom playing against T-Spirit a lot, right? So they know that, and then they also know that they've had difficulties going high ground. Let's see what they get up to here. They are ahead with a pretty hefty lead.
Oh, Nightfall, look at what he's doing. Shifting everything to strength, then picking up the shield rune, so he gets more value out of it.
2,500 shield. Oh my goodness.
More shield than he has HP. Basically, you need to go through 10,000 HP on Morphling right now. They like the light. There's the toss back. Nightfall again.
Skewer into tier 4s. Into the ensnare, but he mantas and waveforms. Jokan with the avalanche, but
didn't even take off the shield rune. Now it's gone.
Step 1 of 100. Let's go. Even through backdoor protection here. Nightfall dismantling the buildings in the Radiant base. I mean, even in the previous fight, we saw that Kanda, how much damage it can do.
Nice play from Save, putting Calling right on top of him, just in case they try to go for the tossback. He is playing inside the Ghost.
Casper going to protect him from the nasty stuff.
Casper.
Chuen is going to try and frontline here for the rest of his squad. Get rid of these waves, get rid of the creeps. Don't let Lycan touch your buildings.
Who was the bad guy in Casper?
Who was the bad guy in Casper? I don't know.
Good question. Back to the game. Nightfall getting initiated on.
All the humans. Skewer back on Nightfall in towards the throne. He's going to waveform away, though. Very difficult to bring down as Jokan needs the false promise to stay alive, even. Now the building's the ones in trouble as Miero opens up. Takes down the tier 3. Akashi's Meepo just wants to kill off the Granite Golem, it looks like here. Try and stop this push, delay it as much as possible.
Back to full HP he goes.
Yeah.
Those Illuminates are doing so much. I don't think Keeper of the Light should have a level 10 talent with -2 seconds on Illuminate cooldown, then also having -3 seconds.
No level 10 talent at all.
No. Basically not 100 HP or 15 move speeds. Yeah. That's it. These are your talents.
+1 armor.
Plus Octarine, plus also the recent change to Chakra, where it's 25% more effective if you use it on yourself. This hero just blast. Like, look at what he's doing. Perma Illuminates coming out.
That shouldn't be allowed, should it?
Scanning.
A bit of illegal gameplay there from Keeper of the Light. Akashi with another Tormentor, so we've got WS Shard. Into Mega Meepo to get back to Fountain. Yeah, this is one of the toughest spots to be in a Dota 2 game. Stuck in your base, a couple of lanes of barracks down, and you know that the opponent's holding this Aegis. And a good spot to shove back onto high ground again. Is Aegis expiring soon?
Minute. Less than a minute now.
Still time. And that could be something, right? We've seen recently a fair few moments where Aegis is expiring. Nightfall had one of those moments. We interviewed him during Elite League. got to watch out for that timing, because with Toss and Skewer plays, that 20-second timer could be misleading, and he's right back into the fountain, dead, but that's the first life only.
RP available.
Aegis down, RP oh, you're right. Can they get him into the fountain with it? The damage from it. WS sets it up to kill off Nightfall. They've got the takedown on the Morphling.
Here we go again.
Gorgeous stuff. Nightfall gets blasted, and the barracks is still standing. Miero getting skewered around, forced to BKB. Leshrac just running into the middle of them. He's got the soul bind on him, though, so slow to a crawl. Meepo trying to ensnare them in the back lines, catching up the save. Leshrac and Magnus struggling to get into the fight properly because the dragon is on them, but Akashi has got the save Muerta down.
They need to rethink how they're gonna approach this high ground defense. We've seen it so many times during the Elite League. You mentioned the interview we had with Nightfall. He was complaining about, you know, sieging the high ground, the comeback mechanics as well, because it becomes so difficult. If you can't finish off these barracks, you're in a real trouble.
Yeah, we asked him if he ever played during the Sniper Troll Spin to Win 6.83 rubber band patch, and he said, wasn't that 10 years ago? It made us feel real young. Yeah, I mean, you've got to stroke your chin and really just do a think. Have a ponder. Ponder into the orb of options here and try and figure out what the hell you're going to do to push high ground against the Magnus Tiny.
That was nicely executed from WS. First the skewer, and then RP straight into Fountain, turned around to get it. Cornucopia, Ring of Tarask, Tiara of Selamene, which means Refresher Orb finished on Magnus.
And if you haven't played Dota in a couple of years...
You're like, what the hell is he talking about? What are these items? Cornucopia?
Tiara of who?
Raise the Moon of Selamene. Let's see if they go for the high ground one more time. BKB was available for Nightfall. He didn't even get the chance to click it in the previous fight.
Let's see if they can get themselves back into that position again. Plenty of wards here from BetBoom. Just trying to scout out where Talon are, but we know Talon are in their base.
How many bounty runes is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
No one's been there in 10 minutes.
100 gold each. 5 bounties.
That's
double.
Wild. Yeah,
double the amount.
You're stuck in your base, aren't you? You're not getting out there to do anything.
I think BetBoom will wait for next Roche. I don't think they should try to force a fight. It could spawn in 35 seconds if it's the fast spawn.
So you can't even like soft push with your Lycan stuff?
I don't think you want to do that. I don't think you want to commit. Like if you show one hero, there's going to be a toss back, there's going to be a skewer.
Now we get into the situation where Talon are wishing they had more smokes in the shop. They've probably run out of them at this point. Might have like one left, but they're going to need it for that real decisive moment where they have to come out of their base to meet BetBoom at the Roche pit.
It's so difficult. I think they could potentially try to commit with overclocking from Clockwork, sending out these 3 rockets constantly. He's also going for Octarine Core to lower the cooldown and keep spamming that. So, what is that? What is it?
Timeless Relic on
Timeless Relic on Coddle, of course.
Yeah.
Because why not? Going into Dagon 5 next, after finishing off Hex. GPK having a perfect game. 6-0 and 15 on this Coddle, farming. What's his GPM right now? What's his GPK?
Gold per
kill.
Kilogram, gold per kill. Large. Oh, it's not that large. 584, 734 on the Morphling. Not too bad. Well, a 2-minute Roche spawn. Like, if it's a fast spawn, is that better for BetBoom and a long spawn's better for Talon? Or like, it just doesn't matter for Talon? It's a bit annoying for BetBoom and it's longer?
Let's see. So, minute and 30 seconds. It's going to start on Dire. If they don't kill it straight away, we'll go to Radiant.
Well, Nullifier for Lycan. That's a big one. We've seen Leshrac kind of get into the meat of the fight, pop Bloodstone, all his spells, and Yule's up. Now won't have that opportunity to keep himself safe. Dagon's being delivered on GPK, already at level 3. Satanic for the Morphling, Octarine, Clockwork, everything's arriving at the same time. In Dire Ancients, there's a Blades of Attack on the floor, and I don't know who that belongs to, but someone needs to come pick up their man.
Interesting.
Sorry, Ancients, not Ancient. Dire Ancients, below the Watcher. Yeah, there it is.
There it is. They're too farmed. They're stacking blades of the attack. Once they pick up
to the
5
Watcher,
blades, they will attack.
It's an offering to the gods. Just go to the Watcher Shrine, place a Blades of Attack there. Yes, give us the global damage aura buff. And Rocket Flare is giving all that vision into Radiant Base. Oh, that's where Talon are. Hiding on their high ground. At some point, they're going to have to come out. 2% win probability with Talon.
So you're telling me there is a chance.
Look at that.
Go out, guys, like he knows. He experienced that way too many times during the Elite League. If you don't know what we're talking about, check some of their games when he was playing Terrorblade and the Life Stealer.
Oh my goodness.
Having PTSD from those games.
Yeah. Goodness gracious me. Got some tearful riders for Talon coming out. Mindbreaker, Meepo. Oh yeah, I don't know. Like this is getting weird now. You have BetBoom. They are not crossing the river. They are afraid of pushing high ground.
Oh, BetBoom, they have
Incredible.
too many enemies. Tormentor, they're kind of arch nemesis. Then you have rules that you need to follow. Then you also have
high ground.
They have high ground. These guys can't catch a break.
Was it Kezu saying Dota is already such a complex game, you want to keep your draft as simple as possible, and it's even more complex for BetBoom with all these problems they've got.
All right, guys, let's go.
Me.
Let's go. Kill this Roshan.
Right.
Maybe the reason why they couldn't finish is they did not have Roshan's banner. Roshan has been killed 2 times on Dire's side.
That's the difference maker right there.
Dire are scared.
So any big item updates here? Magnus Refresher Orb. Talon. BKB on Meepo. Maybe they can find an edge in the next fight, but it's going to have to happen on their doorstep. Roshan grabbed Aegis for Nightfall there. BetBoom taken and immediately smoke up.
Ooh, Refresher for Muerta, that's big. Double Gleipnir, double BKB, and most importantly, double Pierce the Evil. Pierce the Veil, never mind. I'm dyslexic, Gary. I'm actually dyslexic. If life gives you melons, you're probably dyslexic. Let's check if they're going to be able to finish off these barracks.
They've got to. They've got to, surely. Let's see what Talon can do.
Rockets are coming.
Smoke up from 4 members of Talon. Again, Chuan is going to hold that front line with a split earth spam. And it's all down to WS, it feels like. Rocket Flares cancelling Blink, which is kind of annoying. Going to piss off the Magnus.
Around. Oh, he knows. He did hit Tiny with it, and now hit Magnus. This constant spam.
Jump. Miero. Avalanche and tossed. Hookshots there. Oh, the RP straight in onto this Lycan, but he's BKB'd up and Miero's running away. The second RP is going to catch him. They kill the Lycan.
They still managed to kill him, but the static cap making those stuns not last long enough. Morphic is in.
BetBoom, they move straight in. Meepo into Mega Meepo mode. Nightfall is BKB up, trying to get onto this high ground and do what he can. The skewer back on Muerta to the left-hand side, moving her across.
Refresher.
Refreshes up with the BKB, turns and fights, tons of damage in onto the ledge. Buybacks galore out of Talon now, though. 5 back alive to come in and fight as the Meepo in the back line finds GPK. Nightfall, though, he's got the damage onto Akashi. The BKB protects him, and Joe Camp with the body block. They're killing the Meepo out, and they've got the kills on BetBoom. Okay, Morphling dead and might be in trouble still. Caught up in the stuns and snared, rooted, caught up in all the disables, and Nightfall's dead. Oh my god!
I think the tips are gonna come out now from Talon. What a base defense. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 buybacks coming out from them.
Did they kill buildings? The barracks?
They did not. Barracks are still there.
What?
Fighting inside this Leshrac stun, they did one hell of a job getting the initiation. Like, their Blink Daggers got cancelled so many times by these stupid little rockets, and they still find an initiation. Finally, 43 minutes into the game, WS will finish off the Tier 1 tower mid.
Oh, finally. Yes, they can access the northern jungle.
You know what would be a good... That would be a good time to use the old chat from Talon. Go out, guys.
Oh my dear lord. Alright, BetBoom. The tables have turned a little bit now.
They did. Let's see, we have a game. Like, the gold even increased after killing previous Roshan to almost 30,000, and we can see the heat map. Okay, who was that brave guy across the river?
Meepo clones. That's WS. That is WS's heat map.
Okay, so he was there a couple of times. I think that was right now where he crossed the river, got a couple of camps, and now he's going back. He was sitting inside the base, looking for that big opening.
Is that like wind in your sails now? As Talon, you're thinking this is winnable? Has the probability shifted at all? Oh, we're up to 7% now.
7%.
Plus
Those
5.
are big numbers.
Getting close to double digits. I mean, the net worth lead hasn't really moved that much, has it? It's like been 20k for quite some time. Okay, breathing room. Everybody just... for both teams. Oh, right, yes. That's a big disconnect.
Oof. I'm just thinking, like, no buybacks available except for Meepo. So go in one more. I don't think you're going to lose the game if you go and try to get megas. But if you commit on some of these heroes, there are 4 heroes on Talon who don't have buyback. I don't think you should be waiting for the next Roche.
Just apply that pressure.
You also don't have any buybacks. I assume Nightfall will have one. He's 400 gold short. Keeper of the Light needs 1,500 gold, so that's going to be difficult. Same goes for Lycan. Muerta is pretty much the only hero at the moment who does have buyback for BetBoom, but Nightfall should be able to farm it.
And if there's another, 5 bounty runes somewhere, just go and grab them again. Goodness gracious me. Yeah, I think you're right. Just go in, try and force something. You're going to have to, break through glyph or force the glyph and then go for buildings. Yeah, with no buybacks on Talon outside that Meepo. I mean, BetBoom. Come and poke the bear. Force Talon to fight in these awkward spots.
What awkward spots? They didn't leave the base for the last 25 minutes.
Just a conceptually awkward spot where they have no buybacks. I mean, maybe even one of these moves where, they kind of push in all the lanes and they smoke into mid or top. Don't just play into bottom lane. Play into one of the other lanes that are a little more open. And again, that was also a Talon smoke, right? And I feel like we're in another situation here where smokes are such a commodity that we've probably run out of them again on Talon. Yeah, I don't believe I see any on the Radiant heroes. So they won't have that exact opportunity of being able to wrap around and find the immediate catch on people.
Toronto, Tokyo. He's spamming out those rockets every single time. It's off cooldown and also playing with Chakra Magic. So reducing the cooldown of overclocking.
And he's got a Timeless Relic as well. I was just wondering, if you have spell lifesteal as clockwork, can you... Like, if they're smoked and you throw your rocket and you spell lifesteal off it, you can know that there's someone there, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So you could be hunting and scouting for them. Just buy a...
Buy some Kaya Sanj right now.
Just buy a bit of spell lifesteal, just buy a
He's super farmed. He's the real carry. We've seen Toronto, Tokyo playing carry in the Elite League. Jungle Luna. This team is too fun to watch, especially when they're eliminated. They have nothing to play for. They're memeing a lot.
Oh, interesting.
It's go time.
Board. Just a little slice of pie vision there. That's all you need is WS. That little bit of vision. Spot people out. Here comes a smoke move from BetBoom. They've pushed top and mid and playing into bottom. Talon will know where the clockwork is, though, seeing the rocket flares fly from that bottom lane. Jokam and Tran again, kind of frontlining here with the splitter spam. The wolves slowly chipping away at the buildings. Shapeshifting, though, now, Miero. Looking to maybe get a bit more involved with his dragon up on the front.
It's so annoying to push high ground against Leshrac. He's going to have 2 of those, and it's getting bigger and bigger. Another stun. Rockets against Split Earth.
Illuminate. There's just non-stop stuff on the screen flying everywhere. Just salvos of rockets and missiles being launched all over the place.
Wait for the next Roche, BetBoom. Seems like that's going to be the plan.
I mean, who would win in a fight? Horses and rockets or earthquakes?
Well, Earthquake eventually, right?
Yeah. Well, the rockets fly.
But they can't fly endlessly. So eventually they need to come down. Horses are not doing much against the Earthquake anyway.
No, they just fall
So, yeah.
into the lava.
Earthquake 1, Horses and Rockets 0.
It's defended the base so far,
Even if
hasn't
they
it?
played like best of 5, they would still lose. 3-0.
3-0. Not a chance. Is it one of those rock, paper, scissors, you know, Pokemon counter kind of things? Rockets beat horses. Earthquakes beat horses. Horses beat rockets. Or what is it?
Come on, BetBoom, do something.
Go finish the base. Go kill some buildings.
This game looked pretty over. 25 minutes ago,
Legit.
it was like, okay, all they need to do is go for the one push. But BetBoom, they have been struggling, and now it's time to kill off Tormy for the money. They've been holding these shards for quite some time now. They invested pretty early on.
Yeah, the Torment are on their side of the map, nonetheless. Morphling trying to get into a Swift Blink. Trying to Tokyo Miero, well, soaking up the Ancients, trying to farm on the Radiant side of the map, so they're not all stuck on Dire. And Talon, bunkered down in their base, just clearing out creep wave after creep wave, hoping for the best. And looking for that one team fight, right? This is the thing, because you are always on call. You are on guard as Talon, just like ready and waiting. You know, the adrenaline is pumping in your brain right now. Like, okay, we have to be ready at the a moment's notice. Drop of a hat, we've got to go. BetBoom, kind of chill. Just sit back and relax.
Can we switch to Fog of War?
Wait for next Roche.
From BetBoom, because these rockets are destroying them. They're showing the whole base pretty much. Every single time overclocking is off cooldown, he's playing with Keeper of the Light, Chakra Magic, and then scouting pretty much the whole base. It's very difficult to hide.
There's no hiding from these boys. Well, we've got into next Roshan, right? Because the previous Roshan was the game-ending Roshan, and now this is the real game-ending Roshan. 45 seconds to go. What was that? Is it daytime, nighttime?
It's going to be... Oh. Unhealable damage.
Hell yeah. Little wolvies.
Level 25 on Keeper of the Light. Plus 200 Illuminate damage. Oh, that's going to hurt. 700 max.
Holy moly. So Roshan's going to start nighttime and then like immediately move to daytime? Yeah. Now Lashrak looking at a late BKB into Overwhelming Blink. We're honestly getting back to a situation where Talon have buybacks again, right?
They will, yeah. Will reset in 15-20 seconds. Roshan going through the gates. Having Roshan's banner now, very important compared to Aghanim's Scepter upgrade.
Oh, Roshan's banner, how we love you. Here we go. Last smoke.
Has anyone said anything positive about this item without being sarcastic?
No, I don't think so. It's well designed aesthetically. It looks nice when you place it down. It's a good looking, you know, banner, flag on a stick. But
Radiant are scared.
that's about it. Off we go, Talon. Who are we finding here? Lycan. Lycan has a blink, of course. He just jumps away. And the rest of BetBoom are behind him. Smoked up as 3, 4, 5. There we go. Everyone joins the party. 5 on 5, smoke into smoke. Roshan in the bottom right-hand corner. Talon are in the pit.
He's going down so quickly.
Starting it.
Meepo with his
Rocket
level
flare.
25 talent. One extra Meepo.
They see it happening. Roshan very nearly dead though. The Rain of Destiny is coming down. Did they just hookshot into save? Toronto Tokyo whiffs it, so Chuen gets the Aegis. Joe Cam does die though as a Lycan and Muerta take him down quickly. Illuminate flying forward.
Oh my
the
God, that
damage
Illuminate.
from the console. Insane stuff as Nightfall now able to take down Chuen. Aegis gone. The dig from Meepo buys him a little bit of time, but Talon, they've already lost so much. Have to Wind Waker back across the pit to buy a bit of space here, but now he's hexed up. The little piggy in some trouble as Akashi's Meepo trying to BKB TP, I think, but caught by Toronto Tokyo once more. The hook shot shuts it down.
It was a mistake to leave the base. They have one more fight. Leshrak, no buyback available on him, however.
Oh no.
Tiny also needing some gold. There is Bounty Rune to be picked up.
The Lesh has the banner as well.
Oh no, that's why they're gonna lose the game. He's holding the banner. holding the banner hostage.
Oh no!
But a very difficult fight outside of the base. I want to see damage from Keeper of the Light. Oh, it's already gone.
Large.
I think that Illuminate, it connected onto all Meepos, one extra Meepo from level 25. That was like 4,000 damage from one Illuminate instantly.
Immediately, yeah. Akashi, hey, what are you up to? And now BetBoom, finally, get onto this final lane of barracks. A good hook shot from Toronto Tokyo as well. Magnus trying to harpoon across, but the Meepo's dead. 2 minutes, he's gone. And now it's all down to, what, Magnus and maybe Tiny, but it's over. No chance remaining. A game which looked like it was over at 22 minutes. Props to Talon for dragging it to 52 minutes. Holding on with some sick plays out of this Magnus and Tiny. But in the end, BetBoom, they had the cards in their hand. They just struggled to play them at some point.
Coming into the second game, 3 bans that's going to come out from BetBoom in the first phase. Tiny, Magnus, Mars, maybe +1. Anything that can...
Displacement.
Yeah, anything that can reposition you. And BetBoom, you know, they're happy about this dub, but this could have been a quick 25-minute game.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to be. Incredible resilience from Talon to hold on to that. You know, is this what we saw from them previously as well? You know, that series against Liquid where they showed that they can team fight, they can find those little comebacks, the great initiations and moves up against some of these big teams. BetBoom, again, the difficulties to push high ground. You know, that old adage, if your net worth lead is nothing unless you can push high ground and actually finish the game. BetBoom really struggling towards the tail end of that one to find the finishing blow. What we're looking at here, big old stats. Anything interesting catching your eye? I mean, GPK didn't finish with a perfect game. He was doing very well until that one death.
Yeah, that one death kind of ruined the perfect game, but he owned. He definitely owned, and I think you need to get rid of this hero coming into the second game. Talon, it caused way too many issues.
Well, an exciting one for sure. 52 minutes game. Number 1 will pass it back to Shiva in the panel.
Thank you very much, Gareth and the cause. And of course, despite what you saw on the screen in the stats just now, it was indeed BetBoom that was the winner of this first game. Though, you know, it looked like they were going to win most of the way through, but they did make it exciting towards the end. I think we all had our doubts once they all died while being 30k ahead. They all died. There was a team like Talon who had a shot of bringing it back. Unfortunately, though, the gap was too large to be able to bring it back. I'm joined by Kezu, by Tigov, by Fog. Fog, this was towards the end. It was some great fighting. It's a shame it only happened so late.
Yeah, I mean, they have the ideal setup for this great high ground defense. Literally, probably one of the better ones. The less stuns that are continuously planting, tossbacks, resets, etc. Had some really good ones. And then they decide after they had this great hold, they want to go leave the base to try to get this Roshan. Just ends up being a total disaster. Game is still very difficult for them, of course. Even if they give this Rosh, it's super hard. They're getting completely out-farmed and everything. But that's where they did their fights. The base was where they actually could fight. Out here, it wasn't even close.
But like even BetBoom, they're all chatting like the Nightfall was like, please just leave your base, do something. Like Talon, they could have held us hostage here forever. Like if they just hold their base, they don't need to. Like Aegis doesn't really matter. You have a refresher Magnus, you're going to be able to get them back to the fountain if you want to. You're going to threaten BetBoom some way. 20k, 30k lead, it doesn't really matter at that stage. It's all the same thing. But unfortunately, yeah, like Fog mentioned, they left their base. Like. Oh,
after defending like that for 30 minutes and then kind of just handing the game back to BetBoom like that,
fizzle out.
They're going to be a little bit disappointed.
I do feel, though, they probably told themselves anyway, and they're like, Meepo's not scaling. Like, at this point in the game, if they, saying everything, like, if they don't leave the base, if they just sit in there, there's 5 heroes level 25 on the enemy team. Muerta is super scaling. That Muerta is going to kill this Meepo as the game goes on more and more. So you could tell they were just in a stuck position. They made a risky play. Didn't work, but... yeah, it was a tough game. They got completely smashed in those first 20 minutes, so that's what they need to look at, I think.
You got to go for that high reward play, potentially. I mean, it's high risk, but you got to play for the win in the end. And they did hold for a very, 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 very long time, T. Was there one thing in particular that might have caught your eye that you thought might be instrumental to that?
Are you trying to allude to some vision right now, Shiva? Just trying to make sure I'm still on my A game. There you go. This is going to be the Kitty Award of the game. And yeah, it was actually this nice little sneaky ward that was placed just to the south of the crystals at the Radiant base. Because normally when you place sentries, you place it kind of to the far left side or the far right side. But because of the ward being hugging that crystal area, the sentry game from BetBoom was never able to catch it, allowing for opportunities of the Tiny or the Magnus to grab those repositioning tools and just drag BetBoom deep in the base. And if they were to maintain that, then a comeback could have maybe maybe occurred, but of course, after half an hour, rocket flares going into your face for 29 of those minutes non-stop, you are going to want to leave your base and do something. But seeing a nice little quirky ward to kind of just break the normal conventions of defending your base was very cool from Talon. From this Kidia ward of the game. It was quite delightful. Not game-winning, unfortunately, but at least...
Could have been.
Could have been. Could have been game-winning.
The more behind you are, the more creative you have to be in any type of form, so I like it.
Yeah. Thumbs up. That was, 8 out of 10 ward.
It was a nice ward. Maybe with a different carry that was able to scale, maybe they would have done a better job, because I do want to touch on real quick before we go to our next point. I want to touch on the Meepo. It was the first Meepo that we saw, guys. I think it did not do what we wanted it to do, Fogged. It's not a hero that we see every day, and I don't think it's a hero we'll see again today.
It can be difficult when you're playing versus this much pressure, right? I think they also had good heroes that are kind of versatile. I was mentioning the Muerta. I don't know if Meepo players think the same. I'm not a Meepo player, but when I play like a Muerta and I'm playing versus something like a Meepo, it feels fantastic. And I can see multiple times he's trying to get his digs off. He's trying to use his Aghanims. There's the calling. And on Meepo, what do you not buy? BKB. Almost ever. He bought it at the end, but at that point, it's whatever. He got controlled. He got completely demolished. And I think BetBoom really showed how to abuse some heroes that maybe people like because they're getting more popular, because they're doing well in the tournament, but you have to be careful sometimes when you choose something like an Oracle.
I feel like
they
maybe
completely punished it.
They didn't have the right read on the hero. I feel like the best thing they could have gone for, which I'm going to emphasize, the pick was hard for them. So I can see why it wasn't super easy, but perhaps you needed a hero that stops the tempo from BetBoom. You know this Lycan is going to be in your lane minute 8 pressure. You know this Caudle is going to come. You know the clock is going to come. So taking a hero that by default is going to have to leave the lane at that time or isn't able to fight back, I'm not the biggest fan of it.
Yeah, we also did see the team of Talon pick Leshrac, knowing that there was a gigantic chance that that Keeper of the Light was mid. And when speaking about that mid lane, Kezu, would you like to dive a little bit deeper into that one?
Yeah, because I need to show some of the numbers and also you know, some clips when it comes to the Acer Predator head-to-head. So we have our two mids, because GPK, his KDA, of course, looks incredible. His hero damage, very good, but I want to touch mainly on the healing, because this Caudle, you know, people are like, wow, there's so many Illuminates and the Chakra Magic, and he deals so much damage, which, yeah, of course he does. But this healing, that especially with how they crafted, like this lineup with you have these people going in, when you have these continuous Illuminates coming out and just keeping the fight, like, going forward, especially into this lineup that needs time, like, we'll see it in the clips, it just really helps everyone to just continue doing what they ultimately want to do. Like even here, you know this timing is coming. So maybe if you're Talon, you should also think like, do we actually need to take this fight? Like maybe you just pick this hero where you feel like, okay, if we just chill and farm, you know, we'll be fine later. But they decided to take these fight into this Caudle who's super strong. Like this is one of the strongest timings of Caudle ever. And you just keep seeing him, he's blasting it out, everyone just keeps getting healed. So if you're Talon at this stage of the game, like we all kind of thought this game's over at this point. Like there's not that much that Talon can do unless they really pull out some top tier plays.
Yeah, and I think it boils down to the fact that, you know, Chuan, we looked at the stats there as well on the head-to-head. He's looking pretty healthy, but for a Leshrac in a Caudle mid matchup, you kind of go even on farm. You kind of do the same thing, but Caudle was a bit more explosive in the kills. And then your Mag wants to farm, and the Meepo last pick also wants to farm. So the disparity on like who actually wants to make moves on the map. Caudle's doing everything. Mag looks at Meepo looks at Mag. Oh, we want to hit the jungle, and there's just a bit of a awkwardness in that first 20 minutes that BetBoom was able to exploit.
Yeah, we thought for a while indeed that it was going to be a very short game. Instead, it turns out to be the longest game of the first line of games we got going here in Birmingham. So while the players are taking a little bit of a break before we are coming back for game number 2, we're going to check in with another member of our broadcast. Let's find out what Ted's doing. Ted, what are you doing? Why are we doing this?
I don't know.
I was just trying to sync up with T.
I'm here.
Yeah.
At the Talon Lounge.
We were just there.
Yeah.
Hey, I know you guys were just there. This is, you wonder what the players do between games. Let's find out what we do between games. This is the glorious Talon Lounge. If the camera will just come with me. Between these two arrows.
All our secret.
Come inside. Come inside.
Where's everybody?
Who left their plates? Look, who left the plates?
Oh, hold on.
My lunch is still on the table. Okay, I'm sorry.
Because I'm also on the telly.
Oh, yeah.
Who's in here?
It's a rare OD Pixel.
Oh. Hello everybody. Hope you're having a wonderful day.
The Talon Lounge only contains one person, Owen, because he's the most talented of us. Isn't that right?
No, it's because nobody else wants to sit in here with me.
Oh, that's fair enough.
That's fair
enough. Look at this. We can do Flaxception. Hang on.
That's my plate. That's my buttered beans.
Oh, you can hear yourself.
We can do Flaxception. Hold on.
stay there for a while.
Oh, careful. Careful what you're about to cause.
Look, and I can keep doing it. Flakception, hold on. Flakception, hold on.
How much MMR's on the screen now, Flax?
Flakception, hold on.
Oh no.
Flakception, hold on. Flakception, hold on. Flakception. Flakception.
Never stop.
Flakception.
Don't break the system.
Flakception. Flakception. Back to you, Sheet.
Thank you very much, Brilliant. Oh, love
My
that.
brain.
Our green room, it's a gigantic green room. We're just 4 people, but just, sometimes there's more people there too because there's, we need the space.
It's just Owen's room is what it just looked like. Yeah. It's really funny. The talent green room, only Owen is the talented one. Look at him.
We're stuck at the desk the entire time.
No, this is where we watch the games. Indeed, we sit there the whole time. That's why there's extra chairs there on the sides. You see them, the comfortable wooden ones. Yes. We're gonna focus on game 2, guys, because we need to see what's gonna happen. Can Talon get another tie? Will BetBoom be able to get their points back that they lost yesterday? We're finding out. Stick around.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby? In any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
Talking to myself and wondering what went wrong. Knowing what we had was good, the feeling strong. Voices in my head, repeating what you said. What you said. Baby, what we had was still worth fighting for. The way I'm feeling now, I never felt before. But now you've gone away. But you'll be back someday. But it's a long time coming. You'll be walking back to me. And you'll be begging on your knees. The way you let me down and treat me like a clown. But you'll be back, I just believe. It's a long time coming. You'll be walking back to me. You're coming back. And you'll be begging on your knees. Ashamed of all the lies, the way you made me cry. Begging, baby, baby, please. It's a long time. You'll be begging back, begging. Begging on your knees. I'm begging, begging, baby, please. It's a long time coming. You'll be walking back to me. I'm begging, begging, begging me. The way you let me down and treat me like a clown. You'll be back, I just believe. It's a long time coming. You'll be walking back to me. And you'll be begging on your knees. Ashamed of all the lies, the way you made me cry. And begging, baby, baby, please. But it's a long time coming. Take on the world, let's begin. Now turn away, so much to defend. Let the sun come down, we'll start anew. Let the sun come down, break the world in two. Start it over, start it over, start it over. Time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. It's time for a redo. It's not too late. Get on board. Follow your face. Open the door. Take it all in. Hold your breath. Now let's begin. Give it your best. Start it over, start it over, start it over. Time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. It's time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. Time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. It's time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. Time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. It's time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over.
Welcome back. Good morning. You are in the middle of a series here. You're watching ESL 1 Birmingham, and it's group stages time, day 2. And we are having BetBoom versus Talon. The first game went the way of BetBoom. For the majority, it was a very one-sided affair with sparks of light of Talon's prowess. But of course, they are looking to get a win on board to get this one into a tie. We'll find out if they can manage to do so, as we should be able to jump straight into the action here for the draft of game number 2. I'm joined by Fogged, by Tigov, by Kezu, and they're gonna say sweet and smart things, especially smart Dota things to us about the draft that will unfold before our very eyes. Lessons learned from game 1 in terms of draft. I don't know if there are any other than maybe go a different route for Talon, because the Meepo obviously didn't end up working out. We do have a little bit of a change up though. The Timber saw a first phase ban coming out for BetBoom. But Kezu, where do you want to see this go?
I would just like Talon to either be the ones that set the tempo or at least match it if BetBoom are the ones that are bringing it to them. Like last game, I don't think they have it, but they still wanted to fight into it. So I think just having a better idea of what do we want to do, when are we strong, when do we want to fight back. Because Talon, they nearly always like split their series. They don't care if they lose a game. Like they're going to be A-okay. I just want them to bring the fight to BetBoom.
Yeah, it kind of boils down to that Meepo pick where you pick a Meepo for points in the mid game. Sure, it can have excellence, but the fact that we wanted to see a hero that shuts down the Lycan to prevent the general ball that BetBoom was presenting, that was kind of missed in the draft. And this time around, just if you see something which is so glaringly needing to be fixed, try and get a hero that complements the biggest timing that you're trying to deal with.
I was going to actually ask you, because mine isn't loading, if you can check how many games Talon plays overall of Oracle as well, too. Because I feel like this is a very specialist hero of it, not just a player, but a team.
Yeah, I don't think they've played that many. I feel like they have like more aggressive stuff as opposed to the I sit behind you.
Yeah, that's what I felt like too. I was just kind of nitpicking a little bit away from the Meepo as well too, just because I feel like that bottom lane really was the one that hurt the most for me. Just these two giving the like in the free game, and then it's like maybe not the most comfort that you're with. But whatever.
Elite League, they didn't play it at all. So
It's been
like in the previous big tournament they played, didn't touch it. So far, this is like their first time playing it. I think Oracle, like we said in the pre-show, it's a hero that's going to be becoming very popular in Birmingham, and we're going to be seeing teams have to understand why it's good, but also how to utilize it. They tried going for a somewhat conventional approach, which was the Oracle buffing up Aleshrak. We also see that Oracle DP, Oracle Monkey King be good options. It didn't really work out this time, but like the thing with Oracle is it's not like you pick it and go, okay, my game is free. Like if there's any lockdown, any backline catch, it makes it so hard. We've seen Shopify with a Chaos Knight, Rarity rift them away from saves. We've seen the Talon with Mars spear people away from Oracle saves. In this game, we had multiple ways of vision and catch that way. Like, this hero is very counterable. It's not OP, but people are liking it, and therefore they need to understand why it's good and how it can be.
It's very make or break hero, like very quickly in like both directions. You need to be able to stand your ground. If you can, they run you over. Suddenly you're like one of the worst heroes in the game.
This is cool. Talon, they get the SD, super popular hero, super good, and also it's one of Pai's best and favorite heroes too, right? He is the one coaching and all that, giving them things, so maybe he's telling them, let's try to build this, we're strong with this. This is what he knows, understands as well too, the boast. So, and I don't think there's many games where you look and you go, oh man, this is a bad Shadow Demon game, right? It tends to be pretty valuable in most situations.
And you can use the Shadow Demon, well, unfortunately, you can use it both ways. Mirana coming out is allowing Talon to save people that are arrowed, but can also inadvertently set up for an arrow.
Yes.
10 seconds remaining.
Shadow Moon Knight's playing most points in the game. If you're ahead, then suddenly this disruption is catching people off guard. You're just really just controlling the game. And if you're behind, like you're mentioning.
Though, one thing I will say about when you open a draft with SD, it allows the enemy team to draft their carry in a way that he doesn't have to be like, oh my god, I'm versus SD, I'm Lifestealer, I'm Purge all game, right? Like he'll be able to pick his hero and not have to worry so much about a disruption, a Purge, etc. So that's the one thing that I'm like, okay, I like the hero, but now Nightfall gets to pick and choose what he wants to do.
Remaining.
I mean, I like the DK. I think DK covers nicely. Like, he covers his backline supports from the heroes that are generally good against it, right? Like your Puck, Storms, whatever, DK will generally be good against them. Talon have also played DK, I think, twice yesterday. Looked overall pretty good.
The important thing for Talon is they're picking it into the mid lane, which one is going for the Orchid build. So he's going Blink Orchid, whilst other people are doing Blink Mage Slayer.
I like it.
Like, Midas has been pretty much deleted from the hero. We're not seeing the, I need Midas, I need Ags, I need all this to be good. They are going for very cheap items to make the hero more active, but yeah, so far 2 for 2. I believe he went Blink and Orchid.
Are we seeing no Midases?
10 seconds.
From the games I saw, Skidder didn't go Midas, and Chuan didn't go Midas.
One Enigma is what I saw. But like overall Midas. But DK Midas I have not seen.
Yeah, okay, interesting. I feel like I have not seen many of them recently, so it's kind of makes me happy at least always.
What do you guys think about Sven here, potentially, for a BetBoom? I feel like when you see a hero like DK, you want overwhelming damage, which I think is not easy to find, first of all. I think with the Axe build, you're okay against SD, you can lane with Potom. At least if I'm looking at other carries that you need to pick semi-blind, there's Luna, but I wouldn't say I love it so much against these heroes so far. Do you guys see anything else that's more casual?
More casual? Sven's pretty casual as a carry.
Yeah.
It goes back to the whole SD first pick, where because of SD, you now don't really want to think about certain heroes because it's just too easy to give a clone away.
They did it anyway.
And yeah, they still go for the Luna.
I mean, this hero just seems to be super good too, and it's also one of the, I call it the like Shredder. Nobody's too tanky for you at some point in this game. Like you click this glaives, you blink on them actually, because this is the build that we're seeing a lot in the later stages, and they'll die. So even a tanky DK will die. So it's, and
Isn't Shadow Demon quite good against Luna because you can create your own?
For sure.
It is.
But ideally now they're giving themselves more vision aspects. So now they have Night Vision from Luna, they'll have Moonlight Shadow to flank, and now they have a Thunder God's Wrath to find this SD. So similar to like finding the Oracle kind of in a way. I think that's what they're trying to get themselves. Zeus Scout, Tiny blow him up, get the fight going.
Yeah, and this is not going to be a slow siege from BetBoom where it's like, okay, just send the Luna up and wait. Like Fogg was mentioning at the tail end there, it's going to be like explosive entries to fight. How quickly can you start it, be it with the Moonlight Shadow to initiate, and I would like to see the final hero from BetBoom just be another initiating hero. Don't force this Luna to have to go walk up a high ground or hit a tower to bring people out. Just go find them first, and yeah, just use your overwhelming damage you have. Because Talon, damage-wise, Mortimer Kisses, and that's about it right now.
Yeah, they're pretty limited.
Well, they also are one hero behind, let's be real. They're at the moment, I would imagine, looking for a counter towards that Zeus, which seems to be pretty difficult. At the start of the day, you all were singing Zeus's praises because he has been popping off, had some great performances yesterday. That also should mean that teams should have thought more about how to counter this hero. So where do you go?
If they still want to put the DK offlane, I could see a Conker mid. I think the team fight is incredible. I think the X Mark is good. If they want to take it like a more team fighty approach, I could maybe see an offlane Darkseer with some mid DK. I think that would be pretty cool. Tegan, I feel like you.
No, I was like, Kottle's great for Talon. I forgot they already banned out themselves.
Yeah.
Like, Keeper Light for Talon would have been exceptional. Like, I think they just need overwhelming amounts of... Like, if DK goes for this quick blink, let's say we're putting him to offlane in this scenario, right? Like, you have that initiation, but now they go for Slardar in the offlane. DK's now mid. It doesn't fix the early damage, right? But, like, for the fighting, it is going to be very quick. DK, Slardar, both double jump, find a hero, they're going to die. If you pick up a carry that has a little bit of mobility as well, that can reposition in the fight, utilize that initiation that Talon have, their mid-game smoking and their team fighting will be very good. I am just very worried of their post-laning phase. Like, how do they move on the map? How do they... If DK's not there, they are just hitting creeps.
I actually was going to think Lycan again, exactly for the same reason as we had last time, just vision scouting. They haven't really picked too many, when they have like a 4 tiny, they've pretty much only gotten Enigma, Doom, and I believe it was, I think, one other hero. So they kind of stick to their guns, at least for BetBoom, when they do have this tiny.
We saw a safe lane DK yesterday coming out of Falcons. Because do you feel like Talon has the opportunity to go for a similar route? Like, is that a curveball we could still see?
I think you could, but I feel like the different mid picks you get, they don't give you anything that the DK doesn't already do. Like, I would still be looking for like a jumper, like a Storm or a Conker, but I think it's most likely just a new carry that's going to be picked from Talon. The only thing is you need to pick it blind because you don't see Miero's matchup, and you have a SD or Snap. I would say they're okay laners, so not like incredible, so you have to take that into account.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I was like thinking like these Storm or Puck or something, but this tiny just makes me never want to have that for the Talon if they do want to divert and make something else mid. I think the DK just seems like it fits too nicely, but...
Well, we got BetBoom removing the Faces Void. Indeed, they're looking to remove one more. A carry for Akashi.
Yeah, I mean, they're full
If Talon could put DK carry, I would love to see it in this game, going for a lane dominating here against Zeus. I think if Zeus gets a free time up into like the exit of laning phase, plus Loon's got, let's say, Mask of Madness, Miranda and Tiny already making moves, this game could be very uncomfortable.
So do you think something like maybe like a sniper there then, and then you
some sniper, some Queen of Pain, some like over the top, just prevent Zeus from just free farming pretty much. Because Zeus is one of those heroes that like. There's only a few heroes that stop him from farming. Other than that, he just arc lightnings everything else out.
10 seconds remaining.
I have yet to see a Zeus get stomped.
Yeah,
in this
yeah,
match.
me too.
Like at least in the laning stage.
Like, I'm not sure what it is. We were talking about this in the car the other day. We were trying to think of like the Zeus and the sniper ones that stomp them. It's just pretty limited, but...
Well.
Dun,
Well, it should be... I feel it's more likely to be a carry, but then again, it also depends now. It's like, okay, do you feel like you have no options left if Sven and Void were the ones you did want?
Okay, there you go. I think this is one of those things where like the tournament meta of DK going to carry is like day 1 stuff, and I don't think it's going to be that quick to jump onto. Like this is maybe like day 3 early playoff if it wants to be picked up by other teams, and yeah, Talon not overreacting to day 1. It's a very good lifestealer game.
I like that quite a bit actually now, because the infest bombs, it gives them this explosion. There's no real save on BetBoom right now.
How do you actually take a tier 1 tower? Like this safe lane tower from lifestealer, there's no gank that they make other than bring in this last pick with the Luna and the tiny Mirana. He's just going to rage initiation, infest away, buy time for everyone else to come in. So yeah, this lifestealer pick, it's just going to keep the game alive for some time.
Do they just get a Doom?
You need Doom, I think, kind of as well. There was no Enigma in the pool. Slardar is not in the pool. Like, I'm just looking at
what's left.
Your standard answers. Okay.
Oh, I mean, a Miro Classic.
Yeah.
It is a Miro Classic. I kind of forgot about it.
Yeah. It does give BetBoom, like, if they all get to some cheap items, they are very scary to run into. Like the amps that they have to each other, the fact that they can find heroes so easily, blow heroes up. This is the type of draft, though, that does fall flat, right? Like the whole idea is like it's so scripted. Like you look at these heroes, you're not gonna be surprised with any quirky moves they make. Like you expect them to want to take these towers. You want to expect them to make these like objective moves the entire time. And Talon, they have decent ways to defend it. Once blinks are online, the lifestealer being in position, the Mortimer kisses to push out the wave. Like Talon, they have all the tools to deal with what BetBoom's trying to do, but this is a very scary BetBoom lineup.
Yeah, the one thing I'm looking at is just how well this Slaughter is going to be able to do versus the Luna and Mirana, because if you're able to get aggressive in them and you can get some kills, it's great, but you're going to be getting double poked from range heroes constantly with Lucent Beam, and if you are with Lunar Blessing, and if you don't get a good start, who's going to be big playmaking mostly? DK is going to have to lead charge every time.
I feel like Nightfall's Luna might be too strong in this game. Like
think
minutes
so
17, 18, you pop in some auras. He can just stand his ground. Like Lifestealer DK, their damage is kind of slow, so he's just going to heal through that. I feel like this game will come down to Chuan. If he can take the mid tower, maybe they play through him with early blinks. I think they need to be the ones opening up the map. If they don't, I'm a little bit scared.
So they can't be as long of a high ground defense coming out from Talon like last game. Like if they're behind, it's looking very grim.
I think it will be way harder for them to hold the base if they're as far behind as last game, because then Nightfall will be like, see you later base. He's just going to clear it up.
Yeah.
But I do kind of feel like if Talon are to win this game, they are going to be behind slightly at the start, and it will be like a comeback to win this one out, because their heroes don't really present themselves to do crazy things early on. So there is a large window for BetBoom to at least dictate the game, and it's on them to kind of close it out and get that 2-0.
Okay, so don't lose too much at the start and then come back when all your items are online.
Boom. Exactly. Bam! And then punch him in the face.
Punch him in the face.
In real life.
Yeah,
all right,
not close enough.
Not in real life. We're all PG here, guys. Let's see what's gonna happen. It's game number 2 coming your way here with Gareth on the cost.
Thank you, Shiva. Off we go into game number 2. You can be PG on the panel. We'll be PG-13, something like that over here. We'll be a bit naughty. But anyway, into this game where we've got the Miero Classic, as the panel said, the Beastmaster coming out in that last slot, the GPK Zeus, and the struggles of high ground taking are potentially over for BetBoom. They have a Luna Beastmaster Aura draft to pummel into buildings and objectives. I do agree, Lacoste, with the panel that Talon maybe go behind at the beginning and then scale into their physical damage to come back later on.
Yeah, this is a really good mid-late game draft, creating all of these illusions, the Dragon Knight with Manta style, Shadow Demon with his disruption, but this type of a lineup needs a little bit of a time, needs some build-up, because Slaughter early on doesn't really provide you with much, neither does Lifestealer. They're looking to play with like 3 big items, pretty much. They do have an Infest Bomb, but the problem is all 3 cores are melee. You're playing against Beastmaster, Zeus, Luna, also after the changes to her shard, like she does love to play into these melee heroes, and it's a godly Lifestealer game. First of all, you have Slaughter. Something that teams have been doing is when you don't have the last pick, so picking up Slaughter, then banning, and then picking up Lifestealer in the next phase, which I really like, because Lifestealer doesn't like to play into Slaughter, but overall, I have to agree with Kezu. I'm yet to see Zeus being dumpstered in a game. Every single time I see this hero, he does so much. And also, between the 5th and 10-minute mark, it's going to be nighttime. You will have a global presence from the Zeus, so that's going to be extra damage, extra right-click damage, and also a little bit of that damage from Zeus ulti. So this is the time where they're going to try to take the lead in the game.
Now, Lunar Blessing, giving everyone that bonus damage, going to be ramping up pretty quickly. Yeah, this Zeus, we have that discussion right about the Zeus, Kotal, Sniper. None of them really lose lanes. They always get their farm, get to level 6, their primary items. And of course, Zeus just looking for those early kills, which we saw on day 1, I think. Shumail went like 6-0 on Zeus, which is untouched after winning his lane. Could see a similar game here from GPK. Up against Chuen on the DK, though, in a Dragon Knight. Always was that fella who you pick up in bad spots. You know, put him there with his Dragon Blood. He's not going to lose lanes. He's just going to get in there, do his job, maybe chip away at towers, and be that tanky body on the front lines when you get into that mid game.
Yeah, the lane I'm going to look the most is this bottom lane, because it's Luna plus Mirana.
You made fun of me when I did that yesterday.
What do you mean?
I was like, don't look at mid lane, look at some of these other lanes.
Well, you know, mid lane is not going to be as fun to watch. It's Zeus against Dragon Knight, but this is the anime Luna, Mirana. A lot of right-click that's going to come from Mirana having that Lunar Blessing. Level 1, it's not much, it's only 3 damage, but once you get the second point and it's a 9 damage on Mirana with the leap, that's going to be quite a lot.
I wonder if they're doing their Crownfall quest. You know, mounted heroes. They've got Sagan and Nova. Get themselves some mounted tokens. Get away with some stuff in this bottom lane. as they're up against a Snapfire and a Slardar. Can be quite difficult when, you know, you wanted to get these cookies into crushes, but you're against two ranged heroes, one with mobility. BetBoom could be a challenge to take down in the bottom lane. And up at top, Ponyo, Akashi, Shadow Demon, and that Lifestealer against Beastmaster Tiny. Pretty good spot here for Save to kind of get the early laning stage going well for Miero and then leave to start looking for rotations, because then you force Ponyo around to follow you and track your positioning, and then you leave Beastmaster in a 1v1 against Lifestealer.
Yeah, but some good right clicks coming out from Nightfall and Toronto Tokyo. There's been a newer build on Snap. We don't see this hero much. Sometimes you'll see someone will bang out the mid Snapfire, Mira will play position 4, but most of the time you want to max out the Lil Shredder because you don't get too close. Scatterblast has been buffed in the patch. Slow and slow duration are now increased by 50% in the blank point range, so that's something. Maybe that's why he's leaning towards the Scatterblast, but I like the Lil Shredder build. It also synergizes nicely with Slardar, the minus armor.
Right.
So yeah, and it also allows you to play a bit of a different fight. You don't necessarily need to commit, lowering the cooldown on Lil Shredder, getting 2-3 of those in a prolonged team fight. Miero, he's in trouble.
Yeah, Lifestealer's on him, dodging the avalanche.
Cool Frenzy, Gary.
Cool Frenzy's going. Akashi, some good positioning to allow Ponyo to take the kill. Save will trade. Akashi looking for that +1, but the ball will slow him just enough to get the Tiny away.
My favorite thing to happen when I'm playing position 4. Sorry, but not actually sorry. Getting that solo XP as Tiny feels good, even though your offlaner died. He's still gonna come back, but
Is that what happens?
getting.
You're laning with Fogged, and you're like, sorry, Fogged.
No, I'm forced to play offlane with Fogged, unfortunately.
Oh, so it's the other way around. He watches you die and then steals your stuff.
He's a greedy player. He's probably listening right now and smiling. But yeah, back to the bottom lane. A lot of harassment. Slardar, he invested into Raid Band as his second item after finishing off Bracer, but every single time he gets close, he's getting harassed by quite a lot. There is that Lunar Blessing, so extra damage. Kind of difficult to deal with.
And these projectiles from Toronto Tokyo, they're very, very flashy, aren't they? They look like a Halloween pumpkin, something under his mount. Sagan, looking very spooky. Just launching stuff at Joe Camp. Clearing out that large camp as well with the arrows to get your bonus XP and gold as well on this Mirana, which is always handy. Mirana has often felt quite good as this position 5 support, because you kind of rotate into lanes when stuff's happening, especially the mid lane, to guard runes, kill catapult with your arrow, and of course you've got Moonlight Shadow. So
this hero doesn't move, Gary. Like this hero has 5 more move speed than Crystal Maiden.
Pretty slow.
Considering that he's riding a bunny.
Should be leaping around.
Definitely. Top lane, Kashi, down to half HP already. Doesn't have a point in rage yet.
Pretty low on the CS as well. I mean, that's the problem you're laning against the Beastmaster, right? And that's why we talked about that potential 1v1 later down the line. You want to try and get as much as possible out these first 5-6 minutes as the Dire. Miero, 10 denies already racked up alongside the save Tiny. Having a pretty decent time up here. As Toronto Tokyo will take down Jokam's Snapfire down bottom. I was expecting an Observer Ward on high ground, but there isn't one there. Mirana just getting the job done naturally. Save might make a move here with an avalanche. Tossing Lifestealer around, and the ball is slowing him down. Akashi, oh, he's dead.
Ooh, not a great start for Talon. This is before Zeus even is level 6.
Yeah.
But once he gets that, there's definitely gonna kill, maybe attempt on getting 2 kills in the side lanes. You can see Toronto Tokyo, what you just mentioned, Sacred Arrow, very good against these siege units.
And Luna, very high armor, quite tanky with strength treads as well. Double branch, circlet, stick charges there, and Talon trying to chip away at Nightfall. And I guess now, half HP, the threshold, the kill threshold is potentially available for Talon to go for round 2.
Save, wrapping around the mid lane, could be potentially a kill on Dragon Knight, down to half HP, already used his magic wand.
6 minutes in.
But Ponyo's there.
Regen rune for Ponyo. Chuen not going to get it. Save. We'll throw the avalanche to give himself a bit of distance, trying to juke them through the trees. Yeah, gets the ankles broken of Ponyo. Bounty rune going to be grabbed by Save as well. Getting a lot of stuff done in this mid lane. Forcing rotation, making things very annoying for the Dragon Knight. And again, the most important thing, right, is actually leaving that Lifestealer on a 1v1 against Beastmaster, which Miero is going to enjoy. And Miero, same kind of thing with the Lycan previous time, right? Overlord coming?
Most definitely. You are playing against two heroes, two supports who don't have anything to deal with them. Like early on, maybe you can try to kill it with Dragonite and Corrosive Haze, but it's a lot of time wasted to try to get the kill on it.
Thunder God's Wrath is ready. Just gonna chip away at some of these heroes to bring them in that range of death.
BetBoom protecting their XP rune. Ponyo was trying to be sneaky, but BetBoom, they know.
And Jokam gets the one on the opposing side of the map. Looks like Toronto Tokyo considering a move into mid. They're going to come and guard the bounty rune for GPK down in the bottom part. Yeah, Akashi here, just going to back up and farm small camp. Not too much he can do when the lane is pressed so far forward. At the very least for Talon, Dragonite is doing well for himself. Or that kind of dead lane where not much is happening. 46 and 12 for him.
So, immediate response from Save.
Oh yeah, straight down to bottom. Shadow Demon came here, but Ponyo dead under tower. BetBoom playing so quickly.
Interesting move. I guess they wanted to disrupt Nightfall and then set things up with WS's stun. Also, interesting build coming out from WS. Putting more points in Bash of the Deep. Bash duration is still the same. The newer tech has been Slitherine Crush. The damage increases, the slow duration as well, and you can farm much easier with it.
Toronto Tokyo, full one, stays alive, not quite enough, but still the turnaround from BetBoom is there to take down Chuen and Jokam. Bottom rune was also taken up by Toronto Tokyo, so BetBoom with another pretty resounding victory.
Remember back in the days, the Zeus, he didn't have any right-click damage. You couldn't possibly last hit with your right-click. Right now, he has 85 damage, level 7, plus also having level extra 15 damage coming up from Lunar's Blessing.
Going from barely better than techies to being on Treant's level. It's like that kind of swing for him. Look at Akashi here, level 6, just hiding in the trees. Big wave arriving with skeletons out of this Dark Troll Summoner and the arrow into Raw. Infest is there, though. He's in a little skelly. Go on, Lifestealer. Charge forward with your team backing you up. Chuen and Jokam arriving, but the damage pretty substantial to take one down. Finally, Akashi gets the trade, though. Might be in danger still, though. Toronto Tokyo turns and takes him out. A 2-for-1 and maybe more? And BetBoom have Save arriving. Oh, he's out of mana.
Never underestimate Toronto Tokyo. He's been the mid player. He can definitely farm, and he's farming these heroes right now. Never mind.
His Beastmaster Summon's doing a lot of work. Save and Toronto Tokyo a step too far, though, this time. So in the end, what do we get? Shadow Demon, Lifestealer, and Snapfire dead in a 3-for-3 trade with the offlaner and 2 supports dying and BetBoom.
For the next fight, GPK will have another Thunder God's Wrath available. Luna continues to farm up. Nightfall. That extra damage, we said that they're going to take these fights between 5 and 10 minute mark.
You were right.
Lunar Blessing is maxed out, extra 21 damage on every single of the heroes.
That Mirana looked like a core.
Definitely.
Oh, it's kind of wild. Blink's up for DK now, though, so the chance to jump the Zeus. Probably why Save is sat right by GPK at this moment. They're coming out on the courier. BetBoom actually going to swing up into this top jungle. Akashi has level 1 Rage. Well, he's got enough move speed with the phase boots. Gets the distance away. While in the mid lane, Toronto Tokyo getting run at. Dragon form ends. He's got 1 leap charge. Looks like he's perfectly fine under his own tier 1 to stay alive.
Trying to find the angle to kill this catapult.
He's got it there. Very nice. And the strength of Mirana and GPK got multiple leaping heroes in this one. Jumping back into that mid spot.
Toronto Tokyo TP's bottom immediately. He kind of wants to die, buy a little bit more time if he can. There is catapult available. Toronto Tokyo, another leap.
Oh, it's such a time waste, isn't it? Like WS is getting... Oh. Yeah, I think he juked himself there a little bit, didn't he?
Okay, too smart. Thinking that Slaughter will go the other way around.
The 7-head play becomes like a 2-head play. You know, it's like, breaking your own ankles. Well, I'll give Talon the opportunity to get tier 1 tower bottom, so a bit of money lining their pockets now at the very least. This Beastmaster starting to become a problem though. Top tier 1 gone, already pressing into tier 2, so Lifestealer's area of farm getting very, very small. And that line drawn out by the Dragonite, just marking the area of the map that they can actually play in top. And the movement that Miero is going to be making from top into mid.
They want to collapse. on this mid tower, but there is an observer ward scouting out both Save and Miero. Still, it's going to be a tower. Shadow Demon can't defend this one alone, but the rest of the team is smoked up. WS and Chuen coming, Yokam as well. Snapfire Kiss is available.
Let's see what they can do. Blink stun straight in from Chuen onto GBK. He got the leap off, but the kisses and the stuns from WS just enough to bring the Zeus down. Miero and Nightfall. Maybe a turnaround here as Jokam denies the tower. Save is getting run at a little deeper there. Tiny under the Moonlight Shadow is hidden, invisible and invulnerable, in fact, as WS dies in the mid lane.
Talon, 2k gold lead, kind of as expected. BetBoom heroes are much better early on at dealing the damage, but you can see the power of their lineup coming in. Blink stun from Dragon Knight with the Snapfire Kisses, Slardar with the follow-up as well going into Orchid. This has been the newer build as well on Slardar, where you are the one who's controlling. It's very good against Zeus. Even if you get the Orchid plus 1 stun, he's most definitely dead. They have no saving abilities on BetBoom, so whoever gets jumped pretty much is gonna die.
Unless Save is right next to you with a toss, yeah. Like the only chance they've got. Phylactery up for GPK. Save and Toronto Tokyo smoking up together. Tiny's, what, 800 gold away from Blink. A much faster game than we saw from Jokam in the previous one. Well, looking to accelerate a little bit faster as they move up towards top, hunting the Lifestealer. Some nice stacks being made up for BetBoom as well, so Nightfall's Luna, once she's finished that outer ring of jungle camps down bottom, of course can swing up to the Ancients, just bounce between the camps.
Pretty similar to previous game. This is going to be the timing for BetBoom. Helm of the Overlord completed on Miero. Needs to deliver it with the Courier. Save. He has enough move speed to catch up.
There we go. They saw the Snapfire for quite a while. They were like, can we find the Lifestealer? No, let's go get the easy kill instead. Lifestealer gonna counteract the Helm a little bit with the Infest. To jump into the Dark Troll Summoner. Miero's pinging it out, though. How do they go about this? You wait for him to jump out and then you roar him?
Yeah.
The trouble is, they've got cavalry coming over the hill here with Chuen jumping and stunning. Miero just going to get caught out here. Can't even roar. Chuen now dominating.
Mirana, if she arrowed Lifestealer there, who was inside the Dark Troll Summoner, he instantly dies. Imagine that.
Hey now, I'm having a sip of water. You can't throw nonsense at me when I'm drinking. I'm gonna choke on your bullshit. What are you talking about?
Luna's high level. Level 12. Everything is maxed out. About to finish off Manta Style. Needs another 600 gold. Helm of the Dominator / Overlord is finished. Black Dragon available. They did not want to finish it off in the triangle. They saved it for Miero because it's the best creep.
Hey. Oh, it's axes.
You thought he was going to kill him?
What are you doing? Throwing axes at your pet? You're trying to tame the beast, not kill it. I guess the Ancient Black Dragon. A BKB Blink next up for him. I guess this is just going to be the kind of initiation utility Beastmaster. We've seen a bit of that like Aghanims build, a bit of this, bit of that. But the Blink BKB Scythe Refresher has always been the kind of game-defining position for Beastmaster itemization.
Yeah, BKB is nice, but they have so many tools to deal with BKBs. You have like Lifestealer with the right clicks. You have Shadow Demon ulti, Slardar ulti. Not the best item, but still he feels he needs to survive. Get in, maybe bait 1 or 2 of those abilities.
And there's the big items. Blink Tiny, Manta Luna, 15 minutes in. I think it was you and Kenzie talking about this 15 to 20 minute period where, again, night time, BetBoom ready to strike. Under dire vision currently though, yeah, Toronto Tokyo is going to find it and deward it. So a bit of information there for Talon to try and keep Akashi safe. And Chuen, oh, and the kisses too, that hurts.
Good bait from GPK. They had no vision
and now it's on.
Of that illusion rune.
The toss back into the roar. They've caught the DK out, and he's the one with a streak. 800 gold going to BetBoom there. And after this kill, what, tier 2 mid? Maybe press down bottom lane? Press up top onto the tier 2. The creep wave is already there. So many options for BetBoom. They're playing up top, right into Jokam. No roar, so no control immediately.
He just TP'd. He's very dead here.
He is pretty stuck. behind his own tier 2. Nightfall and save. Tossed back into the damage out of these illusions. Snapfire gone for 30, so that means easy tier 2 top lane. And that catapult behind them.
This is a very scary draft from BetBoom. We talked about 5 to 10 minutes, 15 between 20 is also going to be super strong. They're going to pop the glyph, but the counter glyph from BetBoom will keep the creeps alive for a little bit longer. And look at that damage. Inner Beast, 3 points in it. Luna pretty much maxed out. Even Tiny, with his right clicks, is going to deal some serious amount of damage, and it's Roshan time.
Does somebody want to buy a Vlad's? Is that going to be Toronto Tokyo? Buy Greaves and then Vlad's? Just buy more auras? Do you need more auras as this BetBoom side?
He almost has Guardian Greaves.
Oh, he's incredibly farmed, isn't he?
Maybe just a casual buckler, you know.
Yeah.
Playing into 3 cores who deal heavy physical damage, puppy style.
So you get Greaves and Buckler.
Get Greaves and Buckler.
Oh, yeah.
And maybe get a Solar Crest. It's a good Solar game.
There's lots of options for them. That's just been the story of this game.
Force Staff as well. Like, we don't see that item as much. It's... I would say, like, the build-up is okay, but a lot of these supports are also, like, universal heroes and everything. Cost decent amount of mana, but very good Force Staff game against Slaughter, against DK Jump, against Lifestealer.
Lotus as well could be an option, because you were talking about the lack of saves. If they've got Greaves and Lotus, you know, dispel things off, the Orchid, amplify damage, etc. Corrosive Haze. Oh my god, I said...
What did you say?
Corrosive
Sprint?
No, I said amplify damage. That came out of nowhere. Yeah, Slaughter never had a spell called amplify damage. Absolutely not. Akashi trying to use the amplify damage rune, which is real, to get 4 to do damage into these summons out the Beastmaster, killing the dragon.
BBD is down. 250 gold for Akashi. About to finish off Radiance. I think it's time to go once they... Oh, Slaughter's thinking about picking up BKB instead of getting the Blink Dagger. Because I guess Juan has a Blink Dagger and they don't want to overcommit immediately. They need someone to stick on a target and BKB will allow them to do that.
And maybe thinking, I've got Cookie. Who needs Blink when I've got Snapfire with cookies? We've been talking about BetBoom and their timings quite a lot in this first 20 minutes because they're the ones bringing the pace to this match, but now we're in a situation where Lifestealer has Armament Radiance. First timing has been hit really properly here by Talon. He does become an absolute monster to deal with. Now we saw Mickey yesterday going toe-to-toe 1v3 against a lot of core heroes. Something here maybe Akashi could bring to the table.
Gotta be careful. Helm of the Overlord creeps. Big amount of XP, huge amount of gold.
Yeah, don't feed them away.
I think they want to play for tier 2 tower and also take enemy Tormentor every single time you see them play this part of the map. 19-20 minutes. You want to take it. Holding the Aegis. Level 15 on Luna. Maybe even thinking about going high ground, but... BetBoom and going high ground. Found a new enemy. Zeus Ulti hasn't been used in quite some time.
They diametrically opposed BetBoom and high ground. 2 HP on that tier 1 tower mid lane. I don't know if the Dragonite thought that his passive would take it down, but hey.
Nightfall is in.
20 minutes in. They've got TPs on almost everyone, and they've got a glyph. Only one forced down here. But yeah, this means a 21-minute Wisdom Rune, the Tormentor, and WS and Akashi steal the Tormentor on the left side of the map, but they've just lost their tier 3. And you know what happens when Luna kills a tier 3?
Ooh, decision making. We've seen them leave the base in the previous game. Talon not on point. Now trading enemy Tormi for their own Tormentor, but losing the glyph and also losing a tier 4 tower, which could be very expensive. You're playing against Luna Beastmaster. You have one more glyph available.
Yeah, because now, as Radiant, BetBoom kind of want to play top, right? It's blue Luna. We get a blue Luna going, pushing high ground top lane into that dire side. And that means Beastmaster can just send his Dragon or whatever and his summons down the bottom lane and just, you know, kind of AFK auto push, just attack ground into their bottom lane to get permanent damage onto the barracks. Akashi will kill that Dragon, though, so something that Talon are keeping on top of right now are the summons of Miero, killing them off every time they see them.
This is the big timing for BetBoom. They need to go, because we talked about, Panel mentioned it, scaling potential from Talon. Once they start to get those items up, things could get difficult.
That's got to be more. That's not counting Helm creeps, right?
No, just the boars.
The boars and the hawks, okay. Luna going to shove out that mid. Picks up her BKB at the same time as Miero does, so very synchronized here from BetBoom as they hit their stride 20 minutes in. That's another one, Manta Star for the Zeus.
Tower is under attack.
It really is on the money here. Talon going to TP out with WS and Ponyo hiding in the trees, but his TP's on cooldown. Looks like he is just tucked away enough to hide from BetBoom.
Guys, get out. Go out. Go out. What did he say? Go out.
Go out, guys. Please leave your base. Come and play. It's time to come outside and play. Well, 30 seconds left on the Aegis. You know, BetBoom, we can say they've used it very well, pushing all of the outer towers now destroyed on that Talon side of the map. And they're hunkered down in their base, just waiting to see what comes. But I don't know, this kind of situation can get a little awkward, right? I mean, we even saw it in game number 1. You're 10k up, your Aegis expires, Save making moves though with a toss back, and that Hurricane onto the DK, taking him low. Disruption is there to buy a bit of time. Kisses are landing on Nightfall and Miero. Trend does survive, and the Infest is there for the Lifestealer, so they bought enough time to stay alive and defend their base.
That's what matters, not losing anything, but this gold advantage, he keeps increasing for BetBoom. I don't think they're ever gonna lack damage to kill the heroes. You have Luna, who is going for Kanda. Her level 20 with Kanda is kind of big item timing for Luna. Plus you also have Zeus, Beastmaster, tossbacks from Tiny. So not too worried about BetBoom, but...
What's their next objective, though? Is it just
This is the problem when you're too farmed, when you dominate the early game.
Exactly.
Something that BetBoom has been struggling with. They don't have the objective to go for. Next Roshan, 2 minutes potentially.
At least, yeah. It's like, can we hold them in their base? No. They're going to come out, they're going to split push, they're going to smoke, they're going to make moves. BetBoom, and they press all the way forward, get right up into the tier 3s, and now, where are they? They're back by their own tier 3s almost.
Yeah, BetBoom, nothing's happening on the map, nobody's dying, so they have nobody to tip, so they have to tip themselves. They're like, it's really itching me right now. Gotta use it on someone.
We've got to keep GPK's tip average up. The stats that matter. Someone probably cracked a funny joke in the BetBoom camp. But this gives wiggle room to Talon. A bit more space. 13k net worth on Lifestealer, 12 on the DK. Nothing's going particularly wrong for them. Even with this 10k lead up for BetBoom, they're still holding out, trying to get to that late game we've been talking about. And I've got BKB on Slardar as well. So Orchid BKB done. And he immediately cues Assault Cuirass and Aghanim Scepter on WS. I'll save with this Blink Dagger though if he finds a latch onto someone, but yeah, vision is there. Observer Ward from Talon allows them to jump in with the Infest Bomb right on the save. Great catch on the Tiny. The catcher becomes the catchee, and now the Kisses launched in. Artillery shells landing in onto Miero and Nightfall. Akashi gonna munch on the Granite Golem.
Another one, that's more than 1,000 gold from Helm of the Overlord creeps for sure.
Easily, yeah. Ponyo has found a disruption here, catching Toronto Tokyo. Tries to leap away, a couple of them spent, one more remains, but he's dead nonetheless.
Wrong side.
Talon, they came outside.
Dire are scanning.
BetBoom trying to play Ding Dong Dash and getting caught with that Panthers down.
There it is, save tipping GPK. GPK again, collecting tips. Talent, I mean, this game can go both ways. 7k, now 6k, doesn't really matter that much at this point, because Talon lineup is really good at scaling. SNY completed on Lifestealer. I'd still like to see Blink Dagger picked up by Slardar. Sure, you also want to get AC, you want to get your Aghanim Scepter, but sometimes it can be difficult getting into a fight. We could go back to point of Dragonite having a Blink Dagger, so he is the vehicle for Lifestealer, but I prefer that to be Slardar.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. It's a pretty speedy Roshan. 30 seconds on the timer. We'll be back up in 15. Nightfall, I guess, kind of waiting for Luna Kanda, wait for Luna to have Aegis, and then go for a proper high ground push. But now you've got to contend with a pretty strong, beefy Talon side who have got to 25 minutes. They've kind of weathered that storm. 10k lead, it felt substantial, but now it's being whittled away little by little. 13-10, this game becoming more and more even as time passes. And this Roshan could be a difficult hurdle for BetBoom.
It's time to go. Like, you need to have Aegis with this type of a lineup. You need to have it on Luna, try to siege the high ground with it. They did plant vision. It could scout things out near Roshan. Scan connect. BetBoom, they know someone's lurking near the mines.
Thunder God's Wrath gives the vision on Makashi. Roar is there through the rage. Chuen is in with a stun on Toronto Tokyo as the kisses land on the Mirana, but she pops the Greaves and leaps away. Miero, half HP, but turning on the Chuen with a Nightfall damage. The Luna Glaives bounce and kill them all. A killing spree for Nightfall and a double for GPK. There's the fight they needed on the doorstep of the Dire base.
Lifestealer, he's inside the Black Dragon. That was a good scan. And then Zeus immediately pops the ulti. They're focusing position 5 Mirana with Guardian Greaves. I don't think that's the target that you want to focus. And one of the big buffs to Luna, a lot of the times, sometimes it's a buff, sometimes it's a nerf, is when we changed how BKB works. Her ulti is like, okay, it's shared amongst, if you have like 3 BKB cores, a lot of that damage, you won't even feel it. But if they're isolated, you're like, sure, I'm still dealing damage through BKB, so that's nice. And now they're gonna go inside Roche Pit, take Roshan, get Aegis and Cheese. I can't believe they're not killing it on Radiant side to have Roshan's banner.
It's unbelievable, isn't it? What they're just, yeah, what they're doing. Get Roshan to spawn down there and give us the banner. Yeah, those Moonglaves out the shard of Luna. And she gets on top of people. It's like the old immolation from Warcraft, just burning people alive. Massive, massive damage. Was it Fog calling her the Shredder?
It's an insane shard.
And Timbersaw, look at me. I'm the Timbersaw now. Whirling away. Oh yeah, Lifestealer is still inside that dragon, by the way. Look at him flapping around.
It's the old tech. We don't see that anymore. Radiance inside the dragon. Continue to farm up. But he's been annoying. Trying to cut the creep waves.
And we've had a few of those, right? We had the like infest into someone, then devour them with Pudge. You've got Radiance on one and a Necro Aura on another. TPing around and being a nuisance. This time just inside a
How many dragons is in this game? There's one by Miero. Akashi's in one. Then you have not a big black dragon yet from Chuen. He still needs his Aghanim Scepter to be completed.
I don't know, the Targaryens have shown up. Everyone's got a freaking dragon. Have the eggs
Season
out
2 coming out.
left and right.
Team Green. Let's go.
High ground needs to be defended. Mid and top. Slow press here from BetBoom. As Miero, he's caught a glimpse of the dragon, which Lifestealer is currently inhabiting. Save. Did he clip him with the avalanche? He did. Not sure they can keep going for this, though. It's kind of difficult. Does Miero have to roar? Oh, he steals it. Of course he does. Come over here. That's my dragon now. Rage into roar, and the damage will come. There's no backup arriving, and Lifestealer's done. A dominating Nightfall Luna now, charging down his top lane with 60 seconds on the timer.
Oh, that's such a cool interaction. He's inside, he takes over, and then he can control where Lifestealer's going. So Lifestealer's like, uh-oh, they're gonna drive me to the fountain, I better get out.
It's like the Lifestealer Ags. If you infest in someone who's TPing home, you end up in a fountain. Or the old Juggernaut Omnislash. You used to be able to follow people and Omnislash them back in the fountain as well. But here we go. Blue Luna, 30 minutes in. Dire tier 3 top lane in trouble. They're going to try and crack it open with a potential move from Save, but a good Orchid will stop the tiny initiation there. And a Glyph holds BetBoom back for a matter of seconds before they come back in for another round. In fact, Nightfall just stands there and hits the tower no matter what. 20 seconds still, no Lifestealer. Did Talon have to wait for him to respawn?
I don't think they can take a fight without a Lifestealer. Yeah. They have no glyphs available. Say goodbye to your barracks.
And only 2 buybacks on DK and Snapfire currently. And there goes that top lane. Bottom still open, of course, but that tier 3 going down so early on in the game. And the pings are coming onto Tormentor as well, as we'll watch this one back. It's my dragon. Ah.
All right, it took him a couple of seconds to try to get out, but you are playing against the Beastmaster. Roar will come out, so Rage will not save you.
You made this? I made this.
That was nicely done. Aegis still up and running for another minute and 40 seconds. I think it's time to go in and try potentially to close out the game, knowing that they have no glyph. Even if you lose this fight, they can't just end the game. Problem is, again, the initial jump, they have nothing to save them with in terms of spells, but they have double Force Staff, they have Guardian Greaves, which I think should be enough.
Another Tormentor stolen by BetBoom. They just had to find their spot here to cut out the waves. 30 seconds, 40 seconds of cutting mid, cutting bottom, get them back into a good equilibrium state on the map, and then smoke in behind Nightfall once more.
Satanic. Kanda, level 20. They might have one fight. In terms of buybacks, all 3 cores, they don't have buy.
All in. All in for this fight. Akashi runs forward with his first rage. Trying to get some damage on the Nightfall there. Chuen poking at him as well with this Black Dragon form. Another dragon added to the menagerie. But Nightfall just stands there, hitting buildings, taking down barracks. As Akashi again moves forward, but a great avalanche toss, catching the Dragonite out. The Eclipse and the damage being spread out onto DK and Lifestealer. They've got a disruption to buy a bit of time here as the Roar and Lifestealer hold him back. Aegis popped, but Chuen looks dead. Lifestealer also in trouble, gonna have to run back to the rest of his team as they buy back on Ponyo, but this looks like it's it. Save will move forward with Nightfall onto the Lifestealer. A double kill for your Luna now, and Akashi cannot stand his ground to battle back.
Look at this damage.
Barely gets the fountain to survive it. But
One beam down to 20% HP on a support, and this is gonna be Mega Creeps most likely. They don't have Dragonite for a good 40 seconds. I don't know how you take this fight.
It's very, very difficult. Make Lunar illusions. Use their forces against them. Akashi getting cookied and run forward. The BKB from Nightfall with the Glaives bouncing. Can he lifesteal back up? He's got no Satanic active, but he's got the passive to still go. Lifesteal surviving, but not when GBK comes in. We've forgotten about the Zeus. He's just here doing massive damage to finish it all off and clean them up.
The Hawk, controlled by Miero.
TP home, TP home.
He's doing
He tried it. Akashi will chase him down, trying to munch on the Beastmaster, but toss him back across to the left, and now the Luna can open back up. Lifestealer in trouble, dead and out for 70 seconds. Great play by Save, incredible attempt by Miero. Would have been a clip of the ages to see that one, but Akashi not falling for it. Talon, though, still look like they are down and out in this series, though. That's game 2. I'll give it another shot here with the Dragon Knight, but Nightfall and Save too much to handle as Chuen is pummeled into the ground. Cookie or not, Grandma can't save you, and GG called.
Luna is such a beastly hero when you're staying on top of the network throughout the whole game. Playing with these heroes who allow you to dish out even more damage. You do have Beastmaster Aura. Very well executed draft from BetBoom, I gotta say. This one looked pretty much the same as it did in the first game, where they're completely dumpstering the laning stage, 15, 20k gold lead, but this time around, decision-making from Talon, I would say, was even worse, where they kind of allowed to trade Tormies and also forced the Glyph, plus also lost the tier 3 tower, which opened up the map a lot. They didn't contest Roshan. This one, a bit of a tough game for Talon.
Yeah, it felt like they were already in kind of a desperate situation. They were trying to find small victories wherever they could, but yeah, when you're making those trades, BetBoom will take them every day of the week because it gives BetBoom that map position. They then have a very simple time pushing high ground, which they did not struggle with this game. So a 2-0 victory for BetBoom over Talon as we round out our first series of the day and head back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Gareth and Lacoste. BetBoom taking this one to a needed win, as they so far were the only team to suffer an 0-2 before. Now Talon will join them as, actually, slight spoiler alert, Shopify Rebellion joins them as well. They went 0-2 on a different stream, but BetBoom here victorious. This was a very, it felt, Kazu, like a way more clean game than game number 1.
Oh, for sure. I kind of saw it. I feel like in the draft, if Talon don't have a better early game than they did, that the game would be hard. I'm really starting to see the strength of this Luna Aura. I think especially like in the first nighttime after this like 5-minute mark. These teams are putting it to really good use. Like Toronto Tokyo goes to the offline, you know, just some random Marana with some leaves. You get the attack speed. You have like 20 bonus damage. Like it really starts adding up because their tempo started already at like the 6-7 minute mark.
I feel like that's what I noticed when I was watching OG's games yesterday. They picked 2 Lina games and 2 Brew games with it. And then I'm watching the Brew split with Lunar Blessing Aura. And it's just incinerating heroes super early. So, yeah, I'm glad you pointed that one out. I was literally thinking the same thing. That first night window, they make so much happen. Second night window is when they're like closing the game out, it almost feels like. They're getting that super big advantage, taking the tier 2s. And I think they kind of, honestly, I think maybe Miro's Beastmaster, like we kind of forgot about it. Maybe they did too, because he destroyed top lane. He had, 15 denies or something versus the Lifestealer, died once, but Save gets the cleanup, and he gets a great timing on an item that fits perfect with this draft.
Yeah, and in this game as well, BetBoom, they bait with the illusion in the mid lane when you're expecting this comeback potential from Talon, the blink initiate, the Mortimer Kiss on top. They now bait it with an illusion, they turn it around, and the hope for Talon to maybe have some life in the mid game fully broken apart because they're just, tactically always thinking about, okay, we're doing well, but how can Talon now get back into this game? So think about their opponent and themselves the entire time. So yeah, Talon just never really able to get anything going for themselves.
No, we knew it was going to be a little tough from the draft onwards. We did say that maybe once they have all their core items, they were going to have a power spike, a window to do something fogged. We did see them try for a little bit. It's like, okay, now their game begins, but maybe it was a little bit too late at that point.
Yeah, well, they got that, 1 or 2 successful kills, but then it was a quick move from BetBoom. They didn't hesitate right afterwards. I think they got, a successful scan. They ran top, and the game exploded right afterwards. They get a kill on Lifestealer, or they killed 4 heroes. Lifestealer got out with the Infest. They take the tier 2, and then they go Roche, and the map is over for right there from Talon. So it's a tough game for them because it feels like when they're behind, they have to almost play it perfectly to get those items to be able to come back, but BetBoom was just one step ahead every single time, it felt like this time.
Yeah, I think they played very clean, and to add on T's point, I think the best teams, what they will do, they understand what they need to do, but they also at the same time, like you said, they think about what do our enemies need to do, and I feel like they just were perfectly on point with that, really.
They were just hunting the Lifestealer, right? I'm sure if you really watch the highlights, every highlights, BetBoom just finding the Lifestealer, forcing the Lifestealer to infest or to rage or to disappear from his position, and then because of that, you're never seeing the Lifestealer inside the Slardar then finding a Zeus, killing a Zeus, right? It's always just the completely wrong narrative for Talon to even have life in this game.
Yeah, I will say, I think the Zeus stocks are rising.
Yeah.
And because this was our 4th pick Zeus, which I think as the tournament progresses, Fogged, we might not see let through that often anymore.
He just feels like he gives you almost everything. He doesn't push buildings, right? He definitely does not take objectives for the most part, but he gives you late game scaling. He gives you global scout in these team fights, which seems to be massive. This vision aspect to catch these backlines is huge in this game. And then he's just a great sustaining mid laner that doesn't lose almost any matchup.
Right, Fold, you can just say it. You can say, Hobu Harry would be proud. Okay?
Oh, God, don't give Hobu credit.
Chat currently going, yeah, it's all good. Have to do it once per tournament. Yeah.
If there's some Jakiros coming up too, we can say him again.
Yeah, that was previous patch. 3 years ago.
So you got the Zeus not hitting buildings, but then of course Nightfall is hitting a lot of buildings. I guess then you got the Luna to really to balance that part out.
Woo!
He had some fantastic stats, obviously. Did not die that entire game, which is very impressive when you have potential of the Infest bombs coming your way, Kezu. Is this Nightfall playing well? Because he doesn't really have saving supports, or is this maybe Talon missing the mark?
I would say it's maybe a mix of both, but I would attribute it more to how well BetBoom actually played themselves and how well they lane. I think to also talk more about Zeus, he does all those things, but I think Dota right now, especially in the early games, about all these small things. And suddenly you have this Zeus ult that can break open the lanes. You have the Luna's Blessing that's helping stuff there as well. And also he gets an Aegis, right? They have all this stuff that's actually tailored for him to do well, the Beast Aura. So all in all, I just think, they played well, but I wouldn't say it's a godlike performance. It's good. It's good. It's good.
Okay.
But he was set up for success. I will say that.
It's good.
Yeah.
We also, I don't think we have the updated stats just yet on the standings of the first round of group stages. But all the first games are done, and for BetBoom in particular, this series is very important to get a 2-0 out of it because now they're back in the middle of the pack. They're 3-3. Talon, unfortunately, they are now 2-4, just like Shopify Rebellion, so they're at the bottom. So both of those teams need to really step it up in the game to come. There's another series coming their way because Group A plays 2 series back-to-back, and we're going to start our second line of games very shortly. On this particular stream, you're in the right place for Falcons versus Liquid, so do not go anywhere.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
chance in life. Take it or leave it. To go to the edge and still survive. If you ride that laser beam, it's a light that brings your dream alive. I'm having a feel-good day, and it's all on the bright side. It's starting to go my way, from a call to a joyride. Though I don't know why, I could jump the fire and dance a wild ballet. Cover the raindrops in your eyes. Seeing believing. Let every heartbeat energize. Never mind that thundercloud. There's a time to shout aloud and cry. I'm having a feel-good day, and it's all on the bright side. It's starting to go my way, from a call to a joyride. Though I don't know why, I could jump the fire and dance a wild ballet. shake the blues off. Now we're changing. It's all on the bright side. Life is better when we're headed. Rearranging. I crawl to a joyride. I'm having a feel good day. Now we're changing. Feel good day. It's starting to go my way. So go my way. I'm having a feel good day. Hold the hands of time. Promises will follow. Inner visions realized in a new tomorrow.
Time for more Dota 2 action here from Birmingham. You're watching ESL 1 Birmingham, and we are in the group stages day 2. And we are ready for our second series of the day. And it is Team Falcons that you see right there, complete today. As you see, Malrine also a big smile on his face. And they're going up against Team Liquid. And that is their second series today, earlier today. For Falcons, they were able to tie against G2IG, and Team Liquid just came off a 2-0 victory of Shopify Rebellion. We'll see what they have going here as they go up against each other. We had a slight change in our panel as well, as we got Lacoste
The king.
on the panel. Hello.
Thank you for the kind introduction. It's going to be a banger of a series, that's for sure. And, replacing Fog is always tough. Big shoes to fill, even though he has small feet.
Really
But
small.
yeah, he does.
Yeah. And hands as well, yes.
All right. Anything else?
Speaking of, anyway.
You want to continue there?
Moving on.
I can't do it on panel, sorry.
It's all good, it's all good. We're going to focus on our matchup because the players are getting ready, so we have to get ready as well. These two teams, even though they have played at Dream League Season 22, and they have also played at Elite League, during both those tournaments, they did not face each other. They did, however, face in the grand finals of the BB Dasha tournament, and that's the last time they faced, which was a very clear 3-0 in favor of Falcons over Liquid. We'll see if Team Liquid can do a little bit better this time around. And we're going to start by focusing on Team Falcons, and before we talk about them, let's first learn a little bit more about them.
Team Falcons. What is there to say about this team? As it turns out, a lot. Since their formation late last year, they've won every single event and qualifier they've played in, except for ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur, and even then they lost to teams that ended up in the top 3 of the event.
Falcons, they will have to leave earlier than they anticipated.
This team really has it all. They got TI winners in Skeeter and Snaking. And Sumail? They got the grizzled veteran hungry for a win in Crit. And they got the wild card in ATF. What can't they do? Probably a lot of things. I doubt they can whip up a Beef Wellington.
Fucking hell, seriously?
What can they do? Play Dota. Really damn well. Will Birmingham be the first ESL 1 win for the Falcons? Let's be real. Yes, probably. Good luck to all the other teams. Falcons, you don't need it.
Yeah, I just want to once again reiterate that is not AI. That is a real person. It seems there's some confusion out there about this, and a little bit of confusion also about that video, because you did see Sumail in that video, but that was yesterday's news. Malrine is here, right here. You see his picture. You saw him smiling on camera just now as he walked out of the van. He is playing today as well, and we wanted to put him in the spotlight, Kezu.
Yeah, I mean, this kid is, he's pretty good. You know, he
he's
kind of
okay.
came into the scene. He was held in Nemiga jail for like over a year, but finally he made it on a really good team. You know, stats kind of speak for himself. He has done already like tremendous amount of outplays throughout this entire year. So yeah, Malrine, he's cooking.
How many Dota Plus max heroes does he have?
8.
Like 8 now? Because he was 7 and he's like, he made a tweet like, I now have my 8th.
8, and he's gonna have a 9th pretty soon. His partner is level
Yeah, like
29,
3 days.
and couple of those are also 27, 28. So this guy, he's grinding. You know, he's playing 10, 15 pubs a day, and he also manages to show it. Look at him, he's eating that
destroying this
apple.
apple.
He's devouring this apple like he's devouring the
Wait, how many
teams he's
bites?
playing against.
So that's 4 bites so far for this. How much? Do you think you can finish it in like 2 more bites? That's
He
1.
can.
Okay, hold on.
How is this content, guys?
No, this is really important.
This is
okay?
good. This is good.
I will say that this is the most satisfying bite when half of them are already, you know, when you ate half the apple and then you have like the last bit of proper bite
I mean,
left.
he knows how to max out, so that's
Yeah.
good. So
No, his
The
efficiency
next
is
step
through
is
the roof.
the sides. The
But will we go
strategy
for the sides? Is it? Oh, Maureen, focus up right
Wait, you're
now.
eating the sides?
No, yeah, like the little
I ate
top
the whole
bit.
apple.
He's gonna eat the core too in a second. That's how dominant
He's
he
like,
is
why
in
is
mid
this
lane.
camera still
Yeah.
on me, guys? What's wrong?
No reason,
what I will
Maureen.
say, I think when we talk about Melreen, we should... Oh, is that okay? That's fine. Yes.
He's asking
we
for
should
some help.
we should talk about his mid lane skills because
Oh,
literally
okay.
that's, you know, that's what he's good at. He's also really good at eating an apple core, turns out. But Wisdom Rune, that's what we're going to look at. The US Air Force Wisdom Rune is about Melreen because his mid solo kills are top tier, top of the list, Kazoo, and it's a big difference too.
Yeah, I mean, this guy, he doesn't mess around. You know, even in the most recent, or not most recent, but in the last Dream League finals, like even against GPK, right, when he does his branch play where he outplays him, suddenly he gets the first blood, the other guy doesn't. You know, he also likes his fairy fires. Like, he likes the outplays. He plays for this shit.
Yeah, and in a meta where you naturally want to rotate to find your early kills from mid lane, like picking up some Coddle, some Storm, anything like this, like if you see a hero next to a tier 1 tower, you go for the kill. You rarely nowadays get those one-on-one duels where it's like the Shadow Fiend going for the triple raise, got you, you're now dead, you're out of level. Like, it doesn't really happen. So to have nearly double over second place is, you know, exceptional stuff from Maureen.
Yeah, very explosive player. Love to see this new blood coming into the scene. I think it's very important to point out that Falcons, I think Skeeter during Dream League, he was talking about him kind of connecting with Malrine, talking about him being, you know, his cousin and just all smiles whenever
Little
they play.
brother, you think,
Pretty much,
as
you know,
well.
having these good vibes in the team really matters.
Yeah, you can tell it's working out for them. I will say they did not win the last tournament, and maybe there's a little bit of a chip on their shoulder because of it, but they're not showing it. They're still playing fantastic. They are tying their series, so I think it's important for a lot of other teams to know that they can bleed, and that makes the Dota just more exciting for us as well. One team that hasn't been able to make them bleed that much yet is Team Liquid, though, as their opponents today. We should focus a little bit more about them as well, because they did just come off a clean win. They had a tie day yesterday. They tied against Talon. They tied against G2IG. But this team is definitely... They're here to win. They're here to get the points. They have their eyes on the prize because there's only 4 points at Dream League after this. And we know that this squad's not great with Dream Leagues.
No, yeah. And currently, at least in Birmingham, they're doing a little bit better than Dream Leagues, right? They've got 1 win, 2 draws. Falcons in at 3 draws. So I think this series is going to be so critical for Liquid. Because if they can beat down Falcons, get 2 wins, 2 draws under their belt, you would assume that they are going to at least be in the top 4 of the group stage, therefore getting themselves to the playoff stage, or at least a, you know, a good path there. And, you know, we just saw 33 on screen for his highlight, and here he is, of course... I say new, not really that new, but he's the biggest change, and I think they're still trying to find their form with him a little bit, because we saw in the interview from their series the other day where they lost on the Slardar. It's like, oh, why did we lose that? And 33 saying, oh, it's just, you know, noob Slardar didn't get killed, sorry, it's my bad, right? And I think they're still trying to find that perfect harmony of 33 into the team to bring him to life, and that's what brings the Liquid volatility of Dream League to non-Dream League events.
Yeah, there was a period of time where Zoo was not as popular, but we've seen, like, during Dream League, I mean, we're coming back to this long tournament that's been going on for, like, almost 3 weeks, and then you have meta changing. You have 33, who is known to be a Zoo player, and then Miero was starting to play some of these Zoo heroes in the previous series that we covered. You've seen Visage being banned. You've seen Beastmaster being picked. Same goes for Lycan. So these heroes, 33 can play them really well, but he also has some of these newer heroes that he played. You know, the Slardar needs a little bit, maybe more practice on it, but, you know, Venomancer as well. This is a micro hero, micro the wards.
I must also say, like, from the recent games that I've seen here at Birmingham from Liquid, I've really been liking their drafting style. Like, they see something, a problem gets thrown at them, and they just pick a straight up answer. Like they first picked Luna in their draft earlier against Brew. Like someone throws something at them and it doesn't matter what role or what hero it is, they're just confident enough to throw it out there because they know this is what we need in order to win. And I think this just speaks for itself when it comes to confidence, and I like that.
I think it helps that Liquid and Falcons both have the same logic on their 3 cores, where any one of them can step up and be the one that wins them the game. Some teams, they have kind of complementary core players that they require to do their job for someone else to succeed and to win you the actual game at the end. But both of these teams, it could be any of the 3 roles that really step up and do it. Of course, supports, they consistently do their job, but in regards to the cores, it's just rare to have 3 players in each role or 1 player in each role, 3 roles that do it perfectly.
With that in mind, though, I do want to once again circle back to that mid lane because we talked about Malrine a lot, and he is definitely the focus point for us in Falcons, with good reason. But then on the other side, you got Nisha, who for a very long time used to be the focus point on Team Liquid as well. And I would imagine, actually in the past, Lacoste, I feel like we talked about Nisha almost the same way as we talk about Malrine now. What's the scales say?
I think Nisha has been one of my favorite players from the mid lane. I've been hyping him up for like good 2-3 years when he was playing on Team Secret. One of the reasons why he was picked up by Team Liquid, because he was one of the best, if not like the best player at the time in the world. This guy is just insane. The only thing he needs to use is the unstuck option when he's playing Pangolier. Other than that, everything is perfect for Nisha.
What key is that again?
It's the minus unstuck. That's the command.
Ah, okay. It's a good button.
Or just don't play Pango.
Now, Pango was still 100% contested when I first checked in the morning.
Okay.
This hero, I think we accidentally buffed this hero. We wanted to nerf him with the swashbuckle.
we
were like, uh-oh, we really messed up.
Like the hero's still very good. I also like what they do where they try to ban Bloodseeker and then pick it, but I'm not sure how much I love their supporting cast around the Pango so far. I mean, maybe they can look a little bit how, Gaming Gladiators and Quinn play Pango, because they're by far the best ones with over 1 billion games. So maybe, take a little bit of what they do and implement it into your own stuff.
Yeah, potentially. I do want to talk a little bit more about heroes as we're just about 1 minute away from that draft to start. And I feel like compared to previous series, this is a very different series in terms of heroes that we're going to see played. Is that correct? Do I have the right vibe with that?
They have some similarities, but I think it's going to be the playstyle of clashes, where these are the 2 teams that don't care about laning constructs like minute 6 or 7. So even if their heroes are going to be slightly different, we are going to be expecting the 3-4 heroes in the bot lane at 7-minute marks. We're going to see twin gate usages. The mid lanes don't really care about having to farm and go and fight. Like, I think we are going to see so much more scrapping between these 2 teams, because it isn't like the whole, extreme versus Falcons where we have maybe a bit more scaling versus it really is just going to be the full-on, I'm hoping a bloodbath where they just break down the map as quick as possible and we just have some incredibly high kill score games. And as always, it's going to be the what type of niche heroes do we see from Malrine? He keeps saying you can't ban them all. He has got 9, 10 level 30s now. It's not as narrow as we expect from Falcons.
I just hope it won't be like the 2 positives turn into a negative, because sometimes when 2 teams that like to make early rotations go up against each other, it just turns into both teams waiting for the other team to make rotations and then nobody does it. So,
yeah, I was hoping that wouldn't happen. I was trying, as I was saying it, I was like, oh, wait a second.
You're highlighting the positive sides of it.
Don't keep me grounded, all right? Let me just live in my little fantasy world.
I'm right there with you. I'm hoping for a great series. I mean, you said it earlier, Lacoste, you're hoping for a banger, because Liquid versus Falcons, it just, it's a headliner.
It really is. Like, these 2 teams, Team Liquid, they're always like second. They're always kind of sneak in the top 2. But this is the guy that I'm looking the most. He's been, I would say, the best player in Team Liquid for quite some time. The Boxy has been so stable. His rotations as well. And I think Crit as well. He's really good. They're playing the same style, pretty much. They have a lot of overlapping heroes as well. And this type of style from position 4 is what you need to have to dominate. Because every single time one of these players pop off in a game, they have like 5-6k gold lead 10 minutes into the game.
I mean, there are 4 players especially, or I think most of these players on both the teams, they're very free. We just go, and that's how the best Dota is played. Like, you just play on instinct, you see what's happening, you just adjust. It's not like, oh, at minute 10 we do this move. Like, you just play depending on kind of what's going on. And I think Liquid have a lot of momentum, like just 2-0ing before. So I would be very surprised if there's no aggression. And these 2 teams, they know that you can't just give up stuff for free. Like, you have to fight back, you have to defend, at least like force a response and just be there. So we're gonna see a lot of action. There ain't no way.
Yeah, I will say I do 100% agree that a lot of that action comes from those position 4s. We saw it yesterday when Team Liquid was playing against Falcon in that first game. Boxy was a hero that didn't necessarily move around too much, but then in the second game he gets a Tusk, and he is everywhere. So I hope that indeed will be facilitated by the drafters, that we're going to see that type of action. So we got some bans on the screen already. We got the Chen, the IO, the TA, and the Leshrac there as well. We talked about Leshrac earlier already, T. It's moved up in priority to the point where it's now banned.
Yeah, it's got an incredibly strong win rate so far. I think coming into today, it was a 100% win rate in 5 games. I don't know about after all the games we've seen so far. On top of that, with Oracle becoming more popular, any of these heroes that like to be thrown in with buffs and stuff are going to be naturally better. You probably want to ban the Leshrac over the Oracle, so yeah, take away the Leshrac. And for Liquid, now that Maorine's back, the draft has changed a little bit. Yesterday, the bans weren't so heavily Falcons with a flex of Maorine and Amar. We come into day 2 with Maorine back. Razor's gone, DK's gone. Even the Pangolier is a nod to Maorine's one of his best heroes. Yeah, these are the standard bans we often see against Falcons.
Yeah, I wonder how Falcons respond to this, because they're very good. They play Kunkka a lot themselves, and I think this hero is incredible. I think the Water Park is still probably too good. Like, we'll see if that will ever change. Like, potentially something Falcons could look to do is like go for some Monkey King route, maybe match it into the Kunkka later like that. Because other than that, generally when I see Kunkka, he has a good game. I'm not quite sure how to stop it, because if you don't, the mid-game team fighting, it's a problem.
It really is. This hero, once he picks up that Aghanim Scepter, fights become so much more difficult. You want to use, some disruption, some Oracle ulti. You get hit by random torrents. Suddenly the whole fight changes because of that torrent did hit. And it's also a flex pick for Team Liquid. And I was thinking Monkey King, because Falcons, they play pretty much everything. This team is on top of their game right now. So they also theory craft a lot, having AUI behind them, how to counter certain matchups. And I don't know, because we're on the same page here. Monkey feels really good because Kunkka can't really do much, but then again, it's Team Liquid. They're very experienced with manipulating the creep waves. If they don't want to play the lane, you know that Box is going to find a way how to play the lane.
Like, the only thing I'm thinking, when the enemy team shows you this hero, like it is Kunkka, you know it's going to be mid or off lane. You are second pick, which means you could pick your core early and then try to match it. I'm just like excited to see what they do, because I feel like from this tournament, what I've seen, Amar and Falcons, like their Kunkka is incredible.
Another thing they can do against Kunkka is at least match the fight, where I don't think we've seen like Mars too often against Kunkka, but like, if you throw down your water park, if you throw down an arena, yes, you've got the control on your side, I throw down mine, but if you can't get into the water park to utilize that control, it can also maybe hinder them. And you throw Falcons the SD already on their side, you got the disruption to delay it. I think against Kunkka, it's either speed in which you kill a hero, so pre-boat buff, or just match the fight, so they go hand in hand.
I mean, the Doom ban also kind of makes sense. I think the other thing you can try to do against Kunkka in the fight is, well, if you can burst him, it's like generally going to be the best target you have. But it's just not easy. Like, the hero is very tanky. Like, you would need some, you Doom, you go in first, which is obviously why they ban it. Maybe like some Storm with a lot of follow-up damage. But some of these heroes are just not that easy to be played.
Team Liquid making sure that there's a couple more bans targeted towards Maorine and towards Amar, of course, as well. Timber and Doom. Falcons is taking their time to think about this next ban. Of course, they only have one ban they can use here for the next 3 picks to come out for either team. So this is a very strategic one. They'll go with the Brewmaster and they'll pick up the Gyrocopter.
I don't remember Falcons playing Gyrocopter as 5. Most of the time when they play it, it's Skeeter's hero.
Yeah.
They love to run it as carry, having a little bit of protection, save that Shadow Demon provides you with. I think it's also a great counter in the lane against Kunkka. You can just chase him down playing into melee hero. If this is going to be the matchup in the off lane where you build a Falcon's Blade and then you just get this early mana and you start to dominate. But Gyrocopter early on in the draft, I think this hero is relatively easy to counter. He doesn't have that many... He has some bad matchups that he doesn't like to play into.
I must admit, I completely forgot Disruptor existed for a second. But
he has been losing every game so far at Birmingham, so it's quite easy to forget him for now. Going back to the Gyrocopter real quick, I think because of the Kunkka, you know that there isn't going to be objective pressure from at least the mid or the off lane, depending where it's flexed. I think the Gyrocopter, one of the issues with the hero is you need Crystallis, Ags, BKB, Satanic. You need like 4 items to feel like you're the king of the game. And with a Kunkka in the core role, yes, you take over fights, but you never really progress. Of course, there's still 4 picks beforehand, but at least it's one big core that the Gyrocopter can go, okay, 1 out of the 3 things isn't going to hinder me in my game plan. and they still have Amar and Marine to pick up their explosive heroes.
And I think there's a high chance they wanted like a very tanky core. Like if you get started on with an X mark or you get hit by some random Torn, like Gyro generally is pretty tanky in like the mid game.
Stand your ground, yeah.
Yeah, so like I can see it. There's probably perhaps have a misconception about Gyro. He's probably better than I think, so I'll just wait and see. But I would like if Falcons, I think you need to help him out. If right now the idea is that this is going to be my Gyro carry, no matter what, I'm gonna need heroes around him, like T mentioned before, like some Mars, give him more team fight. Get someone with like an aura, like maybe, you know, you have some Vlad, some Drums, some Solar Crest coming out, because I think it's going to be hard otherwise.
Yeah, a lot of team fight coming out from Team Liquid. These heroes are also very well color coordinated. Liquid, blue, you know, makes a lot of sense. I want to see maybe something like a Crystal Maiden paired up with Gyrocopter, just so that you have that extra kill threat. Shadow Demon exclusively played as position 4 for Team Falcons.
There's that Mars that you were talking about. Let's see which support they'll go for. I want to also point out the Mirana still in the pool as well. They'll love that one. But both are staples for snaking, as it has been Crit mostly that plays the Shadow Demon for Team Falcons.
I could see the CM that I think Lacoste mentioned with the if they want to play the SD4. Something else where you maybe are giving up a bit of laning, but you gain more team fight would be Phoenix. I think it lanes well into Tusk.
Yeah.
Bring back the Hoodwink again.
Yeah.
Or go for Enchantress.
Okay, some more offsetting of the tempo in the early game.
Like Falcons lineup looks incredibly strong in laning phase. Like you don't really kill these heroes with Liquid. They need to get some early momentum. When you have Disrupt to Tusk, if you're not killing heroes on the map, if you're not controlling the timings that the game presents you, you can feel a little bit lost. And Falcons, they read into that by going for hard to kill heroes. If you go for a Gyrocopter, there's a disruption behind him. You go for the Mars, there's an arena. Enchantress is a creep bodying for you. So then they have a lot of subtle ways to prevent Liquid from just creating those aggressive moments and just allowing their draft to play itself out. Of course, 2 picks to solve those problems. Will Liquid continue to go down the line of trying to kill heroes? Or they start, taking a step back and...
I mean, it's a good Morphling game, is it? Against this Mars, you turn into Gyro with the Flak Cannon. They already showed 2 supports, which means that Gyrocopter is going to be the carry. There's also Lifestealer who's available. Yeah. This hero has been pretty wild in the last couple of months or so.
I feel like Nyx and Morph both fit for like the game and good matchups. They will decide to pick the mid. Okay.
Not enough stuns. They don't have that initial stun that can catch Puck off guard.
If you're Liquid, I think you now need to consider banning, I'm going to use the word cheese. It's my first time using it at Birmingham, but like the Huskar, the Sniper, these type of heroes. Falcons, they're not afraid to put Skidder on like the half carry. And like, I think if he looks at this Gyrocopter, you throw Gyrocopter in Skidder's hands, he'll happily play it in a different style to other carries. And if you have Sniper that shuts down Puck in the laning phase, I think this Falcons draft is too easy to get to them being online. So yeah, Sniper, Huskar were the 2 that were coming to mind.
Well, one of the 2 already removed on the side of Team Liquid. And Falcons are looking to ban out some heroes for Mickey, as Team Liquid is lacking a carry. The Luna is the first one to go. Of course, it will be Team Falcons with the overall last pick.
Yeah, Liquid they need to find this Mickey hero out of phase. I mean, you don't know yet what Marina's playing, but you kind of know your lane. You're laning into some Mars and Ensh or SD.
Then Lifestealer again for Liquid.
Yeah, I think the Lifestealer Lacoste mentioned can be good. Morph is, I think, also good. I would say it's maybe a bit less of a Mickey hero as opposed to potentially the Luna or the Lifestealer. Luna already taken out.
It's been a while since they did it, but there's in Team Liquid a little bit of a flex potential because Nisha used to play loads of Morph and Mika used to play loads of Puck, so I just want to get that on the radar, but it's been so long since I've seen them swap that around.
Yeah, and they did also kind of figure by banning the Morph. I would say that Lifestealer is probably on the top of my list. I think there's other heroes that you're maybe thinking about that you would just get straight up punished. Like if you want to pick some Faceless Void for Liquid, I don't think you're getting away with this lane. Void Disruptor, I think you're supposed to get your butts kicked in.
Sniper's banned. That was the fun hero. I wanted to see some quacks.
It was fun at the start, but now seeing Sniper pretty much every single game, you're like, okay, maybe we need a little bit of a change there.
I mean, I'm a support player, but it's still pretty satisfying just seeing the assassin go and have half HP.
I do think the Axe build is kind of cool.
Yeah,
it's like some new age sniper that's actually fun.
So if you buy it at the wrong time, though, you're kind of useless. And Liquid go for a Sven. nothing too crazy here. Into SD, you're not giving away any crazy stat type core, so SD's not in high value there. You have explosive damage. Sven against Gyrocopter, traditionally always pretty good for Sven. You get on top of him. Doesn't matter if this Gyro's trying to Satanic up. Also, he doesn't really want to buy Butterfly too early on. Yeah, nice Sven pick.
You can also kind of get around the arena and the SD ult later with your Ags. You have a mid-game BKB, which you need if you play against Gyro, Mars, dual core. So let's see what Malrine can cook here. You're lane against Puck, so there should be a way to abuse it. But if you can find a BKB piercing mid laner in some way to like negate the Sven's mid-game tempo, because I feel like Liquid, when this water park and Sven's BKB gets used, they need to, people need to die. Because if they don't, Falcons are gonna walk away with the fight.
Some like BKB mid primal. It's not great.
Like that.
You overcome the hurdle of the early game, Disruptor Tusk, Puck being very good against you, even Kunkka. But once you get to BKB, you make your statement. So it's like a pick to respect what you want for the fights rather than for the early game. But yeah, Primal would fit that build. But again, it's a lot of counters in play for Liquid, which should, in theory, deter that pick.
Team Liquid's draft has a lot of boxes checked. Everything seems to be on point. This is a very early-oriented draft. Sven with 2-3 items, he comes online, as fast as Gyrocopter, so he can match the tempo. But looking at both of these drafts, this is not a BKB piercing tool that I was looking that's going to come out from Malrine's next hero, because Mickey, sure, you're playing into Shadow Demon, but you have a lot of heroes behind you to back you up. Once Kunkka gets his Aghanim Scepter, Sven with 2/3 items. I really like this Team Liquid's draft.
First Lina of the event as well here for Malrine.
Yeah, he's I'm not sure if he's level 30 on his hero, but he's very good on Lina. Also, this hero's just way tankier than it used to be. I feel like he's gonna lane well. I'm kind of leaning with Lacoste. I like Liquid's chances a little bit more in this draft. I feel like it looks good. I can see their timings and like what they're playing for. But yeah, I think Falcons draft is obviously very playable and they're very capable players.
Yeah.
I mean, Nisha can just pop off on this Puck.
Yeah.
And Falcons have only Arena to be the major containment of early fights. And Gyrocopter Lina need a lot of items to feel good and independent and not rely on people to help them. So there's a large window for like the Tusk, Disruptor, the Puck to break open this game and play behind with a Sven aggression. So I'm leaning Liquid, but there's always something about Falcons where they eventually get to this game. Like we saw with the BetBoom game where we had this like Gyrocopter plus Sniper core. It's like they're so weak, but then eventually when the game becomes strong enough, it's so impossible to kill them. And that could be the same story here where early on Falcons have nothing and then eventually they just become artillery that you can't stop.
Does that also mean that we talked a little bit earlier about how many kills potentially could be happening, how much action we would see, especially in the early stage of the game? But the way we're describing it right now is maybe Falcons, Lacoste might not want to have that much action happening at the start of the game. Is that a good read on that or no?
They have enchanters, like this hero can go through the gates and creep through the gates and make a lot of stuff happen. These rotations, Snaking very good at using the hero. So yeah, I think they want to match the tempo as well because coming into this series, I don't think this is a draft that they wanted to have. They kind of counterpicked what Team Liquid was going for. So that's one of the reasons why I'm leaning towards Team Liquid. But yeah, should still be a lot of kills early on.
Yeah, and that also means that we're thinking that maybe Boxy has quite a bit of freedom on his Tusk. I think we saw that yesterday as well, Kazu. So I'm excited to see if he can get that freedom this game as well, or maybe Falcons will put a stop to it. We're heading over to our commentary duo of OD, Pixel, and Fog for the game.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, it is time for Team Liquid against Falcons. Fog, this should be a pretty fantastic matchup, and as the panel was alluding to, a matchup that should have a lot of skirmishing, a lot of action.
Tons of brawling. I mean, very comfort heroes across the board. Of course, we've got Grandmasters across the board, and they've got Amar playing Mars. They have like an 80% win rate over 40-something games on him playing it.
Crazy.
He's got his work cut out for him, I'd say, because he's kind of the only real frontliner for the team, and there is quite a few ways to bypass to get to some of these squishier heroes like the Lina. So let's see how much he's going to be able to do with the protection of like a Shadow Demon to save some of these heroes. Yeah, some interesting drafts. I was looking and I'm like, so old school kind of stuff is like Kunkka and Sven versus Gyro. You provide a lot of mitigation for your team, especially physical, right? So I think that's why they wanted to go for this Lina, because it can be this mixed hybrid. We'll see what build Malrine wants to go fully in the game, but in a couple games I've seen him go the Aghanims route, so I'm curious to see what it will be as Insania steps up a bit far.
Let's see what they can do with this. They've got the disruption, but there is backup for Insania. They're going to try and chase him down. Mickey offers up a stun. Will catch on to Skeeter. Insania, he's still going to be the first to fall, though, as Amar's able to take him down with the spear. Liquid, they'll get Skeeter in return, but first blood, it is Amar's.
All right, a great player to get it. He's going to have a bracer and even more to start with. So versus the Sven, he's going to have a base damage advantage right off the bat here. So pretty dream for, I mean, the best Mars player in the world. So that's going to be pretty interesting. And yeah, this should have a lot of fighting, I feel like. It looks like it's just tons of cooldowns on both sides. Both teams have good ways to fight early on. But Liquid, I would say, maybe a little bit easier being able to fight early unless that Mars is there every time.
But overall, coming into this and looking at the lineups and the teams on paper, you would say that this series is probably going to be more of a challenge for Liquid than for Falcons? Who's going to have the tougher time, do you think? Who's the favourites here? Considering what we've seen as well, because Liquid's been having a pretty hot start this group.
Yeah, I don't know, to be honest. I think it's pretty evenly matched. Yeah. I can't give like a clear advantage at the moment with how I've been seeing these two play. I don't know who to even look at in the lanes too, because I feel like everyone's just going to be super oppressive, just being incredibly aggressive on all 3 lanes.
Anybody could die.
But I want to look at mid because Maureen has 14 solo kills, as they were mentioning before, and this will be a big test if this lane is able to get off to a good start.
And this is definitely a lane where you could get a solo kill, right? Yeah. If one of these two makes a mistake, the other one's going to get burst. So Nisha and Maureen, definitely going to keep eyes on them. Could have some early slip-ups, early action between the two of them here. Very closely matched.
It's just going to be just constantly playing with each other. Stun does connect on that. He has some fiery soul stacks. Yeah, but both are going to play with fairy fire baits and stuff like that, so I'll try to keep looking elsewhere.
Yeah, Maureen's happy to sit very low. Maybe a little too low, but there's the fairy fire bait that you talk about. He's going to be able to time it perfectly with the light strike again. I mean, living on the edge. This mid lane, comes back in with a waning rift. Nisha, he's trying for it. Oh, and he's going to get him. Nisha able to get the solo kill there in the 1v1. I mean, we said that was the place to watch. It certainly was, Fox.
I was looking at the other lanes, and I'm like, we can't look away from mid.
We can't.
Crazy. And he actually got the bottle delivered first, so he was toying with the extra. Nisha just gets a high roll damage.
I mean, it was that's crazy stuff there between the mids. It's only going to continue, I'm sure, once Maureen gets back to the lane. Back up on the top.
Tower.
What have we got going on here? Mickey taking quite a few tower hits. He's got the stick charge. He's going to try and bring down Crypt with him, and I tell you what, he does. Sure, he goes down, but he is able to get the kill onto Crypt first on the way out. So at least something there that he's able to find in turn for getting caught and pushed under the tower.
Nisha able to get both of those water runes, of course, since he gets the kill on that time in. Maureen right back to the lane, though. He's going to be able to CS still just fine in this matchup. Looking at bottom, this is the one that's going quite poorly.
I mean, looking at the CS overall, really, the 3 cores right now.
Yeah.
They do have that edge. They're getting that edge in the denies as well.
I mean, this is definitely the hardest lane, I would say, for Liquid. You're playing versus double ranged. Yeah, sure, you've got tag team, but Enchantress dissuades kind of any aggression. Just pop heal. And yeah, Skeeter off to an excellent start. Yeah, all 3 cores as you're mentioning, so very important for Falcon to have that.
See how things continue mid. I'm sure Maureen, even though he lost that first trade in the 1v1, he's more than happy to go for it again.
I'm scared for overall Mickey is CSing up here. It's just because of how fast these double bracers come out and just how annoying SD can be. I imagine they're going to have stacks at the ready for him very early. Of course, it is Liquid, so I do think that they're going to be doing that. But I also think Snaking will probably stop some stacks.
Bottom line. A little bit of an attempt on Skeeter, but he's fine. Snaking.
He was looking for a creep. Finds a pretty good one, especially versus double melee heroes. Having that Warpine Raider, if you get some stack, if you get bounces on those seed shots, that'd be pretty crazy. Top again.
Trying for a bit of a setup, but the stun's out from Mickey. Make sure that Amar doesn't immediately get the spear. It doesn't matter, though. They still get the kill as they chase out Insania. And Amar living on the edge there, standing his ground against Mickey, knowing that Mickey can't finish him off. Back over in the mid, though. Nisha, he's going for it again. The timing is there with the Light Strike Array.
He's okay.
And he's going to be fine. Only just. He'll have to take the walk back to base here, Maureen. Nisha continues to have that little bit of an edge against him in the 1v1.
And he's going to get the water rune secured. Boxy checks bottom. He'll be able to get down. Yeah, Maureen has to go back. Seeing a lot of movement, at least from the supports. I see Snaking checking the Ancients. He's also checking to make sure any stacks and taking creeps away. So those stacks will have to come, of course, later for this side of Liquid. Even saw Crit make the move over to take away a bounty rune. Man, this gyro has pretty much no pressure on it.
It's pretty much a perfect CS.
Yeah.
As close to it as you could get. In reality, in these pro games, 32 and 12.
Yeah, I think he's only missed, what, like 3, right? I believe,
think so,
or something
right?
like
That's
that.
some quick maths.
Yeah, wow.
Something like that.
Pretty insane. A couple maybe neutrals, but whatever. Skeeter gets the rocket.
They might have an effort at getting the kill here.
It's a lot of damage.
The missiles in, they've got the rocket barrage. 33's trying to break away from Skeeter, but the body blocks are coming in from Snaking. There's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide, and Snaking with the Warpine Raider will finish off the kill. Up on the top lane, Insania is able to make sure they get crit. So a little bit of something up there for Liquid, but indeed in terms of the two carries, Mickey just a little bit behind of what's going on from Skeeter's side of things on the other side of the map.
He has 6 stick. There's a glimpse available.
He's got the spear at the ready to push them back, and he will hold on to it nicely to make sure he uses it after the glimpse. Very well played there by Amar, holding back with the spear, using it at that point. If you use it any earlier, he's going to get killed after the glimpse.
Yep.
He knows to hesitate, and he plays it perfect.
And every little thing matters. He has double bracer. He moved his double gauntlets in right before the whole fight happened too. He lives with 10 HP. It's literally because he moves all these items in super early. So yeah, heads up play, of course, from Amar.
On the
Bottom
mid.
as well, and mid.
They're really trying to go for Mallory once again this time. Now bringing in Boxy. Crit's going to be there. The disruption will be able to buy him a bit of time out of the combo that they're trying to drop on him. He's able to turn with a stun on a box. He will actually get the kill. Instania's in with a glimpse though. So Liquid, at the end of it all, they will manage to take out Mallory again here in this mid lane.
So you are shutting down the Lina a bit, but the trade-off is that the gyrocopter is full free farm.
Yeah, that's the thing as well, because it really is only just a bit. You know, you look at the net worth, it's only 200 gold at the moment between these two. So despite that solo kill earlier, the fact you're bringing in resources to take down Marine again, Marine, in reality, he's not really getting shaken up that much.
And 33 is going to need help. Like, his hero is really important for them to have early team fight, and he's level 4, and he has the same net worth as the support, and might just die again.
There's a couple of stacks of poison coming in. He's going to get snowballed over towards Snaking. They've got the 4 of them here, Liquid, trying to fight back at them. 33 will live. If the X-Mark combo as well to catch on to Snaking, as Liquid, they will punish the 2 supports of Falcons this time round.
Alrighty, he survives, gets some nice needed XP. I believe he just got Wisdom XP as well, too, from that grab, so up to level 5 at the least for this Kunkka. Much needed. But now, space, of course, Marine able to get some pressure onto mid tower. Small pressure, but something.
Is under attack.
Yeah, this Gyro Mars. Top net worth by a large margin, and was going to mention this pre-game. I think it was Lacoste who had touched on it a bit. It was just some limited disables could be the case for this puck. Amar, he's going to go Yules. 100% this game. Super good to catch. And he might even just rush it from what it looks like right now. He's got the phase Yules just queued up very early on.
Yeah, he's going to be having a pretty easy time in this area of the map. Getting the gold, hitting the creeps. Not going to be a lot that Liquid are likely to throw in his direction. So it should be a pretty free start from Amar after he's able to play the lane as well as he would, as well as he did here.
Skeeter also level 6, finished up 33, getting closer and closer to 6. Once he's got 6 on the Kunkka, then they can pose more kill threat action onto Skeeter. But till then, Skeeter a bit safer unless he sees 3-4 heroes.
Sonia got it. In a bit of a dangerous spot here, Crit. And he's got the setup with the disruption. A straight up TP though will be a solid answer.
Well played.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Amar just getting the free pressure on the tower here. Liquid, as I say, not likely to really bring anyone up here. They're just going to have to let Falcons have that part of the map. Niche is going to try again with the setup.
Does he have help?
He's coming in there, and with the silence, but Mallory's still able to have that light strike array. The dodge is there with the snowball. Mallory will fall, but Amar, he's ready to try and make Liquid pay. He'll get the catch on Boxy with the spear in the arena. Up top, Skeeter, he's kind of going for Mickey with the help of Snaking underneath the tower. They're able to take him out. Liquid, they've got Nisha and Instania coming up towards this top lane, as well as further back up inbound to see if they can punish either of the 2 of them. Skeeter, he's well out of there. They'll settle for the grab back on Snaking. The disruption is there. We'll give him the chance to continue to run from these 3 heroes.
He's gonna get away.
And indeed, they've got nothing left to catch him with. So Falcons, they're able to limit losing anyone really there. They get away with that play, going under the tower, bringing Skeeter in to take down Mickey, and they all walk away.
They forced everybody top. That was crazy. I can't believe neither one. I was like, oh, maybe Skeeter's gonna get caught from the glimpse or the X, but no, they both actually were able to get away, even though the glimpse comes out on the inch. And continue to just play aggressive around their vision. They see Insania again here, but everyone's rotating. Everybody wants to fight.
Yeah, I mean, I think Falcons, they're not too scared. Got the snowball coming in, but the disruption save is there onto Snaking. He'll still fall. Liquid, they'll get 1. See if they can get anything more. Skeeter's ready to sort of play this fight as well. He's dancing around the edge of it, and now he's ready to get stuck in. Looks straight over towards Boxy in 33. The coil is upon them, but do they actually have the damage to take these kills down? They'll be able to jump back in with Nisha to burst through Crit. But they've already lost the 2 of them, including, of course, the main man, Nisha, there, going down on the puck.
And
it's not a fight that they're happy with, Liquid. They're losing these trades. Falcons are more than happy. And it just continues to sort of set in the fact that Falcons, they just own this area of the map. It's a dangerous place for Liquid to go.
Yeah, and it's the dream for Skeeter. He shows up, gets a cleanup gun. It's the killing spree. It's 5 kill streak, I believe, that Nisha had there. So a big injection of gold to this gyrocopter right after he just shows up right at the end. And Malrine also, during the whole time, he was getting some catch-up. Still 800 gold behind the puck, but they're able to withstand this damage. They're having to spend so much on to just kill this support. Like, Crit gets glimpsed.
I mean, they're dropping everything on Crit, yeah. He nearly lives as well.
He does.
He's able to sort of dance around them on the edge of the coil. Does die, but of course it's all worth it for Falcons.
It's like 4 hero spells being committed to kill a 4-position level 5 Shadow Demon. It's not even level 6, so the cleanup is able to come in from Falcons. 9 to 10, super action-packed, but a 3K lead at the moment.
Yeah, you just sort of look at the net worth and you see Amar and Skeeter at the top. And you know the way that many Falcon games do go when they sort of start off with this level of opening 10 minutes of play. It normally goes pretty well for them.
Absolutely. The Sven, though, can never count Mickey out. He is starting to get some farm online. Should be able to catch up pretty soon once he clears through some of these stacks. But as for him showing up to early fights, it's a lot more difficult, it feels like, than the Gyro at this point. Skeeter does feel a lot safer because he has this big advantage from the laning phase. And it does seem like I thought, honestly, Amar was going to be the only frontline. It feels like all of them are kind of frontliney because the damage just feels a little bit lacking for Liquid early on.
Got eyes on Boxy. Mickey tentatively trying to farm the Ancients off to the side.
They're stealing stacks.
More fuel for my fire.
And Sony maybe seeing if he can get a glimpse back, but Falcons, they're already too far away. Joining forces with Maureen in the mid. Amar's watching from the side, teasing around with them.
They brought 5. We've got 10 heroes in the mid lane at 12 minutes.
Who takes the bite first here? As they're onto the tower, Falcons. Liquid, what are they going to do about this? 33. Missile inbound, he'll head back. Shard's not going to get the catch on anyone. Ooh. Glimpse also not going to pull anyone into a position that allows Liquid to go. So neither team quite getting their teeth stuck in as they wished.
I mean, Liquid doesn't get a kill, but they stop the push. Falcons wanted to set up to just take that tower with the Ench creep, right? So they brought the squad there, even though they don't get a catch. They do hold it, keep their Ancients more protected, their jungle more protected for Mickey.
Now they're happy to split back up now, Falcons.
Keep that farm going. Very close to the Yules. I believe it's about to be finished. And that's going to allow that catch for the puck pretty much every single one of these fights. For Amar, at least. Smoke, Liquid. Trying to catch something with their ultis. I think everything's ready. Boxy just hit 6 as well, so they've got the punch.
Yeah, they know that Falcons have split back up. So a chance to catch them separate from one another.
Checking out these Ancients, blocking out some camps, getting some info. Double warded, actually.
Oh, smoke on smoke here. Liquid, they're going to make the jump first on towards Crit.
Nice static.
Make sure that there's no further backup to help Crit out in that initial jump.
Nisha?
Falcons might still have a chance of the fight, though, because they've got the spear connection and the Laguna. They'll burst straight through Nisha and through Boxy. 33 sort of left on his own here. Trapped in the arena. He'll try and run away from this ult. But there's a missile heading his way. Snaking and Skeeter slowly running him down. He's very likely to be going out as well. Double kills for Skeeter. Falcons take the team fight.
Great patience from Amar. He throws up the Tusk in the air from the Yules, and he fakes the spear. Nisha does a little bit of a phase shifting. He waits, super patient, gets it right on top of him. And this Kunkka, I mean, 33 is looking like a support. He is so squishy. He shows up. He does no damage, and he just gets shredded.
And where's his money?
He's poor. I think this is one of the slower starts I've seen here for 33.
And what would you sort of say that boils down to? Just the fact that the lane setup and the way that Falcons played it just completely crushed his early levels?
Yeah, and that's apparently just the snaking enchantress with Skeeter. They just, versus double melee can be problematic. They weren't able to touch this gyro. Max barrage build, very impressive versus 2 melee heroes. 5K lead now. Difficult overall for Liquid to take these team fights when your Kunkka's this far behind. And Maureen has, I mean, he's pretty much, same net worth now as the puck. He's totally caught up. And look at the difference between, of course, these two offlaners. Amar, of course, getting first blood, and it's his best hero, so...
Yeah, and we're 15 minutes in, and he's basically double the net worth of 33. It doesn't get that sort of drastic between two offlaners very often.
The supports have the same net worth as the Kunkka. I mean, Crit, he has exactly the same worth. And he's also... Shadow Demon overall versus Kunkka is an excellent counter in most situations. You're able to stop so many different one of these combos. And versus Disruptor, actually. This SD pick, even though his first pick feels like it solves quite a bit. Lamar?
Snowball from Boxy might not end up too well. Okay, they'll drop the Static Storm. He's got the Yules to buy him a little bit of time. There, Mars, is he able to survive through this? He's got the arena. He's alive. Up. He's fine.
Uh-oh.
They try and get the setup. It goes horribly wrong here, Liquid.
I think that Glimmer just got delivered on the Courier a few moments ago. I'm seeing the Courier going back to base. I think he had just gotten it. Great patience from Amar, though, waiting the last second for the Yules. Team's able to back him up, and another fight going Falcons' way, a 7K lead already. I don't think you give this guy much.
I was going to say.
I think you give him more, man.
I'm no coach, I'm no expert drafter, but if I'm in a tournament and I'm going against Falcons, I'm not letting this lad play this hero. This looks pretty wild. And you quoted the win rate at the start race, 80-something% win rate. The stats don't lie.
Yeah, I think it's like 83% across 41 games or 42 games. Like, that's pretty absurd. Yes, Falcons is winning a lot of games.
Let it through if you want to challenge, if you want to try and play this tournament on a hard mode against Falcons, but yeah, this hero looks pretty wild in this lad's hands.
Yeah,
and that's no surprise. We all know it.
And I mean, Mick has got his work cut out for him massively with this game, and it's really not the easiest of Sven games in the world when he's playing versus the Shadow Demon. They need to find the SD, ensure that he doesn't get the Demonic Purge on this Sven until way later stages. Can cause big problems for the Sven to stick on targets. And Falcons are ready for the next play, looking to keep putting this pressure on. And Myrene is going full spellcaster, so the rest of his team is a lot of physical. He's all that magic.
Mickey. They're going to get the jump on him. They try for the Spirit of Light Strike. The combo's not quite clean enough. He's still able to step away. But the Yules, is anything else left to play with? There's still an arena. And Mars got the catch. It doesn't matter that they don't hit the initial combo. They get the 2 kills at the end of it all. In the mid, Boxy and Isha. They're trying for snaking.
He's tanky.
He's getting the heals off. He's walking away. They can't finish him.
And
the
now,
backup's inbound, and the rest are wrapping across. As Amar's here, Nisha's got to be careful with the way that he gets out of this. Boxy, he doesn't really have a whole lot of options. He's got the snowball, but the Yules is there. Amar's got the catch. It's going to be another pick here for Falcons.
Good Lord. This is brutal to watch. I mean, Falcons is literally just toying with the midfield zone. This farm is insane on everybody. The movements, too. I mean, Snake just tanks a punch, a coil.
Now we'll see it again here. It's easy cleanup for Falcons. They did try and go for that very smooth combo. That would have been sweet if they hit it at the start for extra style points. The whole spear into Light Strike. It's a difficult one to do. It didn't matter. And yeah, the fact that they just don't have the damage, they don't have the burst to even get through snaking at the moment.
Can they get him this time? Oh my god, he just walks away from 4.
He's got a shield rune as well.
Wait, what? There's literally 5 heroes. They couldn't get the vision for the glimpse. The dust didn't catch him.
It's rough. I mean, what's the game plan here for Liquid at this point? You know, you're sort of seeing this situation where kills aren't happening. You're not able to make these plays against Falcons right now. What are you looking towards? Any sort of big items on the horizon?
I think you wait. Can you wait for both Aghanims? You might have to wait for both. Because the one thing about Sven versus the SD is you can go Ag, so you don't have to worry about getting Demonic Purge in these fights. He's like halfway
there, yeah.
Kunkka is pretty much has Torrent Storm. Maybe they can try to do something with the Torrent Storm. But ideally, I think waiting for both is kind of nice. But the problem is Falcons is just getting so much out of the map, so I don't know if you really want to wait for that long. Because they're just kicking the tempo up. Now it's a Roshan that's going to be
probably not
another problem.
Contested here by Liquid.
No.
They've got their focus, as you say, set on getting those next round of items complete, so they have something different to turn up to the fights with. So just got to leave this be, let Falcons have this.
But you have to... The scary thing, though, is you have Torrent Storm now. You want to at least use it before they get BKBs. Like, if they get this Aegis, they get these BKBs in particular on the Gyro and the Mars, then this Torrent Storm is kind of just gone at that point. So if they can get a good catch here still, getting people split off guard, hasn't happened, of course, because Falcons is playing it very well together. Maybe they could get some kills with it. But yeah, if they're able to just get those BKBs finished, then Kunkka is going to continue to feel pretty hopeless.
Radiant are scanning.
And they can continue to take these objectives as they wish. Falcons pushing onto the tier 2 top.
Yeah, even Nisha's got the BKB queued up himself. He is feeling the pressure.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under
See how much
attack.
Falcons want to push for here.
Yeah, it looks like it is the call from Liquid. Just wait till, I guess, maybe, that Mickey Ags, the double Aghanims timing, and then just go for it from there. Perhaps try to find some fights.
And who are you getting on top of first in these fights? Do you think you're going straight for that Lina? You're just trying to get on the gyro?
The SD needs to die.
It's the SD.
Someone
All in on
either
Crit.
control the SD while you jump somebody else, or Crit needs to die, because he's just going to get the save off otherwise.
A couple of them have come through the twin gate, but
okay.
Don't think much else is going to be done here other than maybe getting some wards down. Actually, no, Insane's
Cutting
not
the
got any
wave?
at the moment.
I guess. Yeah, he just thunderstruck the wave.
Okay.
Top tower is under attack.
Looking for a flank, but...
This is a dangerous part of the map. I mean, they're TPing out. Maybe he can stop a TP.
Okay, let's see. I mean, Liquid, they've got their item timings, but what can they do with it? Skeeter's actually leaving.
They do have the number advantage. They're going to have to set up on him. He has got the Aegis. Let's see if they can get through him the twice, maybe even not the once. But the damage is not quite there.
They got Crit.
Skeeter's able to step away. They'll jump in with the Waning Rift, and they have got Mickey in with the God Strength. So they've taken out Skeeter the once. Mickey is going to try and deal with snaking off to the side. They'll ignore Skeeter for now. Over to the top, Mars caught.
And they're on
He's
him.
staying in the arena. They're going for round 2 on Skeeter. He'll get the flat cannon off, but they will kill him. Liquid.
Nice move.
Able to make a move at a time where indeed Falcons, they were starting to retreat, starting to back out of that area. Liquid catch them. They get the big one. Skeeter, Aegis is gone, and so is the subsequent life.
Yeah, some patience, right? Waiting for those timings. The Ags man, Ags Kunkka comes in. They get the catch while he's trying to TP out. Panic kind of ensues. Lina's already gone, so they cut their losses. First Liquid, it feels like the first Liquid successful move that's happened in this game so far. And yeah, that's before these BKBs, of course, that we're getting pretty close to coming out on this Gyro or Mars. Much needed kill. Level 17 also on Mickey too. He got a lot of cleanup kills there. Gyro's only level 14, so that's pretty damn significant for him. Level 3 God Strength's going to be online very early, and they need all the damage they can get on Liquid.
Yeah, once they do add that, they're at the moment very likely to be able to cut through any of these heroes. I mean, obviously with the Lina build, do great amounts of offensive damage with the magical burst with the Ags, but you can get on top of her. Still could be tricky. A lockdown though, of course, to Crit and his potential to save.
Yeah. Yeah, the last fight just ends up being perfect because right, he gets the flank and he finds the SD at the start of the fight as they get the catch. It was just, yeah, Falcons just getting caught off guard.
Yeah, and because it was at that point where Amar didn't quite have his BKB, he couldn't sort of get through the center of the fight to try and connect with and protect Skeeter on his second life. So
absolutely.
A problem that, as you said, won't be there next time. BKB's done on Amar. He will be able to get in position and back up his carry.
And it might be a double BKB timing that comes out for Falcons once they go for that next fight. Skeeter's pretty close. Crit gets another positioning item, so he's got his Blink Dagger. So he can play way further in the back now versus this Sven.
Let's see if they can catch him. Liquid.
He's got the BKB. Let's see.
The punch up.
Nice torrent.
It's a good chain combo here. Brings them all low. Still we get the BKB, the arena, and the spear off. They have
Got
the
the
X mark. See if that's going to last longer than the BKB to pull him back. They have the glimpse, so they'll catch him.
Nicely done.
That's a big kill there. Mickey, also the one to pick it up. A lot of money for him.
Level 18. Really good spell usage there. Catching him with that torrent, all important when you get the first initial stun. All that time that he's up in the air.
Big catches here from Liquid. So they are able to find Falcon at this state of the game where, even though they just themselves have these big item pickups, they were not prepared for that sort of move to come in. Amar, he was not ready for Liquid to jump him like that.
They might have a small window, too, where it's still going to be on cooldown when he's up if they can get another pick. Yeah, probably difficult, because Skater does have BKB now at the ready also. But yeah, the levels, I'm going to keep looking at this. Sven levels versus Gyro levels as this game continues on. So that net worth lead, it's completely shrunk down. It's up to 6K.
Definitely a rough start it was for Liquid, but slowing down that lead that Falcons were starting to skyrocket away with.
33, a bit deep.
TPs are coming in from Liquid over to the tier 3, but getting over to their Kunkka in time is not going to happen. They'll get the kill, Falcons.
he still has recovered so much. You remember you were saying like the double net worth of Amar versus the Kunkka just after these last few moments. He's pretty close to his BKB. He's got his level 15 talent, the important one too, so. Does get taken out. Falcons look to continue this sequence of kills here. BKB on Mars is back up. Gyro has his at the ready. Might just look for the full clash.
See what they can get. Showing Amar in the lane here. He'll back up and re-smoke with the rest of the team.
Oh, Insania.
Oh, he's running straight into them.
Mickey shows himself as well. He's got the BKB.
See if he feels threatened to pop it here. He's going to BKB TP.
Has to. Very quick smoke coming out from Falcons there. They kill top, take the gate down to bottom. Very unexpected. I don't think Liquid had any idea that one was going to be coming. And Amar's still kind of, I mean, he looks like he's kind of hunting here, right? He has that ward that was still in the mid lane. He sees Boxy.
And he's looking for the setup. Boxy has been found. Nisha jumps in with a silence to disrupt the potential follow-up spear. Try and bail Boxy out of this. He's also got the snowball to dodge the spear. He's in and he's up to the high ground.
Oh my goodness, no way.
He's actually going to get away with it. Boxy's out of there. Good little play there between him and Nisha. Clutch silence coming in. Allows Boxy to then have this follow-up outplay.
Yeah, Amar's like, I'm not using BKB for this. Come on. And wow, yeah, sick play. Love to see it. BKB for Kunkka, 33 a lot safer. Unless he gets caught in the
They get the opening spear. They'll be able to pick him up into the snowball. Mickey's popping the God Strength. He's ready to fight from the side. Goes straight in on the Skeeter. Skeeter, he's able to get the BKB on crit. Turns with the disruption onto Mickey, holding him back for now. Amar pots the BKB. Starts to back away here from the Torrent Storm that 33's laid down.
Mickey? I mean, Snaking's just hitting him.
I mean, he's just standing his ground is Snaking. I mean, Boxy, he's got to use the snowball to dodge this potential missile that was heading his way. So I'm going to end up pulling himself down into the river and into imminent death. Insania's just using the statics on the kinetic field to try and stop them from being able to push up to the high ground. So far, it's just a support for support. Nisha, the arena.
He gets him with the wall.
He actually does. The wall is out. And Nisha gets caught by that little bit of burst damage from the pushback. Mickey's going to go for the BKB TP out at the end of it. And he'll make it away. Still there, Liquid, the one to take a bit more of a hit there with the loss of Nisha in that fight.
That was a wild... They're just like, don't even look at Snaking. Snaking did, I think, half of Mickey's HP just with impetus. It was pretty funny looking, but either way, a good chase forward. Amar somehow gets the clutch arena tap onto that puck, gets the cleanup kill. Nisha was really playing at, what, like 1% HP or something in most of this fight, so pushed the limits and got caught. Roche, 20 seconds. God Strength up, but BKB is going to be on cooldown.
Oh, yeah, Nisha there.
Yeah.
Unfortunate. Getting clipped by the wall. A lot can be done.
He juked the spear and the rebuke initially, too, so... It's a hot play there from Amar. Yeah, God Strength 30... BKB 35 for the Sven.
They look like they want to do something.
Okay.
The smoke's there, but as you say, there is still a little bit of time where that BKB is not up for Mickey.
Stay.
See if they can burst through and crit. Is he able to bail him out at all? He's going to leave him be. Nothing to be done.
He's still alive.
The glimpse is there. It's taking a lot of effort, but they will succeed. Snaking goes down.
Enchantress is very tanky. Hurricane Pike, he gets the demonic cleanse.
Radiant's middle
quite a while.
tower is under
And he's
attack.
forcing God Strength on him every time. And I think with that, yeah, God Strength down, they actually look like they're maybe go for that Roshan.
Oh, yeah, that does sort of beg the question of it. Was it worth at all to put the God Strength to kill the Enchantress at a point of the game where Roshan was potentially up?
Right, I mean
now you don't, as you say, you don't have it. You can come up here, but without the God Strength, it will not be an easy fight.
I don't know if you have the damage without God Strength, to be honest with you, because the BKBs are going to prevent pretty much everybody else from doing the damage, so...
all going to Snaking's plan there.
Part of the king. I feel like we see a lot of those Snaking deaths as 5, but I mean, this one I feel like he's not really even playing 5 position. I feel like he's like a 3rd core. I guess a lot of games Snake does do that.
He's going to start working on his own BKB next.
is under attack.
And then they're really going to have to use a lot if they want to go on this Enchantress and kill him off to start the fight.
I mean, Crit's going BKB too.
Yeah.
You're playing versus Torrent Storm. What's the best item in the game? It's BKB for sure, even on supports. If you're able to get that luxury. All right, cool. Liquid. Set up, snaking, runs in with no fear.
They're going to try with a very slow punch up on a snaking, but Boxy, he gets quite a nasty surprise there as Marine comes in hot with the Laguna Blade. They get the spear to open things up on towards Mickey. Mickey very, very low. He'll try and force his way out with the Axe over towards him, but now had to pop his BKB, but he's already lost 80% of his health. He's dead. He's gone for 70.
My goodness. He just gets baited.
I mean, just so much damage is done before he gets the chance to get his BKB off. I mean, it wasn't on cooldown, right? He just didn't have the chance to pop it any earlier.
These Mars players are, lately, I feel like I've been seeing them do it so much more. The point-blank blinks right in your face, and they get the spear.
And now Marine, he's looking solo pick off solo setups, at least with the Hex. Indeed, catches Nisha by surprise. Nisha's out, 33 now, completely on his own up here. He's got the BKB and the TP. They don't have an answer for that one, so he'll live.
And Malrine, top net worth. Remember when he got bullied quite a bit in this game? He's been able to just catch back up quietly, and itemization looks very nice versus this puck. Sure, you've got a BKB to prevent a Yule's into spear combo, but if an instant Hex comes out, definitely just go down. 15k lead, grabbing a tier 2.
The catch and the setup, it really is just too good from this Mars and Lina right now.
Yeah, and honestly, I think they're doing the work of that, but Snaking's just being such an annoyance. Like, he walks in, it provides the vision, and he just makes them kind of focus on him. I think we've seen now a couple times. Boxy, yeah, jumping in to go for this kill, and not beneficial for them. Impressive stuff here from Falcons. 7-1 and 13 on Amar. Back up to that differential.
What's the plan now for Boxy? Is it time to start going down that Aghanim's route and looking for the potential kickbacks on the high ground defense?
It might start being soon. They do have great combos with it forever, right?
Yeah.
They have the Dream Coil kick, which is always going to be a potential, but we'll have to see if he's able to find that type of gold on the map. It is pretty constricted right now. Them taking these towers, getting these good aggressive wards down. I see 4 obs wards placed right now from the side of Falcons, and is that 0 from Liquid?
Yeah, I don't see any vision on the map right now from them.
Yeah, so the gem from Snaking has pretty much taken out everything.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Boxy.
Oop, they know. Places 1 ward down, hexed. See you later.
Very scary to come out on the map right now for Liquid.
She's Snaking's damage.
Having quite the game here.
Yeah.
The 2 supports in particular on Falcons, Snaking and Crit, having a fantastic time.
So I guess for Liquid, I guess the next timing that they would get would be the Ags Disruptor one. I think that would probably be their best window where they can just erase
they're
heroes.
close to
and
that.
They're pretty
Yep.
close. So
900 gold short on Insania.
yeah, I think just try to get that finished up before you get this next clash. I mean, they're getting so much out of the map is the problem.
Still a minute and a half left to play with the Aegis. As Falcons approach the high ground. What can Liquid do about this?
And there's actually no repositioning right now. There's no tidal wave on the Kunkka still just yet, so they can actually push this one without a risk of someone getting pulled back in mid.
They got this set up on a Mickey! He's just
gone.
dead! And he does not have buyback! 500 gold short!
Oh.
I mean, you've got to be so careful playing out like that when there's this Hex in the game from Malrine. Mickey gets caught, and this is going to be very painful, if not maybe close to the game.
It looks like 2 sets at the least.
And without their Sven, pushing away Falcons just doesn't seem to be something that they have any hope of doing here, Liquid.
These guys are just so good at seizing the opportunity. They see someone just out of position for a split second, and they don't hesitate on going for that catch. Even versus the BKB if they can get the chain stun. Malrine, he's following the courier.
They're pressuring high ground at the same time, trying to catch Nisha. And they got very close to doing so. Nisha will manage to head out into the trees and TP back. Still 30 seconds without Mickey.
Aegis getting reclaimed in 5. Sticking his ground.
Amar. He's ready to dive in aggressively. Nisha will jump over towards him with the silence. They're just making the space so they can continue to push onto the barracks.
15 seconds.
I mean, the melee racks, they're going down. Amar, he's got the setup. He'll drop it onto Insania. Takes out the
killing them.
Disruptor. The racks are gone. Crit is in over towards 33. 33 has to put the BKB on turn with the boat over towards Snake King. Mickey's back in action. Can they punish Falcons at all for this? Nisha's got the coil onto the two of them. They burst through Crit.
He got Snake.
See if they can look towards the mark. They've dealt with the two supports, but can Liquid deal with the cores of Falcons? There's the Hex again, Mickey. Get caught, put the Hex into the Light Strike. Nisha managing to push Mallory away though, so Mickey, he can maybe consider still getting back in on this one. Amar jumps in. They'll go forward aggressively here, Mickey, with the BKB and the stun over towards Amar. But he's getting beaten down here by the right clicks of Mallory. Mickey has to run. The last few the hits from the flag bringing him low. Amar's got the finisher.
Holy moly.
He has got buyback available now, Mickey, but Nisha doesn't, Boxy doesn't. Falcons just continuing to play with their food here.
They only lose the two supports. It takes them so long to bring... Snay actually was killing 2 or 3 heroes, by the way, with Impetus. He was killing 33 and Boxy in the fight while everything was going on. They finally finished him off, but you have to commit so much to kill supports again. The cores are still full strength.
They've got the Ags on Insania.
Okay.
See what they can do with this. Not dropping the Static Storm yet. The buybacks come out from Mickey. Skidder puts the Satanic. It's 33. Some of the refresh. They'll get the glimpse back, but the disruption's there from Crit. It's saving Skidder from a lot, but is it saving him from enough? Mickey's able to close in on him. They've got the Static Storm down on him as well. But Marion from the side is able to line up the stun. Take out Mickey. It's game over. GG is called. Falcons will get this game 1 against Team Liquid.
Oh my god, and the Shadow Demon goes BKB mode at the end, something you don't see every day, but holy crap. What a game. Falcons, from start to finish, it felt like in this one. The lanes just... Okay, mid lane, Liquid put a ton of attention to shut down Maureen, right? But what ends up happening is 33 is very shut down in this game, and feels like his hero is very important, at least for these early skirmishes for the boat, and came out very late. I feel like Falcons just did a great job of punishing this Kunkka in particular, and just enabling the Mars so much that he's able to just... He's so tanky, he's distracting so much that Skidder has a free game.
Yeah, he really did. He had a brilliant start, and yeah, everything just played out perfectly around him. Liquid, they had a few moments in the mid-game where it looked like maybe they were going to give us more of a bit of back and forth, but it just wasn't enough to break down Falcons. Falcons just turning up with top play in this series in this game 1. Liquid's going to have to come back with something a bit different in game 2, I feel like, and I feel like some of these heroes might not get let through again. I understand, Falcons, they're a difficult team to draft against, but are we really going to see them get to play this Mars again in game 2, Fogged?
I don't think so. He had just way too good of a game overall. He just, like I said, distracted everything, put so much pressure, got all these catches, and Skidder has a free game. But it feels like it's so many of these heroes, right? Like
it is. It's a hard team to draft against.
On his Ench even too, how much work he was able to do, secure lane, but also put pressure. Yeah, wild stuff.
Oh, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Team Falcons, as I say, turning up in style with this first game of the series against Liquid. They'll get the first victory here, 1-0 at the moment for Team Falcons.
Yeah, Team Liquid back to the drawing board for them for a second game coming, of course, in about 15-ish minutes. They got a lot to think about. I do think that there's maybe one person on the side of Team Liquid that's not entirely unhappy, as we did see Nisha kill Malreen. It was some top tier Fairy Fire play. I like that we get that at the highlights straight away as well. But there's a lot to break down for a game like this, as I'm joined by Kezu, Tigov, and Lacoste. Lacoste, this game, once it got a little bit out of control, it went fast. I felt like Team Liquid, once they started on the back foot, it just seemed like there was almost no chance of them coming back.
Yeah, very difficult fights for them. I think Kunkka, 33 had a bit of a rough game. Aghanim Scepter has been delayed. You need that. Every single time you see Kunkka pick up Aghanim Scepter, immediate smoke. It's basically his way of initiating the fight. X-Mark cutting into back lines, finding these two supports. But the fights were extremely difficult for Team Liquid. What I want to point out is Enchantress. Snaking, he was owning on the hero. He was, a lot of the times, just planting himself as an observer. He's going to climb up hills, see what's going to happen, baiting a lot of that damage. Disruption comes out, Glimmer Cape from Crit as well, and then him being tanky, having Raid Band, having Magic Wand, Casual, Fluffy Hat, Power Treads, Raindrops, all these small items that he buys, it pays off so much.
What I think about this team, obviously their drafts are great. I'm not going to say that they're not good, but I feel like what they really stand out with is their individual gameplay and their individual understanding of the heroes. The way you talk about Enchantress, how Amar goes in on his Mars, Skeeter on his Gyro, understands the laning. They set up each other so well, and that's what ultimately makes this team as good as they are. It's just so beautiful to watch.
I mean, the pressure on the Mars to actually perform, like any missed spear, any missed arena, suddenly your team fight can fall apart, and then you throw into the mix there. Then for some of the fights, he was blinking, spearing to try and connect into a stun from the Lina rather than using the arena as well, because he knows how high value this spell is. Like, just the fact that in the moment they're coordinating like two very, technically hard to hit stuns in the moment. I don't know. That's just Falcons doing exceptional stuff there, and for Liquid, just never really got themselves into the game, especially like Koss was mentioning, 33, not really having a game.
No, not really having a game, and then Skeeter on the opposite side of that lane having a fantastic game coming out of there as well. Also very active, made a lot of things happen on the map, and all the things happening on the map are of course possible because of great vision, potentially T-Gov.
Yes, back at it again with another Giddy award of the game, yes. My favorite part of the panel. And this ward here, look at it. Terrible cosmetic. Anyway, but this is going to be a ward where it's not going to be looking at the ward where it's like, oh my god, it's going to show open the fight. But the reason why I like this ward is Falcons keep doing this thing where when they play in areas, one of their wards in the fight is off-center to the actual engagement. So think about this fight here. Once we eventually see Falcons win out the engagement, Liquid, they'll throw down some sentries, they'll try and secure their high ground once again. But look at the top left of your screen there. The ward's still in play. Of course, it's still the tail end of the fight. But this ward never gets rewarded for the rest of the game. It survives the entire time. And throughout that, you're going to see when the Sven makes a move through, and just having the ability to, during a team fight, have vision placed that isn't going to instant get the award. Because of course, placing a ward for a fight is very critical. It helps win the engagement, but being able to find spots that then provide information for the rest of the time after, that's hard to do. And Falcons keep doing it every single time I see them play.
Yeah, that's definitely, that's snaking right there. I believe he's in charge of all the wards there. I don't know if Crit's playing a part in that. I believe not so much, but I could be proven wrong. But in this case, maybe snaking should update his cosmetics in that sense. But
terrible.
We'll see. We'll start judging cosmetics as the tournament continues with our wards of the game. It's not only the support, the wards that we want to look at. We mentioned it earlier. There was a little bit of a difference in offlaners in Impact. Yes, 33 had a really rough game on his Kunkka, and obviously on the flip side, you had Amar that had a pretty decent game there, Kezu.
Yeah, like even just the storyline, like look at the KDA 9,190 net worth and hero damage as well, but mainly what I feel like Amar does the best out of any other player, I think, first of all, it's his patience, and then it's his spell usage. Like if we have maybe 1 or 2 clips where you can just see like the stuff that this guy does, I would say it's kind of unmatched. Some other players can do it, like Colams when he's in some prime form or whatnot, but this guy, I feel like he doesn't miss spells, and he will make sure that if you have any way to like get out or dodge it, he will still kill you. Like, look here, he can't really kill this puck unless he places the arena so that the wall clips him to actually kill him. And it's like, this wasn't even the only play like in this game. It's just, I don't know, like this guy, he's just something else. I know his Mars is incredible, but then you give him his Timber, whatever, like he'll do similar stuff. He's just too good.
I am entertained that both fights were the same, that you both highlighted. It's just...
Hell yeah, brother!
Let's go!
Nobody saw that high five, I'm sorry. You gotta do it again.
You wanna go again? Oh yeah! It was a really good arena though, so it needs to be shown twice. Like
with the ward, of course.
With the ward on the low ground. Damn.
We need to show everything, and that's why we're gonna see what Pyrian has in store for us for now.
Oh. Yeah, hi, Sheeps. Oh, wait. There they are. They're right there. You know what? Let's go say hi to the panel in person. I normally just have to watch them from afar like you guys, or I'm out there in the green room. We're going to start with Lacoste over here, if we could. Just gonna go across. Look at the desk here. Look, we get to peek behind the desk. Oh, it's a bit filthy. Goodness me. Lacoste, how are you doing, bud?
Doing great. Great game of Dota that we just witnessed.
This is not trippy at all.
Oh no, it's not trippy.
I'm looking here.
We can hear each other 3 times, but it's all good. Not tripping at all. Everything's pretty chill here. You can take a sneak peek what's happening behind.
Let's have a check-in with T-Gov. Mind this chair. Yeah. You're a stander too, not a sitter. How are you doing?
I'm short enough that I should be sitting to help with the height, but no, I'm liking it.
You guys are up on a little step here. Look, I can come up there with you. Look, I'm on the panel, finally. It's back where I belong.
Oh, a 5-man panel. I love this one.
We got Maurice, my friend.
Hola.
Kezu, how are you doing?
Doing pretty good.
This way?
Yeah, cool. Yeah.
Thank you, Your shirt is good, the Dota is good, everything's good.
Cheers, bud.
Wow, I can hear myself like 4 times.
Yeah, don't worry about that. You get used to it real quick. And of course, I'm going to sit down here. No. I get that, Sheeps. You stay up there. You are Her Majesty Queen Shiva, who is in charge of things. It's fun hosting, right?
It is fun hosting, isn't it?
It is.
You're hosting too.
Well, no, I'm not really.
Do you miss it?
No.
No, this isn't.
No, your job sucks.
No.
Shiva, go through it
Very
now.
hard work.
Okay.
Anyway, Sheebs, that was my catch-up with the panel.
Great.
And now back to you, Shiva.
Oh,
Back to you, Shiva.
Back to me. Back to me.
Hey, guys.
Hi.
Thank you. Then, you sure you don't want to host for a little bit? I could give you that. No. Okay. Good.
He deserves his break now.
I think we deserve a break as well. That's how it goes. Works both ways. Ted gets a break. We get a break. We all get a break. You get a break as well. The players are having a break because we are getting ready for game number 2 between Team Falcons and Team Liquid.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
Open-minded. I'm not the one that I used to be. Phasing in the night, acting all crazy. Yeah. Turning my head inside out, spinning my mind till I'm upside down. I never had any doubts. Stand out in the crowd. Throw a salute just like a leader. Yes, you're a leader, and I'm not gonna lie. When I'm with you. But I'm not playing. Focus, listen, it's obvious. looking at you. You're the prettiest girl in the room. I know I'm not the only one. All the other boys want you too. Oh, jeans and those eyes. You don't even try now, do ya? I'm praying I'm your type. I'll be anything.
We're getting ready for game number 2 here between Team Falcons and Team Liquid. We're in the group stages, day 2 of ESL 1 Birmingham 2024, and Falcons took game 1 pretty convincingly, so we'll see if Team Liquid will come with a little bit of a better plan in game number 2. As all points matters. 2-game series, and it's pretty tight. Tomorrow already is the last day of group stages, and with a group like this Group A that we are here for right now, with so many ties, there's a lot of ties, been a lot of ties, every point is gonna matter a lot because there's a chance to get eliminated, and the difference obviously between upper bracket or lower bracket, pretty big as well. We'll see if Team Liquid can get an extra point on the board here or if Falcons will take this one 2-0. Should be in the draft momentarily. I am joined by Kezu, by Tigov, by Lacoste, and we want to see some changes coming out of Team Liquid. Now, I do realize, Kezu, that when we exited the draft of the previous game, we said on paper, Team Liquid's draft looks pretty decent.
Yep.
Pretty good, pretty stable.
I would say maybe for Liquid you could look to change up the conquer, but I would even start with something more simple when it comes to the early game. The game started with them basically being half HP in the bottom lane after 30 seconds because they traded really badly. Yep. Also, Amar had first blood. Like if we fast forward like 7 minutes where they're trying to tower dive him and he lives with like 30 HP, if he doesn't have the first blood where he has an earlier bracer, like maybe he dies there. So if you just talk a bit more about like what to do at the start and just making sure that you start the game with 50-50, right? You have full HP, you have the right skills, you go to lane nicely. Let's do that, and then, you know, in the draft, maybe swap up 1-2 heroes, and you're fine. Because obviously, you need to beat them in gameplay. Like, if you do it in draft and then the gameplay doesn't match, you're still going to lose.
Yeah, the gameplay is always the tricky part. What I want to see from Team Liquid is bringing out numbers. One thing, what makes Falcons such a scary team to play against, these offlane rotations, when Amar's like level 5, he sees an opportunity to TP mid, get a kill, and go back to his lane to try to farm up even more. This is, you know, something that these top-tier teams right now are doing. Just bringing in those extra numbers, and Team Falcons, they might be the best team at it because we've seen in the previous game Skater going through the gates, outnumbering Team Liquid pretty much in every single one of these early engagements.
A good example of that is in that previous game when they had the 10-man mid at the mid-tier 1 for when Liquid was defending it. Falcons kind of like held their ground, trying to poke it, there's no creep wave, and then as they disengaged, Liquid with the Disruptor wasn't able to capitalize on the glimpse back to, you know, just threaten the fact that Falcons overstayed their welcome in this mid part, and then you kind of compound that with the giving away the first blood, the trade of HP bottom. Like there's 3 big moves that Falcons just able to utilize and just furthering their lead.
I wonder how Falcons want to address the 3-3 Doom. I mean, obviously a lot of them played with 3-3 forever, and he was spamming Doom a lot back in the day. So I just want to see like how they want to go about it, because I would say Falcons are one of the best at, I did mention it before, making sure they offset your tempo as well. Like they're just not going to give this Doom a free game. They're going to make sure to slow him down.
Make sure you don't have a core on Falcons that doesn't want to play into mana burn. This mana burn on Doom is so disruptive. We saw it against Talon where they picked Medusa into it, kind of forgetting how like OP it is with the mana burn, draining it away from you. And I don't think Falcons are going to fall into
Get
any
a
of those
hero
type of
that
traps.
doesn't use mana in the laning stage.
Maybe that could be a good idea.
I'm thinking.
Trying to think of a hero.
Cheap
mana? I was
mana?
going to say Phoenix, but he also uses mana.
Yeah.
Or you can block the camps.
Everybody uses mana, a little bit. We got a Leshrek and a Weaver banned out in the second phase for Falcons. That Weaver is maybe the unusual ones there. Can that tell us anything?
It's mostly against Shadow Demon. The hero doesn't have any protection against Weaver. Mickey loves to play the hero. If you like, we've seen them in the previous game kind of struggling if there's no Mars to control the heroes, and knowing that Mickey plays one mean Weaver. Things did change around in the previous game once they picked up that Hex on Malrine, but yeah, Weaver, a strong hero, can be also flexed, but these teams, they know each other inside and out. You know, these are some information coming out from scrims.
And normally when Liquid picks up the Doom, they put Boxy on Tusk or Tiny to just investigate the map, open up engagements, and carries like Weaver, mids like Leshrac, they like to kind of follow suit with those active 4 positions.
But don't they regardless of what is picked up first, like to put Boxy on Tiny and Tusk. I feel like
true.
he's
So far he's played
that a lot.
That's true. That is true. He has played how many games is it? He's played Tiny. At that game he played Rubik,
and that was an L.
Then he played Tusk Tiny. Yeah, true. Yeah. So he's only really played 3 heroes so far. But
I mean, he's only played 6 games. 7.
7 now.
7 now.
Yeah.
Majority on Tusk and Tiny.
Yeah.
I just want to see him continue doing it.
Yeah.
Don't
and it works extra well with the Doom.
And the Ench. It's really good.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Get some body. Just get in there. All right, so Mr. Falcons, what are they going to go for? So the gyro ban, I do like. I think it's something easy for the lane. The Falcons are the only team that actually will ever play Wraith King, but it makes sense.
That's the hero that doesn't use too much mana in the lane.
True.
And then you get the shard, and you really don't care. So there it is.
There's also a lot of signature heroes as well, by the way, on the side of Falcons.
Yeah, they really know how to utilize this position 5 Mirana. Now you have Shadow Demon, you have Wraith King in the lane to try to set things up. You have ability to kill Enchantress Creep as well, so killing the Catapult. This team is just too good at drafting. Sometimes you see a couple of heroes, you're like, okay, this doesn't make too much sense, and then they pick 2 other heroes, and you're like, okay, now we get it.
If this was any other team, though, we'd be saying for Falcons that they are lacking a lot of kind of purpose. Exit the laning phase, what their moves they're making. SD Mirana does a lot of it, and Maureen and Amar, their heroes kind of need to connect the supports, because Wraith King doesn't leave lane and go, all right, guys, I'm going to go take a fight at mid-tier 1 at 9 minutes, right? He might throw a stun, but he realistically wants to keep farming to the point where he has a blink, has an armlet or radiant, something along those lines, and that's where I think the mid and the off lane for Falcons will be incredibly active to bring these supports into the game.
Would you guys be super opposed to putting the Doom 4 and like picking some Timber or Tide for 3-3?
Could work.
Boxy
did play some position for Doom back in the days.
Team Liquid's turn to
Let's see.
Disruptor.
So Ench's 4.
Yeah,
Disruptor's 5. Sure. So pretty much my Doom is going to be the offlaner, which means now they need to decide if they want to pick their mid or carry. I mean, maybe they can find like this pick that does both, so you can hold it until the very end.
10 seconds.
Which isn't very easy.
Bring back the Conqueror energy.
Like I would have thought about like a hero that fits like this potentially mid and safe lane as like some Wind Ranger, but I don't think there's anything great for that. You're also into SD.
They'll just straight up go Luna.
Yeah, just I would say very solid drafting. You have good laners, good heroes.
I love the fact that Lunas don't care anymore about Shadow Demon. It's like, back in the days, it was considered to be a big counter, drop the ulti, make the illusions out of Luna and kill her. But now with the introduction of the Shard and also how the game developed...
you also have Ench, which is cool. You can just steal one.
You can take over those.
And you go Kanda anyway, so it's not as if you're heavily going too far into stats, where it's like you're going Manta Butterfly, and then there's some 20-minute Butterfly SD illusion that you have to deal with. It's a bit different. I think for Liquid, they are leaning more on the fact that Falcons, they don't have crazy damage right now with their first 3 picks. If they can see through and get their last pick counter for Liquid is going to deal with at least one of the cores, there is a really good window for Liquid to make moves. I think as long as the Luna and Doom sync up with the Doom timings to make pressure on the map, then it's okay. But Falcons already, they go for a Kunkka now, and if you want to group up and hit a tower, you've got to eat through a Wraith King with 2 lives, or you have to go for a disruption, or the Kunkka is going to stand his ground with a bow. It's a lot of defensive capabilities built into Falcons. Still not a lot of damage outside of buying items to supplement that, but...
And this Kunkka for Falcons is a hero that can be played by both Malrine and Amar, right? So we don't know yet which way they want to go. Although, of course, they do not have last pick, so I would imagine Team Liquid still will be able to pick with a full idea of who's going where.
It definitely can be. I would say I've seen it more from Amar than I have from Malrine. I do like the Kunkka pick a lot. Like you already have, like you set up for the Mirana, SD can also set up for you with the Torrent. And I don't know how they do it, but every time, Amar wins most of his lanes, but even when he plays like some Kangas into Gyros or Lunas, he beats them too. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's just his hero.
Yeah, and also he's the hero that can easily clear those stacks, clearing the ancient stacks as well. Shadow Demon, one of the best heroes in the game to stack with. And then you have Kunkka, the combo. Every single hero on side of Team Falcon synergizes nicely with the other one.
Yeah.
The Falcons, though, with the Kunkka, prefer it mid or prefer it off lane? They do have to pick before Liquid.
Yeah, I think off lane. But it's open, right? They'll probably have to debate on which is ultimately the best pick for them. But I would say it would be nice if they have another hero that can somewhat start the fight. Because for now, like, your initiation is like, it's very casual and very telegraphed. You X mark into, disruption into arrow. Until your Wraith King has like Radiance Blink, no one is gonna do much, which can be okay. But so I'm kind of looking at Malrine to like maybe play something that can like semi-engage, run around the map.
They could just go back for the Lina. It will cover themselves against... Like, you need a mid lane that also isn't counterable, where like there's a lot of emphasis in this mid having to do a lot for Falcons. So if you pick a hero that's a little bit more punishable, then it could dismantle Falcons' draft with the last pick of Liquid. Some Lina could enable that. And for Liquid, it might be too cooldown heavy, but like a Death Rough or something from mid lane could be really cool.
I was thinking the same thing. If they don't have enough burst damage, because right now Team Falcons, they don't have the damage to kill something like tanky in the front line with 1-2 items, that Prophet could cause a lot of issues.
I really like the hero so much. Like on top of that, it's like SD is a known counter to Death Prophet because you can Demonic Purge, you can just like kind of isolate. But with the noise of the fight with Luna going in with her new itemization, the Doom with the Shivas, the Blink, I think that could be a really cool hero for them. And that's why I think back to the Lina. Lina at least covers you from that type of mid laner from Liquid. Yeah, interesting pick here from Falcons. And yeah,
we'll go
for
the Lina.
They're probably thinking about that Prophet potentially, so now you do have the burst damage with Lina, Shadow Demon +1, so they need to think of something. I like that this meta kind of developed into mid laners who are keeping the distance. You have Keeper of the Light, Sniper, Zeus. Nobody wants to take the fight. They're not fighting against each other and just poking from a distance.
Zeus is still in, by the way. I don't know if you would consider it here.
At least I can't find a hero that like goes in and jumps. I would have loved this DP if it weren't for the Lina coming out. I mean, Zeus is like, I don't know. I was looking at like this a hero like a DK that will lane well and jump. Obviously, is taken out. They will go for the Zeus anyway.
We've seen it have great success, but well, we'll see. We have not seen a good counter towards it yet, right? So maybe this is the one.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to it. Going to Liquid's game plan, they already know that their objectives are dealt with by the Luna. Their team fight is from 33 on the Doom, setting up the fight. They just need additional little bit of damage to bring over that kind of mid-game timing they want to hit, that first Aegis, what they can do on the map. And for Falcons, it will be disciplined, play your lanes out well, don't overcommit to fights, and once you're ready, then you look to make the move. So a lot of eyes on Liquid kind of just dictating this game if they are to try and want to win it out in their style.
Yeah, something that I mentioned when BetBoom was playing against Talon earlier today is you have this insane 5 to 10 minutes. You have the global presence from the Luna's aura, Zeus, global presence coming out from him as well. So you're not going to lack damage. Enchanter's going to pack a punch, so will Disruptor, Doom as well. This is the time where you want to take advantage of the draft that you have and get some early lead in the game.
Yeah, I think Liquid should look to have somewhat of an explosive early game with the stuff Lacoste was mentioning. Because I feel like in the mid game, if the game is even, I feel like both teams kind of want to do the same thing, like some explosive initiation, Zeus ult into dooming the Conquer. But if that doesn't happen, something tells me that Falcons will have an easier time playing the mid game. Like their ball or like their wall with some Wraith King and his ult, and there's a Disruption and Moonlight Shadow. It's too hard for Liquid to get the fight that they want.
Potential Ags on Wraith King as well if he wants to play this like semi-carry that's good has been doing. You can just eat through Liquid. So yeah, I think Falcons overall, comfortable time winning it.
Yeah.
But Liquid, they have the tools this time around. Like, they have plenty of tools.
But they are the ones to have to take the first step. Like the pressure is on them to make the moves.
Exactly.
Okay.
They have Eng, they have Disruptor. They have the heroes to kind of facilitate the speed in the early game.
Yeah, they got the tools. The question is, will they be able to use them in the proper way? And will they be able to get a tie out of this series? Falcons so far, of course, 1 game up. They would love to end this one with a 2-0. Can they do it? Or will Team Liquid tie it? We're heading over to ODPixel and Fog to find out.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, it is time here for Game 2 between Team Liquid and Falcons. I'm ODPixel here with Fog.
Hello.
Well, what do we reckon about this one? Coming in a bit of a different approach from both teams.
Yeah.
Is this going to be a little bit easier for Liquid? Because they did have a pretty rough Game 1 against Falcons.
I don't know. I'm just looking at... They have 0 stuns on their draft. Their biggest stun is a Lucent Beam. Well, on Falcons, they
got everything.
Everything that synergizes with X to Arrow to Shadow Demon Disruption to Arrow to Stun, follow-up, etc. they have 1,000 different ways to get these catches. And also, the thing that concerns me too is they have X Mark to stop versus the Glimpse. They have Shadow Demon Disruption to stop versus the Glimpse too. I don't know, maybe I'm getting a wrong read on it, but Liquid just looks hard to approach versus all these stuns and controls and stuff. So we'll have to see how it all comes together. I think that nighttime that they're talking about is probably the biggest thing. If they get that group up, then stuns don't matter as much, but I don't know. I've got some concerns.
Let's have a look.
Maybe I got a totally wrong read, but...
But you say that there is a chance that this could be rougher than game 1.
It could be, I feel like, but perhaps just the power of Luna being a really strong hero, and same thing with Zeus, and especially that timing that you provide globally. Let's see.
So if we get a bit of first blood action here, Falcons trying to get the setup here with a disruption into the Light Strike Ray on towards Boxy. And the Verify is there, but they'll still get him first. First blood goes towards Skeeter. Liquid in return will manage to take down Snaking, and they'll also take out Skeeter. So they'll get the 2 kills in return for this Liquid.
And Amar, I believe, just went for the runes, right? So Liquid brought their whole squad. Amar just goes for those runes, so they get the 2-for-1 trade. How many blood grenades were used? Saw at least 1. Looked like just maybe 1. All right, 2-for-1. Very nice for Liquid, starting it off there. 33 starts with low HP, but see if it matters.
Yeah, I mean, if anything's to differ from the first game, 33, he should have a better start, right? This compared to last game where his farm was not great. This is a little easier, this setup, surely? Or is it still pretty rough?
The start, they have like no regen up here because of that. Okay, no, Boxy brought out more. Okay. I was going to say, they were very limited on regen. It should be a little better, but he is starting really low, so.
Let's see, because definitely one of the reasons why Liquid did have a rough entry into that game 1. 33 not having much of an opening game.
The nice thing is their lane should be good in bottom in particular. This Luna plus Enchantress should really shut down Kunkka. Although I know the panel was saying Amar somehow tends to do really well in a lot of these lanes. This one feels quite complicated to do so versus the double range just beating on you. What creep does 33 find? He finds a pretty nice one. He gets the Harpy. So he's gonna get those lightning spams, but Boxy's trapped.
He's in a whole world of pain here. Indeed, trapped in by the illusions. 33 will look for the kill and return onto Snaking, but Verify is there. Snaking's fine. Going straight for that kill. Falcons as soon as they hit that level 2.
Snake will get a half pull off as well. Nicely done from him to keep that lane positioning where it is. That's kind of what they've been doing up top on Falcons, just keeping that lane right at the Tower of Skeeter, so it allows them to play this kind of aggressive style versus Boxy as well of 33. And nice half pull from Snake. Boxy has to be careful with the positioning.
Yeah, if they get the setup and are able to just walk up and smack him here with the Wraith King damage, it's not a safe lane for the Disruptor to be in. One thing's for sure, with the way that this has begun, you can imagine that Skeeter's probably going to once again have a pretty free time farming up here.
Yep. That means, because Mika has absolutely no pressure though. None whatsoever on bottom, and Amar is getting very, very slowed down from these two, so. Similar that we saw before from the Gyro Enchantress, kind of same thing from Luna Ench.
Snaking. Get the setup.
Boxy.
They get some good body blocking here with the illusions. They're not going to try for it.
They want the Lotus.
Yeah. Just happy forcing Boxy away from this.
Who gets it? Oh!
It's going to be Skeeter.
Nicely done. They could have maybe actually committed for Boxy, but Skeeter prioritizes obviously onto that healing Lotus.
We'll have the lane pushing into him at least here, 33.
And look at the build from 33, right? Since he gets the Harpy, he goes for a Null Talisman on the Doom so he can keep that spam going. He used to traditionally go the Arcane Boots in the past when he got this creep, but this is an alternative.
Get the glimpse back onto Snaking.
A lot of damage.
33 is in on top of him. Snaking is in a bit of trouble here.
Lotus.
Scorched Earth continuing to chase him down. 33 gets the kill.
Nicely done.
Much better start already for Liquid compared to the laning situation of last game.
Prioritizing lanes perhaps with these type of picks. Definitely working out right now in this early game. No early rotations coming out. Both these mid laners just get to play the 1v1. But, oh, just kidding. There's a TP for mid, so just a bottle fill.
And this time round, I think unlikely that we're going to see either of these mids go down. It would take quite a mistake for either to die in this 1v1.
His lanes are kind of broken. 33's looking for a creep, level 3. Wraith King is left alone, so Skeeter, he's got to pull far ahead in this farm now.
Voxy.
Oop, the
Time for some setup. That's a good glimpse back. Do they have the damage verifiers there? Jump forward for Nisha. One more spell will do it.
He's
right clicks alone. He's going to die to the tower. He will. But of course, the XP was for him, as he's able to take down Malrine first.
Nice TP from Boxy. That was a cool play. Rather than going back toward top lane, wants to just try to apply some pressure. Again, just like last time, just prioritizing to shut down Malrine a little bit. Skeeter now, though. 33's turning on him. This double null.
So much damage here. The 33 is able to dish out towards Skeeter.
Very cool. And it's nighttime now, so Lunar Blessing all across the
bottom
map.
lane, Insania and Mickey, they're chasing down Amar. When Amar's considering turning, because Insania is also rather low, but he turns straight back towards Mickey. Mickey and Insania are able to easily take him out.
And they get Skeeter. Boxy's able to get the snipe. He puts a ward down and actually just finds him low HP. A 2k lead.
I'm going to see how they can sort of ride this out here. Liquid definitely, as you say, seems to be the approach this game. Focus on the lanes and just, you know, that hopefully from their perspective, everything else will fall into position if they get as good of a start as they are getting. The question is if this start is going to be good enough, because as you say, on paper, there's a lot of kind of holes in their draft that the Team Falcons will be able to punish. And maybe Liquid can get a big enough lead here.
Yeah, I mean, getting these type of lane advantages is massive. They're going to be able to secure Power Rune as well, which is an invis bottom. Insania makes the move over. And they do have good ways to pressure these towers early. Oh, I see it. Denies the invis. Marine steps up far now.
And he gets straight in on top of him.
He needs help.
With the Light Striker, double TPs are coming in to back him up.
Okay, he gets it.
Liquid will hold back.
Double cancel.
See for a bit of a setup up top. Trying to look towards 33. He's going to opt straight for the TP out. It's a lot of damage, though.
Oh,
and it's
the
enough
poison.
to get him. The poison takes him out in the base. So he's out for 20.
And he has
TP
to walk.
on cooldown.
He's got to walk all the way back up there. That's a big kill. The last tick of that poison, I think he got it onto him before the TP finished.
Attempt there of the X mark into the arrow. Not quite able to connect.
I like how much Mickey's prioritizing denies down here as well versus Omar. He's got 21 denies. So level 4 Kunkka.
Good glimpse back here as well. May have just secured the Western Room for Boxy. It will put a stop to Snake King trying to get in there and take it. Bottom. Attempt to chase down Amar. And the 6 is ready to go.
Nicely. I mean, these are just these advantageous moves with this nighttime as well too. Yeah, level 3 aura. Let's see how much they want to keep moving. I feel like the 2 supports on Liquid can get a lot done right now. Maybe even apply pressure onto mid tower, perhaps. See where they look to go. A smoke is coming out from Boxy. They're looking for the flank, and they have Insania rotating on mid. This could catch Malrine off guard.
Level 7 Zeus here. They've got good damage to throw out with the Max Arc Lightning.
Hello.
And Malrine, this time, I don't think there's going to be any TPs ready to come in and help him. There won't be.
Can they get some pressure on tower? Insania, your courier? It's okay. Nope, just kidding. It's not okay. Crit, though.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
He's got to be careful around these 2. And Insania and Nisha, they can punch pretty hard. Crit having to pop the leaps here to keep his distance.
He does survive, though. But Anisha will be able to find the regen rune bottom naturally. Rotations, he is set up for success. Some good moves onto this Lina, who somehow is only 300 gold behind, actually. Wait, what the heck? Only 300 behind that Zeus still at the moment. So still getting that farm going for himself. But they block camps. He unblocks it immediately. But instead of pressuring mid, they'll go for bottom. Kunkka's still very low level. Amar. A similar situation that we saw for 33 in the
It
last
actually
game.
is, yeah. Definitely having the sort of same level of start that 33 was forced into last game.
While 33 this time around, he's level 6. His Doom was already used before, but he's pretty tanky. He's got this Helm of Iron Will finish. Is it tanky enough, though?
Perfect setup for the arrow. Fire Blast to follow. It will be enough to allow them to take 33 down.
Nicely done.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
High skill kills all over the place. No tower pressure that Skeeter can put on. Either his skeletons are all dead in bottom tower. It actually drops already. Oh, Mickey, this is cool. I mean, he's able to walk into the enemy ancient area too here and farm because they get that early tower if he wants to.
Is under attack.
Unlikely to be punished. Knows that Falcons have got their efforts focused on top lane with the 3 of them pushing that tier 1.
They want Amar again.
Let's see if he gets them back.
He's got the boat though. Let's see.
I mean, it's not going to land soon enough to buff him up. Another kill here for Liquid, bullying Amar's Kunkka.
Man, Enchant is such a good ability. It's insane. He just
And up top, 33. He's getting some action going as well. The Thunder God's Wrath comes in. They're able to take out Snake King. And he's also able to finish off Crit. Liquid getting the early lead this game, 11-6, 2,000 gold lead.
Mickey is the one who has full freedom because of the pressure that's being applied all over the place. He's at the top. About 400 ahead, but he's got this itemization that's going to allow him to speed up that farm so fast. He's got the Mask of Madness already done. Looks like he's maybe going for the fighting item right afterwards. He's got the Lance afterwards, so maybe he wants to be a little more involved. Daytime is hit, so Lunar Blessing, no longer global presence. Still will have that Thunder Gods, of course.
Insania should be pretty dead here. Disruption into the arrow, the burst of the Laguna Blade, and Dragon Slave will take him out. Mickey, considering helping Nisha out as Nisha, they're trying to get in on top of the Zeus. Mickey trading back at them to try and dissuade them from committing it to get the kill. It won't stop them. They take down Nisha.
Is under attack.
Bring in the numbers. I think he just hit 6 to get the Purge right after the kill.
Amar with the rest of this Moonlight Shadow as well, considering the setup onto Mickey.
His boat is up in 1 second.
He's got the X mark. Is there any help for Mickey coming in? There's 4 heroes of Falcons going in for the Lunar kill. The Light Strike lands. They take down another big kill here. Falcons with a solid punchback.
Malrain, who got ganked a couple times, still top net worth after these moves now.
Crit.
Can they get some trade kills?
He will fall. Can 33 on Boxy catch anything else here, though? Snake King's already up to the high ground.
Glimpse. Can he get in
Boxy's
range?
trying to see if he can get some sort of drag back, and he can.
He does give away the fact that there's vision there, though.
And he's just going to drop the Static Storm. As you say, with the fact that he reveals that the wall's there, he wants to make sure that kill is not getting away from them, and it won't. 33 is able to finish it off. More gold for the Doom.
An instant sentry placed down, though, so they will be at least able to scout it. Another good kill. Man, this is crazy action-packed. 22 kills, 11 minutes, 2 per minute. Exactly what we want.
Bringing the backup in over towards Skeeter again. Mallory and Crit trying to see if they can get a catch on Mickey. Was farming in that top lane a little bit. Now he started to pull back from it. Knows it's no longer a safe place to be or show himself on his own.
Oh, but they don't expect
That's
this.
an aggressive TP from Boxley. Did not indeed expect to find Mallory hiding in the shadows behind Skeeter.
He's like, oh, I can get this glimpse.
I mean, Skeeter and Nisha, they're on the high ground. Maybe seeing if they can catch Falcons off on the...
It's a bit
sort
deep.
of retreat from this. It's a bit of a tough angle to strike from. Yeah, Falcons, they're fine.
I guess they had vision of the Kunkka for a second there, so they were trying to take advantage. Amar now kills that ward on the bottom right there in the Ancients, but...
Nisha considering chasing for snaking.
He's got the haste rune. Phylactery finished as well, too. The damage from Nisha is very high right now. And they are quite fragile in this early game on the side of Falcons. Haste, though, you have to remember there's so many stuns, there's demonic purge, etc. So this isn't just the end-all be-all that you're going to be able to survive with a haste on the Zeus in this game. Things calming down for a moment. Liquid looking like they want to set up for top. And Mickey changes, actually. He had the Dragonlance queued, but he goes just straight farm style, buys the Yasha.
They've hit the scan. They know that someone's up here. And it is Skeeter. Moonlight Shadow kicks back in, but the sentry's down. Liquid are prepared. TP backup will be coming in for Skeeter. Crit turns up. Crit immediately going to get doomed there from 33 as 33 takes Crit out of the fight. Amar, he'll drop the boat combo, but Skeeter's gone down the once. Mallory, Light Strike Array, the full combo, dropped over towards Nisha. He burst through the Zeus. Mickey, though, he's punching heavily into Skeeter.
Oh, he died.
Skeeter's out. 33, he's kind of cleaning up. He's in on a Snake King. Snake King cannot stand his ground against the Doom. Double kill for 33. The fight's Liquid.
A couple heroes still getting low. Poisons the rum.
Get 33. Can they get Insane as well? I mean, X mark is up. He's not got any heal for a few seconds. Arian's starting to fall low on the mana. It's got enough for the Light Strike. The heals are out. Insane is walking away, but the Tidebringer angle's there from Amar. So they may have got the beginning of the fight and the tower. but Falcons will make Liquid pay.
Starts ahead for Liquid, but yeah, a couple big kills for these cores that needed it. Honestly, Amar lives the entire fight sequence somehow. This started so crazy. Skitter tanks quite a bit of damage. The boat, I think this boat actually ends up being super clutch. It lands right in Nisha's face. He gets it right onto him. So stops the Zeus. Zeus also pretty much out of mana. Wild fight that lasts just a little bit too long for Liquid, it seems.
At this point, looks to be pretty good. 33, just falling far too low here to the damage of these illusions of the Luna. Allows Marion for the beginning of what ended up being quite the cleanup.
Glimpse, disruption to protect.
Fritz here as well on the side. He's ready to leap in aggressively. Looks for the angle on the arrow. Gets the connection onto Boxy. The X marks there from Amar into the Torrent. It's going to be Boxy going down. Liquid hemorrhaging a few kills here.
And Maureen just keeps getting all the last hits.
I mean, they're going to chase down Insania. They should have some catch in a second. And all the best that Insania could do is sort of just try and waste as much time as possible. But it's imminent death for him. As Falcons striking back, and that little bit of a lead that Liquid were holding on to from the early game, it is slipping away.
It is. And they do have that Doom as well, too, so you always have to factor in, you know, the Devour, at least, the gold. A very even game still. I mean, 16-16, it's as close as it can get. Amar has diverted his build a little bit here. He's feeling like that Aghanims maybe is going to take a little too long to rush. He's going Blade Mail. There is a lot of uncontrollable damage on the side of Liquid. Could be a cool one versus Eclipse in particular. Mickey could kill himself. And Maureen very close to Ags. Liquid though, they have ultis at the ready and nighttime has hit. So back to that global lunar blessing if they want, and they can play with the vision advantage they have around that Luna.
Boxy. Whoop, whoop. He's trying to bait something out. He's going to drop the Static Storm, but he won't get the catch initially. The glimpse is there on Amar. But indeed, he's ready to pull himself back. 33 not able to land the Doom down. In fact, just holds back on it, knowing that the X was already there to save Amar.
Boat just for the movement speed. Looks like it will actually work out. Insania tries to get the catch, but cannot. Static Storm expended.
Maureen asking them to relax a little bit. Liquid very hungry to get these catches and kills. I don't think Liquid's going to be relaxing anytime soon.
Yeah, they have to always watch out, though. There's, like we said, a lot of different ways for them to protect versus these Glimpse plays, so they are going to throw this down. I guess Boxy maybe thought that the Static Storm would prevent the X for a second, but... A deep ward. Boxy finds opportunities to place two very nice deep ones, actually. I don't think these are going to be spotted for quite some time. Skeeter getting close to that big item timing, though, that in particular will change a bit of how Falcon wants to play, with him getting more enabled and playing inside the fights. The Radiance is soon on the horizon. Mickey needs a little bit more time till BKB's at the ready. Kind of feels like for the next fight, he needs that one. Just because of all the massive burst that they do have. If he doesn't find like the perfect angle to go in, he could just get exploded. Both teams, though, farming confidently.
Liquid definitely the ones that continue to look to be a bit more eager at finding action. Boxy.
This ward, these deep wards that they have right now.
Going on Skeeter, though, it's not easy. Got to try and do it twice with this reincarnation in mind. They try and lead in on him, but the TPs are coming in. Backup will be here for Skeeter. Not an easy target, really, to try and go for, especially that deep on the enemy's jungle. Amar.
Running in for the D ward with the X.
Deny.
Both teams they're both very eager to fight. There's that Radiance. They didn't proc the reincarnation. And there is a Static Storm on cooldown for 60 seconds. Marine.
Amar. Teasing around with the center box of Mickey, but the Doom's going to get dropped here from 33. Defensive disruption comes out for Snaking, and they're still trying to focus down the Kunkka. 33 will stay on top of him, but it has led to the split where Mickey's been left on his own almost. He's just gone. He's out of the fight. The backlines are falling, but Peter's ready for round two. He'll turn towards 33 with the Ray Fire Blast. Crit and Snake poking in from the side, but Nisha, he's dished out his entire mana pool of damage, and it's too much for the Wraith King to live through. As Skeeter goes down, Liquid, they've found three. Can they find more? Crit, he'll go down. They'll get themselves a fourth kill out of this one, Liquid.
Nice Doom.
Is under attack.
Great play there. Nisha's able to get a full mana pool pretty much casted with an Arcane Rune to boot, so quickly eviscerates these heroes. They got on Mickey, but it took them a little bit long to bring him down. Nisha's able to actually get that big cleanup. 4K lead now.
That was a big fight. Big fight for Liquid. They've been trying for that fight for the last few minutes, and they do eventually get it.
Just from poking and prodding, and that was without Static Storm. That's the other big thing, too. They did that one without it.
We'll see what the call's going to be from Falcons next now. And obviously that fight was the turn-up of Skeeter with his completed Radiance, but after how quickly they're able to deal with him the twice, we may see them fall back again. Falcons try and focus up on getting that next round of items done.
I think Malrine also, that was his Aghanims reveal. I don't think he got even the spells off, just because he got caught. Trying to set up for bottom.
He's going to follow them through here.
Oh, Malrine is set up for him, though.
He is indeed, but the light strike's off point. Not able to get the catch, and Insania will be able to continue to live his life.
A 6K lead now. Keeping it growing. Manta now finished up for the Zeus. He is scaling.
Yeah, Mickey's going to pretty much have a BKB for the next team fight as well.
That's true. That's actually the other thing I didn't point out. Yeah, I was worried that he would just... He did end up dying, of course, because of not having it, but yeah, them able to have a successful fight without it is pretty huge. Nisha?
And both teams have backup around this river area. Crit and snaking. Seeing if they can get any sort of catch, but Mickey playing a lot safer this game.
Liquid under a ward at the moment. 3 heroes spotted. They want to try to go for this XP rune, but Amar's already... He sees them, and he's just going to be able to grab it. One component away from it. Aghanims on Amar. There's, of course, only that one BKB at the moment on Liquid. But yeah, they're definitely going to go triple BKBs on the cores next. As we tend to see, of course, versus that Torrent Storm. A smoke is up from Falcons. They're trying to regather something, and they have this ward. 7 seconds left on it, on top of Mickey. Might just be snaking, just maybe annoying him a little bit.
Yeah, it's a bit far from the rest of the team. Snaking. He's going to stay under the cover of smoke. Will now come to an end as it gets caught by the Dispel. Close enough here from Luna.
He did not BKB, Manta did.
Still half of the rest of the team to capitalize on it. They're going to try and turn towards Insania, and they'll blow him up very quickly. They also get the X mark dragged back onto 33 Falcons.
Oh, those are big catches. Mika can't fight half HP. He's got to run.
They have to get the hell out of it. Liquid, Nisha.
Nisha?
They've got eyes on him here, with Crit leading him with the Moonlight Shadow. Skeeter, he's in with a jump.
Oh,
he's able to pop that to dodge the stun, but he will not be able to save himself as Amar's got the drag back with the X mark. 3 quick kills for Falcons, just like that.
Just the way they started, too. Snake gets a disruption into an arrow. Mika tries to Manta dodge it. He gets put at half HP. His team tries to, like, bail him out of a situation there, and then a bit of save your buddy syndrome. Hurts Liquid a lot there.
Amar may be looking for more here. Boxy keeping him at bay here with a kinetic field.
Nice TP. He was fully surrounded.
Definitely a bit of a shake-up for Liquid after that last fight.
Roshan is right here, too. Could they look to threaten it?
I think so.
They've got the Orb of Destruction.
Bit of a difficult part of the map for Liquid to get to.
Yep. And fighting into this area versus now the Aghanims Kunkka, which they have to assume it's a risk coming down here. You only have the single BKB on your core, on your Luna.
They also kind of have to. They've hit the scan.
Okay, they're going to go for it.
Definitely try for this. Who's able to get the jump first? Who's able to start this off?
They've not dying that fast.
They're scouting out with the Thunder God's Wrath. They'll catch Crit pretty low here. The damage coming in from Insania. Crit has to turn with the arrow. We'll get the connection, and it'll tick down into the Thunderstrike. Static Storm's been dropped by Boxy, but Skeeter's in on top of him. They've killed Boxy off. He buys back immediately here. They've taken out Skeeter the once. So they can go for round 2. Light Strike Array coming in from the trees from Malrine as he drops it in onto the Enchantress, but Insania's too tanky. He's glimmered up, he's ready to continue to push forward. Mickey, he's got the damage coming in with the ult, and the Lucid beams out onto Malrine. Malrine's out, Mickey's over to Snaking. They'll get the Shadow Demon as well here, Liquid.
Great Doom again. 33 doesn't care, he just jumps past everybody, gets onto the Kunkka to prevent that spell combo. And now Roche It's there for the
It's
picking.
all theirs.
It was dying quite slowly. I was like, all right, they actually do not have this damage.
They thought they could do it. They really did, but as you say, not even coming that close. Liquid back in the driver's seat.
And the beauty of that Zeus there, too, in particular, right? Nisha, he just ults, and 33 is like, okay, I know where to go. I can just blink past them, get on top of Kunkka, prevent that Torrent Storm. I think Mickey also held his BKB the whole fight, right? Both times. So still a 9-second BKB.
And Liquid, they were eager for fights before. Now that they've got this BKB still ready to go and the Aegis, you can only imagine they will get back on the hunt to look aggressively for Falcons.
And what, how many? I think that was 2 deaths on Malrine that they got. Not two. Two relatively in quick sequence, so his BKB has been stalled a lot now, too.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
If they can keep doing these, and especially if they can scout where this Kunkka is in the fight, they get this Doom, it's going to really save those team fights. They have a good team fight as long as Kunkka doesn't get spells off on the side of Liquid.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Mickey now up to level 18 as well.
Malrine.
I trust everyone was out of sight.
On his own, and he knows it. He's out of it.
Gonna rejoin his team.
Radiant are scanning.
A quick jump onto Disruptor, onto Boxy wouldn't be bad. He's hiding in a good angle in the trees.
Oh, no way.
Got him. Nearly made it out with the TP, but the disruption's there from Snaking. That's Boxy out for a minute.
That was from the buyback, right?
It was indeed.
Yeah.
Brought back around the Roche fight. Okay. So, reason for the long death timer here on Boxy. Did he get the spend done on his Blink Dagger? He did at least.
Get it.
So the money was spent up, was saving up for that Blink. He's got it.
Liquid doing the Tormentor. All right, they'll be able to get this one. It looked like for a second that Skeeter was... someone was looking like they wanted to go over there for a second, but Liquid able to get the cleanup. Nisha also a nice aggressive positioning, taking away some Ancients. That's nice. Very close game.
Still have a fair bit of time once Boxy's up, and the Aegis is still there on Mickey, so still a good bit of room for Liquid to push.
Yeah, BKB on the Doom, BKB on the Luna as well. How long for BKB on Nisha? Yeah, it's going to be triple BKBs versus triple BKBs in some of these fights, so it's going to be a lot about who's going to be able to poke and prod, force a BKB, get a reinitiation, etc. once all of them do come out. Or if, you know, they're able to just get that Doom onto that main target, blow them up, and get that big advantage in teamfight for Liquid in particular. It's 2 versus 1 right now, but if I'm not mistaken, Lina is about to finish hers. Kunkka's about 1,000 away, and Zeus has hers. So, yeah, 3 cores versus 3 core BKBs in these probably the next upcoming fight.
Tower is under attack.
All about who gets that jump. As you say, I think, yeah, the big target is going to be 33, or at least, you know, for Falcons, they've got to be aware of who he's looking to get on top of and who he's trying to force out the fight, because the last few times his Doom play has been incredibly disruptive.
Yeah, it really does feel like these 2 offlaners, they have it out for each other a little bit. Can they find 33, or is 33 going to be able to find a Mar before he gets spells off?
Are fortified.
I have to also give the Insania, he is getting some scaling too. Same thing as we saw
He's
today
getting pretty unkillable
from last game. He's getting pretty big.
It'll take a lot to bring down this Enchantress.
And they'll be able to just swing over, get that second Tormentor too.
Malrine, look for the setup. His heavy burst is enough to take the Aegis straight out of the hands of Mickey.
Going for the play,
there they are. But Boxy.
Oh, he forced the BKB.
Has to be popped there by Malrine, otherwise would have been guaranteed death. So gets away from that.
No.
Lose a tier 2, but taking the Aegis out of the hands of Mickey does give Falcons a bit of breathing room.
Skitter is coming in as if they want to fight in this area.
Oh, and he's going to jump
He's
forward.
just jumping right in.
And he's going to look toward Nisha, but Nisha's able to make his way over the tree
Mustang.
line. They can't find the Ray Fire Blast on towards the Zeus, so Nisha's able to step back and stand at a distance where he's able to safely get the damage out and burst through Skeeter the once. The Eclipse is coming out. They're going to look for round 2, but Skeeter's got his BKB popped, and he'll head out of the fight for now. Insania glimmered and focused off to the side with the 4-star for Martin with the Blade Mail. They've got the Torrent Storm controlling the Zeus. They'll take him out.
Mickey has no BKB left either, but they'll be able to reset away.
And all that going down, it's just the one kill. Boxy.
X.
Even Amar, he was prepared for that. Make sure that the Static Storm won't result in a kill here.
Liquid's still looking to go. Even though Mickey doesn't have BKB, he has Conda now finished, and he's got level 20 talent. He can play a bit more from distance.
That's huge damage if they get some sort of setup from Boxy with the glimpses.
I like how, honestly, 33 is just throwing the Doom out. He just, whatever, you know, if they just have -1 hero, we're going to win the fight. And so far,
it's absolutely working. It really is. Having a completely different time this game. Last game one, he was having a slow time on the Kunkka, rough game. But this game couldn't be more impactful on his Doom play in these team fights.
Yeah, absolutely.
Top stuff.
I had concerns because of the no stuns, but it's not been a concern whatsoever. Liquid's been playing it real nice, just keeping up with the pace, keeping up all their advantage, keeping up aggressive plays too. They're never sitting back and farming, it feels like, especially if they have their 5 heroes.
All I can give us is a chance.
Daytime.
They've got the setup potentially from Snaking. He's looking.
Mickey. BKB cooldown 2 seconds.
Oh, and Snaking's in.
Oh.
Nisha's there, ready to back up and turn around and burst through the Shadow Demon. Snaking goes down.
BKB's
the BKB's up. Mickey's ready to hold his ground. Skeeter and Amar, they're getting shredded here by the damage to Luna. Triple kill for Mickey. Liquid's ready for the cleanup. Maureen
Give him the
BKB TP out, but the Lucid Beam's there. Ultra kill for Mickey. Only Crit able to make it out of that one. But that's a whole lot of golden XP there that's going to the carry of Liquid. Mickey ready to lead the charge straight down the mid lane.
Oh, that was beautiful. Sometimes Dota can be about these like split seconds. If he gets maybe initial disruption and they can get it pre-BKB, nope, just gets a mini stun, gets the BKB off, and then he gets his shard off, and look how quick they die.
Absolutely, he's in on top of the two of them with the glaive.
Holy moly.
And now the damage to the base will be done. Fortification comes out, but 4 heroes dead. None of them with buybacks available. This is a decent amount of time for Liquid to just pummel into the base of Falcons.
Should be a Rax.
Maybe more.
Maybe more.
There's the fortification, the second round of it. See how much Liquid can take.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
Set gone, they won't push their luck. Respawn starting to come in. Liquid back off. Is there any sort of catch or punish? Skeeter's going to try, but he's going to get glimpsed back.
Oh, the arrow just doesn't connect.
X-Mark setups in onto Mickey. Boat connection as well, but do these two have the damage? They've got the torrent. Amar heading in for the angle with the tide bringer. Mickey's going to look straight towards Crit. Snaking. He'll disrupt Mickey. Sets up for the light strike. They'll punish the Luna.
We'll be able to get the one catch, but it's only the one. They don't get a chain sequence of kills. It did lose that Rax, of course. What can they look to gain else out of this? They will be able to finish up BKB on Amar finally. It's taken him forever to now finish that one. Doesn't look like they can really get too much out of the map. They have to fix their lanes.
Getting one core kill at this point is just not enough for Falcons. They need something a whole lot bigger than that with the way those last few moments went down. Liquid now with a 16k lead and taking away that full set of middle barracks.
90 seconds for a Roche. Scouted information bottom. I mean, they see him now on the creep wave. The Thunderstrike had seen Maureen for a moment. And Skeeter having, I don't blame him, feeling like he has to do this, going for the AC. He needs extra armor, needs extra ways to tank, because as we saw, cannot stand toe-to-toe with the Luna. Liquid very at the ready to fight. 10 seconds for their Luna. They've got every spell at the ready. Mar, he gets hit by the Thunderstrike.
Get the set up for the glimpse back, but Mar's always ready.
That one was close. He barely got the X off in time.
Radiant are scanning.
The Falcons, they'll
Moking again.
Moonlight into smoke, but it's a difficult fight to take.
Trying to get that perfect angle for the fight. Maureen will show himself kind of for a second there with the stun nuke.
It can't be anything less than perfect.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Falcons. Liquid's closing in on them. 33 leading the way.
Got a ward.
Sania, they're going to look towards him. Skeeter jumps in. Bit of a tickle.
So quick from Insania to reset. Another glimpse.
Get the glimpse back, but the disruption's there. Snake King keeping him safe. 33. He's in onto Amar. Get the Doom drop down on him. Mo will try and run away here with the BKB. It's full retreat for now on Falcons as Liquid are chasing them out. Nara will connect on Tanisha. And Falcons really get back in on this. Boxy and 33, they're looking for Crit. They've got the Thunder Gods who have to set up for the glimpse back into the Static Storm. Crit's out of the fight.
Amar exits himself back. He is going to be coming back to this fight. I mean, the Doom is done.
He's going to look towards bursting through Instania, but he can't drop the full combo. Knows it's not going to be anywhere nearly enough to kill Enchantress. Skeeter, he's out once. They're ready to go in. 33 jumps the backline, so he's back on top of the mark for a second time here, but the burst, the stun control's there. This time 33's punished. Falcons, they're taking out the Doom.
But Mickey's still got BKB, he's still got Lincolns, he's just charging in.
The kinetic field catches the two of them. Mickey's in with the damage. Skeeter's out. Crit as well. It's a dieback for the Mirana. 3 dead. No buybacks once again on any of them. There should be another minute or so here where Liquid's able to get back up to the base of Falcons and potentially take at least another set of barracks.
God, this 33 Doom has just been such a nuisance. Every single fight, he gets the Doom on the right target. It's just panic. It's in total disarray from Falcons having to disengage, but they lose heroes over and over again on these disengages, and this is another set. 45 seconds, easily brought down for Mickey.
Falcons still with a tier 2 on that top lane, so won't be at the risk of being mega creeped quite yet. But definitely a rough spot for them to be in right now, down 22k gold.
We're all so farmed now. Not much has been gained on the side of Falcons in a very, very long time. Those BKBs were finished, at least on Malrine, and what felt like on Skeeter and the Kunkka a bit ago, but nothing else has really been gotten for them. I guess the Kunkkas take a little bit longer, but not able to get any successful fights. No extra items being brought in versus this lineup that's just been steamrolling through them. And Liquid, they've been just getting more and more items in every single one of these situations. Hex now finished. Can Malrine make it work?
I mean, this point, getting the catch is one thing, and maybe they've got that answered, but doing the damage to burst through these heroes.
Can they kill Mika anymore even? Right? It feels like they have to fully isolate him to be able to have a chance. So tanky.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I see Falcons. The smoke.
Okay.
Can they catch? Getting Boxy would be pretty big, but the kinetic field's down. Skeeter's tried to jump in, but I mean, he dies so quickly into the damage of Mickey. Can Falcons really continue to try and force
Another
it?
Doom.
I mean, the Doom indeed down onto Amar is going to force the Doom out of the fight for now. Instead, Mickey just dishing out the damage. Mallory and Skeeter, they've got to run. Skeeter's BKB comes to an end. He's dead. Snake King caught in the kinetic field. It's another easy fight here for Liquid.
Beautifully done from Nisha. He sends the Manta Zeus illusion in. They actually hexed it. Malrine's full reveal of his hex just gets used on an illusion, and then it's Skeeter running in versus nobody, and he's fully isolated. And again, of course, who does 33 find? He finds Amar. The Doom gets put on him right away. No team fight to come out, as Roche will fall.
Absolutely well, and they've got the creep wave in position to go for the tier 2 top.
Pretty beautiful fight, honestly, from Liquid. Just really heads up stuff, knowing that Falcons is looking for it. Just, yeah, I think I've seen now 3 times Nisha's tried to do the illusion bait. This time it worked.
And a game that early on there was definitely a little bit of hope for Falcons, but always behind that Roche fight down at the bottom. Definitely ending up in a bit of an awkward situation for them that certainly did not put them on the right path this game.
Yeah, it seems like hope is a ways away now.
A gift from the tempest of battle.
They just have to look towards the high ground defense. Now at this point, Falcons. Blink Dagger done on Mickey, so he is ready to get in it on top of whoever he wishes to just completely shred through.
I feel like he can just blink in with 33 in the next initiation and just follow him, and it's likely to end very, very successfully for them. Another power rune for Nisha. Yeah, Falcons kind of stuck in their base, and Crit doing the circles that you see sometimes people do, and they don't have anywhere to really go for these 4. It's just Skeeter who can go outside. And there's the bots too for 33, so he can always join while also being on opposite side of the map. Also find solo kill potential if he does find anyone split pushing, which isn't the case, of course, but They'll commence the final push.
To the tier 3.
God, Snake just wants to get illusions.
Illusions spreading himself.
He can't even get the disrupt onto Mickey is the thing, too. There's a Lincolns. So they need to break that Lincolns before he tries to go for it.
At the Moonlight Falcons, but getting a setup into this, it's not easy.
I'm just watching 33, waiting for the jump in.
Tier 3.
Another
Going
illusion.
to pull the arrow connection onto Insania, but never a target they want to do much about. Amar's going to lead him with the bow. Get the bow combo and the burst. They're able to take out Insania, but indeed 33 once again making the jump forward, and he's just sending Falcons running straight back towards the fountain. And Falcons won't lose anyone immediately. Static Storm only going to be dropped solo onto the Shadow Demon here. Glimpse back as well. They've killed off Snaking. They've killed off Malrine. No buyback to be had here for Malrine. I believe, is he just short of the gold? 100 gold. He's close, but not as close as he'd hoped for.
33 blinks and gets a 3-man war stop and start that fight up. Not something you see too often.
And the Rax is gone. The mega creeps are out. Liquid, they're just ready to put this one to an end here as they're over towards the tier 4s. Amar tries to pull them back with a wave. He's got a buyback, but there's nothing more to be done. GG is called as Liquid will settle the score here and get the second win in this 2-game series, leaving it 1-1 here between themselves and Falcons.
Feels like these two teams just did an excellent job of identifying, like, don't let Kunkka have a game. Both games, it feels like the two of them were completely shut down. Liquid, some real heads-up play, really good aggressive plays in particular. Boxy playing super aggressive, getting some really nice glimpses. Even though there's disruptions and X's and whatnot, it feels like he was getting catch after catch after catch as well with this team too. That was a really nice game.
It really was a tough one for Falcons. They could never slow Liquid down. Everything falling into place. Yeah, this Luna pick that we're seeing have a pretty good success. It just works. You know, a lot of damage. Mickey getting the free farm, the kind of start that he did. And yeah, 33, definitely a pretty good redemption for him after what was a rough game one on his Kunkka. This Doom play, it doesn't really get much better than that, Fox.
No, and you have to credit everybody across the board, but it's just like the way that they did it, right? It's like the Zeus 2 enabling 33 to find the jumps every single time. It's just really good synergistic teamwork. And hey, you don't really need stuns to win, right? They didn't really have that many. I was a little concerned at the start when I first saw it, how they'd be able to get some of these catches versus the disengage and stuff, but they didn't need it. They smashed it really from start to finish. It was a very, very aggressive game. 1 kill a minute coming out from Liquid.
A lot of action. Action at the end of it all does favor Liquid. And as I say, with that, this series ending up 1-1, keeping this group stage very, very exciting. Liquid and Team Falcons ends 1-1.
Yeah, what a performance, I think, with this game also. I mean, we said it at the start of the day. We saw the Zeus stocks rising. I think Nisha just made this hero be, well, even more on the radar than it already was. He pumped out so much damage during some of these fights. And at the start, we saw Mickey maybe a little bit struggling to keep up with the amount of damage. But once he came online, there was just not really a lot that Falcons could still do. We said after the draft that it was up to Liquid T to set the tempo, to get the action going, and boy, did they do that.
No, they did it exceptionally well, and when Falcons were trying to get back into the game, the Mantas on Luna and Zeus, I think they were somewhat, clutch items, the most important items of the game. I say clutch is standard for both of these heroes, but the way they were used was perfect. The Wraithkin kept jumping in, trying to initiate with his very measly stun, but it was always Manta dodged. And now the Wraithkin was out of position, didn't stun up a hero, didn't start the fight correctly. There was no real follow-up from Falcons because the initiation wasn't clean. And time again, this Luna and Zeus were just never caught off guard by the single form of initiation that Falcons were leaning on the entire game.
Yeah, the story of this series, pick Kunkka, lose, pick Enchantress, win pretty much. These heroes tend to do like really well, especially Enchantress, extremely good at what she wants to do in the lane. You're playing two ranged heroes against Kunkka. Again, Kunkka not having a lane, and I think we gotta give huge credit to 33. The way he played this Doom, fighting this Chain Lightning creep, a bit of an RNG, but also picking up double Null Talisman straight into Shiva's Guard, constant spam, having this mana to be very annoying in the lane. Just very difficult to deal with this kind of aggression, this amount of damage that you bring to the table early on.
33 always has like the newest tech, like whatever is the best item for this situation. He will know exactly what to buy. Because when it comes to this game for them, I don't even know where to really start. I feel like they all played incredibly well. But one thing that stands out to me is when you have this long range mid here, like you have some Park, some Zeus, then you combo it with some Luna Morphling with this Kanda. Like the amount of poke you have at like this 20, 25, 30 minute mark, it seems really hard for teams to deal with. And I have yet to really see Zeus get owned. This hero looks too good in these games that I'm watching. I'm honestly not quite sure what teams aren't doing that they should do, because whatever teams are trying, it's not enough.
No, and we saw earlier today as well, BetBoom had the same approach. They had the Zeus, and then we talked about it, like, but the only thing really that Zeus is lacking is tower damage, and both BetBoom and now Liquid as well, they paired up with the Luna. You solved that problem completely, and that meant every time they even remotely win a fight, because the buildings just melt.
Yeah, because it just seems so nice. You have all this vision, then the Zeus also like enable the Doom in the game as well. Honestly, like I feel like the hero just doesn't run out of damage, like with this new Manta and Shard build. So if you're trying to outlive him, it doesn't really work, which means you have to kill him, but it seems really hard. So yeah, I'll just let teams do the work, because I'm not sure.
Your fight with Zeus and Luna, you have such a great vision. You're fighting during the nighttime, having night vision from Luna, and also Zeus providing you vision to get the jumps on the targets. And I like that BK, he was playing so patiently in some of these engagements, waiting with the BKB, also building Lincoln Sphere so that he can't get jumped by this Raid King. And we had a couple of times where Skeeter jumps in and doesn't have the target to go for because they don't have BKB piercing tools. So they pop their BKB, Skeeter dies one time, Luna with the BKB, they kill him off immediately afterwards.
Yeah, very clean stuff coming out from Team Liquid. And that's why they're standing by with Pyrian for a winner's interview.
Yeah, hi Sheebs, I'm here with 33. Obviously played the Doom in that last game. So that was kind of a night and day series for you guys. What do you felt made the difference between the two games?
I think the first game, maybe our draft wasn't the best, but we still could have won, but we fucked up the lanes really hard. We lost like the off lane super hard, and safe lane was like it went okay, but usually if you give Amar first blood, he's always gonna be topping the net worth at minute 10, kind of every time. So yeah, we fucked up the lanes pretty hard, and then we kind of brought it back. But then when we got all the items like Ags and Kunkka and Sven had items, like we were not really able to take good fights, and then the game was just hopeless. And second game, yeah, maybe we kind of got the heroes we are comfortable and had really good lanes, and the game just played itself out.
So would you say that this is the difference? This is one thing I've wondered for a while. Having Disruptor on your team when you're behind versus having Disruptor on your team when you're ahead really feels like a completely different hero. Do you agree with that?
For sure. If you have Disruptor and you are just constantly getting Reinhardt, it can be, it can be a bit hard. The hero is still good, but it's not the same. But if you're ahead and you have Disruptor, it feels like it's kind of impossible to lose. Like you just won.
And the panel we're talking about, this Zeus hero seems a bit broken at the moment, the amount of damage he can output. Is that something you think that teams are going to start waking up to?
Yeah, I think teams have been like very woken up to it already. We are, if anything, like kind of playing Zeus the least. I think most teams are just playing it all the time. I don't know if it's in this tournament or in our scrims, but I feel like every game there's a Zeus. I'm just chilling in my lane and Zeus ult, and yeah, it's not a good time.
Okay, well, that's really put you in a good position in the group, so you must be confident moving forward. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us, and all the best.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Netta and Pyrian. And I started the day. I heard Will Blitz say that he was really hoping they could go 3-1 today, and guess what? They did exactly that. We can also take a look at where we are with the scoreboard. I know there's still 2 series going on. I can tell you what's up with that, but let's first take a look, because this win does put Team Liquid on top of the charts. Now, right now, there's still 2 series going on. It's between Shopify and BetBoom, and BetBoom was able to win Game 1. Game 2 is still going on. As you can see, Shopify really got to win that one. They need that win. On the other side, we have Talon versus G2IG, and Talon has won Game 1, and they are hoping to close out Game 2 as well, because that would put them on the board again, because tomorrow they have to face Falcons, and Talon versus Falcons is, it's both bird related, in my brain, they just merged together somehow. But that would mean, that we got a potential elimination match between Falcons and Talon. I'm getting ahead of myself, let's be real. But it is a potential there for tomorrow, because after today, there's only one more series to play for these teams, barring potential tiebreakers, of course. And I think actually, T, this is scary. Even. Very, very even.
Yeah, I think if you're a Falcons fan, even a Falcons player, you're sitting at 4 draws, yet to win a series out. You're only playing Talon tomorrow, who are potentially below you, maybe tying with you if they win in their series. If they beat you 2-0, you're now hoping other teams drop games, do stuff. You never want to be in that position. So of course for them, getting 2 games tomorrow will be allowing them to at least survive the group stage. But for Falcons, winning so many tournaments to then draw out the entire group stage so far, one series could mean everything in their survival of the tournament tomorrow. It's like that is a lot of pressure in one series.
Yeah, when you look at the group stages, Lacoste, what's the most surprising thing for you?
Talent, they're managing to get some really nice dubs, but I'm gonna go back to BetBoom because they had a pretty horrible day yesterday.
Every time.
1-3. This time around, they are managing to get some victories, and they might even 2-0 Shopify. So tomorrow they're playing against Team Liquid. Not an easy series for them, but they're also a team that, as tournament progresses, they are getting better, and they're always, in this top 3, top 4.
I mean, for me, I will join in on the topic. It's probably about how even it is. The fact that no. The fact that you're getting to the last day of groups, and I feel like every team is still playing for every single possibility of moving on or being in a lower bracket or even being eliminated. This is not very common. Usually, last day of groups, some teams know, oh well, whatever, we fucked up, we're already out. It's not as common as it may seem.
No, it's incredibly tight, and there's still a lot of possibilities for all the teams. As said, though, there's still 2 games going on right now. Make sure to check those out on the Emirates. What is happening there? Guys, we're preparing already, of course, for Group B, which will kick off after Group A has finished, so I might need to wait a little bit. But as you can see, the teams are ready. OG is ready, and they should be ready. They are going up against the Gaming Gladiators in our upcoming series. So OG versus GG. Stick around for more Dota 2 here for ESL 1 Birmingham.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right wear and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
I never wanted to be the third person you'd be searching for. I had 5 reasons in 1996, 7 minutes in this heavenly sin. I'm picking you up, I made you a mixtape, I played you, I'm calling you up, meet me. The future's in. Back to the future. I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. Back to the future. I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. Ate my heart for lunch. We're just 90s kids. And there's 10 reasons that you hated this. I could count the ways that I love you so. Every petal from a bouquet of roses. I'm picking you up, I made you a mixtape, I played you. I'm calling you up, meet me at Twin Pines Mall. The future's in. Back to the future. I'll never lose it. back for more. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Driving down the motorway, riding on the edge of my seat. I'm looking in the rear view, 'cause the future is so bittersweet. I need this now, more than I could ever say. Hit me like a hurricane, yeah, hit me like a tidal wave. Take a deep breath, swim hard for the shore. Keep from going under, keep me coming back for more. Keep me coming back for more. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Keep me coming back for more. I need this now, more than I can ever say. Hit me like a hurricane, yeah, hit me like a tidal wave. Take a deep breath, swim hard for the shore. Keep from going under, keep me coming back for more. Keep me coming back for more.
When you told me that's how you felt inside, did you mean it or were you just messing with my mind? When you told me that's how you felt, did you mean it or way deep inside yourself now? Your lips on kissing on the white cliffs of Dover. See my heels and now my head has fallen over them. And all I know, she's rarer than a four-leaf clover, and she's mine and I'm hers. Now I'm sitting here in deepest contemplation about how you came into my world, about the fact that we would never really date. You very quickly became my girl. Your lips on kissing on the white cliffs of Dover. See my heels and now my head has fallen over them. And all of those, she's rarer than a four-leaf clover, and she's mine. We learn it sunny side up. 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 Yeah, yeah. Your lips I'm kissing on the white cliffs of Dover. And see my heels and now my head has fallen over them. And all in all, she's rarer than a four.
Bring it on, baby, come on. Don't be shy, you can test me. Turn me on, make me feel on and on, ready to fly to your heart, ready to fly to your mind. So let me touch you. What's in your mind? Just be around. treasure. Been longing for someone to call my treasure. Measure, no one in this world could ever measure. Oh, back in time with you. Always going back in time with you. Always on the run. I see pleasure in your eyes. Treasure in the skies. Rain and diamonds from the skies. I see pleasure in your eyes. Precious, you're the only one, you are my precious. Luscious, there's no other word that can describe you. Back in time with you. Always going back in time with you. Always on the run. I see pleasure in your eyes. Treasure in the skies. Rain and diamonds from the skies. as the sun will rise, and time keeps on ticking by. To you, I surrender. You, I never wanted to be the third person you'd be searching for. I had 5 reasons in 1996, 7 minutes in this heavenly sin. I'm picking you up, I made you a mixtape, I played you. I'm calling you up, meet me. The future's in. Back to the future. I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. Back to the future. I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. Ate my heart for lunch. We're just 90s kids. And there's 10 reasons that you hated this. I could count the ways that I love you so. Every petal from a bouquet of roses. I'm picking you up, I made you a mixtape, I played it. I'm calling you up, meet me at Twin Pines Mall. The future's in. Back to the future. Sensory, I still smell your Camry wall. I'm at your door, back to the future. I'll never lose it. I'm at your Ten, 9, 8, 7 minutes in heaven, 6, 5. I need your love every day. I think about you night and day. I want you, babe, I feel for you. I'm fine when I look at you. I need your love every day. I need your love, hear me when I say I need your love every day. Come on, give me your love, give me your love. Baby, baby, when I'm here with you, you know I'm fine, you know I'm crazy about you. Oh, baby, you know that my love is true. You know I smile when I look at you. I need your love every day. I need your love, hear me when I say I need your love every day. Come on, give me your love, give me your love. Everyone gets their chance in life. Take it or leave it. To go to the edge and still survive. If you ride that laser beam, it's a light that brings your dream alive. I'm having a feel-good day, and it's all on the bright side. It's starting to go my way, from a heart to a joyride. Though I don't know why, I could jump the fire and dance a wild ballet. Cover the raindrops in your eyes. Seeing is believing. Let every heartbeat energize. Never mind that thundercloud. There's a time to shout aloud and cry. I'm having a feel-good day, and it's all on the bright side. It's starting to go my way, from a heart to a joyride. Though I don't know why, I could jump the fire and dance a wild ballet. Just enough, shake the blues off. Now we're changing, it's all on the bright side. Life is better when we're headed, rearranging, I crawl to a joyride. Just I'm having a feel-good day. always open-minded. I'm not the one that I used to be. Phasing in and out, acting all crazy. Yeah. Turning my head inside out, spinning my mind till I'm upside down. I never had any doubts, stand out in the crowd. You're resolute just like a leader. Yes, you're a leader, and I'm not gonna lie. When I'm with you, with you, with you, I'm feeling crazy when I'm with you, with you, with you. It's all a game to you, but I'm not playing. Focus, listen, it's obvious. Fight for me and I will fight for you. Yeah. Turning my head inside out, spinning my mind till I'm upside down. I never had any doubts, stand out in the crowd. You're resolute just like a leader. Yes, you're a leader, and I'm not gonna lie. When I'm with you, with you, with you, I'm feeling crazy when I'm with you, with you, with you. When I'm with you, with you, with you, I'm feeling crazy when I'm with you, with you, with you. Yeah, I'm about to lose it to you, baby. 'Cause girl, you really make me go crazy. You make me go crazy. When I'm with you, with you, with you, I'm feeling crazy when I'm with you, with you, with you. You make me crazy when I'm with you, with you, with you. You make me crazy when I'm with you, with you, with you. fills my soul with eternal energy. But it sets me free. Come, let's go every morning. 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 Hey, yeah. Woo. Oh, yeah. Hey. The water in the soul beneath the purple tree. It's the same that fills my soul with eternal energy. When you're faced by its shadow, the sea locks me out. And now I'm free, yeah. Hey! The water in the soul beneath the purple tree. It's the same that fills my soul with eternal energy. And it sets me free. what's behind that little smile that you're giving me. Oh yeah, come on and tell what you want. Yeah, all your fantasies. Know you wanna be with me. I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. Ooh, I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. Oh, what you want, what you want, what you want, yeah. What you want, yeah. What you want, yeah. Make it mine, make it mine, make it mine, yeah. No, you wanna be with me. I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine.
Baby, I'm looking at you. You're the prettiest girl in the room. I know I'm not the only one. All the other boys want you too. Old jeans and those eyes. You don't even try now, do ya? I'm praying I'm your type. I'll be anything that you like. Baby, can we dance? Can I be here with your number? Asking for a chance, baby, after the party, come on over. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Make me feel alive. Make me feel alive. Make me feel alive. Oh, oh, oh. Baby, can we dance? Can I be here with your number? Asking for a chance, baby, after the party, come on over. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Make me feel alive. Make me feel alive. Make me feel alive. Oh, oh, oh. And I know that you want it from that sweet look in your eyes. Do you wanna leave this party, baby? Go for a ride. I can be good, I can be bad, I can be anything you like. So come on over, come on over, baby. Make me feel alive. Sugar, make me feel alive. Come on, baby girl. Make me feel alive.
Hello, everybody. I'm here with Quinn, who everybody knows is the greatest of all time, of course. Quinn, are you a funny guy?
No,
Not even a little bit?
no, not one iota.
Tell me your best joke right now, because we have to see for ourselves.
Oh, geez. Our performance the last couple tournaments?
Ooh, that's a good joke. I mean, being able to laugh at yourself, that's good humor. So how are you feeling being here for this tournament?
It is always nice to be at Lens. I don't know how we'll do. You know, as referenced prior, we've been sucking a little bit of butthole recently, so we're going to try to do a little bit less of that. You know, hoping to be able to make that the case.
I hope so too. You guys are always fun to watch. What kind of vibes did you guys come in here? Like, are you able to empty your cup and just go into tournaments with a new slate, or do past losses affect you?
I mean, I think it's like every loss you have always sort of affects you and also sort of doesn't. Like, we go in and we're maybe a little bit more frustrated or like we're more hungry or something because we've been losing, but I don't think it affects you in that like you go in, you're like, we lost the last tournament, we're losing this one too, darn. But it's like, you go in with a little bit of a slightly different mindset, like, you want to win more or whatever.
Okay, so what do you do personally to keep yourself in high spirits? Do you have a reset routine? Do you have like unwinding hobbies or anything like that?
Anything that isn't pressing the find match button, I think is like just sheer bliss. So yeah, really, it's just the restraint to not. It's like a magnetic pull. Your fingers getting sucked in like a black hole to press the finger button, but you just don't press it, and then your finger happiness goes up. They're inverse proportionate or inverse relationship.
There is absolutely an inverse relationship. I stand by that statement entirely. Guys, just play a little less. Sometimes you just need to. But speaking of games, though, and do you have any other games that you like outside of Dota? Do you play anything else for fun, or is your brain completely consumed by this video game?
I actually don't play any other games, genuinely. That's probably not a good thing. I'm not bragging. If anything, I should not be saying that publicly. But no, I don't.
When was the last time you played a different game?
I think I played like a party game with some friends like a few months ago.
What was it called?
I'm trying to remember. It might have been like Pummel Party or something.
Pummel Party. Honestly, I'm with you. I don't play other games either because I have brain rot, I think. Yeah. How do you cure brain rot, Quinn?
I think it's irreversible. I think we're just sort of toasted. That's we've chosen our lot in life. The rot's set in. It's like deep in the synapses. There's no getting it out.
That's tragic news to end this interview on. But yeah, Quinn and I are kind of done for. You might be done for, viewer. But thank you, Quinn, for your time. Fist bump. Hey, Celery, how's it going?
Yeah, pretty good. Just chilling.
Just chilling. Do you chill often?
Yeah, every morning when I wake up, I'm very chill.
Very cool. Celery, I have to know, because you're a good player, obviously. If I, a noob, just a lonely, mediocre Dota player, want to climb the ranks as a support, what are the 3 best heroes?
Wait, why do you want to climb Dota where?
To infinity and beyond.
You better enjoy the heroes you're playing. Yeah, I mean, that's why I can play Enchantress all the time, because I really have a good time when I play it.
Do you like playing Enchantress because of her voice lines, or do you just like the hero gameplay?
I have voice lines turned off, so it's just the gameplay.
You have voice lines turned off? Why?
You shouldn't be surprised. You said earlier you don't even like lore, right? So who cares about these voice lines? It's just distracting.
But do you ever use chat wheels at least, like hero chat wheels?
No, nothing.
Not even like GG chat wheel?
Oh, GG chat wheel, of course, all the time. Yeah.
So you can use chat wheels, just not hero lines or hero chat wheels.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what I have them bound to be honest. I don't really think about these things.
I see.
Yeah. As a support, you have to do a lot of bookkeeping. You need to keep time of the voice timer, spells. Whenever I'm alive and my cores are when the cores are all dead and Toph and me are alive, and we're like, okay, can one of you keep time of it? I say like, Anton, time the Ravage, and he's like, no. He just doesn't want to do it.
Okay. So would you say that supports are basically the greatest people ever because we don't do these things that core players do?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. I think these cores are just pieces of shit. That's the that's the main thing. We just do our job, you know.
That is the truth. Okay, so I'm gonna be the most annoying person and ask you what you always get asked every event. But everybody knows Celery over here is a green eater, a vegan. So do you ever struggle eating during these Dota tournaments?
Yeah, I mean, I struggle sometimes because I get a lot of adrenaline when we play, so then I cannot eat. But it's not because of my diet. It's not hard at all. It's very easy to eat. There's a lot of nice leaves here. Can they snack away?
So you don't find that the hotel buffet sometimes isn't accommodating or anything?
No, it's always easy, and there's always a lot of good restaurants around as well. I mean, if anything, the breakfast was not the best today, but my entire team thought that. So it's not a me thing.
Okay, you heard it here. It's easy. You have no excuse. You sitting at home. Thank you. Hi, we're back with more exciting content here at ESL 1 Birmingham, and we have fan favorite Tofu. How are you today, Tofu?
I think pretty good. A bit tired still. It's the first day after coming in media now. I didn't really have breakfast, but no, I think it's pretty good here.
You
Nice impression being good with the team. We're all back. It's a sunny day, which I was not expecting at all in England. I've never been here. I don't know, but I'm good.
I wasn't expecting a sunny day either. Do you think that sunny days affect your mood better? Are you one of those people who gets seasonal depression, or does it not matter too much?
I think it affects me a lot, but it kind of should do to everyone, I think. Whereas like winter time, I usually don't really like. It's like a bit sad, almost depressing at times because it's just too dark. I don't know, like chilly weather. You don't really want to go outside. It's not like I always want to go outside. It's cool when it rains and I can feel good about staying in and playing. But still, when I wake up and it's gray, I don't really like it.
I feel you. Same, honestly. No, it's pretty normal. Yeah. But if you could pick between, because you're German, obviously, and I don't think Germany is famous for its weather. But if you could pick to live anywhere in the world, anywhere, depending on weather, where would you pick?
I mean, many Southeast Asian places are really nice, but I've also been there a lot of times already, so maybe some South American place. I just like it kind of warm, and from like beach, mountains, beach, palm trees, sun, it's kind of nice.
That sounds kind of nice. Okay, so let's give you a hypothetical. When you're done with Dota, maybe 30, 40 years from now, of course, because we all know Dota players never quit the game.
Young and good, yeah.
Of course. So when you're done with Dota, what do you see yourself doing next?
Hard to say. Somewhere warm next to the water on my yacht and just see what's going on.
Okay, so basically he wants to be filthy rich, which I can appreciate.
I usually just do things on the go, and I never really planned like too far ahead, where it's like bigger decisions from work, what I want to do, where to go and stuff. So it's really hard to say, and I don't know if I keep playing for 1 year, 2, 7, 40, if that's possible. So we'll just see.
So do you think that living in the present mentality helps you as a Dota player? Do you find that the way you are as a person makes you a better Dota player?
It's hard to say. I think I'm definitely a good Dota player. What other people's mentality is exactly, or like how their day-to-day looks like, kind of hard to say. But generally, I mean, I'm not sure if the present thing affects that a lot. You kind of just want to play and you grind, get better by the day, but that's what everyone's doing.
Okay, got it. And speaking of Dota, Crownfall update was released. You know, not that great, but there were not any gameplay changes at all, actually. Could you give us what kind of gameplay changes you would like to see? Because we've been stuck in this patch for a while, it feels like.
I can tell you what I'd like to see, but it's not going to happen. Like, I think this patch, I think it's actually kind of cool. Like, I was expecting gameplay changes because the meta's been stale for a while. There's like some new stuff popping up, but kind of whatever. But I actually like that they bring new content, because like the game we play every day, and just having new stuff sort of keeps it fresh, and it's like nice to have also like mini games and whatever sort of labyrinths or campaigns they always bring off. So I don't know, I'm really happy with the update actually. Just hope that there's some additional gameplay stuff eventually, but I'm also looking forward to like those different acts and see what's coming out from that.
Okay, he kind of dodged the question of what he wants to see, but that was really nice. Thank you.
I mean, I just want some mini game.
Just a mini game, okay.
Ask these guys to play like some arcade mini stuff. No one wants to play, but if there's an official game, I'm sure I can convince them.
Okay, thank you so much, Tofu, for your time.
Welcome back, everyone, to ESL 1 Birmingham 2024. We are beginning Group B. Yet again, we had a extensive final game in Group A between Talon versus G2IG, which took about 76 minutes, and Talon ended up completing their 2-0 victory over G2IG. But now we're ready for our game here on the mainstream, which is going to be Gaming Gladiators versus OG, of which one of my panelists did some hard-hitting journalism.
Oh
it's
my
not
God.
the one caressing my beard, because that's actually William Shakespeare.
How doth thou?
Thou art well.
Can we get a zoom in?
Do the Hamlet.
To beard or not to beard? That is the question.
That's not the... do the Hamlet one.
I don't know I don't read.
That is Hamlet.
I don't read.
Where he holds up the skull and...
That's you.
That's what he was doing.
Yeah, but that wasn't the line.
To be or not to be?
Oh, that is the line.
That's
That
Hamlet.
is the question.
Oh, that's the line. Thank you for fitting in with us, William Shakespeare. And it's not necessarily your literature expertise that I want. Jenkins, Effie, and Purge. It's your Dota expertise, specifically your expertise regarding Group B. Let me catch you all up on what's happening in our group, as we had a more one-sided or lopsided group than Group A did. Group A had a bunch of splits all across the board after day one. We had a little bit more variety going our way. Tundra ended up getting a 3-1 along with OG and Heroic, and Extreme went 0-4. Gaming Gladiators, who we're going to be covering right now, went 1-3, and Spirit just drew 2-2. Effie,
oh, dang it.
What do you think about day one going into day two?
I mean, day one had a couple of surprises. Tundra and OG looking so dominant, but honestly, they've been on the up and up. But you can't really make too many assessments from day one because a lot of these teams are slow starters. Some people play a lot better on the earlier days of group stages, whereas other teams kind of pick up later on. So today will be the defining day for sure.
Yeah, Quinn himself also mentioned that day one was kind of typical for them. Gaming Gladiators have a little shaky initial stage, and specifically he cited that he's looking to, or the team is looking to, maybe shift how they prioritize heroes and drafts. That's the one takeaway that he drew, but it's kind of maybe just...
No, I would make that takeaway as well.
Okay.
I was on Group A yesterday. I was in the morning shift, but I was able to go back and check out some of Gaming Gladiators' games. They're playing for fun. They're drafting for fun. They picked a Tiny Mag, which is a really good time. They're prioritizing it really early in the draft. Here's the thing with Tiny Mag, okay? You win the lane. You have a really good time. You're laughing because you're getting morphlings into the tower. You know, Nightfall feels like shit because he's dying to the tower.
Sure.
Then you just lose. You just lose because then you have a Tiny Mag on your team. You want them to be in your fountain, right? Which means you have to be losing to do the strategy of getting them the fountain skewers.
Gotcha.
So that's the issue for them. They need a draft to actually win rather than to have a good time on Ace and Tofu.
Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay, good. I can't hear myself in my ears, so I was scared this whole time. They did win some of those laning stages with the Magnus and the Tiny, but they didn't win all of them. So they were aiming for that losing. I actually think that despite the group stage looking like unbalanced right now, I think it's going to even up here because Gaming Gladiators, they were winning one of those games that they lost of their 1-1, I think, of their first series. So I think they're like on the precipice of like coming back. Extreme Gaming is not going to be cool with losing all of their matches after winning the previous tournament. That'd be like the biggest choke ever. So I think things are going to get super competitive in Group B here. Not that there's a lot of matches left for them to do that, but yeah, they got to make it count.
So then while we have a limited time left in this group stage, I might as well take this opportunity to give you all a little bit more information on Gaming Gladiators.
Gaming Gladiators, the single most dominant team of 2023, is back once again, but they've fallen on tougher times recently. The gang is the same as we're used to: Duraccio, Quinn, Ace, Tofu, and of course Celery. They're all here. Despite winning 3 majors back-to-back, they couldn't clutch it out when it really came down to it, falling short last year in both Riyadh Masters and the International. Maybe their confidence was shattered. I mean, come on guys, 5th in BetBoom Dacha after being eliminated by Team Liquid, who you've beaten 600 times? 5th in Dream League Season 22? 1 dagger and you die? Please, for the love of God, don't give Duraccio PA again. Just pick a real hero like Pangolier. Will the Gladiators manage to come back to their former strength and take home another ESL 1? They've done it before, but can they do it again?
Wow, that's one of the spicier VTs that we've had. I can't believe that our gracious narrator will be calling out Gaming Gladiators like that, but it's kind of deserved because we have such high expectations from these guys. As you heard, they are no strangers to being champions at ESL 1 events or really any other event over the past year other than Riyadh and TI. And then I guess at the very tail end, Kuala Lumpur, a 2nd place. But that's where the bar is set. First places all the way, and if they don't get that, then everyone starts wondering what's going on.
That's right, Tsunami. I agree with what the Bing AI guy was saying about this team. Expectations are very high. A lot of things that they were doing previously also got patched out because, of course, they were the most dominant team
in the world. And then also people started to play like them and figure them out and then, take their strategies, which means they've got to evolve. Can they do it, Effie?
I think they can. It just feels like a lot of these teams that are dominant for a while always have this patch where they fall off, right? And yeah, we can attribute it to the meta changing, to their heroes getting nerfed, to them being studied. But I was talking to Stormstormer earlier, and he was telling me about the aspect of mental fatigue that a lot of these teams have. He says that it's not something to be scoffed at, because when he was playing as a player, he really felt it towards the end of the year. And for teams like Gaiman, it's been back to back to back to back Dota with all of the expectations. So maybe some kind of psychological reset has to happen too.
I know what the issue is actually. Purge, I'm sorry, I'm sure you want to say something there.
No, it's okay. I don't need to talk this minute.
Be quiet. It's because Smurfing got banned, and Tofu and Ace are the two biggest Smurfers, and this was how they would fester.
That was not accurate.
This is how they would fester their friendship and their.
They would do OQ on main accounts.
No, they were Smurfing.
All right, well, then why don't we let the man defend himself then? Because we actually got a chance to talk to Ace about that very question, I'm sure. No.
Thank you so much. Hello, I am, yes, indeed, here with Mr. Ace from Gaiman Gladiators. In case you forgot, nice little move there. Very anime. That was hype. So, Ace, what's going on with the boys, huh? You guys going to recover here? I'm a big GG fan, I've been watching Reshi's stream. I'm all in the shirtless guy screaming. Huge fan. You guys turning around today? What the hell's going on?
Yeah, that's the plan. The plan is a nice fall.
Yeah. In all seriousness, though, kind of a rough so far. You guys reset at all? Did you do anything to prepare for your big day today?
Yeah, we kind of had some hiccups, I think, with the draft, mostly. We kind of went all in with the Goober lane, tiny Magnus.
Yeah.
It was fun. Like, it worked out in scrims a bit, but we went a bit too ham on it, I think.
Nice.
So we're going to do some other stuff, probably.
That's good to hear, though. I've been watching your pubs, by the way. A lot of Axe. How are you feeling on that here? Are we going to see some Axe potentially?
Like, in pubs is nice, because in pubs, I don't know, carries are kind of OP, I think. But Axe actually kills the other carry with Blade Maul.
Yeah.
So I feel like in my pubs, I can actually carry the game with Axe. Instead, if I play some Centaur, I just blink in and I hope my boys deals the damage. But if they don't, I'm going to lose.
Yeah, I mean, I miss the old, Ace Broodmother days, taking over the whole map, the old lone druid kind of deal. Where's those heroes at, man? Bring them back.
They're kind of in the trash can, And as soon as I'm going to play them again, it takes 1 month and they're going to be back in the trash can.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you do purposely get targeted, Ice Frog is out to get you guys specifically. So maybe get some changes up here. Have you done a little bit of research? We're going to see any surprises?
We'll see. It's a surprise. It's a surprise, bro.
Okay, well, I don't want to put you guys down. I know the enemy team is watching right now, so I don't want to confuse them. I try to be as annoying as possible to hide your strats. So luckily, they have probably already turned it off. But Ace, I wish you the best of luck. A lot of GG fans out there, including me. Good luck at what you've completely missed that. Try again. Just recut it. They'll cut that out. Good luck today, Ace. Why are you trying to do? I'm doing it a professional handshake. All right, fine. Good luck today, Ace. Bring it up. Oh, baby. Kalapa. Back to you.
All right, a Goober way to get out of that, but maybe it was the Goober lanes that were their downfall in day one. You can't just have fun, Purge. You actually got to play for the dub every once in a while.
Yeah, their Goober lanes work some of their games, and then they would get in the mid game. I actually think Ace had a bad performance yesterday. Was one of the problems. In one of the games that they did win their Goober lane, they got to the mid game and his initiations just kept getting interrupted or hit with a Thunder Strike, or he didn't get good RPs off, that kind of thing. So they're really going to need to hit at normal Ace potential where he's carrying every game from the offlane, and we just haven't really felt that as much lately, and I think that's one of the things that's hurting them as a team.
Likely because, as you heard, he's been getting targeted a lot. Many of his signature heroes are in the trash can right now. But a team that has been emerging from the trash can is OG, a can that we didn't even expect to have at this event. But right now, they are doing exceptionally well. Currently top of the group, which is tied with them and Heroic and Tundra, but it's a better result than I would have expected, especially given the fact that we saw their performance at Elite League, we saw their performance at Dream League, Effie, and we saw they would get close to greatness, but not quite make it.
Yeah, I mean, this team for the last few months has looked good. Even in the series that they were losing, they were highly competitive. It would often go to 3 games in Dream League, and there were a lot of crazy comebacks, a lot of ultra late game scenarios. So the potential is there, the synergy is there. It just needed a little bit more polishing, I suppose. And honestly, yesterday they looked so good. Maybe the games versus Tundra were a little bit more throwy and less convincing than their games versus XG, but it seems like they have a really solid identity. They know how they want to play, and Seb has been popping off. I mean, Seb was making plays left and right yesterday. They even last picked him as hero a couple of times.
That Bane performance. I know, Jenkins, you didn't get a chance to catch too much of the OG games, but how did you hold Bane as a hero coming into this event?
I held him highly because he was glitched, and the nightmare is 8 seconds, and I don't know if they fixed it, but it was 8 seconds, and I was screaming about it. I was streaming, and some guy nightmared me, and I was like, this guy nightmared me for 10 seconds straight, and I clicked on him to see if he had some status resistance thing, and it wasn't. It's just glitched, so I hope they fixed that. They fixed the Shadow Demon bug that people were abusing.
I think the Bane thing was intended. It was just not documented properly. Whatever the case, the man who was doing work on that was Seb, who we also got a chance to speak to a little while ago.
Hey everybody, I am here with the man himself, Mr. Sebastian Deb. Good to see you.
Thank you. That was a great introduction.
Thank you so much. Who do you think you are? You guys weren't even supposed to be here, and you're out there beating Extreme Gaming 2-0. You're finally beating Tundra in style. You, in particular, your Bane yesterday, absolutely unbelievable. You weren't even supposed to be here. What arrogance do you have?
Too much for people's liking, that I know.
No, but seriously though, hell of a day yesterday. That was really, really cool to watch. Incredible. If you guys missed that last Tundra game yesterday, it was nuts. Tell me a little bit about that before we get into today. How was that feeling for you?
Yeah, it was a crazy game. I told my teammates nice and clean. That was my comment after it ended. It was everything but nice and everything but clean. But I mean, we had fun, honestly. It was a blast. They got to the very late game. It was one of these games where I didn't have that feeling in a while, but I actually lost control. Usually I have a really clear idea of how the game is supposed to go, and I try to make it happen for my team. In that game, at some point, I was like, I have no idea. And at some point, people were like asking questions like, can we actually throw on? And usually I give a direct answer, right? Yeah. I'm like, I don't know, guys. I don't know. I'm farming ags. Let's see what happens. You know, so it was a crazy game.
That's a pretty bad sign. You usually do say exactly. Oh, okay. So, yeah, fun day yesterday. Getting ready for today. You worried at all today, or are we going to see a repeat?
No, not worried at all. I don't know if we'll see a repeat. I hope we will. I hope we're going to go 4-0 today. But no, I'm not worried whatsoever. I think we're confident. We're ready for this tournament.
Yeah, I definitely feel that from you guys. You feel like a little bit of that confidence is because, you know, you came in kind of whatever happens. You guys didn't really prep that much for this, did you? Or am I wrong?
No, I think we took the other approach. Like, for some reason, we're being gate-kept by Tundra, by Thompson and the boys. So that's a bit annoying. But they're good. They're a good team. Like, we know we're good, and we also have been underperforming online. Just in general, we're still, building the team up, and there's a lot of things we're fixing along the way. But we know we can compete with the best. Like, we know that, and hopefully we're proving it here. I think we've proved it a bit also before. Just have been very unstable. So we don't look at this tournament as being like something we can't. We really want to put it to use. We actually are trying quite hard, and we prepared as hard as we could coming into it because we got lucky to get this opportunity. We didn't earn it, so we want to make the most out of it.
Absolutely. Well, you could definitely tell. It's been a heck of a game. I did forget, though, we're over time, but this is like the first time, if my research is right, that you faced Thompson in a LAN. Is that correct?
Yeah, it was the first time.
You want to do some drama? How did it feel to absolutely dumpster him in that game? How did you feel to tear his ass down, dude?
I just realized how washed up he is, actually.
God damn! All right, well, back to you guys.
What a perfect way to bookend it. It was too much arrogance for most people. By the way, Thompson's washed. I've had enough of them. But they're as thick as thieves, I'm sure. And it's friendliness outside of the game, but in the game, it's raw competition. And a competition that they ended up splitting. But a veteran player like Seb was even thrown off balance in a 70-plus minute game. Even he didn't know what was going on, Purge, and that makes me feel better because neither did we.
It's not too surprising because when I was watching replays last night, Gladiators also got thrown off by Thompson a lot. Like, he was peeping so many games, pick sniper all these times. So he's a spooky player, man. He just plays everything a little bit wacky and in a way that just leads to a really high KDA that you don't expect, and he carries the late game. That's the same old. He's not washed.
It's a good patch for him too. The goofy mids are back.
It's true.
You know? XM, sniper extraordinaire, popularized that. Topson's like, all right, time to unretire, you know?
Topson's pugnaing it up every once in a while. He's got plenty of tricks up his sleeve. Now, OG claimed that they are prepared for this event, and Effie, I guess we noticed the trend that they excel against teams that are considered favorites. So the Falcons, the Extremes, they do well against. And then the teams that are more their level, they aren't as good at. Now, my question is, where is Gaimin falling under that? Because a year ago, Gaimin would have been a far ahead favorite, but right now, I'm not so sure.
It's hard to say, honestly, because Gaimin aren't quite what they used to be. And OG seem to be a hot streak, but you never can really tell, because I talked about OG surprise factor a lot yesterday, where if you underestimate them and you don't prep enough, they're going to catch you off guard. They even did some very, very creative drafting yesterday, whereas with Gaimin, I feel like their drafts are a lot easier to read and a lot more clear-cut. So I do think that OG definitely has a leg up here in terms of drafting.
Yeah, I'm very eager to see what OG's first pick is going to be, because like you said, they've been going all over the place. It was Bane one game, Magnus one game, and Marcy one game, Brewmaster one game. They were going all over the place. Right now, though, bans filtering in, and this is a little bit of a mix between, well, mostly support bans. Pango, Disruptor, Io, Chen taken out. Gaimin, they take out the Luna and the Morphling.
10 seconds remaining.
I think it's a little unknown where Gaimin goes for carries as well. Dyrachyo's hero pool has always been a little different, and he obviously has some weaknesses, but he has some really strong strengths as well. I think he's the best carry for rotating from a safe lane to make action happen in the enemy safe lane. He uses Twin Gates better as a carry, I think, than others. And one hero he's been reliably using that a lot of other teams, some teams are doing it, but the CK is something they picked at least twice so far. Just really strong laning hero. Basically helps you really make the enemy offlaner's game hard. You kill him like 3 times in lane, then you transition. So I could definitely see a CK for Gladiators as well.
Right off the top, though, they ban out the Shadow Demon, and they take a Bat Rider.
Yeah, they're no stranger on Gaimin to this Bat Rider opening. They do go for it whenever they can, just for the sake of lane security and a comfortable hero for Celery, because he has been doing very well on it. And we've seen the importance for Gaimin of securing these 2 side lanes, because often what this team does is after the laning stage, they just 3-man around Quinn, right? And in order to be able to build that 3-man, you need to have won your side lanes at least with a slight advantage, so that you can just focus on that mid lane. So Bat Rider is hopefully one of those heroes who sets up to do that for Gaimin.
The Playmaker supports. OG go for the Whisper Classic. He's been really doing work on this Brewmaster just so far at this event, and no surprise that they go for it again.
This hero's been high win rate for like 5 patches now in pubs. I'm always surprised when it's not getting picked competitively. I mean, I guess because there have existed lane counters to it before that were very strong. Like I know Slark is a very popular, good lane counter to the Brew, but it's just not super popular right now. But ever since like the Radiance buff, the multitude of Radiance buffs, Brew is like the best offlane Radiance builder in the game. So it feels so strong.
He's like an offlane hero that like really benefits from the quick Talisman of Evasion, actually. Now that it's 20% evasion once you buy it, and you've got evasion from your passive.
Stance.
Switch to that Storm Stance, you throw the Cinder Brew, you got that extra 20 that drops whatever's left 20 lower. It's just a really nice transition, and Whisper is one of the best for sure. But yeah, the double Bracer Radiance, almost every game. Sometimes they do Urns. Skill builds are kind of all over the place. Everyone does it a little bit different, but yeah, it's a fun hero to see.
I will say another thing about Brew is that like I find this when I'm drafting in pubs, that I'm looking at the enemy lineup and I just think like this would be a great Brew game, but it's really boring, so I'm not going to play it. Like I think that the heroes that people are picking right now, Brew is just good against. Like it's heroes that like, you know, some Sven you want to throw, or Luna who's like top net worth by a huge margin, you just want to like throw up in the air, something like that. Like there's some reason for Brew to exist in a game where it feels really good. So I'm glad to see OG prioritizing it.
It just feels like the teamfight ability of Brew is really what carries this hero, because I've seen this hero lose lanes. Like yesterday, I think we saw 3 Brewmasters, and they lost lane in most of those games, but what happens is that Brew hits level 6 with a support like a Marcy. They'll bring in +1 rotation, and then with that primal split, they'll kill the enemy carry and take the tower. And you just get your comeback from the lane off of that, right? And people are picking these Lunas and Svens that you're talking about a lot. In fact, they're picking it as a counter to Brew, right? Because they think, okay, I'll get BKB, I'll kill the Brewlings. So we've seen a little bit of that go 50-50, but for the most part, if you are Brew, you can play the map in so many ways. If the enemy carry is farmed enough to kill your Brewlings, what do? You just go split push. We saw Whisper play so much split push Dota yesterday.
Yeah, that's actually the funny thing about Brewmaster so far this tournament. I've seen Brew splits get RP'd so many times. Like, they're using this crazy BKB piercing teamfight ulti just to shut down the teamfight impact that Brewmaster brings. It's pretty wild.
They end up going up with a Muerta after that. I thought they were just going to continue ramming in Ari's Marcy, but instead they go in a different direction.
He does only play the new heroes, though, because he's relatively new to Dota.
Of course, that must be.
Yeah, he hasn't unlocked all the heroes yet. He hasn't
Yeah.
played long enough,
He needs to pay more Valve points.
Yep.
This Marcy's a little bit of a question to me, because yesterday when we saw
Muerta.
Ari... Muerta, sorry. This Muerta's a bit of a question to me, because when we saw Ari play it yesterday, it was in response to Phoenix. So there's already this idea of we're going to put the Muerta support versus Phoenix on lane, and then we're going to have a means to threaten that hero with the silence. But with just the Batrider, I don't see that much value coming out of it. It could just be another OG specialty, and they want to make a support that maybe not other teams are playing good. They did that with Marcy. They're brute forcing into drafts. They might try to do that with Muerta again, which a lot of teams may consider a dead hero.
I think that's exactly what they're doing. Like, at many previous tournaments, I've talked to Ari. I think we've both been in the conversation with him, and he says, like, if you're going to give me my hero, I will keep picking it until you ban it. Like, he just likes that conceptually, and he has the confidence. He thinks he's good enough that he can play it into anything and make people ban it. Like, he wants to be that force in the draft.
Yeah, that was his hoodwink dynamic during Dream League. Gaming Gladiators now pick up a Weaver and an Enchantress. Duracio's definitely been leaning on the Weaver quite a bit recently. And we just actually saw Liquid do an exceptional performance in Sanya on the Enchantress, so I'm happy to see this hero return.
I like the Weaver against Brew. It's just one of those. Brew doesn't have the best hard disable basically, so Weaver can basically get out of a lot of danger that he has to deal with. The silence against Muerta, that's a little bit spooky. But between throwing bugs on the Brew split and having Enchantress, like, he's going to have a good game, and he's going to be very powerful at rotating, and he can itemize towards solving those problems later on.
I think Weaver's also a little like Brew in the fact that he's been high win rate for many patches and very underrated. Like, the people that do play it, have you guys played against a late game Weaver with the Shard? He hits you with 3 Geminate attacks with like some Daedalus. You die from full HP and literally like a fraction of a second.
I was under the impression that was mainly viable with the Revenant's Brooch build.
No, you can go Deso build is what most people do, because you one-shot the entire creep wave with a Sakuchi and a Deso.
It's also a hero that you just leave alone, right? Because earlier we were talking about the 3-man ball that Gaiman love to play, where they'll bring both their supports and play around Quinn. For that to happen, you need sustaining carries that can sit on their own without much protection. And Weaver, after he secures his lane, he's very safe, right? He has very low cooldown mobility spell, he has invisibility, and he has that time lapse to get him out of sticky situations. So I like this hero a lot conceptually for Gaiman.
In that line of thinking, then, for Gaiman, I think like is Centaur ban? No, Centaur would be very good. You run out of the Brew split and disengage there. Obviously, Muerta has, a ground targeted slow that Centaur can also run out of. Then it's a hero to ball with the Bat and the Enchantress.
You can also run your whole team at maximum speed into the Chronosphere if you want to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. You can cart somebody out of the Chronosphere, though.
Oh.
Ether Lens cart, really worth.
And the cart doesn't
7,000 gold.
turn into dust somehow.
No, it doesn't.
Stronger than time.
Yeah.
It's very good craftsmanship.
Yeah, that rickety wooden thing is really just it's a decoy. Faceless Void is going to be the carry of choice for Tomato, and he will be most likely supported by a Seb Crystal Maiden.
And the Void makes a lot of sense, right? Because it's a counter to Weaver, Purge.
Yes, Chronosphere, very good against really
Time
forced me
dilation.
into that one. Time dilation also very good. 2 ways to really put a wrench in his plans.
What were you saying
Crystal
about
Maiden is a great
Crystal
pick. Tell me all the reasons why, Mira. Go ahead.
Mira, thoughts on Maiden?
I mean, Crystal Maiden is going to provide a lot of mana for these heroes, right? And it's a strong lane support because you want to have the ability to fight into the strength of either the Enchantress or the Bat Rider, right? So CM is one of the heroes that you can definitely benefit from her kill potential on lane. If you're a Void, you get that level in time dilation, you've got 2 nukes to play off of, and the aura is going to be very useful later on, as I said, because Brew is going to be more mana dependent as the game progresses.
They need to ban Coddle on Gaiman.
Also, you bite the creep, right? Whatever creep Enchantress comes with, you just bite it and then
yeah,
it
you can
dies.
follow. You can follow her.
Very
About
useful.
the Cuddle ban you just mentioned, I feel like we have seen that a lot. Whenever there's a Leshrac on one team, the other team bans Cuddle. Is that the case? Is that like a counter?
it's the highest win rate core-to-core matchup against Leshrac.
Is it like you Spirit Vessel him so he can't lifesteal, and then you keep him slowed away from your whole team?
Yeah, it's like, I mean, Leshrac needs to be close to you, and Coddle just never enters fights. You also do very well against him in lane. You're going to
push him back with Blinding Light too.
Yeah, exactly. And the natural Vessel builder, you'll build like Vessel BKB. You'll never die to the Lesh. They ban out the Invoker. That's another Vessel builder. Typically, that's what people will play into the Lesh.
Can Brewmaster delay his Radiance and get the Vessel instead, or you compromise too
yeah,
much?
for sure. I mean, that always feels bad on Brew. You really want the Radiance. It's just so convenient. But I think against Lesh, you definitely want to do that.
Not just Flesh, Enchantress too, right? The
Yeah.
Vessel's very good against her. And
Yeah,
we did see
it's good.
Whisper do that yesterday, actually. He did go Vessel into Radiance in at least one of the games we saw that.
You have to.
I think Celery built it on CM one game too. That he was doing really good. I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure they're ready to buy that item for sure, and especially against the Lesh. Nobody's really. There's been a couple cases of like Lesh IO. Not going to be this game, obviously. That's the terrifying pairing that seems like nobody can beat. But Lesh by himself, there are ways to beat him, and Vessel is definitely the way.
Of all the offlaners in the pool right now, of which basically all of them, Underlord is the ban of choice from OG.
I'm Jack, dude. When he was talking about Axe in the interview, I was like, man, I wish Ace would play that hero once again. So I'm happy to see it banned. They have damage issues on OG. That's part of the problem. If you have a support Muerta, she's doing damage, but not a huge amount. Brewmaster has some damage issues. Void can kill like one guy, but that's about it. And you need single target damage to kill Lesh. So if you slap an Underlord in there, Crimson Guard, Pipe, something, Greaves, it's going to be hard to kill. And the hero's probably not that bad against Void CM, I feel like.
No, it's not. I was thinking, like, anytime a Void comes out as an offlane player, you always look for, like, this hero has some pretty hard lane counters. Like, obviously, the Vipers and the Venos do very well. Any damage over time. Beastmaster is good if you go for the Boar build. Into CM, it's kind of bad. But as an offlaner, like, you're always baited into, okay, they have a Void, well, let's pick one of these, like, slow poke damage over time heroes to counter it.
Though based off of Gaiman's comp, I feel like they need someone with a little more initiation.
Yeah, like a Mars would be good, but it's Ace. I've not liked him on. It's not a. He's not a huge Mars player.
You mentioned the Beastmaster,
the Mars Radiance. Oh my God, they
there
did
it is. Go. There it is.
This is because his team's bad, and he can't rely on them to follow up on that Centaur stun.
I can't believe I didn't think of this one. That is a damage over time hero. Like
he's like, I want to get that Blade Mail Reflect kill to carry. That's his game plan here. He's gonna be soloing Void all game, baby.
It's really good against Void.
And they can do lasso into call.
Well, actually, okay.
Into stun from Lesh.
If the Void has like a little bit of a net worth advantage on the Axe, it's not actually good against Void because you get a Sanjin Yasha and then you survive the call and then you leap out. So it can go both ways. But Void also does a shitload of damage, so blade mailing it's obviously very good.
This Axe pick, it kind of puts the OG safe lane in danger, right? Because we already had... Puck is a great pick here. I was thinking that you need a mid laner that can counter the rotations that are going to happen. Because what's going to happen on this Axe Enchantress lane is Axe is going to push it in. They're going to be playing under tower on CM Void. And you can rotate in your Bat Rider, you can rotate in whichever... Oh, Celery is playing Enchantress. You can rotate in your Enchantress later with the creep, and then you're going to need a mid laner who can help you when that's happening. When 3 heroes are playing under your safe lane tower, it has to be something like a Void Spirit or a Puck that can just TP in and punish that.
And I actually really like Axe against CM. I think there was a TI where we started seeing this because Axe is kind of a CM counter. You do damage just by being alive, and it's physical and pure, right? So the CM's going to take tons of battle hunger damage. She has really low armor. She has terrible movement speed. Like it's a good matchup.
She feeds in lane for sure to this. I also really like the Puck because of the reasons that you mentioned, Mira, but also because there's just other than the axe, there's like no disable for the puck. It's like it's fairly easy to phase shift dodge a blink lasso. Like that's unless it's out of smoke. Like that's a fairly projected thing. Even the axe, like getting the taunt off before the phase shift is a little bit difficult. So I feel like it, and then obviously with Enchantress support, like puck should never die to this with like an Enchantress rotation. As long as they can defend the lane at the 5-minute mark, which they can with the Crystal Maiden, they can freeze the creep. Like the puck is just happy to be against Enchantress in the game.
Yeah, there's some threats later though. Like you could go Yules on Lush and you can threaten the puck. You can just later on Batrider when you get the blink, you could also potentially be a threat. And it's not the same as something like a reliable disable, but it's not completely unsolved within GG's draft. The thing about GG's draft though is that they need to play super aggro and they need to crush the bottom safe lane. And if they do that, they have a really, really good tempo, especially with the carry Weaver that comes online so early. But if OG can counter the rotations, protect that bot lane, I think that their late game scaling is honestly way better.
Yeah, it should be easier for them to take a fight, because if they just get like Bruce split off and they chrono like 1 or 2 important heroes and they don't get like Lasso Call, Earth Split killed some core, then they're just going to be able to outplay the team fights, I feel like.
I agree that OG's draft it's a lot easier to pull off in the late game, but I see Axe as like a very playmakey type hero where if you're like really sick at it, you can snowball a game, or you can like call 3 people or call a snowballing void with the blade mail and the right opportunity, and you can turn the game. So I think even if the game goes late, there are options for Gaiman. It's just they have to do really cool shit to get there.
Well, it was teased in the interview, and Ace is going to deliver it. Let's see if he gets a win on it. Let's get ready for game number 1 with Sunsfan and Cinderin.
Hello, everybody. Sunsfan here with Why do you always laugh in my intros? These are very serious intros for a very serious tournament, for a very serious series between OG and Gaiman Gladiators. OG's 3-1 in the group stage, Cinderin. Gaiman, the opposite, 1-3. What will happen? Tell us everything before it happens.
Okay.
To prove your worth.
Yes.
Why are you invited to these tournaments?
I don't know. Must have been luck. Well, I feel like the panel kind of covered it quite well. I look at this Gaiman Gladiators lineup and I see a lot of their... Okay, hang on. Wait, are they actually going to find an angle here? This is a pretty interesting smoke path from OG, so I'll hold my horses for a moment. See if they get in behind. In the meantime, Tomato will break Gaiman Gladiators out.
Yeah. This is very interesting. OG.
Yeah, this is not an angle that Tofu is likely to expect here.
Watch out for that dead shot from Ari.
Oh, he's in trouble.
Now he sees him. The slows are there. Illusory Orb and Seb on the other side to block. Only question is who is getting the first blood? Blood grenade as well, and it will be Seb on the Crystal Medine. First blood for you. Congratulations to Seb. Can now retire for the 12th time in his career.
Yep.
A happy man.
He'll be back tomorrow. Yeah, so Gaiman, they have some of their really classic stuff, right? Celery on his Ench. They're playing a tempo carry. This time it's going to be the Weaver by Duracio. You have Tofu on his bat. The Leshrac is also a Gaiman Gladiator staple. So I feel like they're running some very, how to say, some of their characteristic heroes, but maybe not necessarily in the pairings that they have had the most success with. I think the Weaver Ench has been very good for them, but oftentimes their good Lesh games are with Io, for example. The Axe is a little bit of a curveball. OG are playing what I would consider overall more meta for this patch. Strong team fight with the Brewmaster Puck and the Void. So it's a clash of styles. And we've seen Gaiman Gladiators take over games of this type in like 20 minutes, especially with their Ench. So really that top lane for me is the lane to watch. Can Celery and Duracio get off to one of their incredible starts with this type of lane? And OG are already trying to counteract it by just straight up pulling the wave. Like Ari just said, nope, we're not going to play this lane normally. They'll pull it between the towers. And funnily enough, bottom lane looks like to be a similar situation. So nobody really wants to lane.
All right, let's talk about Axe. The only hero that actually matters in this game, Cinderin, because it's not picked literally every game like all these other heroes. How do you like it this game?
I think it's pretty good. I think it's very good against Void, and it has its moments against Muerta, but she's obviously being played as a support here, so not as important. It's all right. I think what often is the problem for Axe is if his laning stage goes bad, I feel like his recovery curve is very steep. But when you see a Faceless Void, you kind of know that you're going to have a good time. So I think that's already step one for Ace. And the other thing is, do you have some sort of strong follow-through for when you get a Blink call? If you can't solo kill the cores, who's going to help you? In this case, the Leshrak's pretty good. Weaver, being a tempo carry, is good at connecting on calls as well. Can easily reach the target you're on with Shukuchi and get a couple of swings in for the kill. So I think it's all right. I'm not like, wow, this is the best X game ever, but it's all right.
Well, we'll see how well it works this game. Hopefully it's amazing so we can see it a lot more. As Tomato, you can see right now, struggling a bit in the lane, only 6 CS so far.
Yeah, this is a tough one for Void.
And on the other side, the Weaver 10 and 5, so it's not that big of a difference yet. Still quite early on, but yeah, Void's one of those heroes, of course, that does get ramped up quite slowly. But the mid lane, you can see BZM 11 and 3 right now, as Quinn 16 and 6 on the Lesh. One of his patented heroes, Cinderin.
Yeah, you love to say
he
that.
Invented it.
Yep.
It really bothers you when I say that.
No.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, nothing bothers you, but you know what I mean when I say that.
That is very incorrect.
For a robot, it bothers you. Go ahead.
I didn't know anything. Tomato's in a bit of trouble here. Will actually apply the Battle Hunger on his way out. So, I mean, what often happens in these kind of lanes is that the carry, in this case the Void, will just be starved for regen. So you're going to have to start spending gold on the tangos for maybe both Seb and Tomato, because they're just going to constantly put pressure on him with Battle Hunger, with Flame Break. In this case, Tofu will even be adding a little bit more insult to injury here. We'll see who comes out on top of this exchange. Very awkward situation, but both teams
Someone's dying here. Tofu doing a lot of damage on his way out. Time dilation slows him down, but a time walk into the bash. Tomato will bring him down eventually. Does take a lot of damage, though.
It feels like an even trade to me. They lost a full wave, and they had to spend so many resources on getting that kill.
Yeah.
So it looked deliberate for Tofu to just drain resources away from them and keep them busy. Celery getting low, but we'll be okay. And for all intents and purposes, I actually think this top lane for OG is going quite well. You know, this is Ench Weaver. It's one of the strongest lanes that this team brings to the table. And Whisper on the Brewmaster, having the same CS as Weaver, is a good first 5 minutes. I'm going to put some pressure on Dyrachyo here. Nice dead shot.
Yes, Dyrachyo.
He will live.
Only level 4. Has Shukuchi to get away if he needs to, so just biding his time.
Come in handy.
Yeah, definitely a lot of pressure from OG. And Dyrachyo likely going to get healed here now. And we'll see how the rotations come for this 6-minute power rune. Of course, wherever Quinn goes is where the rune will actually spawn. We've learned that over thousands of games of Dota.
If you ask him, he will say he probably has 40%.
No, we actually did ask him on our very prestigious podcast, Cinderin, which
what did he say?
Happy 5-year anniversary.
45%.
No, he says that he's very lucky, actually, which is very unusual for a mid laner to admit. So he actually will be getting this rune, like I said, 20 seconds away. Just keep track of that.
Okay.
And Tomato still struggling in the CS department.
This is ramping up quite rapidly now, right? Axe is doubling him up. Axe also very good at farming stacks.
Seb's making his way over here. Gets the Frostbite. Ari's making his way there too. Quinn, I think, pretty much resigned to his death. Loser Order's going to be there, but BZM gets the better of him in the end, and now Tofu's in a lot of trouble. Coil's going to be expended. He's trying to take out BZM, but just out of reach. He's going to pop the Fairy Fire on BZM as well. Illusory Orb, not going to clip the Bat Rider, but Tofu will eventually drop. It's going to be the cost of Tofu, or Ari, I should say.
Uh-oh.
As BZM now, another Illusory Orb, dodges the Blood Grenade, gets the Bounty Rune, is going to likely survive now, unless that range creep grows very long arms. And Seb and BZM will both get away together, hand in hand, as BZM abandons him.
Good news for Quinn. He did pick up the 6-minute rune while dead in the fountain. So he's going to get that rune, as you said.
Told you.
Yeah. Very good. This was quite the exchange here. Great overall for OG. making the rotate. Oh, hang on, BZM. They should be okay here. Yeah.
Very cocky, though, I have to say.
I really like this dive. This is just vintage Gaming Gladiators, you know?
Just several TPs, though.
Forcing OG's hand a lot here. They will bring multiple heroes, as you said. Whisper, not 6 yet.
Whisper has the Thunderclap, so Quinn is dead. A lot of pressure applied to that tier 1, like you said, but it cost them their mid laner. Again, that's the second death in just about a minute.
Very good response, and it's very crucial for OG to find these kills as well, because on the CS they are definitely losing their lanes. So bringing the numbers to try to equalize things here and being successful. That will be the level 6 picked up for Whisper, and the earlier move from Seb was the level 6 picked up for BZM. Now they're going to try to help their next buddy. Bottom lane, BZM with a rotation on Coil, and Seb coming over too. Just beautiful movements really all around from OG, also finding the kill with Ahri.
Yep, Ace in a 1v3 trying to get away, and Seb...
No mana on Seb
pretty damn fast on Ace right now, I have to say. The chase is going to be long and arduous. Time dilation does clip him.
It does nothing.
It clips him. But he actually... Is he actually going to get away here? Nope. TP? Yes. Wow. Okay. Was not expecting that. Celery going to take the brunt of the primal split, and Whisper comes out of it, but the Thunderclap is enough to finish the job. Dyrachyo trying to get the trade, and he will do so with the help of the tower.
Not a good trade for Whisper at all. Using your ult to trade Ench against a kill for the Weaver, definitely not what he was looking for there. A quite uncharacteristic game state in this patch, right? It's 7-2 for the Radiant 9 minutes in, but they're behind 1k gold.
Yeah.
This is something we used to see a lot more in the past, but I feel like as of late, it's been very difficult for teams to win the lanes so convincingly on raw CS that the kill score at this point being this way is not a clear advantage for the team with the kills, but...
Yeah, forcing the time walk as Dyrachyo making his way over now, knowing that Tomato does not have his Chronos for either. He is chopped to the ground.
Donk him up!
And Ahri looks to be next on the list. He actually is level 6, so does pop, pierce the veil. But eventually he will end up dropping as well. And the only question is, will it be another culling stack? Yes! Double kill for the red man. As Quinn looking to finish off this tier 1 tower mid with a Diabolic Edict, but BZM holding true. Using that fortification, and the tier 1 tower still up and running for OG.
You just love, I mean, this is just a flashback, right, to when Gaimin were seemingly unbeatable for half a year. I feel like I'm watching one of those games right now.
Is true.
Just non-stop pressure. OG just keep teleporting to lanes to solve problems. Like,
Sorry, go ahead.
They're just actually putting out fires, right? It feels like OG have barely made an offensive move. Every kill they've got has been on TP rotations and coming in to help heroes under pressure. And while they have succeeded in a lot of these, the bottom line is still they are the ones under pressure constantly. They have barely had time to breathe in these 10 minutes, and it doesn't look like that's changing anytime soon. You've got Quinn constantly pressuring the mid tower. The Enchantress has taken bottom tower and is now invading the jungle. And she has a good friend in Dyrachyo who's not afraid, like they talked about in the panel. Very aggressive, very mobile carry player.
All right, tower finally does die. Coil onto 2 as the Axe makes his rotation over, but Quinn taking a ton of damage. Whisper gets off the primal split, a dead Leshrac again. Seb will be the trade for now. Now Ace on the run. Illusory Orb clips 2. Tomato even makes his way over as well as Ace trying to get the call, but not going to find anyone. Ends up dying. Dyrachyo with a timed... Okay. Time-lapse did go off, but now the Chronosphere comes in, getting all 3 teammates in the area. But it results in a kill anyway. So Dyrachyo drops in addition. 3 for 1 in favor of OG.
Just once again bringing the numbers. That was a 5-on-4 fight. The whole time, Batrider not connecting. Would have been a difference maker there if Tofu was able to play with the team, but had already headed all the way up to top in the distance to mid was just too far, so... Tomato got level 6 during that, by the way. 11 minutes in on his carry Faceless Void. Whisper is toast, by the way.
Yes, he is.
Actually gonna lasso this one, interesting, but... Yeah, OG again. Keeping cool under pressure. I really want to commend them on their ability to combine their heroes, and having the level 5 Faceless Void there to begin with is quite uncharacteristic, right? But it turns into a big win for them. to unlock that chrono. Just seeing the replay here. Quinn struggling to deal with the Brewmaster split for now. That will get easier over time, of course, as he starts getting, in particular, the Bloodstone will be a major help for that problem.
Yeah.
But here's that chrono from Tomato, very nicely done. Sure, he catches his entire team, but this was the only way to kill the Weaver. Doesn't matter.
Yep, he is forgiven.
Ace was trying to figure out what this chewing gum tasted like. There is something weird about it.
Tastes like saliva. It's been in my mouth all day. Goodness. So Radiant's obviously going to be pretty early item here for Whisper on the Brew.
Yeah, I could have made a case for going the Vessel when you're playing against Leshrac and Ench. There was a case for it, and even against the Axe too. But we'll opt for that. Faster Radiance, don't mind it. With how this game is playing out so far, I think he has to bridge the gap a little bit for Tomato to even get to play the game. Like he got that one good chrono that gave them a kill on the Weaver, but for the most part, this is recovery for quite a long time. Look at the absolutely poor net worth of the Void, almost the same as the enemy position for Bat. He is very far down the ladder here in 6th. And Void, not known to be a hero that comes back very well in terms of farming speed, oftentimes finds the comeback for team fights. Yeah, this is lovely for the Axe.
Orgasmic.
That is a dagger on the way.
Delicious.
For Ace, almost has it. Level 4 in the call now, one would imagine.
Are scanning.
Call. Of course, also, we didn't really talk about this, but we've seen a lot of... I feel like the Bracers and Nulls and Wraithbands have become even more popular. This is an Axe that did not go Vanguard. So he went double Bracer and into Blade Mail, and this will be a really good timing on the Blink Blade Mail as a result here with the phase. Brewmaster.
Do they have the damage? Primal split does go off. And Whisper, oh man, the Pulse Nova is ripping right through him. Still sticking around though. Gets one more stun with the Urk Panda as Tomato comes in. Time dilation as well. More TPs coming in. Ace is ready, but the Chronosphere comes out. They have the damage to actually kill off the Lash. It's going to be close. Tomato has the Tomahawk away, but they do get the kill first as BZM gets basically soloed by Ace. And now Tofu in the midst of a TP, but gets right-clicked into Oblivion. Lone survivor is Seb for OG.
Oh dear. That did not work out the way they wanted. Just the perfect illustration of the state of the game for the Faceless Void. Tomato did no damage in that chrono. We're going to see the replay here, right there. I understand why they want to go for this here. It looks quite promising. They still have Primal Split for a while, but pay attention to this absolutely pitiful amount of damage coming out. And sure, they do get him in the end, but Tomato needs to expend the entire chrono, and then there's no escape path afterwards, and Weaver is easily going to clean that one up, and OG cannot be happy with this development. On the kill score, it looks even, but this game
not
is
over yet,
from.
apparently. Whisper dies again, close to his tier 2 tower. Seb gets off a decent ult with the coil being applied to several heroes. Might be the death of Celery, although he's living through it with the Nature's Attendance. And now Seb might pay the ultimate price. Ace comes in with another taunt, and down goes the Crystal Maiden. Oh, nice silence, though. Waning Rift is enough to get the right clicks off onto Dyrachyo. So OG gets something out of this dive, but still a 6K lead for Gaiman. And this is pretty scary territory for OG.
Yeah, the mindset for Gaming Gliders in this game is whenever Brew Split is on cooldown, I feel like they can just run at heroes. I think that's what they're saying internally right now. Okay, if they don't have Brew ult, and especially if they also don't have Chrono, just run them over around the map. Like, what does OG actually have in the tank to fight you with? Brewmaster doesn't have an item, Void has no farm. So effectively, you're dealing with a puck and a little bit of damage coming in from a potential Muerta ult. Aside from that, you just do whatever you want. And they're very much so trying to... You also see it in the warding, right? Like, very aggressive warding down the mid lane, as well as in the Radiant side of the jungle to the bottom half, that they're trying to get information as much as possible about making aggressive movements and just maintaining and growing this lead. Holy shit, Ace is farmed. I mean,
yes,
I shouldn't be so surprised. It's Ace with a good matchup. This is standard. This is classic Ace stuff. But this is only going to get worse, you would imagine.
Feels like old classic Ace from last year.
Yeah, that's...
As recently, it's not just Ace, of course, but Gaming Gliders have been okay. The call comes in, and the damage is more than enough. Gracious me, oh my. Ari will get out, but Yeah, they lose a valuable member again from OG's side. Coil comes in from BZM, but more of a defensive measure, it feels like. It's the flame break from Tofu, trying to cover Quinn a bit here. He's taking a lot of damage, though.
He's
Gets
also
pushed
dealing
back.
a lot.
Pulse Nova starting to rip through them, but he dies anyway. 1 for 2 in favor of Gaiman for the time being. So they do have the damage to get through Quinn.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
We'll see if Gaiman want to get a little bit more aggressive now. Looks like Eternal Shroud is going to be on the side of Ace soon enough.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, right? Look at the matchups that he has. There's no serious right-click damage to worry about. There's so much magical damage from the puck, from the Radiance coming in. Of course, the CM and Wertz are also largely magical, so this is going to allow him to play way more aggressively. Oh man, Tomato.
Oh, Tomato has to use Chrono. Oh.
Yeah. Is he even living from this? I guess he can find a path to his base. Tofu's close. Oh, he's fucked.
Call, chop. Goodbye,
well.
Tomato. That's a squashed Tomato. Cherry Tomato.
Lovely.
Whisper. He's now going to get gone on. Split Earth and Lasso, not the greatest of layering, but the call comes in from Ace. Another choppity chop.
How many stacks does he have?
5.
I thought he had 7. I feel like he's killed so many heroes. He has 8 kills, only 5 of them dunks.
What a noob.
Yeah, gotta step it up. Tofu in trouble. Tofu in the grave.
Yeah, OG able to get 1 support, but they're going to need to get way more than that.
I think
as this lead is getting worse and worse.
I think Ace has a lot of freedom now to actually make almost usually over-aggressive plays because of the, not just his net worth, but the types of matchups that he has with how good the Shroud is here. I would love to see Ace just really getting a little bit cocky, honestly. I think would be a good look in this game. Just very much not let OG get any sort of foothold once again. For OG, wait for the split, play the Radiance, and see if you can find some sort of a coil and an extended fight where you slowly but steadily whittle them down, and then have Void come in the end, because he is not going to be... You're doing yourself no favors by having Tomato start the fight, I think. There's not enough follow-up damage in the Chrono that people are going to die, at least not the targets you want to find. So I think he has to play a little bit more and letting the fight develop, have people drop to half health and then find a good dilation and maybe ultimately a Chrono. Looks like that is indeed the game plan for OG right now. Grouping up as 4 and playing the Void completely on the opposite side of the map. But if Tomato were to join now, he has no health. So I actually think this fight is not playable.
Oh, BZM.
If Gaiman find them here, this is going to be a disaster for OG.
Oh,
Sep will be the target.
Sacrificial lamb.
He's done.
Chop. Number 6 for Ace.
Ironic for Seb to be called and killed by Axe, of course.
Yep, his patented...
Thank you, Shannon.
I mean, if you think of one Axe, I mean, I feel like it is Seb, though, right? Surely. Ace.
All right, here we go again.
Call comes in. Dead shot, though, but the Split Earth is there to layer, and the chop... Actually, I couldn't tell if the chop was completely successful or not. Either way, the kill goes the way of Gaiman again. Ari now flame broken and lassoed. Looking for the call. Oh, yeah, that feels good. Can just... Oh, the call onto the high ground.
That's what I'm talking about. This is what I want to see from Ace. There was a 0% chance of killing there, but he sends the message.
Yeah, it's the adrenaline. When you're getting all of these culling stacks and I know you don't have experience with that in your pro play, but it feels really good.
My Axe is actually quite good. No cap.
Okay.
Also not Cap. Cap's Axe is not as good as mine.
It's good to know.
I would probably claim it's quite good, but...
You sound like a real narcissist right now.
Yeah, I'm the best.
Gaiman up 10K. And the Axe has certainly worked out in their favor.
Oh, yeah. It's definitely been the story of the game. It has this tendency to, when Axe has a good game, he just draws all attention to himself.
Seb, you have died.
Also drawing attention to himself.
You have died, young man. Oh, wait a second. Tomato comes in with a double chrono, trying to focus down the edge, but that's a little bit slow. Dead shot with the coil. And it looks like OG will punish this move from Gaiman.
That was such I almost want to say obvious bait. Like, Seb just placed himself in the middle of the map and started killing a centaur creep, but it worked.
It worked.
Ace has had so many successes in a row that he was just seeing another target, but that time OG were ready for the counterplay. It did cost them a lot, though. Cost them all their big ults, so now we're back to another 1.5 to 2 minutes of playing keep away.
I mean, when you're playing Axe and you're snowballing, it's almost like it's like trying to kick an addiction. You really have to keep going for those calls, and it doesn't matter if you know if it's a bait. You know you have to do it. Something in your head is telling you so. As Seb, well, they get the dust off, the silence from the calling.
Very good calling.
And is that going to be enough to kill off the Weaver? Indeed.
Great
so
calling.
it only cost them Seb.
Yeah, we've talked so much about Ace. We haven't really been keeping as much track of the Weaver, who obviously got that Orchid and is now closing in on the Gleipnir. And Lesh with his Bloodstone toward BKB build on that side. Timado closing in on Manta, not too far away. That will be a pretty big help if you can be clutch Manta dodging a call, perhaps, or getting away from the Weaver. Orchid is the more obvious usage. Oh, if he gets spotted here. They saw him. They saw him. Uh-oh.
No way. Oh, my goodness. Lasso into call. TPs are coming. The chop is there again, though. The coil only onto one. Breaks it immediately. Now trying to walk away. Calling is placed as well, but no follow-up for OG. They lose their Void again.
And Celery's just chilling. Just farming now on his Ench. The map is... I think it's fair to say that OG has had access to maybe a third of the map, or 40% the last 10 minutes. And they're doing the best they can with it to try to keep this afloat. And they've done a pretty admirable job of not falling behind any further on the gold in the last 5, but I was not really seeing any meaningful progression that is inspiring a lot of hope that they can start crossing the river anytime soon. So this will be the first Rockman of the game. Imagine the Aegis will just be going on Duracho, and we know how he likes to play with that one. The exact same as without.
Yeah.
Very aggressive.
Literally nothing changes.
Yeah.
He has one mode.
Yep. They're going to see BZM here with their skeleton. Orchid it.
Orchid, but he gets off the blink just in time for the damage procced. I mean,
OG
keep in mind that this
fine.
is a game. I mean, you do have a Lesh on the team. I know he wasn't there, but that is an amazing Aegis carrier. But if you put it on the Weaver, maybe maybe it's a Duracho.
I actually like it better on Weaver this particular game than on Lesh, and I would usually agree with you that you almost always put this on the Leshrac. But the thing is, Leshrac in this game is more likely to survive if initiated on than the Weaver. He's just gonna, if he gets his Bloodstone off and has Pulse Nova running, he can survive a ton of this. He can heal a lot from the Brewlings, he can heal a lot from the Void that's hitting him. And the Weaver can just act as a frontline vision giver for the Axe and the Bat. So I actually like it a lot this way around. If Lesh gets initiated on and somehow does die, I feel like OG need to pump all their resources into it, and then they're just going to lose the following part of the fight to a Weaver just having free reign. Because you're not killing the Lesh without chronoing him, I think, anymore. Ace also with a Bloodstone. You love to see that on the old Axe.
That is beautiful. Spell Lifesteal. You got
AoE on the call.
AoE. Beautiful choice, young
Love
man.
that.
That guy's a boss.
Oh, I thought you were going to say a bot. It's like, what?
No, you're the bot.
Uncalled
Foil. Only onto one, but they will clean up Tofu pretty fast. It'll cost them Seb, so 1-for-1 to start this fight. Remember, Aegis, of course, on the side of Gaiman. As Duracho continuing to play very aggressive. BZM going to the other side, so a bit of segregation here.
If Duracho can somehow find an angle into this, just getting Gleipnir onto anyone, really, is a good setup for the Axe to follow through. It will force the Manta from the Void as well, who actually still doesn't have it. Timado is still so far behind par. And it begs the question, should he actually have gone for like a catch-up Midas? Oh my god, he's actually just dead to Weaver, isn't he?
No.
Nope, never mind.
Surely not, Cinderman.
How did he deal so little damage?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
That's for you to answer. You're the analyst.
I don't know. That looked like a situation where the Weaver was going to do more than that, huh? I know the dead shot clipped Duracho in the end, but I'm surprised he didn't do more of a dent into Tomato there with the items that he has.
Yep, dead shot.
Ace.
Now on to Ace.
It's tanky.
Already at half HP is Tomato closing the gap. Has the Chrono, of course, will use it. The rest of his team will walk into it as they do.
Awkward.
Very poorly played there as Ace now calls, looking for a potential chop, but Tomato time walks away. And Ace was using the Bloodstone there. The coil's going to snap, and he is still very tanky, but eventually OG gets what they came for. Tomato, though, lassoed and soloed essentially by Tofu. Really unfortunate death if you're an OG fan. And they lost Brew somewhere along the lines here.
Yeah, Ari's in trouble too. It's going to get scouted out and Yuled. Reinforcements are arriving via the Weaver. He will Yule again.
Tofu
and he
is
very dead.
owning. He is actually owning on this support bat.
I thought Gaming were going to bring more resources to help the Axe there. That was a 20-second chase at least from OG to find that kill. But as you said, they found the Brew on the other side of the map and they kept the waves pushed out. Perhaps TPs were on cooldown. I think a Leshrac arriving there could have spelled complete disaster for OG. Now it only spells half a disaster, but still pretty bad. This is now going to be top tier 2. It's going to be the Tormentor steal. This one will be going the way of Tofu.
Perfect.
Changes absolutely nothing. It's good for OG as a matter of fact. Now the net worth of Gaming Gladiators is higher if they were to kill the bat.
That's true. Is it just the attacking sticky napalm? I need to double check this. Does it change anything else?
Flaming
It
Blast
no longer
disarms
you.
Every second attack gives 1 napalm stack. I mean, it does have its. We're talking about it like it is just absolute trash, which is not the case. It still has its uses. It's just among support shards, I would definitely put this as like one of the 3 worst on average, because Batrider mostly doesn't really hit heroes very much. You're just playing flanking, you're casting your spells from range and not getting involved with your actual hero. But, you know, sometimes you will do a little bit of poke here and there. I guess it also helps it a little bit for farming speed.
Yeah, that's good. Every support needs a farming mechanism now, Cinder.
That is very true.
Need to push your waves, need to jungle, need to get your 6-slot items.
Yes.
Need to do more damage to creep.
Ace, finding
Nothing.
Tomato, but the protection is there from Ari.
Okay.
This will be another long
Whisper
chase
coming
sequence,
in.
it feels
yes, Seller's in the vicinity as well. Tomato has to be careful. The counter Helix is owning him right now as Seb with a bit of a zoning ult. As they're just trying to keep their distance from Ace, but they really want to kill him as Tofu gets the initiation again onto the Void. Yule's up into the air though. Is this enough damage? Yes. Tomato dies again. And guess who's still alive? Ace. They couldn't finish the job.
Okay, if your Axe can do this, imagine if the team is there from the beginning, right? He literally played 1v4
Chop
for 10 seconds.
10
Still didn't die.
stacks.
Oh my goodness.
Beast.
I don't know. OG just don't have the solutions. They just can't kill this guy. They need a full-on 4v1 for half a minute.
Good amount of damage from BZM, but your buildings are going to melt here very shortly. Backdoor protection is gone. Fortification activated now.
The counter fort aggressively from Gaiman. They want to keep going. Call on
Indeed.
Seb.
That's the call to start. Duracho coming with his BKB already activated. They focus down Seb right off the bat. He's dead for 40, no buyback. Duracho time lapse. Gets a decent amount of HP back. Is it normal for Muerta to get a support Muerta to get Moonshard as a second item, Cinderin?
That sounds like a rhetorical question. The answer is no. That is not normal.
Okay. Just check. Because Ari does have Moonshard.
I think it's a good pickup though. I think he's making the right call here that
like my Void is useless.
We don't have enough damage. How can I get the most DPS per gold?
This is like a pub choice right here. A very toxic choice.
He's going Moonshard into Daedalus.
Okay, here's the real question. Do you think he asked permission from Tomato? He's like, Tomato, would it offend you if I go Moonshard on my Muerta?
Tomato, I think you suck. No offense.
We love Tomato, of course.
Yeah. I mean, he's just, honestly, the thing is, there are just some games where you die.
Oh my God, Quinn with the double split Earth. Tomato's dead. Ari, the Moonshard, helping him out here survive a little bit longer with that night vision.
has been killed.
So, yeah. Now, it's just his conditions are just bad, right? I don't think Tomato's played a particularly bad game. It's just really, really difficult.
Tomato's a very good player. He's very attractive as well. That's probably more important for pro players these days. Is Seb caught off guard. He's going to go down. It'll be the trade for Tofu.
Shortest lasso in history.
Yeah, the lasso doesn't last too long there as Ace pops the Bloodstone. Whisper, Primal Split. Splitter though coming in from Quinn. Chop number 1 from Ace into a call.
And Seb with a rare failed voice line. He thought they had the axe. When Seb starts voice lining in the middle of the fight, he thinks the fight is a win. I've noticed this pattern. It's always the same. And he was like, oh, you thought you were going to get a good trade there, huh? And yeah, they were. So, bit of a misread there from the Frenchman. It's going to cost him at least Elena Barracks. And more than likely, Game and Gladiators are not stopping here. With these 2 heroes dead for half a minute on the puck and the brew, they want to force these buybacks. Damage is unavailable without the puck.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Let's see if they keep going. Looks like it. So mid is next on the menu.
Call from Ace onto Crystal Maiden. Mr. Seb in a lot of trouble. He's dead again. No tipping this time.
He didn't think they were winning that fight.
That'll be 2 sets of racks, although the fortification does come out. But yeah, delays the inevitable. Whisper. Okay, Ace
Nice
going in for the
Manta.
call, but the Manta dodge from Tomato. Time dilation onto Ace. He's just going to run away, though. And Gaiman, they secure both sets, and now they can likely reset. Roche up in about a minute. And at that point, OG, I would assume, have to contest the Roche. Absolutely have to.
Would you agree if I said this really takes me back a year with Gaiman? I feel like this is the exact same game that they used to play.
Yeah, for sure.
Same logic, same draft approach as well. They're last picking Ace into an insane matchup. They're getting strong lanes. They're playing really fast. They're moving their carry. They're taking the outer towers early, and they're non-stop brawling. This is effectively what a lot of people wanted to see from Gaiman for a very long time, but they just haven't necessarily been able to enforce this type of gameplay in a lot of their games. But this is really textbook stuff from the time that this team was flat out just the best in the world for half a year.
I'd like to go back and see what their average game length was during that time.
Yeah,
because this is a really long patch right now.
Yeah.
So the game might have ended already last year, right?
Oh yeah, it would have. I think they would have won this game minute 25 back then, probably. With the same heroes, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, the game has slowed down a bit with the bigger map, etc. But let's see. Gaiman looking for the kill. The killing blow, crossing the map, 5-man smoke. They obviously know where OG are because nobody's defending base. So there's only really one place OG can be, and this is the all-in
Roche
last-ditch effort.
Roche is Wade. This is going to be, okay.
This fight is
breaking
really
the
hard.
smoke. BZM with a nice waning rift into Coil onto 2. Looks like Seb's going to be the sacrifice again, although Tomato coming in with a nice chrono onto 3 heroes. Be able to take out Tofu to start. Now trying to focus down the Weaver. Silenced up and down goes Duraccio. No buyback. As Ari left all alone now, will be surrounded, eventually brought down, it seems. As the Pulse Nova will be able to get the kill.
Not bad from OG.
Yeah.
That was about a 5k swing. They find the big kill on the Weaver. They get the buyback out of the Bad Rider with the way that opened up. I don't know how Duraccio was not able to BKB there. He didn't die in the chrono, right?
No.
He came out of it. And
he was
never
definitely
got time
silenced for like 3 or 4 seconds.
Had he misclicked his BKB earlier and it was on cooldown or what? Because I thought that was just it. I thought he was just going to get his spells off and just crush the fight because they didn't kill him in the chrono, but I don't know. Whatever it was, because it's on an 8-seconder, so he's definitely had it for long enough and used it. Anyway, as it stands, OG with a little bit of a... They're surviving, but they still lose the Roche, and this will be Aegis plus Cheese for the Lesh. And he will also be finishing his Wind Waker as soon as he gets to that.
They probably thought he had Aegis already. Duraccio.
Yeah, that must be it.
Playing like he has the Aegis. I mean, you don't want to use BKB on first life, Synderen. Whisper.
Oh boy.
Berserker's Call into Deathity Chop.
Yep, never say that again.
Deathity, Deathity.
Is under attack.
Now Quinn and company. They will have their Weaver back now. Just needs to get to the other side of the map. We'll TP to the outpost, and now they can try to secure this game number 1 with the Megas. Tomato, no Chrono. And even if they had it, they don't really have the greatest of combos, I would say. Like, the damage in the Chrono is not particularly great.
Radiant's top tower has
They
fallen.
get the tier 3 as Seb. Well, lassoed. What number chop is this, Cinderin?
9.
13. Good try.
Yeah.
It's as if you have not been watching.
Oh, sorry. I can't count.
Yep, understandable. Oh, we already have an upgraded Yules as the
Chop number
Berserker's
10.
Call from Ace. No chop this time. Too much damage. Damage overload for him. Just like that, it's a 5 versus 2, not including the Aegis or the Cheese. BZM and Tomato, the last remaining members of OG, the Chronosphere onto 3 heroes into 0 damage. Pretty much been the story of the game as GG is called. So, Gaimin with a much-needed win. Should point that out again. OG coming into this 3-1, so they've been doing extremely well. Whereas Gaimin getting off to a very bad start, uncharacteristic for them, 1-3. So now 2-3.
Yeah, and they made it look easy, honestly. I think, once again, OG did a pretty good job the first 15 minutes of trying to stem the bleeding, but as it stood, they were just getting run over all around the map, and they kind of... All of the fights that they took were to stay afloat. It was never to get an advantage. The writing was on the wall from quite early on, and as soon as Gaming Gladiators started pulling truly ahead, they had quite a bit of margin for error. It wasn't the cleanest Gaming Gladiators mid-game ever, but there was just so much room for mistakes and some strong individual performances. You pointed out Tofu on the Batrider playing an excellent game. But of course, man of the match, it's got to be Ace, right, on the X. Set up for success. He ends the game 23-11 with more dunks than I can count.
Yeah.
Looks like it's 14. So I could count it after all. But yeah, great game from Gaimin. And it's the time to warm up. Keep in mind, this is a 10-game group stage. So starting 1-3 is already quite rough. You need to start winning a lot of games if you want to look at the upper bracket and, or at the very least, making it to the playoff stage, which top 4 from each group.
If they win this game too, then both them and OG are actually just tied.
Yep.
So it's as if it never happened. But definitely a good game for Gaming Gladiators, but there is a second game coming, Cinder, and let's see what the panel have to say about this Axe performance.
Clearly, it's the fact that CY who? You need Coach Slacks on your team. He implanted the idea in Ace. Definitely has nothing to do with the fact that this man picked it like 5 times during Elite League and did work on it. No, no, no. This Axe is making a debut here because of Slacks. And Ace is making it look fantastic. What a performance out of a hero that we do not see very often. Jenkins, what's up with that?
I love the build. I mean, I think the Eternal Shroud and going for the, Octarine Core eventually, well, he had it queued up. He was eventually going to go for it. Bloodstone. Like, I don't know if you guys have played against late game Axe on the current patch. If you can get there without feeding, it is so oppressive. Super low cooldown, BKB piercing, massive stun because of the Bloodstone AoE. It's really good, and it's new tech. Nobody goes for this like Vanguard BKB bullshit anymore. That's too weak. That's old meta. This is the new meta.
I mean, it's cool. The Bloodstone definitely makes it way more survivable because a lot of Axe was really the blink BKB. Hopefully you kill a guy then because then you're kind of useless for a bit. But the Bloodstone makes you a pain to kill. You're constantly dealing damage. You survive way longer. And with all of that heal, you're pairing it with this giant amount of armor that you're getting just by staying alive, which makes your heal and your HP even better. So it's pretty cool. And if it's something he's playing in pubs, that's what he needed. He had a rough day yesterday. He didn't play that fantastic. That was an amazing performance. He carried the crap out of his team.
Yeah, that was some old school Gaming Gladiators stuff where they last pick a hero for Ace and he carries the game. That's what they did all of last year. And so if you're not last picking a hero for Ace, then you're building this really strong 3-man ball around Quinn, which is also what they had.
Yep.
Honestly, we talked about the Axe a lot, but I just want to talk about how Weaver enables drafts like this for Gaming because
it came out really early, right? It was their second pick, I believe.
Yeah, it was the Batrider first pick and then Weaver second pick.
So when you have this Weaver, then you can see the map open up the way that it did, because they last picked Axe into a perfect lane for him. OG could not put out the fire and give Void a game. They just kind of had to withhold as much as possible. But while that was happening, you take the Enchantress out of the Weaver lane, you bring her mid, and you play with the Leshrac. Meanwhile, the Batrider's playing with the Axe. And there's nothing anybody can do, because the Weaver is just safe by itself. So yeah, just very cool drafting.
Even the Weaver left the Weaver lane. The rotation towards bot. Like, there was a lot of really clutch, cool plays in that game from Game, and honestly, where they would, like, jump in with Ace, they would do an initiation, baiting. Actually, there was another time they did with Dyrachyo where he went in first, used the Orchid, forces the Manta, uses the Gleipnir so that Tomato has to jump out, and then Ace is already there, like, in preparation for that. There were so many kills that if you don't execute every component of it, the kill just doesn't happen, and that gets you that little bit of a lead, makes the next one even easier, and they snowball like that.
I'll shine one more extremely bright light on our star-studded performance, because I want to take a look at our Acer Predator head-to-head. Usually, it's the same role that we compare, but this man did so well from the offlane that we're actually going to compare him to the carry. That's right. Eclipsing the net worth of that Faceless Void, eclipsing the hero damage, and the KDA speaks for itself.
It really does, and that's a very apt comparison, because it was Axe who was the anti-carry to the Void. They picked this hero to shut down Void, and that they did. Honestly, because there was so much happening around the map, there weren't resources that OG could put into Tomato's lane to give him a game, and because of that, he had a very late entry into the game. We saw that he was level 5 in the big team fight, where he had to just stick around, hope a kill would happen. He got level 6 around minute 10, and that's where he got his first chrono. And it was a one fight for OG, but if your Void is getting level 6 that late, and you have to just throw everything out there to barely win a fight, then that Void is not in a good position. And shout out to Ace for making that happen.
And I'm just happy we see Axe again. He was not played at all in the previous patch, and that was Mage Slayer being broken. It reduced all of the damage that Axe was doing by 35% for 6 seconds. So, like, the hero was just not viable previous patch. If this keeps becoming a thing, maybe that's going to be a solution, but because it would reduce the spin damage and the battle hunger damage and the chop.
Vanguard was bad too. It's still bad, but people are going for Blade Mail on things other than Axe. Like, Blade Mail is just meta, and if Blade Mail is meta, then Axe is going to be more likely to be meta. Bloodstone also is being played on heroes that have AoEs on things rather than on heroes that need mana, because it doesn't give you mana anymore, so that also helps. Eternal Shroud being buffed as well. This is like, this could be an Axe patch, and we just didn't know it.
Yeah.
All this time hyping up the Radiance, it seems like maybe there are some other things going on. And aside from this panel, there's also something else going on off in the distance. It's Sir Action Slacks, our on-the-ground reporter. Slacks, what's poppin'?
Hello. Not much is popping here, my friends. I do have a scoop for you. I got a big scoop. Come with me. This is OG's booth right here, Tsunami. Check this out.
Okay, let's take a peek.
Only Whisper is left. Now, I've seen this a lot. OG, as soon as they're done, they go and they run over here, and Whisper doesn't move an inch. If we can take a little peek over here, they're getting some grub right there.
Yeah.
That's the food station. They're getting some beautiful British cuisine, you know, bangers and mash or whatever they do over here. But Whisper never leaves. He never eats. He never does anything. So maybe we can get a closer look of Whisper like he's a Bigfoot or something and discover.
Why.
Does he go to the bathroom?
I'm not going to ask him
I think
why.
he'd like for you to interrupt whatever he's doing.
Okay, I'll get up. We'll get up
don't,
close.
Dude, don't.
I'm going to do a crawl again.
Come on. Come on.
Maybe just come behind. Just come behind him. Let's see what he's thinking.
I was.
This man takes every challenge head on.
This is not a good idea.
He's watching a replay. But we're not going to bother him. Was there a coddle in the last game? Oh my god, he's watching Wings Gaming. Why is he watching Wings Gaming?
He's motivation.
I don't know what's going on. He's got some real dank stress. He's watching an old-ass replay. Okay, well, he's got his headphones on. He doesn't notice us. There's a live game happening in this booth, so we got to keep our voices down. Now, a fun, cool fact, though, guys.
Tell me.
OG is eating with their enemies. They both went together.
They're breaking bread with the enemy?
They are. They're eating with their rivals right now. Maybe they're talking about stuff. They're sitting at the same table. So that's kind of crazy. I've never seen anything like that before. I think they might pretend to be friends out of the game and then crush each other in the game. So pretty nuts. They see us now and they do not want to be filmed. So we're filming over here. But any questions about it? Well, should we go? What do you guys
What do you think about that?
I don't know. We'll have our own thoughts. Flax, thank you so much for the reporting. Much appreciated. Breaking bread with the enemy. I mean, I've always noticed that, at least in the mornings, everyone from all the teams gathers at the hotel breakfast, and you see all these uncommon pairings. Usually they are language separated, but right now we need to keep these teams separated, at least once we get into the combat of Dota 2 Friends. Game number 2 of OG versus Game & Gladiators will be on your screens after a bit.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby? In any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right wear and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
Laying on the floor again, watching all the stars rolling, the grass is staining. Met you at the park with your friends, waiting till the sun went down. Smoke came out and you turned thin. Call me when it's 10:30. Sneak out of your window again, burning rubber on the pavement, bottom of the bottle again, thinking of where you went, laying on the floor again. It's easy come, it's easy go, back when we're together, back when we're together. You know that I can't let you go. We should stay together, we should stay together. It's alright if you call me. It's the summer, we were 18. It's easy come, it's easy go. We should be together, never say never. I'm back on tour again, wishing I was in your bed. You know it pains me. Your every face I see in the end. You're in the crowd, you're in my head. In my dreams you chase. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting for you, babe. It's easy come, it's easy go, back when we're together, back when we're together. You know that I can't let you go. We should stay together, we should stay together. It's alright if you call me. It's go, but I've been losing my I've been losing I know we can work it out. Tell me what's the harm. Let me spell it out loud. I want you to stay. Feels so right, feels so wrong. Wishing I could let it go, but I've been losing feels so right, feels so wrong. Wishing I could let it go, but feels so right, it can't be wrong. Wishing I could let it go, but
Welcome back, everyone, for OG versus Game & Gladiators. Now, I don't want to get you all too excited, but Game & Gladiators have now won 2 games straight in ESL 1 Birmingham 2024. What a performance!
They're back.
They're back.
This is it.
Finally. I can deduce a trend.
They're taking home the gold for the boys. Where are they from?
All over the place. They're a very multicultural team.
They're Canadian. Gaming Gladiators is a Canadian organization. They're taking back the gold to Trudeau in Canada. Shout out to Justin Trudeau. Effie, you're a huge fan of him.
It's a Northern Hemisphere team, really.
Yeah.
Hemisphere. You can say Northern America. It's an NA team.
Don't say hemisphere.
Why?
Just say North America.
Okay. It's North American.
That's right.
That's
It's
right.
coming back because Shopify Rebellion ain't doing it. They are currently 2-6 in the group stage.
They're Spotify right now is what they are.
I don't get it.
They get you just
Because when they're bad, they're Spotify.
when they're bad, they're Spotify.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Because Spotify doesn't let me. I just want to see all my songs that are in all the playlists, but in one playlist, and it doesn't have that feature, so it's a bad application.
Tired of the ads? Well, then maybe you can watch some Dota. Game number 2 is ready, and the draft is underway. Chen, Io, Luna, Batrider, banned out by Game & Gladiators. OG take out the Leshrac. What respect in this first phase. And the Enchantress. Wow. Really have an axe to grind. Except, yet, strangely, axe not banned. Pango taken out, and then they first pick the Disruptor. Well, I guess Shadow Demon also left in the pool, still.
This is the most overpowered character in the game, Disruptor. He presses Q on you, and then you lose half your HP, and then you go, oh, thank God. Thank God the Q is off of me. And then it's on you again, because it's 100% uptime. It does a shitload of damage. It's stupid as hell. He wins lanes, because his Q was buffed. Oh, yeah, that's good. They lost. OG lost.
Is that a 4 sniper, Jenkins?
I hope so.
Unless you're-
Go ahead.
Unless you're a Game & Gladiators fan, then you don't hope so. Then you're hoping Quinn will be on it.
I mean, it's kind of cool as a disruptor solution because disruptor dies very easy to physical damage, but normally you can't get close enough to kill disruptor because to do so forces you to run away from your team. But sniper's just like, I'm just gonna
he just stands
six shot you no matter how far away you are. So it's like disruptor actually has to be worried at normal glimpse range that he's gonna die.
Yeah, but alternatively, I think Disruptor can really own Sniper if he just has a vision hero on his team. Then you're just glimpsing Sniper into really bad positions because this hero is so positioning dependent. Like, if you can't really get a good angle in a fight or a good high ground to take, then Sniper is very susceptible to getting run at and dying. So having this repositioning tool, on the other hand, is going to be really good for OG. And we've seen how impactful Sub is on these position 5s that just set up for kills. On Bane yesterday, he was just making kill after kill after kill happen. I can imagine something similar happening with Disruptor, especially if he goes for an Ags Rush build.
Yeah, I think the Sniper first pick, honestly, is like very ballsy. I mean, usually people will pick it when they see the lane matchup, and you know that you can. It's usually a late phase hero, is what I'm saying, because otherwise you can pick all these jump heroes, the Centaurs and Storm Spirits of the world, and get on top of the little guy, and it doesn't feel like the same hero.
I mean, those are valid points, but I feel like I've also watched a lot of games where like you pair it with some like normal carry, and like just one of the two has to have a good game, and then you just have a monster, and then you have a carry that can hit towers, and you have a sniper. It's just like it just feels like you have more for one hero than the other team can get because you're the guy with sniper. I don't know.
It also could be a like team matchup thing where Gaiman thinks that pretty much all of BZM's mid heroes get countered by sniper, and so they're like, okay, let's force him to pick something that he hasn't played because all of the stuff that he does play normally is countered by sniper. Like, I know a lot of teams will draft like that, where they're just like,
That's a good idea.
This hero is unanswered by this team in particular, so let's just pick it, see what happens.
Like Puck, it's like you just don't have to ban it now.
Yeah.
And it's very commonly banned in the last phase.
I think that's what it is. It really opens up the draft for Gaiman to have this sniper early, because he's not a hero that has bad lane matchups. You can pretty much throw him against anything. Like, maybe he will suffer versus the Storm Spirit that gets an early level 6 and has a good lane because of support rotations.
Yeah.
But otherwise, like, Sniper just kind of owns no matter what. So now you have all of these draft options open for GG where they don't have to worry about Quinn's hero pool getting banned.
Gaiman Gladiators turn to pick.
Of the things to be worried about, Zeus apparently makes the list as Gaiman ban that out. Meanwhile, OG target Dyrachyo in their second phase. Take out the Weaver, take out the CK.
Weaver and CK have a very similar function as carries, is that they're carries that you can leave by themselves on lane and play for the 3-man ball that we talked about. We talked about how Weaver enabled Gaiman to just put a support with Quinn, put a support with Ace, and just completely shut down 2 other lanes. And CK does the same thing as we saw last game.
Yeah, of other heroes that Dyrachyo gets left alone on, Lifestealer still remains in the pool, but right now Gaiman will get a support Tusk.
I assume it's for Tofu. He's been playing a lot of melee 4s, basically a lot of Tiny, a lot of Tusks, so this kind of fits a similar vein. It's a very good hero for creating some separation between your opponents and you, or when you're running people down, it's going to help make sure that Sniper can get within range to peep like crazy. So I think it's a fine pick here. There aren't necessarily any super obvious like best pairings with it that are counter pick worthy, but yeah, it looks fine. Just a little bit off meta, and this is not the first time Gladiators has been comfortable picking what's good for them and ignore most popular meta stuff.
And it's a nice hero, right? Because conceptually, when you have backline right clickers like Drow Ranger and Sniper, what you need in your team is heroes that frontline for it, right? That you just need people to give vision, soak damage, potentially jump the backlines, and Tusk does that quite nicely, right? And then you're going to have the tag team damage coming out early on. It's looking for very strong early rotations to the mid lane.
Dire team pick.
There it is, the Bane. They do have Snowball against it, though. So if you do get your core gripped, you jump and you save them. And the Nightmares don't go through the snow. It's a natural dream blocking property, of course.
I also remember a patch where both Bane and Tusk were really popular before, where people considered Tusk to be a Bane lane counter, because Bane obviously just runs at you and hits you, right? And Tusk plus a ranged offlane or something like a Dawnbreaker is like a guaranteed kill on something like a Bane. You can't do the thing where like you body in for your position 1. So it is interesting that they pick it, but of course that was along, it's a different patch, so the matchup might not work exactly the same.
Yeah, it's a good theory, because Bane is a great trader, awesome stats, great with Ironwood branches.
Yeah, you just kill him.
And you have brain saps, you're one of the best traders, but then when you throw tag team on top of that for 2 heroes, it's like, oh, you actually don't win.
Yeah.
This is a 4 disruptor. It's actually kind of a cool concept. You're going to have glimpse backs into skewer backs, which is a really nice way to threaten the carry, like lots of repositioning.
That is good.
Yeah, and then if you pick something like a troll to pair with this Magnus, then you're not too worried about Tusk threatening it on the enemy lane, right? So you can actually set up for very cool plays on your offlane.
The Monkey is someone that when I was watching replays yesterday, it was getting banned in the first phase against some teams. Gladiators did play it at least one of their games. It's one of the heroes that Dyrachyo is comfortable with, and it is, again, similar principle to the Weaver and the CK. It's a hero that has built-in lifesteal or sustain and can just kind of live in his lane, and now that he sees that he's against a Magnus, he's like, okay, here I go. And frankly, against a Disruptor and a Bane, I'm less scared now that I'm Monkey King, because if you're worried about a glimpse back, you just fight to the death and maybe you get some Jingus off.
You know what else OG could pick here? They could go for a PA strat. With the Magnus PA, it's like the highest win rate carry versus... Oh, they go for Morphling. Okay. That's another very high win rate hero versus Sniper. It's a backline jump. You can... Honestly, like, the hero doesn't build much to deal with a Conda Morphling just jumping you. Like, you lose 80% of your HP and can't man-fight the Morphling. And then also... Sniper can never kill Morph. He doesn't do enough burst damage.
And you can morph into Sniper and headshot people.
Yes, naturally.
Really good.
It's also not threatened by either of GG supports. We don't know if the Tusk is going to be played as 4 or 5 or the Rubik, but neither of these supports really put the pressure on Morph, honestly.
Sure.
It's very free lane for him. I mean, maybe you might suffer a little bit the first couple of levels, but afterwards you're quite untouchable.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of the lane, like, they do have the off-lane counter pick to the Morph, but I will say it is hard to, like, theory craft a current good offlaner that is good in the patch and then also good against Morph, which is why I think, you know, a large reason why Morph is such a strong hero right now.
Well, of options, Enigma is off the board. Can you not bring the Axe back?
I was going to say Axe is...
Axe Tusk sounds like a sweet lane.
Axe is the one. Yeah, Axe is definitely the one. It's very good with Tusk as well. Like, it's... A lot of the time you want to play a ranged offlaner with the Tusk because then you can... you know, utilize the icy hands and beat the crap out of people, but with Axe, like, the move speed slow, the battle hunger, and he can taunt with the ice shards. Like, it is a nice combo. It's similar to Dawnbreaker in that sense.
And then of other ace heroes, Bloodseeker was picked in Elite League. You like that at all versus Morphling or no?
No.
10 seconds remaining.
It just doesn't do that much, right? You're not really threatening this Morph on lane, and like he's a natural Linken's buyer anyway. It doesn't upset him in any way, shape, or form going for that item.
And you can also waveform while you ruptured and not take any damage, so...
The other heroes that I'm looking at are like Doom is a fairly obvious one. You counter any hero that is based on
healing.
It's very good against the Morph. It's a little weird with the Tusk, but it's not the worst because you can run at them with, you know, Scorched Earth. Omni Knight is another one that is currently considered very good against Morphling. You mitigate, you know, all of his damage. You have a lot of burst for him in the lane. It's good with the Tusk as well, similar to the Dawnbreaker.
Ooh, BZM Earth Spirit. We haven't seen this in a while since Dream League.
And so
Played
far,
it at Elite League as well. I'm pretty
oh yeah, he did actually. You're right.
How does this?
When we've seen it, it's been so much support. So to see it mid is pretty exciting. Gives a dive.
I'm thinking, like, how does it do in lane against a Sniper?
It's not going to do great. Like, Sniper should out-CS you for sure, but it's the mid hero that has reach, right? You're always going to have a means to get on top of Sniper and do damage later on. You're also going to build Blade Mail. You cut trees down on Earth Spirit. It's very useful versus carry Monkey King. Like, you cut trees down with the Geogrip, you cut trees down with Rolling Boulder. Like, it's a very cool hero conceptually versus Gaiman's Draft. Maybe the hero isn't what it used to be. It's not as strong. It doesn't do as much as it used to because of the Rolling Boulder CD nerf, but a lot of mid Earth Spirits are just playing on the Magnetized Talents now. Like, this hero, if you're getting the Magnetized Talents, you do a lot of damage in these team fights.
Yeah, it's like plus 30% duration and damage, right? So if you're fueling that with a Sanj Kaya on top of it, and maybe even like a Shiva's later on, like the damage has got to be insane, right?
They didn't ban Axe, by the way. There's still an Axe in the pool.
Are they that worried against it when you have like a Bane to cover it? And Disruptor could also, like, he didn't build BKB, just glimpse, send him back every time.
It's just so damn good against.
It's kind of weird, but
it's a bit weird with the Tusk though. That's the only thing. It is very nice playing a ranged offlaner with Tusk, but you don't have to do it.
What does your mullet feel, Ace? Take a seat and show us your hero. Tidehunter.
Okay. They played it already once.
And it's a little bit interesting because Disruptor is considered a counter to Tidehunter because you just drop the Static Storm and then your team kills him before he gets his Ravage off.
In lane too. This is a game pick for sure.
Yeah. Because outside of the threat of the Disruptor, I mean, if you're a Tidehunter, ideally you can soak up the RP, you can soak up maybe the grip. You're not really going to outfarm the Morph or anything, but you can just jungle, you can do well later on, and you can soak up a lot of damage from the Earth Spirit too. Like, there are dispellable spells here. The only threat right now seems to be the Disruptor. But if your Tide's getting ulted, your Monkey isn't, right?
It's a mid Monkey with a Duraccio carry sniper.
That's cool. So they're trying to deal with the Earth Spirit in an even stronger way.
Yep.
And making life easy for Duraccio. And the other cool thing is that when Seb has an incredible Bane game against his Ags, Ace doesn't care. He's going to ravage every single illusion on the board. So, yeah, it is a very cool Tide pick. The lane swap is interesting, though.
A lot of good teams do this. Like, I feel like you can often look at the last pick in a draft and be like, oh, that's really weird. That's not like a cheese pick. It's not like a one-to-one counter to any of their heroes. But it's for the game. Like, if you have a sniper is so happy to have a Tidehunter in the game, just ravaging for him, building the auras. They also have a Monkey King mid, right? That's another carry, right? They have 2 carries. So they needed a hero, like they needed some Underlord, some Tide that will just go in, be beefy, stun people for the 2 carries, auras. Like, this is a pick for the game. That's what it is.
It's a good lane pivot too, because Monkey King should have a very free lane versus Earth Spirit. I don't think it'll rotate as well as Earth Spirit if he gets a few runes and kind of withstands the laning phase, because if you're Monkey King and you're trying to match an Earth Spirit's rotations and you die a couple of times, your game's pretty much over. But if Quinn beats him up on lane, then maybe they're going to have to struggle putting BZM into this game.
Yeah, he could snowball really hard, for sure. And I think Monkey King, who is set up for a good lane against like some Kunkka or Earth Spirit, can actually rotate and be strong. It's not one of those mid heroes where it's like you counter the one-to-one matchup, but then it's like, oh, the guy wins by rotating. Like, the Monkey can actually also counter the rotations if you win the lane. And obviously, you're picking it to win the lane.
With that being said, OG has huge teamfight spells. Huge. They've got Static Storm, they've got Grip, they've got RP. They have a lot of means to play make in this game and come back from bad situations.
Purge. Give me a prediction.
I can't wait to see the mid Monkey on Quinn.
Great. Neither can I. Let's get into it in game number 2 with Sunsfan and Synderen.
Yo, 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 what's up, everybody? Welcome to game number 2 between Gaimin Gladiators and OG. OG lost game number 1, Cinderman.
True.
Will that happen again, or have they found the solutions that they have needed to find?
Well, the thing that's for sure in this one is that Gaimin's lineup looks very different in nature, right? Last game, they played this super high tempo with the Ench and Weaver safe lane with the Axe offlane snowballing. In this game, you have a slow offlaner in the Tide who's going to buy auras probably. And your safe lane is a lot more, how to say, it's just slower with the Tusk Sniper. Sniper, not a particularly good rotation hero, not very fast. All right. Speaking of fast, he has boots, so he is fast.
Yes.
But he will get dewarded as Celery realizes where this ward must have been. Gives himself a nice little juicy 17 experience for himself and 2 teammates. And the bounty runes will probably be a 2-for-2 split here. Or is it 3-for-1? Actually, 3-for-1 for Gaimin.
The thing I like about this game, Synderen, have you noticed that the mid lane is the lane we talk about probably the least, because it's typically heroes we see so often fight against each other.
Right.
We're seeing Monkey King versus Earth Spirit. Now that's cool. Let's talk about that. And right now it's an Illusion Rune versus Earth Spirit. Who do you take in this matchup?
Oh, I think Illusion Rune's quite good.
Is it?
Oh, it wasn't. Oh, it's Monkey King.
Oh, okay. Oops.
Yeah. Now I'm not excited anymore. I'm curious about this lane. Monkey King, generally speaking, crushes every mid laner, or every melee hero, sorry. Not every mid laner. But Earth Spirit is a little bit different in the mid lane compared to a lot of other heroes in the way that he gets CS. Boulder Smash does a lot of damage after the buffs that it received over time to creeps. I do expect BZM to lose, but maybe he'll be doing better than, let's say, an Ember would, right? I think this is more manageable. BZM's actually even going to play a little bit aggressively here. Until Monkey King gets level 3, this hero is not that strong. If you're tanking the creep wave as he is now, the Jingo Mastery is not a very powerful skill level 1. So BZM should be able to do okay in the beginning.
But he's getting Boundless Strike there, so gets a lot of his HP back. Duraccio, we're seeing playing the Sniper in this safe lane. He's going to be accompanied by The old Tusk versus the Mag Disruptor. So another interesting lane.
Not that stereotypical of a Dyrachyo here. I'm actually surprised to see that he is Platinum tier on it in Dota Plus, because that,
Well, nice timing.
Needs more practice, I guess.
Oh my god. All right, first blood to Whisper. Great start for OG. That was actually picture perfect timing. Man alive. And it wasn't even a curse. It was actually kind of a prediction in a way.
It's so, to clarify a little bit, the way Dyrachyo generally plays for this team, this is not his first sniper game in gaming, by the way. He's played it a couple of times, but I wouldn't put it in his like top 3 best heroes, for example, just because the style that this hero plays is a lot slower, stand back and deliver. Dyrachyo's best heroes are really the ones that go into the fray, like Chaos Knight, Faceless Void, Weaver. You know, get in there, soak up damage, and push it and dish it out as well.
Monkey King to a degree.
Yeah. I don't think we've seen him play. How much does he play that one?
I don't know.
I think it's almost only Quinn when they pick it, actually. Dyrachyo. I take that back. I think Dyrachyo's played it.
I mean, we've definitely seen him play it, not at this tournament, maybe.
Yeah.
But, which, that's the interesting thing, because Sniper is a Quinn hero as well, right?
Yep. It's a flex for this team, for sure.
Why did they choose this? I mean, obviously, it's Monkey King versus Melee, but you're talking about that this is not as crazy of an advantage for the Monkey King.
It's a good question, because I think they could have put them vice versa, right? I think the Monkey King could have done well against Mag, and I think Sniper against Earth Spirit should be a completely fine lane as well. So it has to have something to do with pacing here, that Gaimin see a lot of value in having a mid-hero that can rotate, like the panel talked about. When Earth Spirit is going to start making these moves to side lanes, you want your mid-hero to show up and help, and that's not exactly what Sniper is known for doing. So perhaps that's the mindset. Or it is that, okay, when we pick Monkey and Sniper, usually the Monkey will not be able to go mid because the matchups are relatively tough, but this one is so good that this is a hero that can take over a game on Quinn. Seb in trouble.
Yes, he is.
Another
Gets the
anchor would
Nightmare
do it.
off, though. So we'll be able to walk away. Tomato. Gonna take a little bit of damage on the way out. It has that attribute shift at its ready. Of course, Anchor Smash, pretty damn good against Morphling because of the damage reduction being percentage-based. And Seb continuing to get harassed. Telekinesis back into the arms of Tofu. Stick, Brain Sap, he survives. And they might be able to turn this around. Blood Grenade from a ridiculous range. Tomato, Adaptive Strike. Down goes Tofu. So great bait from Seb. Ends up turning that around on the support for Gaimin.
Yeah, very nicely done. Squeezed as much out of it as he could. Just very kind of just leading Tofu as deep as possible so that the Morphling could come over and just finish the job.
That's more like it.
Yep, and
he will suicide to neutrals after.
Indeed.
Get the full refill. Now, Water Rune for BZM. As said, this mid lane, I mean, Monkey is pulling ahead, right? 28 and 11, but 20 CS on Earth Spirit, not too bad. It's...
Yeah.
I wonder if this lane would have been harder against Sniper, as a matter of fact, as it stands right now.
Yeah, I would...
Not sure.
Tough to say. Both are pretty not great.
Not enjoying life on the Sniper.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that much.
Well, not having an escape mechanism of any kind is a bit of an annoyance. Celery is kind of that for him. As Shockwave will connect, Dyrachyo, he's going to be found. Snowball a little bit too late. Celery now completely outnumbered on his retreat. Seb has made his way over. BZM also joining the party. And Celery will get destroyed to BZM. So OG 5-0 start. Trying to get revenge after falling behind relatively early in that game number 1.
Yep. Yeah, the difference between this and game number 1 is in game 1, they also had a good amount of kills, but were just losing on raw laning. In this case, it's going a little bit better for OG overall.
They kill him again here. There's still 3 members.
Oh, boy.
Rolling Boulder, not going to fully connect, but they still have the damage. TP coming in. It's going to be too late. Dyrachyo resigned to his death. Quinn gets glimpsed away. Oh, man. Well, he can go back to farming and say, hey, I tried to help out. But no kills come in the way of Gaimin at all. And that is a very bad death for Dyrachyo. He, I believe, TP'd in, so just going to have to make the walk of shame.
And he's going to continue to be abused in this bot lane now, right? Because like he's going to get there as a level 3 sniper against level 5 mag. I think, honestly, Seb can just Nightmare him, and if they don't have the Tusk nearby to save, he'll just die.
Can we have, for next tournament, can we make this off-screen little picture-in-picture, say, walk of shame for this specific instance when this happens? Is a boundless strike only onto one from Quinn. Telekinesis as Celery coming in to help take out Ori.
Get on the board at least, but look who is back.
Oh boy. Level 3 sniper. You've seen this in your pubs before, and it's looking just as pathetic as you remember as Whisper gets the right click.
Oh boy.
7-1 OG in a favor here, but I mean, net worth-wise, that's not telling the whole story. A lot of it is going to be experience, and we talked about level 3, position 1 sniper right now.
All right, so you're used to suck in lane. What do you do as sniper now?
Go mid? I don't know.
Go mid! Oh no. You gotta go in there and lane against level 6 Earth Spirit. That's gonna roll on you and kill you instantly.
You'll miss the... You can dodge that, you know?
Oh boy.
Tofu, telekinesis onto the cliff. Celery, though, or Whisper, I should say, with the skewer. Celery trying to get out of dodge. Oh, nice.
We'll get glimpsed back, I guess. Nope, never mind. Or didn't want to go for that. He definitely could have, but might want to glimpse the healing salve instead in a moment.
Yep, Quinn showing up. Seb's going to get the Nightmare. Celery takes it off instantly. Tofu making his way over as well as BZM coming to the party. Jingu is going to connect, but the RP onto 3 heroes. Block grenade onto 3 heroes as well, even more important. Seb gets taken out first by Quinn, though. Glimpse out onto him. Gets another Jingu stack, but he falls in the end. 2 for 2. Lots of action early on as Doraccio, basically a creep at this level of the game, showing up, tickling everyone. They're laughing their way to the farm as Tofu gets skewered by Whisper, and now Doraccio tried to help his team, but he's just gonna die again. Can he deny himself on the creeps? No, because he is a creep, and creeps can't deny other creeps Cinderin.
This will do just fine.
Oh boy. I don't know the last time I've seen something like this. Look at the discrepancy. It's a 2,200 net worth win for OG in their off lane. Mag has 5K.
Yeah.
Sniper's 2,700. I mean, if you take that lane out of the picture, it's going fine for Gaiman, but Sniper is not a good comeback hero. This hero is not great at jungling. I mean, you can stack and then shrapnel farm perhaps, but I don't even think those stacks exist yet. They have a double stack of the hard camp at the triangle at the very least. It's not.
There's no Morphling in the game?
Yeah.
Wow.
Tomato's chilling.
Good to know. Ace has also been chilling, we should say. He's top net worth on his team right now. Tomato's going to be spotted by a tree. Quinn. It's going to get adaptive strike off, and the snowball going to be able to connect as well as Ace gets a gush. Tomato in a lot of trouble inside the ice shards, and Quinn getting a very, very valuable kill for Gaiman.
Yeah, nice find. Big rotation, but they got to get something done somewhere else on the map. I think running back bottom non-stop is just a recipe for disaster. So at the very least now you take matters into your own hands a little bit. You will concede the bot tower. Don't know if Tofu should have even shown up here, to be honest. This is
He
going to
wants
be another
farm.
little snack for Whisper.
For Seb. Okay, Whisper.
Yeah, that's Whisper playing the Magnus. Not to be mistaken for Seb, who has probably played more Magnus games than Whisper has lived days in his life. But it is still him playing it nowadays.
That is, there's no way that's actually true, but point taken. Whisper finds a nice skewer onto Ace, gets off a Ravage, hitting 4 heroes with the Wukong's command from Quinn.
That was so
Boundless
close.
strike, not going to do too much.
Oh boy.
The no kills coming for Gaiman, and now they're going to get initiated on by BZM. Gets off the Magnetize as well. Quinn's ult's about to run out. He's going to take a Brain Sap as a snowball. Focusing onto BZM, but Quinn is going to die. And Celery will be next on the list. OG just waiting out. I mean, that was a beautiful Ravage into Wukong's, but just not enough damage at this stage.
All right, I don't know if you've been paying close attention. What do you think Whisper's KDA is right now?
His KDA?
Yeah.
303.
803.
Okay.
Yeah.
8 kills?
Yeah. He's destroying the entire map with this early game that he just got. So he killed bottom. Now he rotated top and got this big team fight win for his team as well. And that's basically the entire map because mid lane has not been played by anyone in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah,
so,
that's true.
yeah, this is
impressive.
He is delivering in this game for OG, and he's going to continue to do so unless Gaimin find a way to lock him down. Their heroes aren't particularly good at killing Magnus either. I'll try to find a way onto Step.
Yeah, he's stuck inside the shards. Nightmares will eventually drop to the Boundless Strike. RP, though, finds onto Tofu. So we'll get some sort of collateral, support for support. As BZM kicking Celery towards Tomato. Ari making his way over as well, looking for a glimpse on a more valuable target, but might have to settle for the Tusk. And indeed they will. Quite the difference of game here, I have to say.
Yeah, this is not an easy game to play on Gaming Gladiators, and we've not even unlocked the Fiend script yet, and we haven't seen Static Storm, so there's some big spells yet to come for OG to make it even easier. Nightmare on Nightmare action here. Everybody's asleep. Tofu will take the rune.
Step gonna get some backup though. Roll
he missed on him.
But Static Storm applied to the Monkey King. Ari trying some very valuable right clicks from below, and Quinn just horribly outnumbered. As now the grip comes online for Seb. Should result into the kill onto Tofu as well. So Gaimin just not able to get anything going for themselves.
Radiant structures are fortified.
And OG really starting to run away with this.
Yeah, Whisper feeling himself straight into the Ags coming up next. So we'll have that horn toss available. And I think OG with the realization here that this game is 5-on-4. Sniper cannot be involved in anything, so this is kind of similar to what Gaimin did last game, where they got ahead in the lanes and just started absolutely terrorizing the map against a Void that had no game. This time it's Gaming Gladiators with a carry without a game. This time it's the Sniper, so Mac will just keep running rampant all around the map together with a support duo, finding pick after pick. And realistically speaking, for Gaimin to counterplay this, I think they have to Ravage. I don't know if there's enough in the tank if Ace isn't there. And if you're relying on your Tide to win fights 12 minutes into the game, I've got bad news for you. This hero's slow. It's hard to enforce that type of fight at this level of play. At the very least, they'll find a little skirmish onto Ari, so it's something, but not a particularly impactful kill to find with this big movement they went for. But it's something. I mean, you got to play up here, right? Sniper's just on an island for the next, I don't know how long. Doracho rocking the 0 and 5-0 score line.
Tomato spotted out. Gonna get some backup via BZM. Ravage just barely clips the Morphling, but that's it, as BZM has a haste rune, it seems. Gonna try to reinitiate as Whisper making his way over. Gonna focus on the Tide first. He is completely taken out of this fight now, as Ace eventually will drop first for the Gaming Gladiator side. Nice glimpse on the Celery. That should be the second kill going the way of OG.
I like that attempt for BZM as well, by the way. If you noticed, he tried to kick the Tide through the trees to knock down the Monkey King, but didn't find the right trio. That could have been even better for the side of OG, but still, major victory.
Well, Maelstrom for Doracho. That's
worth highlighting.
Step number 1.
He is now going to actually start having a little bit of a farming mechanism on his hero.
0, 5, and 0. A lot of viewers in the chat having PTSD with this one.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Snipers in their pubs as the RP finds him. And that'll be death number 6.
Maybe a lot of viewers feeling like they could be a pro. This is how they play Snipe. All right, that was unnecessarily rude to Doracho. Because again, this is honestly... Okay, hang on.
Yeah, hold your horses.
Whisper has no time for...
All right, puts Ace on the cliff. Very classic stuff. And the Static Storm now applied to several heroes. You can see Quinn just trying to brush it off. He's going to get snowballed, which actually cancels the grip. And Quinn gets off his Wukong's command. Whisper getting really low, but Nightmare to save him just a little bit. Another skewer, almost clipping all of them. But the damage is enough either way for OG. Ace still stuck up there, that fat, juicy watermelon. Finally, Whisper's reign comes to an end via Doracho's right click. Somehow he does enough damage to kill something other than a creep. It's incredible, in fact, as Ace. This will take a while, but Tomato and company will claim the watermelon. 4 for 1. Rough game for Gaiman.
It is funny to see, though, that this is effectively now... Game 1 was Tomato, this game is Dyrachyo. Just both carries having atrocious conditions in back-to-back games, just on opposite sides. And it is really dictating everything. On the one side, you have OG with a Morphling who's second on net worth and is contributing a lot to these fights, just chasing down kills and having major impact. And the other carry just has to hide in the jungle and try to get back.
Yeah.
And not only that, but the offlane is obviously an incredible difference here with the Magnus getting those 8 kills in the early game. Just able to do this.
Oh my god, that was so close
Whisper
to triple clip.
dies to the assassinate here, otherwise he could have got out of there. Having a good laugh at that. It's like, oh yeah, there's a sniper in the game. 10K!
Yeah.
All right. Well, OG trying to keep us ahead of schedule here.
Apparently. I mean, last game was pretty fast for this patch as well.
It was like, what was it, 38 minutes? It
Yeah.
took game in that one. Something like that.
I don't know what the average game time is, but it feels like it's more than that.
OG trying to beat that record in this one.
Yeah, for sure. BZM, all right.
Oh,
my god.
beautiful.
RP onto 3 heroes. Waveform completely misses. Ravage to follow from Ace, though, actually doing a lot of damage. They're going to be able to take out Whisper and the Bane. As you can see, 4 heroes very low for Gaming Gladiators. They try to run away. The Magnetize gets 1, make it 2. And BZM and company able to eventually clean up. It was looking a bit hairy for them, but this net worth lead is no joke. Ace stuck inside the kinetic field. Triple kill for Tomato.
I don't know if you're familiar with this phenomenon in some of your games. Do you know what I mean when I say sometimes everything is so... It's like... It's so perfect that you can't choose which one of the easy solutions you want to go for. And then you overthink it and mess up.
The
That's what it felt like there. They got a 3-man RP. All the heroes are grouped up. They could just roll in and full Earth Spirit combo them, but then they also could get a perfect skewer and a waveform. And they kind of botched their spells because it was all so perfectly set up by Whisper. But as you said, there was enough of a margin for error here that it didn't end up mattering all that much. But I think OG could have cleaned house there and not lost a single hero with perfect spell casting.
Oh, for sure.
When you hit that big of an RP there, Celery is a goner.
Yes.
But delay it.
Snowball into death. As Ace with no Ravage this time. Skewer from Whisper to the high ground. It's going to take a little assassinate action. As he now has the Horn Toss, ladies and gentlemen. The TI-10 special. Used to be the Shard. It used to be literally better as the Shard.
Is that fair to say that's the best Shard there's ever been in the game?
That's a tough one. I'd have to think about that for a bit.
I think it probably is.
There might have been.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Well, I would, I'd say the Shard for Shadow Demon yesterday that gives you the ult for free is pretty damn good, I would say.
It's still way worse, honestly.
You think so?
The Magnus Shard dictated a TI. Think about that. That's a quite powerful Shard.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, you're probably right.
Is under attack.
Just really have to think about this one. I don't want to commit to anything, Cinderin.
Oh, that's very Cinderin of you.
I guess you're
go
rubbing
through
off
all
on
the
me.
options there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, 12K lead for OG. Haven't really looked to go for the old Roche yet. But now that it's on the bottom side of the map, I'm sure they can take that without much of a contest from Gaiman.
Yeah, most likely. I think the item Gaiman are waiting for is Quinn's BKB. It is actually complete now if he TPs back to base, because at the very least, if Monkey King can stand his ground and you can hit a fat RP and then maybe some good shards to keep them in the arena, maybe there's a chance to set up a fight that way. But the BKB is the absolute requirement. Now he's guaranteed to at least be able to stand. If he gets RP'd in the Wukong's command, he can still keep the arena running, because the problem he's had so far is that he's just getting glimpsed out when he ultis, or he's getting skewered out. He's getting kicked out by Earth Spirit, just tons of problems. So now he can stay put and he gets it off. Unfortunately for him, this lines up perfectly with Ari picking up a Force Staff. So now, well, if you can't kick the Monkey King out of the arena, you can force your teammates out of it. The Aegis in Tomatoes. I was about to say hands. Actually, Morphling does have hands, so that's okay.
Very, very low amount of polygons on those hands. Grip again. This time reserved for Celery. As you can see, the snowball, again, delay the inevitable. So Aegis on the side of OG. Let's see how much they can get with this. And with this kind of a lead this early.
Yeah.
I mean, typically it's second Roche is when you get the racks. This one might be a little earlier. Another glimpse find onto Tofu this time. You were out.
Okay.
They don't need to layer things at all, Syndra.
That's all right. Whisper just wants to use his spells. I can appreciate that. He's feeling himself. Ever so quietly, by the way, BZM is 9-0 and 17 on the Earth Spirit, so having a wonderful game on that mid hero as well this time around. Oh, Whisper. Oh, that was not even close. All right. Very good. Did the math. Yeah, I think you're right. High ground is definitely a possibility early in this game, especially because you have Mag with Axe, right? So now you have a way of starting things off with a surprise pick that can snowball the fight. Only needs to be a little bit wary of the telekinesis precast. So if he sees Tofu, it makes it very easy. If he doesn't, well, he needs to be a little bit careful with getting too crazy. But
if Gaiman can just hold on, Syndra, a little bit longer.
Then what?
Two of the best high ground defenders in the game.
Sniper
and Tusk. Yes, correct.
Yeah, Tusk almost has Axe. He just needs 4,140 gold.
Yeah, like I said, they have to hold on for that point.
Ace.
Ace gets quite low, but will survive. Tomato, though, gonna take out Doraccio with ease. Turns into Monkey King. Quinn's gonna pop the BKB. Ravage comes through. It's gonna be enough to take out Whisper, though, but Quinn ends up dropping anyway. 3 for 1, make it 4. And Ace the only survivor for Gaiman, and they're gonna start losing some buildings now.
Yeah, Doraccio made the mistake here of trying to deal damage. Got skewered and died instantly. And Whisper here got cancelled mid-RP here by the Ravage. Otherwise, this is just a clean 5-0 fight. But at the very least for OG, they get, or for Gaming Gladiators, they get 1 return kill and save their tide. But this is obviously still a terrible result. 4 heroes down. They lose tier 2.
Well, the good news for Game is their death cooldowns are very low, Syndra, because it's so early in the game. They can actually defend.
I really have rubbed off on you. Old Frontman would have called GG.
I mean, no comment. No comment.
Gotta look at the positives. You won game 1.
Are scanning.
That is true.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
As BZM gets an Octarine core, that is a very good item for Earth Spirit.
It's so good on this hero. We don't see this hero played very much right now, especially, I personally do not find it to be a support hero in this patch most of the time. I think this is a core, so I'm very happy to see it played by that as that by OG. But his build is very straightforward and very standard. The Kaya-Sanj Blade Mail Octarine was the build when this hero was a popular mid the last time around. Maybe a Shiva's in there as well. Definitely showing it can still work.
Whisper gonna find the tree. The Conda there. You saw that a little bit earlier from Tomato, doing a ton of damage. Spear Missile applied to Tomato right now. We'll pop the Manta though as Ace
oh my God.
Gets snowballed, so gonna survive a little bit longer as BZM trying to hound the back line as Ace eventually is dead. Now Celery stuck inside the kinetic field. The illusions basically okay. The Conda explosion. 41-10. 25 minutes in the game. Grip. And another
with
death.
the sentry ward for vision.
Yep, easy.
Cute little play there in that corner.
Takes out the cheese taunt. Very lore-friendly taunt for Bane. Everyone knows that he's lactose intolerant, so the nightmare is cheese.
As I've learned today, for you the nightmare is tea, actually.
Yeah.
You said a sentence I don't think I've heard in my entire life, which was, I hate tea.
Yes.
That's a very uncommon opinion. I think nobody in chat will agree.
Literally no one?
Ah, okay.
There's going to be a few people.
Somebody will say it and not mean it. That's basically internet culture, right?
Okay. I mean, I'm guessing you've never seen Ted Lasso, because the famous line from that show is, it tastes like dirty water, and I agree.
Dirty water?
Yeah.
All right.
Great show, by the way.
Oh.
Sure
Just like this game.
Heard of it. This game is a great show.
Yes, it's a good allegory.
For OG.
It is a good allegory.
Excuse me?
Okay.
It's a good what?
Allegory
Is that a word?
Yes.
Allegory?
Yeah. Isn't that a word?
I mean,
Please tell me you're not
your
trolling.
English is actually better than mine, if that's a word.
An allegory is a story poem.
Oh, allegory. You didn't say allegory. You said allegory. It's like,
an
is that a
allegory?
form of algae? Like, I don't understand.
This game is
Enunciate.
filled with algae. Quinn is in trouble.
It's off the BKB. Boundless strike. BZM is in a lot of trouble, actually. Gets punched into the air, and down he goes.
Okay. That's the start of something.
A glimmer of hope from Gamer. They need to do that 10 more times to get back in this game.
Seb.
4 versus 5 now.
Oh, that's a good...
Static Storm. Is that going to be enough to save Seb as Tomato going to the back line? RP comes in as well. Already 2 dead for Gaiman. Wukong's command is going to be no more thanks to the skewer, but the Ravage there into the double boundless strike. Whisper's going to fall. Tomato looks to be next. Gets off the Hurricane Pike. Waveform through. Spirit Vessel still applied as Quinn trying to get some right clicks, but no. He falls first. Tomato triple kill now. Focusing on the Watermelon Man. The Conda applies as well as the buyback from Rubik coming now. Is Tomato on the high ground trying to TP out? Will be fine.
Wow. All right.
Okay.
I mean, valiant effort for Gaiman. The fact that they can even find a draw is very admirable. Just getting that initiation. To be fair, they also got a free kill on Earth Spirit without any OG heroes nearby to protect him. So that was, for all intents and purposes, kind of a 4v5. But they strung something together despite their sniper just more or less getting one-shot by Morphling in that fight. There's still a little bit in the tank with the other spells combining, but the advantage is just borderline insurmountable here. And you'd imagine BZM will not be making this mistake again. Rather, he will be finding a tide and kicking him down to the Waterman.
Oh boy.
Water on water action. Melon versus Polygon, and the Polygon is stronger.
That's right. Well, it's tentacles.
Sorry,
Polygon.
you know Polygon's a word, right? Just making sure.
Well, if you
Or do you
pronounce
mean
it...
Polygon?
Yeah, if you're going to pronounce it like you're having some brain damage issues, then sure.
I said allegory.
No, you said allegory.
Whatever.
It's allegory. Okay?
Whatever, man.
Get it right, Cinderin.
Yep, okay.
Second language English noob.
Yeah. A fucking idiot.
Dire's bottom tower is
Sriracha has a Shadow Blade, by the way.
Yeah, it's good. He can run from his responsibilities to carry this game.
Really looking like a pub now.
Yeah.
Sniper feeding, Shadow Blade farming.
There isn't really anything better to do, honestly. I don't mind his item build whatsoever. It's just one of those games. We all have them.
Oh.
Quinn is having one right now as well.
Oh my goodness.
He gets gripped. He is getting very desperate for farm, so we'll start taking risky farm out on the map, leaving the safer farm for the sniper, and somebody's gonna get caught when you're playing in this circumstance.
Shadow Blade.
Monkey King. Yeah, he's trying to...
Oh.
Sep. Yeah. They are looking.
Sriracha TP's
And they are
out.
not a finding. Close call, though.
That Shadow Blade really working wonders.
Yeah.
Buy that in your pubs today. You know, that used to be the item. I like how I bring up Dota 1 as if it's even remotely relevant anymore. It's been over a decade. That used to be the item in Dota 1, Cinderin.
Yep.
People have gotten a lot better since
Fun
then.
fact, in Dota 1, this item was actually called Lothar's Edge.
Lothar's. My God.
Lothar.
Lothar.
Yep. Lothar is an allegory for...
You know, if you have a stroke one day, I won't even notice.
This
with all
tea
these
is actually really good.
Yeah, that's good.
I'm not surprised you hated it, because it's great. Thank you, Kelly.
Is that an allegory for something?
No. Okay. We have a tree being glimpsed. He will BKB.
Yes, he will.
I'm not going to let him jump, though. BZM is on his tail. Okay, he's in there.
He wants to go
really
very
in
deep.
there.
My goodness, gets off the magnetize, already at half HP. RP comes in, hitting several heroes with the skewer into the static storm, and the waveform finishes them off in style. It's gonna cost them the life of the Magnus, but that is well worth it. That was a disgusting combo. As Tomato gonna farm the sniper and get the rampage in the fountain. Oh my goodness, this really does feel like a pub.
This might be one of the shortest diebacks I've ever seen. I mean, Seb is just cracking up. I think Dyrachyo bought back and died within 1 second. He bought back while the Morphling was waveforming the tide. So he randomly ended up in the waveform and just got 3 shots.
A sniper.
Oh, no. Well,
Tomato making up for the last game, that's for sure.
yeah, I mean, he's having a good one here. It's 26-1. Well, you're getting some quite ridiculous stat lines in this one, to be fair. Probably going to be the highest kills on a single hero in any game this entire event.
Yeah, quite possibly. Can he get 30, Cinderin? Think he's going to get 30 before this game is over?
It depends if game and tap out. That's
that
really
looks like
the
the
limiting
Aghanim
factor.
Scepter now.
Okay, everybody's to stone.
All right, Conda. Another kill for
27.
Tomato. 27.
Feel like a dart announcer. All right, 27 is actually a very bad round in darts, so maybe not.
I wouldn't know. Yeah. You go for, is 60 the highest?
No, that is 180. It's 3 times 60.
Well, 60. Okay, so there's 3.
Yeah.
You get 3 attempts.
Yeah, that's why 27 is very bad.
I see. Very interesting. Thank you for bringing that to my attention.
You're welcome. Oh, they found him.
Oh, Mr. Monkey
okay.
King, Quinn. Inside the static storm, gets off the BKB, focusing on Tomato. He gets on the outskirts, though. Double 4-step, he's fine. As Quinn is not so fine. BZM will drop him real hard. An ace inside that kinetic field. The enchant used on Quinn, who just bought back, trying to have a last stand kind of situation here. BZM, nice nightmare from Seb, as Tomato really wanting those 30 kills. BZM steals one, though, as a pause comes out from Whisper. Okay.
That's a good voice line for this moment.
Some nice line. It's 56-14.
When's the last time you've seen a game with 56 kills?
Yeah.
And this is at 30 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's a lot of records in this game. 27 kills on a single hero. A total of 70 kills minute 33.
A record for what, though?
Most kills per minute.
In what time span?
In Dota.
Ever?
No. But in this tournament, absolutely most kills per minute.
Well, yeah, in this tournament.
Not even remotely close. It might be most kills per minute in a pro game this year.
Okay.
Yes. I think that's
some good predictions from Cinderin.
It would not surprise me. What is this? Is like 2 point something kills per minute, right? 2.1?
Sure.
2.2 even. Go when ready. And gaming already.
All right, the only interesting thing left is if Tomato will get 30 kills, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be a dieback onto Quinn if he's not careful, and he's not careful. He has died.
Oh, PGM is just not giving 2 shits.
Shockwave to follow. Tomato. Oh, that's 29. One more for you, Tomato. Go into the fountain. It is a tie. It's going to be a little difficult.
30 bombs are a thing in CS.
Yes, I get them all the time, Cinderin, in losses. Of course, as Ace is going to get a nice Ravage. He's all alone, though. Skewer back. They're not calling GG. Good sportsmanship from Gaiman, trying to give him that 30 bomb. And it is there. 31 and 13 for Tomato on this Morphling. Beast mode enabled.
And Gaming Gladiators announced their team name in all chat. And it is over.
It is over. Game number 2 goes to OG. That's a Gaben level shellacking for
that
sure.
Was a total stomp. Holy.
Yes.
And who do you even highlight in this? I mean, obviously, in the ultimate result here, it does feel like the first 10 minutes in the bot lane really set the tone for everything. Sniper was a non-factor. The Magnus was enormous. But it all came together. All 3 cores on OG really carried their weight. And the supports on OG, I guess, in this case, probably taking a little bit of a background position, really, because they didn't need to come up with huge plays. They just did their jobs, but it's hard to stand out in a game where Earth Spirit goes 16-1, Morphling goes 30-1, and Magnus skewers more heroes than the enemy team gets kills.
The funny thing is, Whisper started the game out 8-0, right?
Yeah. he went 1-5 after
what a new
laning stage.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, he set up absolutely everything for his team. They couldn't have wished for more than that, and that is ridiculous.
All right, so
kills.
the first 30 bomb of the tournament, likely of the year, Tsunami. What do you think, bro? You impressed?
Absolutely I am, because I think this game was very much an allegory of sorts, much like Plato's cave. You see these figures on the wall of a dwarven sniper roaming around, and you think to yourself, if this hero's so popular, I should be able to first pick it. And yet we find that the reality is far different, Jenkins. This hero is not able to be first picked so brazenly like this. It was just their perception was warped.
Yeah, I mean, in retrospect, sure. We looked at it, we're like, okay, this is ballsy. Like they've got a plan. You know, they're gonna do something with this. I can say Duraccio definitely did have a plan. He was planning to relentlessly feed that game. I mean, that's what happens when you. This is sniper gameplay. This is what happens, especially when you're playing in a side lane where you can't just like hide in the tower. There's all of this open space for them to catch you. OG really put the pressure on him. Like they did not let him have any comeback into the game. And you know, if they didn't, if OG didn't pressure him that much, it wouldn't look that bad. Like it really is like, they made him look bad. It wasn't just Duraccio feeding, which there's a little bit of feeding there, but they just kick the shit out of him in the lane.
I mean, no matter how badly things go, being able to be alive for 30 frames after buying back, there's only so much you can do, and the man on the screen was probably responsible for a great deal of that Whisper standout performance from him, and OG firing on all cylinders in this game too. Effie, what a performance.
That was one of the most one-sided games we've seen in a really long time. It looked like a pub at so many points, with people being on cliffs, with people just diving as much as they can, non-stop fighting. But honestly, a really great performance out of all three of OG's cores. BZM in particular, like we talked about during the draft, how the Monkey King was swapped to mid in order to shut down the Earth Spirit, but you didn't shut down the Earth Spirit. Earth Spirit found his impact by roaming, and Monkey King just couldn't match the rotations. He even had a moment where he kicked. There was like one fight where Ace was stuck on a cliff, I think. Yes. And then Monkey King got a good Wukong off where it looked like he could have gotten 2 kills. Then BZM just kicked him out of the Wukong's command and sealed the deal. I mean, everybody played so well on the side of OG.
Yeah, and you really expected it to go better because you're like, okay, Monkey King's going to do good in his lane, Sniper's going to do good in his lane. They did the lane swap thinking like, oh, this will be better for us. But then it just became catastrophic. Once Sniper fed that many times, the game got put in a game state that almost never happens in pro games.
Actually, they shot themselves in the foot because their original lane composition was much better than what they did. Because if you're putting Sniper versus 2 disposition heroes in Magnus and Disruptor, what's he going to do? You're playing in a 2v2 lane, so you're not getting as much experience. You're not in a 1v1 situation where you're out-denying the enemy, which is what people pick Sniper for. He wins lane, he out-CSs. He's playing a 2v2 lane with no mobility, no save versus Glimpse and Skewer. So looking back at it, I'm sure Gaimin feel like they made a huge mistake there, like a huge error in that swap.
Yeah, maybe if the early game goes a little better for them and they can like Tusk Sniper and kill the Disruptor or something like that. But the Bane rotations coming through the portal, Seb did a really good job, showing up and scouting the Sniper with the night vision, like trying to farm the camps. So I can see what they were going for. Like if you are playing into a Mag Disruptor with a Tusk and a Sniper that aren't relentlessly feeding, you can like that lane is going to go one side is going to die a lot. Sure. And it's either going to be the Disruptor or it's going to be the Sniper. And obviously you would much rather not be on the Sniper end of that
as
situation.
We have now exhibited here. Well, it was a lot of repositioning going on in that game number 1, but I know someone, or game number 2, I know someone with a very happy disposition. It's Tomato who's standing by with Slacks.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Tsunami. I am here with Tomato once again. Wow, what an incredible game. That was animalistic, I would say. That was almost bullying. You're in the fountain killing Sniper after he buybacks in half a second. Did you feel bad that game? Do you have any shame at all for what just occurred?
Well, they weren't calling GG, right? So when that's the case, I think you play to kick them out of the game, if that makes sense. Like, we were just going to camp them in the fountain until they called it. I don't know why they didn't call it, but I actually got the Sniper by casualty. I think I was aiming for Tusk or something, and then the Sniper, he balled back, and then he just died in the same waveform.
Yeah, just a bystander, absolutely decimated. Now, what did you think about when you saw that first pick Sniper? Because, Sniper's a hero that can be countered, as we saw you guys pick like 4 positioning heroes in that game. So, were you guys a little shocked by that, or a little scared? What was the calls there?
Not really, because we got very clapped by the Thompson sniper for a while.
Really leaning very far away from me. I'm frightening you or so. Okay, don't worry. There you go.
And then they always play the sniper mid, super spam pick. Actually, when someone said sniper mid, someone said, guys, Deracho plays it also. He's been playing it in pops. And we're like, chill out, bro. Like, we're not that afraid of sniper. And then Whisper is like, Magnus. And then we're like, you sure, bro? It's like, what about the brew? And he's like, Magnus. And then we're like, okay, well, I mean, I don't know, not so good matchup, huh? And then he's like 6-0, minute 10 or something. It was pretty crazy.
That's some Giga Chat energy. That's how I would imagine that he'd be. Just looks at this computer and says, Magnus, and then it goes for hell yeah. Now, I just noticed something. After your first game, you guys kind of collected yourselves, everybody left, but Whisper stayed. He stayed in his computer just staring at the screen. What do you know what he does? Like, why doesn't he ever go with you guys? Is he just like plotting?
I know, and I think when we lose games like that, I think he's pretty hard on himself. He's very like self-critical. So I think he put a lot of like, I didn't play so well. I could have done better. So he was like, sometimes beating yourself up gives you like this anger to go the next game and kind of unleash it. So I think that's why he also played like that game too. He was just, I mean, he took it and then he was just 100% ready to give it.
All right, absolutely. Well, Whisper, you suck, man. Absolutely garbage. Keep playing like that last game, because that was incredible. Thank you so much, Mr. Rampaging Morphling. Nice handshake. Please teach the other players how to do this. And back to you guys.
What a way to channel that kind of energy. That was a quality handshake. It was more the elbow. There we go. Get the hinge. Perfect stuff. You see the motivation?
That was a little quick for my liking. Yeah, let's go slower.
You want to slow it down? Then a little bit faster. And then slow again.
What are we doing here?
We're talking about Dota.
Emulating friendship. Right? Friendship?
Friendship. Unity. Bonds.
Speaking of, I liked seeing Tomato and Whisper's friendship there. Those were high praise from Tomato. But hearing that about Whisper is no surprise to me, because the best players in Dota are often the most self-critical, and the ones who don't ever get complacent and see that they could always be doing better. So hearing that from Tomato made a lot of sense.
Which is crazy to say, because Whisper is so disgustingly good, and he's been revered as like one of the best players in the game for literally years, even when he was in the South American scene. Everybody just saw it. It was very clear. So the fact that he's still grinding is impressive, and I would love to see him on a winning OG team personally. He's wanted it a long time.
Well, the secret to Whisper, spite motivation.
Clearly.
Every Dota player is very spite motivated, but he's spiteful towards himself. That's what I find very interesting. He's like, I'm pissed off with myself, so I'm going to go win the next game. Usually it's spiteful against the opponents or the teammates, but himself, that's a new one. That's new meta.
Recipe for success. You got to have that introspection, because how can you self-love without self-hate? You know? Where's the darkness without the light?
Only by stepping into the darkness can we see the light, Tsunami.
Precisely. Thank you.
Faster.
Friends, I'm sure OG has a lot to prepare for as they are facing off against Heroic in the next series. We, however, will be covering Extreme Gaming against Gaming Gladiators. Problem is, Extreme Gaming still in the middle of their game right now, so you can tune into twitch.tv/ESL_Dota2 Storm if you want to see that. Otherwise, we'll see you in a little bit after Extreme are done for Gaming Gladiators versus Extreme Gaming.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby? In any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right wear and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
you after the show. So baby, come on, so let's go. Give me a loving. So give me a loving. So give me a loving. So give me a loving. Empty bottles on the hotel floor. Blurry vision, but you're hard to ignore. Kinda feels like we've been here before. I feel your energy, girl, I want more. So baby, hold on, don't let go. I'm bad for you, what do you know? I'll meet you after the show. So baby, come on, don't let go. Give me a loving. So give me a loving. So give me a loving. So give me a So baby, hold on, don't let go. I'm bad for you, what do you know? I'll meet you after the show. So baby, come on, don't let go. Give me a loving. So baby, hold on, don't let go. Give me a loving. So give me a loving. I'll meet you after the show. Give me a loving. My head's gone, yeah, it's miles away. I've lost my head's gone, yeah, it's miles away. I've lost my head, No shame for moral corruption, no blame for social disruption. You're dead beat and your dead eyes do nothing for your poor disguise. My head's gone, yeah, it's miles away. I've lost my head's gone, yeah, it's miles away. I've lost my head, Abject humiliation, convenient constitution. Do you slip when you lie? Your soul is all but sacrificed. My head's gone, yeah, it's miles away. I've lost my head's gone, yeah, it's miles away. I've lost my head's gone, yeah, it's miles away. I've lost my head's gone. crying now. Trying to pretend that you don't really see. All the things you do and what it does to me. And now you're gone away. But you'll be back someday. But it's a long time coming. You'll be walking back to me. And you'll be begging on your knees. Ain't all the lies, the way you made me cry. And begging, baby, baby, please. But it's a long time coming. Talking to myself and wondering what went wrong. Knowing what we had was good, the feeling strong. Voices in my head, repeating what you said. What you said. Baby, what we had was still worth fighting for. The way I'm feeling now, I never felt before. But now you've gone away. But you'll be back someday. But it's a long time coming. You'll be walking back to me. And you'll be begging on your knees. The way you let me down and treat me like a clown. But you'll be back, I just believe. It's a long time coming. You'll be walking back to me. And you'll be back. And you'll be begging on your knees. Ashamed of all the lies, the way you made me cry. Begging, baby, baby, please. It's a long time. You'll be begging, back begging. Begging on your knees. I'm begging, begging, baby, please. It's a long time coming. You'll be walking back to me. I'm begging, begging on your knees. The way you let me down and treat me like a clown. You'll be back, I just believe. It's a long time coming. You'll be walking back to me. And you'll be begging on your knees. Ashamed of all the lies, the way you made me cry. And begging, baby, baby, please. But it's a long time coming.
Why would when you told me that's how you felt inside, did you mean it or were you just messing with my mind? When you told me that's how you felt, did you mean it or way deep inside yourself now? Your lips on kissing on the white cliffs of Dover, and see my heels and now my head has fallen over them. And all I know, she's rarer than a four-leaf clover, and she's mine and I'm hers. Now I'm sitting here in deepest contemplation about how you came into my world, about the fact that we would never really date. You very quickly became my girl. Your lips I'm kissing on the white cliffs of Dover, and see my heels and now my head has fallen over them. And all of those, she's rarer than a four-leaf clover, and she's mine. We learn it sunny side up. 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 Yeah, yeah. Your lips I'm kissing on the white cliffs of Dover, and see my heels and now my head has fallen over them. And all in all, she's rarer than a four-leaf clover, and she's mine and I'm hers. We land is sunny, oh, 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 we land is sunny, we land is sunny side up. We land is sunny, oh, we land is sunny, oh, we land is sunny, oh, we land is sunny, oh.
surprise me. You never know. I can be forgiven. I can give you loving. Baby, make the gamble and I'll let you know. You talk, honey. I'll make you sing, baby. You keep your secrets, but I'll break it down, break it down. 'Cause I've been there, baby, betrayed by every lover. I know the game, you're all the same. You think you're winning, baby. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me, playing it cool. I know you're nervous, honey. You think you're special, don't you? So many came before you. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me. Let me tell you where it starts and ends. Creeping your way in, but you don't know who I am. How did you believe it? I learned from the best. I came here to tell you you can save your breath. You talk, honey. I'll make you sing, baby. You keep your secrets, but I'll break it down, break it down. 'Cause I've been there, baby, betrayed by every lover. I know the game, you're all the same. You think you're winning, baby. Don't be a fool, don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me, playing it cool, playing it cool. I know you're nervous, honey. You think you're special, don't you? So many came before you. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me. You ain't never fooled me. You won't never wake me. You will never fool me. You ain't never fooled me. You won't never wake me. I know you're nervous, honey. You think you're special, don't you? So many came before you. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing. Don't be a fool. No, 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 don't be a fool. Don't be a fool. No, 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 don't be a fool. Don't be a fool. No, 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 don't be a fool. Don't be a fool. No, 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 don't be a fool.
It's a late night. I think about your face and your bright eyes, and now you're not with me. It's a sad sight. I wish I was your light. I wish I was your light. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. Loving you well. It's your t-shirt, the way you walk into a room makes my heart hurt. I never felt alone until this best curse. I wish I was your light. I wish I was your light. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. Loving you well. Loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well.
Take on the world, let's begin. Now turn awake, so much to defend. Let the sun come down, we'll start anew. Let the sun come down, break the world in two. Start it over, start it over, start it over.
crying now. Trying to pretend that you don't really see. All the things you do and what it does to me. And now you're gone away. But you'll be back someday. But it's a long time coming. You'll be walking back to me. And you'll be begging on your knees. Think of all the lies, the way you made me cry. And begging, baby, baby, please. But it's a long time coming. Talking to myself and wondering what went wrong. Knowing what we had was good, the feeling strong. Voices in my head, repeating what you said. What you said. Baby, what we had was still worth fighting for. The way I'm feeling now, I never felt before. But now you've gone away. But you'll be back someday. But it's a long time coming. You'll be walking back to me. And you'll be begging on your knees. The way you let me down and treat me like a clown. When you'll be back, I just believe. It's a long time coming. You'll be walking back to me. And you'll be back, and you'll be begging on your knees. Ashamed of all the lies, the way you made me cry. And begging, baby, baby, please. It's a long time. You'll be begging, back begging. Begging on your knees. I'm begging, begging, baby, please. It's a long time coming. You'll be walking back to me. And begging, begging on your knees. The way you let me down and treat me like a clown. You'll be back, I just believe. It's a long time coming. You'll be walking back to me. And you'll be begging on your knees. Ashamed of all the lies, the way you made me cry. And begging, baby, baby, please. But it's a long time coming. Take on the world, let's begin. Now turn away, so much to defend. Let the sun come down, we'll start anew. Let the sun come down, break the world in two. Start it over, start it over, start it over. Time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. It's time for a redo. It's not too late. Get on board. Follow your face. Open the door. Take it all in. Hold your breath. Now let's begin. Give it your best. Start it over, start it over, start it over.
feels so right, it feels so wrong. Wishing I could let it go, but it feels so right, it can't be wrong. Wishing I could let it go, but I've been losing my What about if you opened up? When are you gonna tell all about you? All about you, I wanna know. Come on and tell what you want with all your fantasies. Know you wanna be with me. I gotta make you mine. 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 What about if you talk to me? And in the secrecy, what's behind that little smile that you're giving me? Oh yeah. Come on and tell what you want with all your fantasies. Know you wanna be with me. I gotta make you mine. 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 Oh, what you want, what you want, what you want, babe? What you want, babe? What you want, babe? Make it mine, make it mine, make it mine, babe. No, you wanna be with me. I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine.
One, I wanted you, I never wanted to be the third person you'd be searching for. I had 5 reasons in 1996, 7 minutes in this heavenly sin. I'm picking you up, I made you a mixtape, I played you. I'm calling you up, meet me at Twin Pines Mall. The future's in. Back to the future, I'll never lose it. I'm at your door, door. Back to the future, I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. Ate my heart for lunch. We're just 90s kids, and there's 10 reasons that you hated this. I could count the ways that I love you so. Every petal from a bouquet of roses. I'm picking you up, I made you a mixtape, I played it. I'm calling you up, meet me at Twin Pines Mall. The future's in. Back to the future, I'll never lose it. I'm at your door, door. Back to the future, I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. survive. If you ride that laser beam, it's a light that brings your dream alive. I'm having a feel-good day, and it's all on the bright side. It's starting to go my way, from a crawl to a joyride. Though I don't know why, I could jump the fire and dance a wild ballet. Cover the raindrops in your eyes. Seeing is believing. Let every heartbeat energize. Never mind that thundercloud. There's a time to shout aloud and cry. I'm having a feel-good day, and it's all on the bright side. It's starting to go my way, from a crawl to a joyride. Though I don't know why, I could jump the fire and dance a wild ballet. Just enough, shake the blues off. Now we're changing, it's all on the bright side. Life is better when we're better. Rearranging, I crawl to a joyride. Just I'm having a feel-good day. Now we're changing, it's all on the bright side. Life is starting to go my way. So go my way. I'm having a feel-good day.
I was a young boy in New York City. I worked the night shift until it hit me that what I'm living for. My father taught me for years to be a strong man, hold back my tears. My mother taught me love, and she told me I will fight for you. 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 Everything I do, I do it all for you. I will fight for you. I will fight for you. When I'm an old man in the country, I'll think about that day, remember fondly. I try to make you proud. I live my life so loud. Before I go, can I say how much a difference it makes with you in my corner? I didn't feel like a goner. I will fight for you. 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 Everything I do, I do it all for you. I will fight for you. I will fight for you. Just wanna let you know I love to watch you grow. Yeah, we're in this together. I've got your back forever. Just wanna let you know I love to watch you grow. Yeah, we're in this together. I've got your back forever. I will fight for you. I will fight for you. I will fight for you. I will fight for you.
inside. Tomorrow said that this might be gone. Don't let the days lead me on. Too late to wonder why. So maybe we should try. Yeah, alright.
I'm joined here by Kid Track for the lobby. So what's the vibes, right? Obviously you used to play on OG, now you've moved to North America. Is NA easier? Was it EU? Like, what's the vibes?
NA is a little bit easier for sure, but at the end of the day, you still have to compete at the international tournaments, right? So
sure. And do you think you have a better chance at qualifying from the international from NA?
Yeah, probably. I think so.
Oh God, hi BZM. Come on. So again, like, do you think that OG's got any chance of qualifying? Like, they didn't even qualify to this event; they got invited.
I'm gonna decline to answer that one.
You're gonna decline the answer. All right, that's fair enough. And it's like, realistically, like, do you think you're gonna beat them down the line?
Sure.
Damn. Hello guys, welcome back to the lobby. I am joined here by a member of Shopify, Barber. He has just recently entered the Bald Gang. Peering Flats gave me the ability to enter him into the Bald Gang, so welcome. Yes. Oh yeah, freshly shaved. Beautiful, beautiful. Oh God. I hope that gives you good luck in your playoffs run.
Thank you.
How excited are you to play at Birmingham in one of the best, the capital of Dota, which is England, of course. We bring so many good players, talent, coaches to the scene.
I'm excited, especially for the Indian food.
Oh, yeah.
It's so good here.
Remember that time where I think it was Berlin, that you had Indian food in the hotel lobby and you actually spilt it on my shoe? And I think I wouldn't say you were drunk, but you were just enjoying life. And I still have that pair of shoes with the stain on them at home. I never cleaned them.
Really?
Yeah.
Was it the green curry?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
that stain's never going to go away.
No, it's not. And I don't know why I'm looking down as if it's there, but I kept them. So
really?
Yeah.
You're not trolling?
No, hand on heart, I've kept them the entire time. So I don't know what to do with them though. I don't know if there's is there resale value, do you think, in a Bulba curry stained shoe from an event that I don't really remember too well?
Maybe for a few dollars.
For a few dollars? Okay. I should have brought it here. Is there a team that you look at, and you don't have to answer, but you can if it's good content, that you look at and go, I enjoy playing this team because it's like, you already know it's a win.
Like
I'm talking shit talk right now. Like, is there a team that it's just all about that,
Okay.
Just easy 2-0. Group stage.
2-0. Fuck. Now you're going to make you putting me on the spot for this one.
I mean, you told me, you said, do you want to prep or you want to go on the spot? And we went with on the spot.
Okay, probably nouns.
Damn! Okay. I mean, to be fair, they're not even here.
Yeah.
Because you've already beat them.
Yeah.
Do you think you'll lose to them again in the year? In any other qualifiers that come up, or?
Probably not.
Probably, okay.
Yeah.
And how are you dealing with Arteezy's recent, intensity of streams that he's putting out? Do you think it's helping or hindering the team, leaking all of his carry strats, rivaling the rank ones in the pub scene, and trying to get there himself?
I mean, he's been playing a lot,
yeah.
So it's been fun to also hear him talk, because you get the backstage of the stream,
Mm-hmm.
So when he's raging, you can hear it in real life too. Mm-hmm. So it's been fun.
And what about him being in the Liquid camp? Are you ever worried that Liquid, Blitz, he has the ability to buy out these big contracts? I do apologize for the audio of the system, but that's life. Are you scared that Liquid at any minute might just look at Arteezy and go, welcome?
Well, we were there in the boot camp too.
Are they scared they're gonna, say Bulba, welcome?
No.
No? Okay, no. All right. Wasn't Arteezy there by himself as well for a little
Actually,
bit?
yeah, I think he was there for a few days, but I don't think they were boot camping at the same time.
Did you steal anything from Liquid, from the facility? Any pencils, rubbers, water, anything like that?
Probably water.
Yeah.
And then, I can't say what else I stole.
Yeah, good. What's better, Shopify or Liquid facility?
I actually prefer the Shopify one.
Damn, okay.
All right. Yeah, okay. It's really nice.
Nice. And do you want to do another head touch before we leave?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Bye-bye, Bob. Thank you for the questions. Good luck in the playoffs. I really wish you the best. Hope to see you on land. Wait, one more. Welcome to Media Day, Sable. No, keep walking. We're doing the. Right. We can stop just here. Yeah, there we go. Right. What's your favorite part about Media Day, Sablelight?
All of it, meeting all the amazing, casters and interviewers. I get asked a lot of questions, so it looks like people are interested in me. So yeah, it's great.
What's your least favorite question to be asked?
I don't know, like the very generic ones. Like just think of a very special questions and ask those. Like, no, Who do you think is gonna win? What's your favorite hero? Yeah, stuff like that. That's banned. I will just not answer those.
So how are you feeling right now, Saberlight?
Yeah, all right.
Hello, I'm joined here by Artur. Can I ask you a question?
No.
I love the juxtaposition. The world's shortest interview following the world's longest BO2 series. Yes, you are back here on the mainstream to watch Game & Gladiators versus Extreme Gaming. And the reason why there's been nothing going on here and why we haven't been giving you our knowledge is because Extreme Gaming have been having a real hell of a series. They came off hot of a 2-game series against Team Spirit on the Storm stream. Game 1 took 63 minutes. Game 2 took 72 minutes. And Jenkins is furious.
It's bullshit, Tsunami.
Yeah? Why?
I'm sick of this. The average game duration has gone up by 17 minutes in the last year and 6 months. That's an accurate statistic.
You love 17 as your random number. 17, I think, is your go-to.
It needs to be more than 17 minutes. I want to see those 80, 90-minute games. 70 minutes is too short. We need 90-minute neutral items coming out.
That's true, because when those tier 5 neutral items come out, you need at least like 20 minutes to talk about what the best one was. And sometimes the game ends too fast. You really need to flesh it out more, and then the game can end.
What's the best tier 5 neutral item, Effie?
Pirate Hat.
That's wrong. That's strike 1.
You're on thin ice, Effie.
Mirror shield?
From what perspective are we?
You guys are joking.
From which role are you?
Every role.
Then it's Pirate
Look at shadows.
That's strike 2. There's 3 strikes, baseball, and you're out.
You're asking a support player. Seer Stone? I don't know. Those are the 3 I take. Pirate Hat, Seer Stone, or Book of Shadows.
Unwavering condition. If you're playing against physical damage, it's really good. You can get one shot, get the game over with more quickly. Learned that by watching Purge's games. Unwavering condition. A lot of people build that down there in the Herald bracket.
I've never gotten it yet, but it is quite good. I mean, it's 95% magic resistance.
Listen,
they have to do 20 times more damage than normal to kill you.
Would an offlaner get that item, though, Jenkins?
Yeah, it's really good at the Heart of Tarask.
Really?
Yeah, just because it sets your max HP to 1500.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
But the offlaner that I want to learn more about right now is XXS from Extreme Gaming.
I'm joined here by Kitrak for the lobby. So what's the vibes, right? Obviously you used to play on OG, now you've moved to North America. Is NA?
就是感觉特别开心吧，能和我的队友一起赢下这么多的比赛，感觉是这样吧，因为感觉最近中国队伍的发挥都挺不错的，然后在国际大赛上也有点表现吧，所以感觉中国队话水平是在上升。在 AR 打，我觉得更多的酱油就是对线期的游走会多一点吧，会更多的来劣势路，就是压制对面的 carry， 然后在叉 G 打的话，就是大家对线期就是各管各的，然后每一路打好自己的，然后就好了。没有吧，因为我在去年在 Team Master 给苏梅尔当过翻译，然后就是感觉我的英语太烂了，所以就不太会考虑在别的国家队伍打职业。最近学习的比较多的就是 Team Falcons 吧，因为他们最近几个比赛也打得很好，然后就感觉他们的人，就看他们打比赛像开上帝视角一样，就他们的人很难被 gank 到，就感觉很开心啊，然后大家互相搞来搞去的，很欢乐。我觉得就是 LME 他是一个让人很放心的 carry 吧，不管局势怎么样，感觉他的经济永远是在比较前面，然后就是感觉会有翻盘的机会吧。
Wise words from XXS, and words that you should pay attention to, because technically these guys, at least 3 of them on the screen, are the most recent champions of the LAN event, which was the Kuala Lumpur major. Well, not major, but event. And then obviously they are the most recent champions of Elite League as well. Yet here they are here in Birmingham with a pretty troubling score right now, Effie. 1-5. Now, it doesn't eliminate them yet. Even if they do poorly in this series, there's still kind of a chance because there's only 6 teams per group. You could equalize it on the last day, but the margins are getting slimmer and slimmer.
Yeah, it does seem like this is it for them, right?
Yeah.
They need to perform in this one or they're most likely out. Honestly, I don't know what to attribute this to. Like, they just won the tournament 1 week ago. It's not
no
that,
patch also.
It's not that long of a time, but honestly, it could be fatigue. It could be mental exhaustion, lack of motivation. I mean, I heard around the block that some of the players aren't too happy in their pubs. They're just not excited or enthusiastic to play Dota. So maybe it could be a human aspect.
You gotta want it.
I think XXS jinxed them. He had such a positive interview. He was like, "Oh, we're having a great time. The team's just vibing," and then they came and just lost 4 games in a row. There's no way they're vibing anymore.
Well, maybe we can find out how their feelings are right now, because Slacks actually just got a chance to talk to XXS.
Thank you so much, Tsunami. I am here, of course, with XXS. So good to see you. Extreme Gaming, of course, now I know what it means. Extreme Gaming, extremely long-ass games. Why are the games so long? What is causing this?
首先就是先跟你打个招呼，然后我们也知道 XG 的名字叫极限嘛。极限的话，就是想问一下，今天为什么这个 XG 变成了极限时长的战队？然后为什么今天2场比赛打的时间都这么久？
就感觉我们也推不上对面的高地，然后对面也推不了我们的，然后就打着那个5级装备就刷新了。
I feel like we cannot push to their high ground, and it's also hard for them to push us high ground. So, game just keep playing till level 5 item just dropped. So that's what happened.
Now, this is becoming a common thing, and it's kind of sad because you guys are winning a lot of your fights. You're doing very well in the games, but still, we're not getting those Ws. How are you going to change that for the upcoming series?
那其实尤其是第2场的话，就是我们看到团战的话，你们是一直能赢的，但是很可惜就是没有拿下比赛。你觉得再往后打的话，队伍要做一些什么样的调整来防止这种情况再次发生？
感觉光法这个英雄太变态了，不就建议删除这个英雄。
We feel like Koto is an OP hero, and my suggestion is we delete that hero.
Okay, yeah, I agree with you. Nobody likes playing against Koto. So we've had some long games. I feel like we need to do something to wake you up for the next series. What do you usually do to shake off and wake up? You know, you do some jumping jacks, you do some push-ups, you yell. What do you do?
那我们也知道你打了2场非常长的比赛，然后我这边的话也想就是让你刷新一下状态嘛。那你平时自己的话怎么给自己加油打劲啊，或者说怎么样刷新？你会不会做一些动作啊，跳一下，或者说做这种俯卧撑之类的？
感觉也不是很累吧，就打完大家一起去上个厕所讨论一下就好了。
I don't really feel I don't really feel tired. I think we just need a short discussion and a short break.
Okay. So you don't want me to, wake you up at all?
你不想让我唤醒一下你吗？
下。
See? That was feel better?
你感觉好一点了吗？
Yeah， 我现在很精神，下一场应该能赢。
Yeah, I feel very refreshed right now, and I think we can take the next one.
Fantastic! I hope you do, my friend. Thank you for your time, and we'll see Extreme Gaming coming right up.
Yeah, refresh. That's the word I would use for that. Not terrified. Definitely does not have to change his pants after that. But he does need to wake up a little bit. He is especially peeved about the Coddle because they just lost to Laurel's Coddle in that 70-plus minute game against Team Spirit. But wipe the slate clean, because now you're going up against Gaming Gladiators, a team that we just saw. Although I say just, it's been a hot minute and maybe an hour since we last saw them. But they just had their series against OG. They lost the second game, though. Won the first game off the back of Ace's Axe. Or is it too bold for me to give him all the credit for that victory, Purge?
You're definitely right. They won game 1 off the back of his axe, and they lost game 2 off the back of Duracio's sniper. So, and frankly, they haven't played Dota much since their first game. They really struggled in that second one. It was kind of just over right away. The putting the sniper in the safe lane against the mag, it didn't work out so good when you get anywhere past your tower and you're trying to run away 285 movement speed. Good luck.
It's unfair, though, to blame Duracio for that. He's not the one. It's the person who made the call to pivot the sniper to the
True. So if it was Duraccio that made that call.
Okay, so the issue was not the first picking of the sniper. We're not going there. It was the pivot.
The pivot was the problem.
I'm not asking it. It's not a rhetorical question. I'm dead serious.
I think a safe lane Monkey King would have suffered just as much, probably.
Nah. You can
Not-
fight them
not-
to the
not
death.
like maybe. I mean,
Viper can.
I don't know if I would. I mean, safely Monkey King against Disruptor. Doesn't Disruptor like own Monkey King?
I don't necessarily think so. I mean,
You just
'cause
press. You just go
you're
level
like
2 Q.
you're trading with Magnus on lane, so you're just getting Jingu stacks, and then you're just always gonna
Nah,
have Jingu
you
stacks.
just go 2-0-2-0-2.
It's okay, I'm not here to attribute blame. I know someone who does no wrong whatsoever, and that's Celery. And Slack's got a chance to speak to him a little while ago.
Hello, thank you so much, Tsunami. I am here with Celery, fresh out of that last series. Celery, so sorry about that one. I don't know, I just want to apologize. How you feeling after that?
Yeah, it was a weird game, but we had some sort of comeback at some points at least.
Yeah,
But, yeah, it's a bit sad when you're all just cliffed and it's rough times.
There was a lot of cliffing, a lot of kicking, a lot of bullying, just a lot of movement changing there. You know what? What do you do after a game like that? You know, how do you guys reset? You're going into your next series now against Extreme Gaming. What do you guys do to put that one behind you?
You just have to find someone on the team that you can blame for the mistake, so you don't have to feel too bad about it.
That's healthy. Who was it?
Yeah, still working on it. I think Tofu wanted the Rubik, so then I had to play Tusk, and maybe that's why the lane went wrong. So I think it's Tofu's fault.
Okay, fantastic. Well, I hope you can rectify that somehow. Best of luck to you. Let's bury that last one, Mr. Celery, in our little garden of sadness and move on to the next series. You guys are up against Extreme Gaming. They've been having kind of a rough time so far, but they've had some time to adjust. You guys have as well. How are you feeling about this next series? Are you cautiously optimistic, or are you terrified? Are you going to go all in?
It's quite the question. I mean,
How scared are you? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
no, it should be fun. It should be fun to play them. I like playing against Chinese teams. They're usually pretty slow. So maybe we can do a bit what OG did to us. If we can do 10% of what OG did to us, I'm pretty happy.
That's good motivation. Now, the most serious question that all the fans are wondering, are we ever going to see a first pick sniper again?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, you were going to do it this series?
Maybe.
Okay.
Cannot tell them, right?
This man is not afraid. All right, well, it seems like
good, right?
It was really good. For one of the teams, absolutely. Fantastic. Well, thank you so much. Best of luck in your next series. We'll be seeing them soon.
Just need to do 10% as good, which means that Morphling on the enemy team got 30 kills, so you just need 3 kills on Duraccio maybe, and then you're 10% as good. And let's see what hero they'll be able to pull it off with, because Duraccio is going to have the help of an IO as we get ready for the draft of game number 1 of Extreme Gaming versus Gaming Gladiators. First pick is going the way of Gaming Gladiators. They banned out the Shadow Demon, the Sniper XM signature, and the Kunkka. Yup is right.
I'm gonna predict a Leshrac
Sniper
ban.
players can first pick Sniper and own.
And XM can get away with it, but Duraccio and Quinn, they cannot get away with it.
Like, I've said my piece about that.
Okay,
yes,
fine.
Purge?
I think they're gonna ban Leshrac on the side of Extreme Gaming in this next phase.
Well, Purge, because there are 2 bans coming out in this phase and they first pick the IO, that means they have 3 IO combos that they're prepared to do, which in my opinion are Razor, Leshrac, and Marcy, because they will play the Marcy IO in the off lane or in the safe lane. Maybe Duraccio is going to play Marcy, Effie. Has he played Marcy before?
I can check for you, Jenkins.
I have not a clue. I would assume not.
He played Marcy at Elite League. He played it
did.
twice.
Oh, okay.
Against
Well, then
BetBoom and Liquid.
Then they've got they do have the 3 combos, which I do think matters for picking the IO like this, because obviously the Leshrac is going to be the very first thing that's going to get banned out.
I like the Dark Willow response, though. I mean, you're going to know where the IO is generally. You get 2 sets of disables. You can amplify the damage that you're dealing to a guy as well. So if you get a Spirit Vessel on him, you can blow up the person that he's paired with.
I don't think you go Vessel and Willow, though. It's just not a great item for her. I mean, you
don't
can
like it
if you
anymore?
really... No, it's you just need other items on the hero. It's, like, very expensive. Like, she needs mana regen. She needs, like, Yule. She needs her shard. You go Aether Lens now on this hero. I mean, you could. If you really needed to, you could. This is just a Xinqiu's specialty hero. He played it the most out of all the heroes at Elite League, and he paired it with like an XXS Centaur mostly, but they just have this really strong like melee stun combo with the DPS coming from Willow. And if you see an IO, it's very abusable, like you mentioned, because you get so much disable. She's a very pseudo like soft counter to IO because she can terrorize away when you relocate in. Yeah, and that's the Centaur, like I mentioned. This is just what they've been playing.
You need a stunner initiator with it. It just makes Bedlam so much better. If you try to pair it with anything else, it just feels much weaker. So this is a great dual lane setup for them to start the game off.
We just saw Ace also, he did the interview where he said, you know, you can play Centaur in a pub where you just hope that your team has damage, or you can play Axe where you have all of the damage yourself. And, you know, obviously Willow will pretty much kill anybody if you just stun them in front of her. So that's a very nice combo. Honestly, Willow having the Bedlam where you can like place it on the hero, to me just made it so like there's no reason to ever pick Skywrath Mage anymore. There's a better Skywrath Mage essentially.
Jenkins, where were you during TI3 finals?
In the womb.
Okay, that makes sense. Well, in TI3 finals, the IO-CK combo was very good back in the day. Not as good as it used to be. Used to stun you. Did you know that?
The tether stun.
The old tether stun. The
Fond
instant reality
memories.
rift tether stun.
I forgot CK existed because there was like 7 patches in a row there where he wasn't being picked, but obviously this is a very strong IO pairing.
I mean, do you like it better than Marcy, though? I mean, Duracchio's more comfortable on CK, that's for sure.
Yeah, they picked that a couple times already this tournament. It's definitely something that they're happy with as a whole. I kind of like it against Centaur as well. Obviously, getting hoof stomped or double-edged for early illusions isn't a good time. But CK, compared to most carries, has a huge amount of single target damage at early points in the game. So if you can go on the Centaur, his high HP is not as much of a threat.
It's also just quite open-ended whether this IO is going to be paired with CK or just going to be an offlane pairing. Like, it really could be either because Celery has also played the Batrider, but I think IO-CK, of all the pairings, it's not necessarily what they're looking at. What they're looking at is the self-sustaining ability of CK. We talked about it in the last series that GG played, but this team likes to have a carry that you can leave by itself, and CK is a good hero to leave by itself. They also go for Weaver in cases like this, so the CK pick tells me that they want this IO to play with Quinn's hero, basically. Like, they don't want to stick this IO on the CK, but they want to relocate its resources later on to Quinn.
Well, who are good +1s for Quinn? Jenkins mentioned the Razor is one option.
Yeah.
Leshrak's taken out of the pool. Zeus, maybe?
Not with an IO. I feel like, yeah, I mean, Razor is traditionally considered good against Sven. It's a weird matchup now because I do feel like the Sven can actually burst the Razor before the Razor can link and steal all the damage from Sven. But if it's a Razor mid with an IO and you've got like some Sanj and Yasha and, you know, decent items against the Sven, then it is actually good against Sven, as long as he's not like super farmed.
10 seconds remaining.
CM's been quite popular in the tournament still so far, despite the nerfs to Crystal Clone being 150 mana. She's just a solid lane hero, secures range creeps, gives you a ton of mana, which is going to give you more CS because you get a couple more Storm Hammers. And even just Nova against CK plus the IO can be pretty effective in team fights.
Speaking of Storm IO doesn't seem that bad either, because then if you have the IO with the CK, you can reload in. I mean, there's a lot of disable on Extreme though, but I'm just looking at like potential Quinn heroes to go with the IO.
Also, the CM is just a DOI specialty hero. I mean, if you guys remember the Dream League Season 22, like DOI was picking either CM or Phoenix at the very start of the draft every single game, and their favorite pairing with CM was actually the Sven. So when they pick these two heroes together, they do it because they want to abuse whichever offlaner comes out. I mean, very few offlaners will come out here and feel comfortable against this lane.
Was that the tournament where they asked him why he was playing CM? He's like, yeah, that's the only hero I'm good at.
Yeah,
I think it was that one. And they go for the Axe. They won with it earlier today. It looked fantastic. Pairing it with IO can be quite good. A little bit of extra attack speed.
Yeah, I like that.
Potential.
Some offlaners are uncomfortable. How comfortable is Axe?
He can be comfortable for sure. Like, the thing is, because you're paired with the Batrider, you have a lot of, like, it looks like a Batrider Axe lane again, honestly, based on what we're seeing. You have a very strong support to help you out there. Like, if Axe were left alone to fend for himself versus CM and Sven, I could see him like, getting punished maybe at level 6 when Sven has God Strength. But Sven fares much better versus Axe than Void did, right? OG had Void when Axe was picked. Sven does a lot better because he just pushes the lane. Because you have Cleave, you're never really going to get dove under tower in the same way that Void did.
I also really like that there's no counter initiation really to Axe going in. Like, what's he going to get hoof stomped by Centaur or Sven's going to stun him? Like, it's going to have to be a terrorize half the time where you just hope that the guy that he jumps on doesn't get killed. So I feel like Axe has a good potential here. Although the fights can get chaotic with brambles and things like that. But if he gets a good jump, he'll be in a happy place.
And you have a natural Yule Spire in Willow. Like, that is one of the items that this hero builds of all the items. And if you have an Axe versus you, like, you do have a hero that itemizes in particular for this scenario.
And if you don't, then even if you press Shadow Realm, like, he can still pull you out of it. So it's a great Axe game on paper. And the fact that he played it already today, he's warmed up. Slack's got in his head, told him to pick it.
5 seconds remaining.
I don't feel like it's that great of an Axe game compared to the one we saw earlier. Like, it's fine. It could definitely pop off because, like, the Axe Blade Mail call, like Jenkins mentioned, gives you so much playmaking ability in the late game. Like, we often see these Axes running around and solo killing people, but like, it feels like XG have very easy means to fight back. Like, you can Stampede disengage from the Batrider, you can Stampede disengage after the call is over, potentially save some targets. You can Stampede disengage from the Aya relocate too.
Yeah, that's true.
I think he just liked playing it. Like, you pick an Axe, you go 20-2. It kind of makes you think, like, what happens if we just earlier phase this? Like, at what point does it start feeling like it wasn't a good pick? I mean, this is how teams discover that a hero is good, and sometimes it does take getting very late into a patch before people discover that a hero is good. I can't remember which TI it was, but I remember, like, right after TI ended, like, Spirit Breaker was some 60% win rate hero, and it was completely unpicked at TI. It might have been
It was TI 9-ish, maybe TI 10. Yeah.
And then the next one, like, Ricky was the same thing. And no patch, like, obviously everything had been exhausted, or so people thought, and then all of a sudden there's a 60% win rate hero.
And after Singapore TI, Lina became crazy popular into the Lima Major, even though functionally she hadn't changed. Mid laners still on the agenda for both these teams. The Gaming Gladiators take out the Timbersaw to protect their strength heroes, the CK and the Axe. Extreme, they take out a good IO pairing from the mid lane with the Razor, as well as the Puck.
Yeah, like Mira pointed out, their jump is a bit lacking if they don't do, like, Axe Call into Lasso, so Puck would have really helped solidify that. The IO pairing could have been really useful. Usually when you have an IO, you prefer to have, like, 2 cores that it works really well with, and right now it works great with CK, but it's kind of just okay with Axe in terms of the benefits, so they would love to have something else that fits well with it.
Gaming Gladiators turn to pick.
And there's a common extreme gaming pick, the Viper. They get that out of there.
Okay,
Well, this
so
isn't the IO pairing you were hoping for.
no.
You
No,
can
it's-
overcharge him, give him like 10% spell amp, but that's not really. You can make him attack faster.
I don't think this is gonna be like Zeus and Io running around together. This is it's a fairly greedy draft from Gaiman in terms of like their scaling. All of their cores scale incredibly well, but because CK and Axe are both, you know, blink stunners, like I think they can actually get away with a mid that's not some like Ember Spirit running around getting kills. They can go with the greedier option, which is the Zeus. I mean, Extreme does have the counter pick though, so I mean, I still feel like Storm is like the answer to Zeus currently. And it's very good for them. It pairs with the supports very well. They have the mana from the CM. They have the Dark Willow to throw the ult on the Storm. Puck would have been good, but they banned it themselves. Queen of Pain is the lane counter to Zeus, but people are opting to go for like a game counter instead.
Oh, after getting Laurel coddled, XXS said that, or XM said, or no, it was XXS saying that he wanted to get rid of the coddle, and XM actually takes it for himself.
Join the dark side.
That's right, or the light side, because coddle's, you know, very light. Yeah.
It's a good coddle pick. It may look a bit scary because you see all of these blink heroes on the side of Gaiman in CK, Batrider, and Axe. But honestly, it takes a while for them to get to those blinks, and that's when Coddle has the most impact. Like when he hits level 6, he rotates the side lanes and just crushes them. And by the time that Coddle is ready to rotate, these blink heroes don't have their blink online. So there's going to be a big part of the map that Coddle can take over before Gaiman are ready to fight back. And if XM gets the ball rolling, gets those side lane kills going, then Sven is just going to catapult in farm compared to the CK. So I see what they're going for here. It's also just a good lane versus Zeus.
And they've got great frontliners to cover for him. If Ame Sven is in the fight and there's a Centaur as well, he can sit on the back and be that Zeus-like sort of hero that's pumping heals and damage through his allies into the enemy team. So it does give them a lot of what they want.
I agree with both of those takes. Like I think this is like a pacing thing where you pick the Coddle because it comes online earlier than the Zeus. It can run around, gank the side lanes before the Axe and the CK are ready to fight. I will say though, if I'm going like super late game, I would much prefer to have the Zeus as the mid laner. It's like why people pick the sniper against the Caudle as a counter is because it's like you both just farm, but then one here is way better in the late game, and the Caudle can kind of out-tempo the sniper. Same thing goes with the Zeus. Like I think if Gaimin goes late, like their game is going to be super easy, but the Caudle is picked like for the game. It's picked for the tempo.
I think that if they mess up a little bit on XG, they're going to be in danger because they can fully take advantage of this Caudle, but if you give away a kill or two, then they're going to have their blinks online and you're not going to have the impact that you want to. We also talked about Zeus not being a typical IO pairing, but it is in the late game because everybody does build right-click Zeus, and then you have save for that hero, and that is going to be your primary tether target. Like once you get your Conda, your Mount, and your Shard, you're just going to be popping off on Zeus. So Extreme need to look to end like pre the 40-minute mark.
And it will be a little bit challenging because as good as early Caudle rotations are, he has to kill a CK and an Axe. Those are tankier side lane targets than a Caudle would maybe hope for, but I'm sure XM has it in the bag. Now let's get into our game number 1 with our casters. It's Sunsfan and Synderen.
Welcome, everybody, to the final game of this stream today night, depending on where you are. Sunsfan here with the Cinder Man. We have Extreme Gaming versus Gaming Gladiators, and I have to say, Synderen, based on our original predictions of how this tournament would go, this was not on many people's prediction card, let's say. Gaming 2 and 4, Extreme 1 and 5.
Yep.
They are currently slated to be the 2 teams eliminated from this group. That is crazy.
And if you think about general Dota tournament structure right now, you hear those scores and you're like, they have time to come back. You know, you can have a bad day 1 and recover. These are groups with 10 games. So if you're 1 and 5, your best possible score right now as Extreme is 5 and 5. They can draw, if you will, if they win all of their remaining 4 games. And by extension, that means a draw in this series is actually a bad result for both teams.
Yeah.
You're really looking to 2-0 here. You need those points on the board. Obviously, top 4 from each group advance to the playoffs, and top 2 go to that upper bracket, so you buy yourself an extra life and a better placement automatically in the tournament. So really, for both teams, unlikely. That upper bracket dream is it's technically alive for Gaimin, I guess, with a 6-4. But I think mathematically for Extreme, it's not really going to happen with a 5-5. So first things first, get through this and get into the playoffs, and then they've got a long road ahead of them.
Yep, that is an understatement for sure. So from the Gaimin side, they pick Axe, Cinderman.
Yeah.
Which Ace absolutely destroyed with. Do you think this is a good Axe game?
I think overall, the panel was talking about this quite a bit. I think the take that I agree with the most on this is probably FB, who said that it can work and there's specific conditions, but it's absolutely worse than the Void game. And one of the things she pointed out primarily was the carry matchup in the lane being the Sven instead of the Void. The really big difference is if you're playing Axe against a hero that can't push the lane, you have the full control as Axe. You get to choose, do I want to hold the wave or do I want to push into them and pressure them in their tower with my counter helix? Against Sven, he can push you back. So I think overall Ame will have an okay time here compared to the Void of Doracho that we saw in that other game. I also think perhaps some of the solutions that Extreme have against Axe are also a little bit better. The Willow can go Yules, the Caudle heal can be a difference maker, and Sven is better at killing you than Void, to say the least, later on in the game. So it's not good.
Unless you have 10 deaths in the game.
True.
Unwinnable. 9 is possible, though. We learned that yesterday.
9 is 50-50.
Yeah, true. Did happen twice. His top lane, ooh, a double hoof stomp.
Nice damage.
Celery taking most of the damage there. XXS not quite level 2, although Celery will get first blood anyway by Jin Q, who hits level 2 first, thanks to that Shadow Realm.
Don't think Celery was expecting to be in trouble there, but caught off guard by Jin Q on the Dark Willow. Well, give the first blood to the side of Extreme, and this lane is very powerful. Willow with any reliable long duration stun will land those brambles and get the combo going, and Centaur is one of the offlaners with the highest burst damage output. Not only do you have the stun, but of course, with stun into instant double edge into Bramble, you get 2 double edges off back to back. So some serious kill threat there. But of course, Gaming Gladiators This is a lane they're very comfortable with, the IO plus strength carry on Duracho. The CK in this case, they will be able to offset a lot of the damage as long as it's not a 100-0 situation.
Yeah, this is an old school combo, of course. And for CK, do you like this hero in the current meta? Because on its own, as a carry without Wisp, do you think that's even a thing? Can people make that work?
I think it can be, but when Gaimin picked it this game, I don't think it would have been good without IO. I think if you want to pick this as a carry without an amplification hero in your team, I think you need to have more information than they did. But when you have the IO, you get such a big boost that even certain counter matchups such as Sven become way more playable. So I'm okay with it. I don't think this is a crazy good CK game. I think there's a couple of problems. Caudle, I find a very good hero against Chaos Knight. You have the AoE Blind, which is a similar reason why Invoker has always been a good counterpick to CK with Deafening Blast. So yeah, you have the AoE Blind, you have the AoE Nuke of the Caudle, Sven Cleave, Freezing Field is amazing if Maiden can get it off. It's definitely solutions. Dive.
Got some
inbound
power
bottom.
diving, absolutely. Ace is gonna tank the stun from Ame, but it's really the burn on DY that we're watching. And Ace gets the call off with the help of the creep wave, and that's gonna be an easy pickoff onto the CM.
In the meantime, Ame did find good farm though, so not too bad for the side of Extreme. Again, remembering a bit earlier today, the Void was already in the dumpster right now. The Sven 21 CS minute 4 is a good outcome of that bottom lane.
Yeah.
Nice pressure up top from Extreme as well. So much damage going into Duracho here. They don't have a salve. And after the nerfs that Chaos Strike received, this hero used to, I want to say it's about a year ago maybe, that this hero was one of the top carry picks. Chaos Strike healed you so much, but that has been nerfed. So you don't have that same amount of durability in the lane that you used to sustain. Jin-Q just relentless here. Level 4. A lot of damage coming out of the Dark Willow.
Yeah, he's owning, and of course, Jin-Q, known to be one of those supports that will eventually get a ridiculous amount of farm. Obviously, the way that Dota's played, these supports do get a lot of farm anyway, but Jin-Q specifically tends to pop off more times than not, it feels like.
Absolutely.
And, I mean, Dark Willow is one of those heroes that is pretty scary late game. If left unattended, as we're going to see top lane again. Hoof Stomp with the help of the Bramble double edge.
Well, keep an eye out for the Zeus. Jin-Q almost in trouble here.
Yeah, no mana for the Thunder God's Wrath quite yet.
He has it now.
Now he does. As bot lane, we're going to see the call from Ace, but you can see XM making his way over with Illuminate, and Ace looks to be a free pickoff.
Tofu might be in trouble too. Nova. All right, they got the
Tofu, the Solar
Bind.
Indeed.
Solar bye-bye.
Goodbye.
2 quick kills. Good rotation coming out from XM with the first reveal of the Spirit form. And Gaimin didn't have enough fight in them to utilize the Zeus ulti there to maybe swing that engagement. Looking very healthy in the laning stage so far on the side of Extreme.
And that Lotus ended up going to Celery, it looks like.
Yeah, he's got both of them, actually.
One of the best heroes in the game, of course, to get the Lotus. Maybe the best, actually.
It's probably Io or Medusa, I guess.
Yeah, that's true.
XXS will be fine, but these levels on this Chaos Knight are starting to show their strength here. Centaur, obviously now it's no longer meta to go Vanguard, and this means that this amount of poke that Chaos Knight will do to you in the lane is way more meaningful against XXS.
Yeah, Vanguard feels like it's not an item on anyone, really.
Yeah.
We did see Crimson the other day, Cinderin.
We did. It was to defend the Ancient. Specifically.
Yeah, a little kind of a ghetto fortification, if you will.
Yeah, it was an edge case, but maybe the premier case right now for Crimson. Does not seem popular in any situation. Duracho will crack his level 5 here. This is an important breaking point for Chaos Knight. Actually, he didn't. He's still quite a bit behind Celery in experience. But yeah, getting that level 3 Chaos Strike gives him a lot more sustain. The way this skill scales is quite special, because you scale both the max critical number as well as the lifesteal percentage. So
yep, Tofu
very strong.
Likely will get picked off again. The only question is who gets the kill. Looks like it'll be XM with the Illuminate. So he's been very active early on, which, you know, tends to be the case for the Coddles of the world. And we'll be getting the Spirit Vessel pretty soon, which obviously is a very good counter to the IO.
Yep. And also very good against a hero like Axe. Just strength heroes that have high health. Spirit Vessel very powerful to prevent them from sustaining in the fights. And also keep an eye on what DY just did. So they blocked the big camp around the triangle minute 8. And this is where Axe, a lot of the time, if the lane doesn't go particularly well, Axe will find massive recovery from Ancient stacks as well as the hard camp. But they already blocked that with 1 Sentry Ward on the CM. And they have, of course, one of the premier contesting heroes for this in the Keeper of the Light. So Ace might not be able to find the same type of game that he did against.
Yeah. He does have a couple Ancient stacks to the right of the tier 1 bot, but see if that ends up being enough for him. As he's going to be getting ganked here. XM showing up. Solar Bind. Oh my god. All right. Showing off that newly picked up Spirit Vessel as we talked about. XM. Okay. Dyrachyo making his way over with the help of Celery. Illuminate is going to scare off the majority of game, and despite having the number advantage, 4 members here now on the run, because guess who's shown up? It is XXS and company. So down goes Dyrachyo. So 2 cores dead. Big team fight win, if you want to call it that, for Extreme.
And this is quite the travesty for Chaos Knight, because he's going to leave his top lane going for the classic Gaming Gladiators carry rotation, but this move failing sets him back so far behind the Sven. Like, it's not only that you die, it's all of the farm that you missed out on. It's XXS getting space. He's almost killing Celery here, as a matter of fact.
Oh boy, Ace, you're gonna die 2 times in a row. Tofu and Quinn are making their way over though, but the God Strength is just too powerful. Ame destroys Ace, and Quinn trying to counteract this a bit, but they're not able to find a kill at all. Game empty-handed there.
They're in quite big trouble, actually. I mean, it's very early, of course, in the game, but look at the trajectory that this game could take. The panel talked about it. Axe having a key role in this game. He's off to a 1-3 start. You've got a very poor CK. The enemy team is top 2 net worth, especially the Sven completely dwarfing the good matchup that he has in the Chaos Knight, right? There's only so much that IO can offset here. If Ame keeps ramping up at this pace, CK will be struggling to enter fights. Effectively, you're going to have to lasso plus call this Sven to keep him under control so CK can do anything without any major items coming his way. And what's going on in the way of stacks? Nothing really. Gaming Gladiators is a team that's been very good at stacking in general, but not much. This time around, Dyrachyo about to crack 6. We're 11 minutes in.
Yeah.
Sven, 9.5. Oh. So,
all right, I didn't know it was that big of a discrepancy.
It's that bad. It is ugly right now for the side of gaming. It doesn't look too bad on the goal, like 2K, you know, but the experience is where it hurts the most. This top tower. You're going to be struggling as Gaming to defend objectives if the whole cavalry arrives. Keeper of the Light could arrive for this, and he is so strong in these early fights, so Gaming not going to be interested in trying to defend here, and this will just extend the lead further. Side of Extreme.
And XM about 500 gold away from the boots of travel so that he could be everywhere at all times. It feels like he's already doing that without the boots of travel, but we'll just add insult to injury for the Game and Gladiator side. So without these stacks from Ace, without Dyrachyo having levels really, it feels like a lot of burden is on Quinn right now, who has a phylactery. Obviously hasn't been too involved as of yet.
And arguably a lot of burden on Tofu as well, right? Because keep in mind, Axe is not rushing Dagger. He's going Blade Mail first. So the playmaking potential of Gaming Gladiators, I think it was Jenkins that pointed this out on the panel, said this Gaming Gladiators lineup is quite greedy, actually, right? You're running CK, Axe, as well as Zeus. None of these heroes, they're all like item dependent to really get things rolling. On the other side of the coin, you've got Stampede, you've got Coddle, who's just the playmaking hero in Dota this early on when he's played as a core. So you're kind of stuck in this awkward situation where all you can really do is farm. Like, the moves are unlikely to be successful. Ace will find a juicy stack here. This is, if he got contested here and lost this quad Ancient stack he has on the right, his game would just be doomed, but not happening. So he will finish off his Blade Mail. Step number 1, CK with the Armlet as well. Tofu's dead.
Tofu, you will be dying here, young man. It takes a little bit longer than anticipated, but XM gets credit for that. The tier 1 tower.
Oh, Ace showed.
He did. It's gonna be hard to catch up, though.
Coddle's fast. If he reaches the Solar Bind.
He does have a horse after all. Solar Bind.
Oh, man, he's going for this.
Indeed. Spirit Vessel and the Illuminate. He does catch up, and he does kill off the Axe against a double kill for XM. He is owning right.
Yep.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I think Gaiman have to wait for one blink.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do? That's a what can you do reaction right there. So Tofu's 1k away from his. He will be rushing the blink on this 4-bat. Having the same read on the situation here is like, there's no other path that's going to solve this. So he needs dagger, Axe 2k away. And it's quite rare, I will say, in this patch and in this tournament to see a Zeus be 0-0-0. Minute 14, just
true.
Really goes to show how this game has been going so far. It has not even been able to ult in a 14-minute game. And I think he got his level 6 minutes, like 6:30. So effectively, Gaiman has not been able to even get a hero low for 8 minutes.
Has he not ulted?
I don't think so.
I mean, he definitely hasn't gotten the kill, but...
Did he ult?
I don't know.
I don't remember hearing it. I mean, maybe. Oh, Quinn's in trouble. Speak of the devil.
Yeah,
could reload
just
him.
in time, Cinderin. Good job.
He will be fine.
You saved him by stopping talking.
Okay.
All right. Ahmed's going to apply some pressure to the tier 1.
Tower. Nice.
With that
damage rune.
Damage rune.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Don't be that guy. Can we be the one caster do that just says damage rune?
Do the others actually say amplify damage?
They do, and it triggers me.
Really?
It really
Yeah,
triggers.
you don't like when people are right, do you?
What do you mean? It's not about being right.
That's what it's called.
It's the prince. It shouldn't be called that.
Okay.
Do you understand? Every rune is one word.
Mm-hmm.
Why does it just damage? It's fine. Okay. Just be on board with this for once. Okay.
Yep. I agree.
Can't tell if you're being sarcastic or not.
Yep. That's the beauty of it.
That's the beauty.
Okay, Ame's going to stack the enemy ancients.
Yep, that's the...
He's feeling comfortable, to say the least.
Can't
XXS
blame
with
him.
the dagger reveal.
Yep, Hoof Stomp is there. Bedlam on top. And
Dirachi
Stampede as
later.
well. Goodbye.
My Lacoste quote of the day.
Okay, never do that again.
Oh, I told you, one a day. Or
One a day?
series, was it?
One a series.
Oh,
okay.
I think I forgot last series. So I have to do 2 in this one.
What, it stacks? 4K lead already for Extreme. Remember, coming into this, 1-5 records, so they have...
need some wins.
Yeah, they've really disappointed after, well, winning the last tournament.
Yep.
I mean, this is not what anyone expected coming into this. But like you said earlier, this has to be... I mean, the game's not over yet, obviously, but for either team, it's got to be a 2-0 for them to feel good about this situation.
Yeah. It's not fully do or die. I think a scoreline like 4-6 can get at least a tie for 4th, but you know, with what these teams are made of, you don't really expect to be in that position to begin with. So, but it's a stacked tournament, and some of the perceived underdogs are really showing up.
Yeah, Heroic's owning.
Yep, that'll be one example. Not the only one, even.
XXS.
lead.
Yeah, it just continues to grow ever so slowly.
Classic Sven. He's 4K ahead of Chaos Knight, by the way. That's almost the entire lead. Carry-to-carry matchup really looking great for Extreme this one. XXS will absolutely obliterate this illusion.
Yep, now some pressure to the tier 2 top. 10-1 advantage here for Extreme.
What's Quinn's hero damage on Zeus? I'm actually curious. I think he might not have damaged a hero in the last 10 minutes.
10 minutes?
I mean...
That might be true.
I know it might be it sounds like an exaggeration, but I genuinely... Okay, he's lowest in the game by playing Zeus, except Centaur. He's 100 ahead.
I mean, one ult, he'll be like 3rd place.
Yeah. But that... You can trust me, this is a very, very uncommon situation. Even if you're getting stomped.
Yeah.
Usually Zeus will at least be like top 3 damage in the game, but Just nothing. Just another example of Gaiman's inability.
He has level
to get
2 ult
anything going.
now, so he
Yep.
never used
True.
level 1, we assume.
Okay, it's time. Smoke.
So.
Smoke online. We've got
Blink on
the
Ace,
blink reveal
Blink on
both
Tofu
heroes.
as well.
Both heroes, yes. So this is what Gaiman had to wait for. Now it's there. Now the payoff needs to come. They've been effectively losing out every minute.
You can see on the minimap, they are not even remotely close to anybody. They're trying to bait Dyrachyo, but it looks like it's not going to connect, at least not initially. And this is really bad for Gaiman. And Extreme just reading them like a book.
We gotta stay on the move.
Well played by them.
Yep.
As Jin Q looking to finish his Greaves, so has the mech and the
interesting
buckler.
choice for this
Yeah,
game.
a little
Nothing really to
interesting.
dispel. Battle Hunger.
Battle
Sticky
Hunger,
napalm.
Sticky Napalm.
Flame Break slow.
Yeah, it's not much.
Not
Slow
as,
from Tether.
I mean, obviously the armor is great to have against CK when heroes drop low, but that was not in my list of items that I was expecting him to get. We were looking at that Ewells against Axe, of course, and perhaps something like if you're having a great game, you could buy the Pipe against Zeus plus Bat. Wouldn't be too bad.
You can get rid of the minus armor from Reality Rift, Cinderin. Actually has a lot of minus armor.
Yeah?
I assume that's debuffable.
I think
Dispellable, yes.
Okay.
That's not one we talk about too often.
No, I don't think a player has ever bought a Dispel against Reality Rift in this game's entire history, but...
Well, technically Lotus, right?
No,
if
but
you
I'm
want to
saying that
reflect.
it has never been the reason.
The reason to dispel the minus armor, right?
I don't think anyone ever bought Dispel for that. Spell.
In a professional match.
In any match.
I'm sure somebody in the pubs.
I think you're actually the first person to realize it can be
So
dispelled.
there's almost been a billion Pudge games. Of course, everybody's done something once.
Yeah, but Pudge
Nothing's
doesn't
unique.
have Reality Rift.
Well, in Ability Draft, he does.
Coddle, however, has an Octarine core.
Okay.
That is not dispellable. Sven has BKB, also not dispellable.
Wow, that's incredible information.
Yep, you're very welcome. Zeus has a Manta. Figure it out yourself. All right, here comes
when
the
will
Tormentor.
the Thunder God's Wrath come out?
Celery with a shard. It's a nice pickup.
Freezing field.
Tofu in trouble.
Yeah,
Might
and-
survive this, actually.
He might, but no.
Never mind.
He
There's
will
a
not.
fresh dagger.
So, I don't know if they saw it earlier, but there's not going to be a blink reveal from the Tofu side, at least.
Right.
So that's not going to be a surprise at all. And they would assume that Axe has one already.
Gaiman doing a quite good job at keeping this stable, though.
Yeah, the lead's gone down slightly.
The Tormentor kill's obviously a little bit inflated because the Radiant one is still up, but they haven't really lost any ground in the last few minutes. They're getting their own farm decently. And then what it really comes down to is if this game state continues for another 10 minutes, is that going to be enough for Gaiman to solve this problem that they have in terms of matchups? The panel seem to think that the Dire lineup will definitely be stronger in the late game, particularly because of the Zeus versus Coddle. That dynamic between these heroes, Zeus definitely should be the better late gamer. And it's down to how far ahead is this man at that point, I guess is a big part of it. Well, so far, staying ahead by 4K against the Chaos Knight. Magus will go on his way.
Yep, 20. That was 21-20, by the way, Cinderin.
This one is Sergeant Yash on Sven. Interesting. I mean, he's against Axe, I guess. All right, status assist is nice, but not a particularly common Sven item anymore.
Yeah, that's true. Feels like the SNY in general.
Yeah,
is
not a popular.
Not that it's not popular, but some players just like it. You know, generally speaking, they'll just pick it up on whoever. That's
true.
Feels like. It's Tormy time for Extreme. Who will be bestowed with the shard? Will it be Jin Q? No, DY will get the clone, which has been buffed over time and then nerfed with the mana cost being triple, I believe, what it used to be.
But he has a Coddle in his team, so he will always have mana.
Yes, this
because
is true.
XM will definitely give him mana when he's next to him and has 99% himself.
He's going Nullifier on CM. That is,
whoa,
very cool.
I don't think he will buy this.
You don't think so?
but it's interesting to
He
see
has
the
Philly
quick...
Stone. I mean, when you pick up that Philly Stone, you feel so good.
Yeah,
you
but why
put
would
something crazy in your inventory.
But
you know,
why would
you're
he
cute.
buy it?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
There's like no reason.
Well, any Yules or any Force Staffs yet? That's one reason. It's good enough. Ame. Eventually looking to open a fight here. There's the Force Staff. He's anticipating the Force Staff pickup that Tofu just got. Ame will God Strength for this tier 2 tower. Gaiman still not looking to fight, it seems. Obviously, going into this Aegis is going to be pretty tough. But waiting out the God Strength and then potentially pouncing after the fact could be an option for them.
It's still going to be a difficult fight into the Aegis. And obviously, Extreme with all of their spells. I mean, really not letting them get the space.
Well,
I love this aggression. He's just stealing all of their camps.
Yeah.
No space given.
I mean, once God Strength is down, you can just ignore Sven in these fights, couldn't you?
Yes and no. I mean,
if you force a fight,
he still has decent damage, and obviously he's going to set up his teammates quite well. So I wouldn't count Ame out in fights without ult. Of course, he's way weaker, but I think if Gaiman were to initiate now, specifically because God Strength is down, I still think they're unfavored in this matchup right now.
Yeah.
So it is really awkward. Like it's been 24 minutes, and I don't think they've really hit a hero in the last 15 of them. So, but sometimes that's what world-class Dota looks like. It's like if you have the read that you can't fight, don't force it. Like sometimes the best thing is to do nothing for an extended period of time.
Well, Cursed Crown.
Finally find Ace. It's been a while.
Bedlam. This is a kill.
It's been a long
for
time.
someone, indeed. Could we take another look at the damage from Quinn this game? Just curious. No flame, of course.
Last hero kill was at 15 minutes, so it's been about 10 since either team killed a hero.
Oh, they're actually going to poke the high ground.
All right, that's quite early.
Still with Aegis, minute and a half. They force out the fortification. BKB on Quinn.
Okay, that's surprising.
A lot of surprising things this game as XXS jumps in really deep, gets the hoof stomp onto Dyrachyo, but the Reality Rift is there. Not able to dispel that minus armor, so that's a lot of damage applied to him. And down goes Centaur. Quinn finally doing damage to an enemy hero. But Ame jumps in trying to beat down Dyrachyo, but the Chaos Bolt holds him in place, and now the Thunderbolt doing a lot of damage to Ame, and down goes the Aegis. Will there be more after the fact? Ame. Oh, Ace will miss the call, gets Frostbit for his efforts. Stormhammer on top as well. The Blade Mail can be counteracted by the BKB of Ame, and down goes Axe now as Quinn, Cursed Crown. Will they be able to catch up to him? Do they actually want to fight? Reality Rift onto Ame. Will Stormhammer again, trying to beat down the CK, but he's got the help of Celery. Illuminate comes in doing a ton of damage, and DY and XM trying to counteract this with, oh, that's a lot of damage being applied, but Ame ends up dying anyway. So Dyrachyo and Ame trade lives in essence, and now Celery, is he actually going to get out of this? No, the Stampede should provide enough move speed to finish the job. Double kill for XM.
Oh, they're not letting Quinn go here. 8 seconds on the jump, but Caudle.
Yeah, hoof stomp.
Connecting.
And with XM there, this should be the death of the Zeus. Did a lot of damage in this fight. But in the end, Extreme get most of the kills.
That was quite scrappy from both teams, really. XXS with an overzealous engage into the enemy
look at
base
that.
there. Yep. 12k damage in that fight, I suppose. Yeah, XXS just jumped too deep, but Gaming Gladiators, they smell blood in the water, but it was their own. So, time to...
That sounds like something you need to get checked out as a doctor.
Absolutely. It was quite close though. I can understand why they wanted to go for that chase. God Strength was down. They got a free kill on the Centaur. They had their double BKBs arriving for CK as well as Zeus. So I don't mind them trying that, but yeah, weren't really able to stick onto the right targets. Caudle had a completely free fight. And of course, the Aegis on Sven, the X Factor there that Extreme were of course playing around. And this will, for the first time in the game, bump their advantage up to 5 digits.
Tofu still looking for that lasso initiation. Yet to see him really impact anything in this game number 1. XXS, believe, yeah, he's getting relatively close to the Shivas. Has enough for the plate mail, and then of course the recipe is only 10,000 gold away.
Am I seeing things? 2 Sajin Yashas in the same game?
Really?
Huh. Maybe these teams are bottom 2 in the group for a reason. Well, XM has the Caudal Aghanim, so has unlocked Will-O-Wisp. And Gaimin don't have the best ways of destroying it, I suppose, right? Like Chaos Knight, in order to destroy it, he has to get pulled in first, and then he can get blinded away from it. Zeus is relatively short range, but fortunately for him, he has Grove Bow, so that helps. I'm sure that item will remain in the game forever. Here comes Zeus. They'll find the vision.
Oh, and the initiation from Tofu. Down goes the CM first. Nice counteract here from Ace with that BKB, but Ame is going to force them out with the God Strength. Trying to take out Ace, but Dyrachyo pulls him right back in. Chaos Bolt's not going to do too much through that BKB, and Dyrachyo is going to have to just run away in shame. Support for support. And Gaimin looking to fully reset, and we'll see if Extreme want to continue on here. You see the replay of that initial initiation. Looks like they did take out Celery, though. So only support's dead, though.
We'll say I feel like it does favor Extreme a little bit more that these BKBs get used, especially just the raw number of them, right? Like Gaimin are using the Zeus BKB, they're using an Axe and a CK BKB, so popping 3 in this fight to essentially lose it. On the side of Extreme, only the Sven even has one, so if you're trading even in these ones, the following fights should theoretically get easier. All right, Ace with a vision.
Yeah, but XXS takes a nice hoof stomp onto the Axe, but Ace not able to chop off Jin Q. Does get the kill eventually, but now Ace will follow suit to the grave. Quinn now.
Well, they got the bind on him.
Forced staff to safety, but yeah, he is super slow. Dyrachyo helping with the cover as Tofu stuck inside Ignis Fatus. And now he's slowed to a crawl, gets brought back into XXS's arms. And that's going to be the death again. Ame is destroying Celery. Woo! Make it 2 with Dyrachyo, and now Quinn, last member alive of Gaimin Gladiators. One more Stormhammer for the road. Actually pops the BKB to get into the fountain, but Tofu, he just respawned after buying back and swiftly dies as they're going to use the fortification, but I believe some buildings will take damage now.
So a little detail here in this final fight. I think Tofu bought back to Blink, Lasso, and then Force Staff into Fountain, but he got pulled toward the Ignis, so he Force Staff the wrong way. And just ends up dying. Call coming in.
Yeah, that's pretty big, but Ame looks like he's going to be able to walk away. Quinn has to try to take out Ignis Fatus, but as you can see, they don't really have the right click attack speed.
This is
at
quite
least.
the
God
dive.
Strength, okay. Gets the hoof stomp off from XXS. Trying to reset a bit in the cover of the Will-O-Wisp, but now Satanic online for Ame, so he can just fully reset and look to potentially go back again. But yeah, without that Aegis, 20 seconds away from Roche, so Extreme likely will just go for that. And we'll see if Gaimin can actually counteract it, as they are down 23-5.
Unlucky find.
Oh, not looking too hot right now. It's been a very quiet game for basically all of their players. Nobody has really had a good time. Zeus probably having the best one simply by not dying all the time. But
unlucky on the shard.
I think what you're seeing here is also part of the reason why this CK pick is not particularly common in the earlier phases of the draft, despite having the IO in his team. I think this hero just suffers too much when it gets counterpicked and doesn't have a good start. And especially if one other lane goes wrong, your hero just doesn't farm fast. So if the game becomes this kind of a stalemate for a bit, as this was for 10 minutes, you're going to be farming slower than the enemy carry, and the itemization that you have is only relevant as long as your illusions can stay alive. When you pick it early in the draft, as you can see here, Extreme Gaming just triple counter pick it, right? They have good supports against it. They have the Coddle against it. They have the Sven that they picked against CK as well.
Yeah.
So I just think Dyrachyo is really not set up for success in this game with anything else than just an IO, and I don't think that's good enough. You need a better reason to run this hero, in my opinion. And another Aegis now going the way of Ami. This one they will definitely be looking to convert into a set of barracks minimum in the mid. He has closing on Swift Blink. He has Satanic. He has the Harpoon. He is stacked.
Are scanning.
I commend Quinn on his farm, though. It's very impressive how much net worth he has on a losing side here.
Yeah.
I suppose this also goes to show why CK has as little as he does, because Quinn's farming everything. 430 CS mid hero.
Yeah, that's the Eternal Envy Special, Synderin, as I like to call it. No context needed.
I was just trying to imagine how this goes into trading.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Hopefully it's successful for him, of course. Will-O-Wisp placed in cover so that Ame can just go for the buildings. AC completed for Quinn on the Zeus.
Defense is too late. They glyph after the melee is down.
Yeah, that's not great.
This effectively just makes it easier for Extreme to just be like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Next lane. Now there's no glyph for this one.
Indeed, but there's the lasso. CK stun on top. Sven's already at half HP. Looks like Ame dies once. He's gonna come back. Doesn't have the God Strength, but still has the damage, it seems, as the Terrorize will provide him a little bit of extra cover. Now beating away in his regular form onto the melee racks. Hoof Stomp initiation from XXS. A lot of damage to Quinn's going to use his Stampede as well as Dyrachyo and company stuck inside the Will-O-Wisp. Dyrachyo is dead. Ace looks to be next on the list. Double kill for DY with that freezing field, and this looks like 2 sets of racks and potentially just GG.
Celery's back to defend.
Hello! Goodbye!
All right, that's Io's real voice.
That's why there's no voice lines for her. For it, I think.
Yeah.
Buyback now from Ace, make it a double.
XXS was talking about this Coddle in the interview pre-game. They didn't want to face it, but it's fun to play with it, I suppose.
Yeah, why not? Ame, okay, he's been around so long, he can get God Strength off again. Hoof Stomp, beautiful initiation from XXS. Celery trying to stick around. That's a dieback for him. Ace drops next, and surely this is going to be good game from Gaming Gladiators. Dyrachyo and Tofu, the last members alive. An absolute stomping. Teams have been really waiting to the last moment to call GG lately.
Gaming has had 2 back-to-back games now where they got absolutely obliterated.
Yeah.
It's time to rebuild morale somehow, because this is looking to be a bit of a downward spiral. They won the first game against OG, but the second one they got completely crushed. And this one was no better. GG, 35 minutes and 53 seconds will do it. This is what you're looking for when you're playing a Coddle lineup. Just get that pacing going. Force the enemy to their knees very early. Don't let them get online with the lineup that they were striving to really come online with it like 20 minutes, but just too far behind.
And I believe both teams are now tied at 2 and 5, both in last place.
Yep.
And remember, in this group stage, the last 2 are eliminated from the tournament entirely.
Yep.
Which, if this holds true, they both will be eliminated. But Extreme coming out on top in a huge way. This was not close, Cinderman.
Oh, it's got to feel good, you know. If you're off to a slow start, it's not just that Extreme finally get a second win on the board. It's the way in which they did it, right?
Yeah.
If you're having a rough tournament where things aren't really going your way, this is the kind of thing that we've seen time and time again from world-class teams. This could be the pivotal game that changes the story of the tournament for them, where if they get a bit of momentum here, maybe get a win in second game, their final series tomorrow could also go in a similar direction. All of a sudden, we get to see them at the playoffs, at the very least.
Yeah,
for
and I have to say, XM played out of his mind. Early game aggression from him. He was in every lane, it felt like. And it's just one of those games of this patch where the laning stage goes really well for one team. They just snowball it, and that's kind of it.
Yeah.
Pretty simple, but Yeah, XM's Coddle definitely paving the way for this game number 1 victory. But yeah, Gaming Gladiators have to reach deep down inside their bowel cinder and figure something out for this game number 2.
I would probably advise some maybe reaching into their minds instead, but whatever works for you.
All right, well, let's see what Tsunami thinks.
The Bowels would be pulling out one of their shittiest strats, so probably not that. But, you know, when your back's against the wall, you really gotta look and see what your options are left. Extreme got exposed to the Coddle just about an hour ago against Team Spirit, and XM is like, yeah, you know what? Don't mind if I do. And by golly, did he make it look exceptional. Made this ace axe that we were praising so heavily in our previous series look like a chump. It's completely outclassed, and, well, I guess the Chaos Knight was just more of the same in that regard. Gaming Gladiators were just a little bit too little too late in this game number 1.
Flawless. Flawless from XM. Purge. Just beautiful stuff.
It was just such a good Coddle game. They didn't have jump, and they had an IO. So it's like, you don't even have to deviate your item build. You just hard counter whatever guy is trying to heal. You never get gone on. Like, if Gaming Gladiators had a hero other than Zeus, like some spirit hero, literally anybody else that could jump, it would have made their lineup have possibilities, because it was just too difficult for them to kill the Coddle. And he had like BOTs at such a fast time in the game, so the extra movement speed made it even worse. So just a super one-sided game.
Yeah, it should also be noted that between Coddle and Willow, there were ridiculous amounts of magic damage coming out from Extreme very early on, with no heroes that build magic damage mitigation. Io's gonna be poor because none of his lanes are doing well.
Yep.
Axe doesn't buy pipe, Batrider doesn't buy pipe, Zeus doesn't buy pipe. So not only can you not itemize to play into the ridiculous amounts of damage coming out, you don't have any counterplay in terms of, are you gonna outfarm them? You're not outfarming them. Are you gonna outscale them? Yes, you are, only if it goes to the ultra late game. And you can't really do that versus Coddle because they're gonna take over the map, they're gonna take every Aegis, the Sun's gonna outfarm your CK, and that's what happened.
Yeah, their greed got punished, honestly. It was a bit greedy to go for the Zeus pick, just kind of like, okay, we're going to pick a bunch of heroes that don't fight until we get these Blink Daggers, which is some like 15-minute timing, whatever. We're just not going to lose before that point, but like Mira was saying, Coddle like plays for level 6 and then showing up to those lanes, and like, you got to do some really cool shit with that draft to deal with the Coddle rotations. And they tried to, like, they had Duraccio show up on the CK to try to counter the Coddle rotation. And they also had Quinn on Zeus show up to that same rotation, and it went disastrously. And you could see, like, he did that afterwards because he knows, like, it's like, we fucked up. Like, if this doesn't work, we're not stopping him from snowballing. Like, there's nothing we can do from this point on.
Yeah, even in that one fight near the Dire Tri-Camp, I think he did get a blink call on the Coddle and one of the heroes. He barely missed the Dark Will, and they got Coddle to like half HP, and then that was like, okay, that was it. We used all of our jumps, and yeah, we killed the Dark Willow, but like, yeah, they really needed to kill Coddle. They killed her 0 times. 0 times.
Also, the itemization by Zinke was very smart, going Greaves into pipe instead of trying to do even more damage or get mobility. You didn't need any of that. All you needed was the security that when you're taking these fights, you don't lose any heroes or don't give anything away. You just provide your team with that extra bit of sustain, that extra bit of tankiness, and you don't give away your lead.
Maybe even provide your team with an extra bit of vision, because I want to know about our Kadia ward of the game. Purge, what have you selected?
There was this wonderful ward. Keep in mind that the Gladiators were super far behind. This ward was on the ground. They moved over to smoke. This could have been their second kill of the game, but check this out. Clears the creep wave. They pop the smoke. They saw it. And you know what ends up happening? They used the smoke to go jungle a different neutral camp because they realized nothing was going to come from it. Beautiful ward. You don't see a lot of smokes on top of wards, but when they do happen, it gives you this nice advantage. And then they get to instead use it to get a kill later on. So this is how you compound your advantages. You don't let them get this like 4-man smoke pick off on your Coddle to open up the first kill, to get the killing spree gold back into the game, to buy the item that kills the next hero. It's all snowball, and they prevented it right there.
That was kind of bullshit, though. Did you see the 2 sentries? Like, they were placed so the ward was just out of range of both of them. Dude,
that's why it was the MVP.
And I smoked there, it's like, how did they see us? There's no way. There's nowhere. It would have to be in this sliver, and it actually is. That's always so frustrating. You go back into a replay and you're like, there's no way the ward is in the exact tiny little sliver between the sentries. And then it turns out to be right there.
He had a Zeus on his team. You know, I've got no one to blame but Quinn for that one.
Yeah, that's a Quinn mistake.
You have to put wards in some weird-ass spots when you're against a Zeus. And since we're talking about the Zeus, let's put him under a microscope, specifically against XM, because I want to see our Acer Predator head-to-head for this game number 1, the Coddle versus the Zeus. Quinn shamefully not even deciding to show his face. He's so distraught.
Pretty good KDA, and not worth it in a losing game, though. Not too bad.
Yeah, it had actually more hero damage, but that's just a Zeus thing.
Yeah, presses the ult in. It's pretty one-sided. Amazing hero damage for XM's Coddle. Excellent play. He just keeps pulling out the weird stuff, and it's now a little bit of a staple for the mid lane. But yeah, this game is a perfect encapsulation of showing the value of Coddle mid.
Yeah, and I mean, the issue with Coddle versus Zeus is that if Zeus shows up when Coddle shows up, Zeus will just die. You get Solar Bind. Like, look at the Solar Bind ability. That's the level 1 Solar Bind. No, why is it so strong at that level? Like, these heroes, if they get Solar Binded, they're just dead. That's why this hero peaks so early. It feels kind of ridiculous. And if you're a squishy, low mobility hero like Zeus with only a measly heavenly jump to protect you, and it's not even going to give you that much distance between you and Coddle, you can't help your team in situations like this. All you can do is farm and watch as they get picked off lane by lane.
Mira, are you mean to tell me that you're so annoyed by Coddle that Heavenly Jump is merely Heavenly Jump? He can only have an ability that he shouldn't even have in the first place on Zeus? That's how much you don't like Coddle?
No, I just mean in terms of how the hero dynamic of Coddle versus Zeus goes. It looks like a foolish little tiny spell versus Coddle. You can't outrun the Solar Bind as Zeus. Where are you going to go? Are you going to heavily jump on a cliff and TP out? Like, what are your options?
You have to go
there?
like perpendicular to the blast. That's like your only chance. Be like, well, this first one won't kill me, just the second one. No problem.
Movement.
XM.
What a player.
I just wanted to say his name.
XM.
Yeah.
I just want to say his name.
Extreme Gaming.
XS.
Jin Q.
They have only 4-letter names or less. All of them.
Correct.
Okay.
That's very good.
That's
cool.
Very
They
little
should fix
character.
that.
I know someone
They should
with
fix that.
a 5-letter name. SLACK. Wait. Oh, 6. My bad. Slacks! What's going on?
Thanks, Tsunami. Yes, we are here in the stage again in the area, and I thought I'd show you guys a little something. I thought maybe we go through production, see how the boys were doing, the dedicated ESL staff that are bringing your group stage together. You're gonna have a word with some people. I see Buko over there. I see JJ, our observers. Very nice. Some producers, my bosses. Very good. Very cool. Oh, what's your name, sir?
Oh, hey, I'm Myron. Nice.
Myron, we've met several times for several years. I think I've known you for like 6 years now. Pleasure to see you. What are you doing today? What's your job?
I mean, we're just staying busy, trying to get the games running. It's, I mean, it's tough work, but it pays off, you know.
You seem a little down. You all right?
Yeah, I don't know. It's just we're working such long days, and there's like nothing to eat here.
What about the player snacks?
You know, it's for the players. We can't get it. Like, they're guarding it. There's no way to get around it.
The way that these players treat the staff here, you know what? Let's go get some of those player snacks, dude. Come on. Follow me, bro. We can do this. Come on. Get your ass up. Get your ass up. All right. Tell me about the snack guardians here. You said that they're protecting the snacks. Is that correct?
Yeah, they're making sure no one else grabs.
Get your ass over here, bro. Yo, what the fuck? Get over here. We gotta talk. Camera guy, over here. Okay. Who are the snack guardians?
Basically, they're making sure that none of the staff get any of the snacks. They're just
look. God damn, those are some tough-looking boys. All right, you go over. Bravo, Tango left. I'll distract them. You get your snackies, okay?
Okay, thank
you. All right, roll out. Oscar Mike, young man. Okay. Yes, so such a dedicated crew. In fact, these are what they like to call the snack car. Hello. What?
No snack.
No snack. We're not here for snacks. Hello. Hi.
No snacks.
Okay, I got you. We're not here for snacks. We're here for interviews. All right?
Yes. No interview, no.
No, I wanted to know how you got to be so handsome.
Snack.
You are a snack. I'd eat you up. Whatever.
Oh, thank you. Pleasure.
Yeah, thank you. Sir, how long have you worked at ESL protecting the snacks?
Forever.
Oh my God, do you have any career aspirations at all?
These snacks were never stolen before.
Good. It's a good life. What's up with this guy? He looks like a dragon. Beautiful. Well, that was a really great interview. Thank you, Snack Guards. You're doing great work. Very dedicated employees, as we will now gently head out to the players. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. What's the haul? What's the haul?
I can't thank you enough, man. I haven't eaten in days.
Oh, my God.
So good. Chinese.
Today we're heroes. Today we eat like kings. Back to you, Tsunami.
Metal Gear Slacks at it again, trying to get those snacks. That's an expensive commodity around here. I had some salt and vinegar chips, not from the Guardians. We bourgeoisie talent also get privileged to have Snack Guardians counting on us.
Mm-hmm. I like how Slacks just stole his snacks after he worked so hard for them. As if he didn't have access to those himself, you know?
Yeah, he had to earn it. He had to feel like what it's like to be the peasants who are actually putting this whole event on for you. Thank you so much to ESL.
Thank you, peasants. We appreciate you.
We love you. That's the affirmation I wanted to hear. Now, for all of you who want to see the work that is being put on behind the scenes, well, that means that we have some games to show to you. The very last game will be on your screens after the break.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right wear and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
Laying on the floor again, watching all the stars rolling. The grass is staining. Met you at the park with your friends, waiting till the sun went down. Smoke came out and you turned thin. Call me when it's 10:30. Sneak out of your window again. Burning rubber on the pavement. Bottom of the bottle again. Thinking of where you went. Laying on the floor again. It's easy come, it's easy go. Back when we're together, back when we're together. You know that I can't let you go. We should stay together, we should stay together. It's alright if you call me. It's the summer, we were 18. It's easy come, it's easy go. We should be together, never say never. I'm back on tour again, wishing I was in your bed. You know it pains me. Your every face is seeing the end. You're in the crowd, you're in my head. In my dreams you chase. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting for you, baby. It's easy come, it's easy go. Back when we're together, back when we're together. You know that I can't let you go. We should stay together, we should nothing without a storm. So come and get it while it's fresh, while it's warm, yeah. The water in the storm, beneath the purple tree. It's a shame that fills my soul.